100,000 years ago, all were akin to dragons, capable of cultivating martial arts. After the calamity, the heavenly order collapsed, the gods fell, and only a singular ancient tower of reincarnation remained in the world. 100,000 years later, martial cultivation reigns, and bloodlines dictate supremacy. Those of inferior bloodlines are akin to worms, barred from cultivation, while those of divine blood soar through the nine heavens. A boy of a discarded bloodline fortuitously acquires a nameless treasure tower, traversing into this fantastical realm, embarking on the path of celestial burial despite his inferior lineage. Chapter 1. The Saintess takes a disciple. On the steps paved with slabs of green stone, Lu Run ascended laboriously, panting heavily with each step. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he gazed upward towards the distant mountain gate, estimating there were still hundreds of steps to climb, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Truly, as one of the four great sects of Jiangyun Kingdom, the mountain gate is astonishingly high. Lu Ren could not help but mutter in exasperation. In his past life, he was a fervent youth from Earth, whose unfortunate encounter with Mapo Tofu led to his untimely demise at the hands of its maker's husband, resulting in his arrival in this realm of chaos. Not merely a soul transfer, but both body and spirit had been transported. It took him 3 days to gradually accept this reality, and strangely, he felt an inexplicable excitement towards this new world. As a passionate youth, he had always been intrigued by the bizarre and extraordinary arriving in this realm of martial cultivation. He yearned to become an unparalleled powerhouse one day. Being an orphan and unattached, he embraced this as a new life. Moreover, he had crossed over with an unnamed treasure tower, which he had unearthed from a street vendor. The tower was ancient and bronze-hued, merely the size of a finger. While toying with it, the tower mysteriously penetrated his body, emitting a grayish-white glow, enveloping him in a powerful suction. As the world spun, Lu Run felt himself entering a space of celestial perfection, a realm of chaos. After months of contemplation, he finally deduced one of the tower's abilities. He sensed that this treasure tower seemed to be a vessel of temporal storage whenever he entered. Time flowed according to his will, with the outside world seemingly advancing only a second, regardless of how much time he spent within. As for any potential side effects or limitations of the tower, Lu Ren paid them no heed, as it essentially granted him boundless time for cultivation, allowing him to cultivate as long as he desired. However, in this world, to cultivate, one must awaken their potential. Those with strong talents can awaken directly, while those with weaker talents need to consume awakening pills. As a denizen of Earth, Lu Ren's aptitude for cultivation was exceedingly poor, necessitating reliance on awakening pills for any chance of success. The simplest and most direct way to obtain such pills was to join a sect. Lu Ren attempted to join several minor factions, but was turned away due to his lack of talent. Eventually, he learned that one of the four great sects, Qingyun's sect, was recruiting disciples, so he traversed mountains and rivers, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, before he could reach the mountain gate, he found himself utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing from fatigue. After a brief respite, Lu Ren resumed his ascent, and after a stick of incense's time, he finally arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. Prostrating himself momentarily to catch his breath, he then trudged forward, entering a vast plaza. At that moment, the expansive area, capable of accommodating thousands, was already teeming with people. Observing the towering figures, Lu Ren abandoned any thoughts of pushing through the throng, instead standing solitary at the back, gazing towards the distant high platform. Upon the platform stood a middle-aged man clad in black robes, exuding an air of authority that deterred direct gazes. "I am Elder Zhu Tai, overseeing this entrance examination. I shall not indulge in idle chatter. Our Qingyun sect's entrance examination follows the established protocol. We shall assess your bloodlines. Bloodlines are graded from 9 ranks, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Beyond the 9th rank lies the divine bloodline. The higher the grade, the greater the talent and potential. If your bloodline ranks 4 or above, you may enter our Qingyun sect." As his commanding voice fell, for entrance disciples bore a massive green stone tablet to the platform. The tablet stood 10 feet tall, adorned with 11 markings, the first being gray, followed by 10 crimson marks. This is a high-grade measuring stone. Each of the 10 crimson markings illuminates to indicate a rank 1 bloodline, while 9 illuminated marks signify a rank 9 bloodline. Should all 10 illuminate, it is the legendary divine bloodline. Perhaps I possess the potential for a divine bloodline. Many young men and women expressed their excitement. Those daring enough to attend the Qingyun sex examination had nearly all undergone familial assessments, though their family measuring stones were but low-grade, capable of detecting only up to rank 4 bloodlines. Lu Run stood alone, unable to resist inquiring of a nearby youth. What does the gray mark on the measuring stone signify? Upon hearing Lu Run refer to him as a genius, the youth's impression of the unremarkable Lu Run notably improved, and he patiently explained that gray mark is said to represent one who cannot cultivate, a waste material, and the more they train, the more they deteriorate, potentially rendering themselves disabled, commonly referred to as a discarded bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Run turned to leave. Having been eliminated in previous entrance examinations due to his bloodline assessment, he believed it impossible to pass this rigorous evaluation at Qingyun sect. Just then, a graceful figure descended from the heavens, landing beside Elder Zhu Tai. The woman, clad in a flowing white gown, possessed a breathtaking beauty, her cold gaze and formidable aura exuding the essence of an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, faces alight with astonishment. Isn't that the saintess Yun Qingyao of our Jiangyan kingdom? It is said she possesses a rank 7 bloodline, an extraordinary talent, having cultivated to the divine sea realm at a tender age, and has become an elder of Qingyun sect. Why has Elder Yun come here? Could it be that she intends to take on a disciple? Many murmured among themselves. Elder Yun, you have finally come to accept disciples. This year's crop should be promising. Perhaps we may unearth a genius with a rank 6 bloodline. Elder Zhu Tai said with a slight smile. Unperturbed by Zhu Tai's words, Yun Qingyao stepped forward, slowly proclaiming, "Today, I intend to accept one disciple." With her declaration, the crowd erupted with excitement. This was Yun Qingyao, the saintess of Jiangyun Kingdom. An unparalleled talent to become her disciple and receive her personal guidance would undoubtedly lead to meteoric success. However, I shall only accept disciples with bloodlines below rank 2. Among you, those with bloodlines of rank 2 or below may come forth to be my disciple. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Yun Qingyao continued. What? Only accepting disciples with bloodlines below rank 2? Did I hear incorrectly? Shouldn't she be accepting geniuses as disciples? Among us, who dares to attend the entrance examination at Qingyun sect without a bloodline of rank 4 or higher? If I possess a bloodline below rank 2, I would be ashamed to enter Qingyun sect. As Yun Qingyou's words echoed, countless men and women in the plaza were left in disbelief. Most ordinary individuals possess bloodlines of rank 1 or 2 even with a lifetime of effort. Awakening is nearly impossible. Those with rank 3, 4, or 5 bloodlines can awaken with the aid of awakening pills, while those with rank 6 bloodlines can awaken through sheer effort, already considered prodigious. Bloodlines below rank 2 are fundamentally incapable of awakening. What use would such individuals be? Elder Zhu Tai's expression darkened, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Qingyao. Elder Yun, the sect requires you to accept a disciple. Is this how you fulfill the sect's expectations? The sect has not mandated the type of disciple I should accept. I, Yun Qingyao, relish challenges. What merit is there in nurturing talents of rank 5 or 6? I shall only accept disciples with bloodlines below rank 2. If none present themselves, the sect cannot hold me accountable. A hint of pride flashed across Yun Qingyou's serene visage. Elder Zhu Tai's face turned an array of colors, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Yun Qingyao appeared indifferent to accepting disciples, her sole desire being to cultivate. Had it not been for the sect's insistence, she would not have come to this gathering at all. If there are no individuals with bloodlines below rank 2, I shall take my leave. Seeing no one step forward, Yun Qingyao smiled faintly, preparing to depart. Elder Yun, I believe I possess a rank 1 bloodline. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. As she was about to leave, Yun Qingyou's attention was drawn by a voice from the crowd, her graceful form stiffening, her face turning frosty. The others widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that someone with a bloodline below rank 2 had come to participate in the entrance examination at Qingyun sect, and even more incredulous that it was an absolute waste with a rank 1 bloodline. Chapter 2. The waste bloodline. At this moment, All the young men and women in the square turned their gazes towards a plainly dressed and unremarkable man. Such a person, amidst the crowd, would undoubtedly go unnoticed, merely blending in as an ordinary passerby. This individual was, of course, Lu Run. Are you of the first-grade bloodline? Yun Qingyao's expression resembled that of winter frost as she scrutinized Lu Run. Master, may I approach to conduct the assessment? Upon finishing his words, Lu Run, fearing that Yun Qingyao might change her mind, swiftly dashed to the high platform and placed his palm near the measuring stone tablet. Hum! The measuring stone tablet emitted a resounding roar. The first crimson scale lit up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subsequently, the second, third, fourth crimson scales illuminated one after another. The youths in the square revealed expressions of disdain at this sight. This was evidently a fourth-grade bloodline, already qualifying for the assessment. On the high platform, Yun Qingyao also breathed a sigh of relief. If this fellow truly possessed a first-grade bloodline, would she not be forced to take a waste as her disciple? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another series of thunderous sounds erupted. The fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth crimson scales ignited in succession. The entire square was instantly in an uproar, everyone left in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, on the high platform, both Yun Qingyao and Elder Zhu Tai exhibited expressions of shock. 9 scales represented a 9th-grade bloodline. Could it be that our Qingyun sect is about to rise? Elder Zhu Tai rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must be seeing things. Yun Qingyao's cold gaze remained fixed on Lu Run. She could discern not a trace of genius about him, finding him utterly ordinary and unremarkable. How could he possibly possess a 9th-grade bloodline? Hum. Just then, the measuring stone tablet resonated with the sound of the 10th thunder. The 10th crimson scale shone forth, dazzling and blinding. All 10 scales lit up together, indicating a divine-grade bloodline. This inconspicuous lad turned out to possess a divine-grade bloodline. Did he deliberately claim to have a first-grade bloodline to attract the attention of the saintess? The expressions of all the young men and women were already one of sheer astonishment. Our Qingyun sect is destined to soar. Elder Zhu Tai was overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. This was indeed a divine-grade bloodline. In their Jiangyan kingdom, the emergence of a 7th-grade bloodline was already considered exceptional talent. 8th and 9th-grade bloodlines had never appeared, let alone a divine-grade bloodline. What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to have a first-grade bloodline? Lu Run raised his head to gaze at the illuminated scales on the measuring stone tablet, realizing that all 10 crimson scales had indeed lit up, signifying that he possessed a divine-grade bloodline. This defied logic. If he truly were of divine-grade bloodline, he would have awakened long ago. The measuring stone tablet must be malfunctioning. As this thought crossed Lu Ren's mind, suddenly, the brilliance of the 10 scales extinguished, and instead, the gray scales beneath the crimson ones illuminated, radiating an exceptionally piercing light. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. The gray light felt like a bucket of cold water splashed across their faces. A waste bloodline. Initially, they believed they were witnessing the emergence of a genius with a divine-grade bloodline, someone who could bask in the fortune of talent and boast to their families. Instead, they were witnessing the birth of an unparalleled waste. Seeing the gray scales light up, Lu Run felt an immense wave of disappointment. Although he knew his bloodline could not possibly be divine-grade, he did not expect it to be a waste bloodline either. This was the legendary waste that deteriorated further with cultivation. However, being a waste was still being a waste. As long as he seized this opportunity to apprentice under Yun Qingyao, he could enter the sect and gain access to cultivation resources. With sufficient resources, he could enter the treasure tower and cultivate endlessly. Even with poor talent, he believed he could carve out a piece of heaven for himself. At this moment, Yun Qingyao's expression was as frosty as ever. Having inadvertently attracted a waste, she had no intention of taking on a disciple. Had a 1st or 2nd grade bloodline disciple come to participate in the assessment, she might have reluctantly accepted them. Yet, she had encountered a waste bloodline instead. Master, my bloodline is a waste. May I still apprentice under you? Lu Ren approached Yun Qingyao, clasping his hands in reverence, a face full of eagerness. Are you certain you wish to become my disciple? You are a waste bloodline, incapable of awakening. I cannot teach you anything. Yun Qingyao declined politely. Master, I am aware of my limited talent. Regardless of who teaches me, it would be futile. You need not instruct me in anything. I will cultivate on my own, Lu Ren said with a calm demeanor. You, a waste who cannot even awaken, how can you cultivate on your own? Yun Qingyao was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Did this fellow possess no self-awareness whatsoever? Master, I have my own cultivation methods, Lu Ren hastily replied, fearing Yun Qingyao might refuse him. As long as he joined Qingyun's sect, he would gain access to cultivation resources. Among the four great sects, Qingyun's sect offered the best treatment. With resources, he could hide within the treasure tower space and slowly cultivate. As for teaching, with his waste bloodline talent, anyone who attempted to teach him would likely be driven to despair. Yun Qingyao suppressed her inner fury and nodded. Well, since you are so insistent on becoming my disciple, I shall accept you as my apprentice. After all, it is merely a title of master and disciple. I need not waste time instructing you. If, after a year, you still cannot awaken, you will be expelled from Qingyun's sect. Disciple Lu Ren pays his respects to master. Lu Ren beamed with excitement as he clasped his hands. Once you enter the sect, focus on your cultivation. When you become an outer disciple, I will teach you, Yun Qingyao stated before turning to leave. Master, Lu Ren called out, stopping Yun Qingyao in her tracks. What is it? Yun Qingyao inquired. Lu Ren grinned and said, Master, I have heard that when you take on a disciple, there is often a welcoming gift as an elder of Qingyun's sect. Surely you would not forget to present one. What did you say? A layer of frost enveloped Yun Qingyao's face. This waste bloodline had the audacity to request a welcoming gift from her. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Lu Ren quickly clasped his hands and said, If Master prefers not to give anything, then let it be as if I never mentioned it. Humph. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly, waving her arm. Flames flickered in her palm, and a 3-foot-long sword appeared, tossed in front of Lu Ren. This fire spirit sword shall serve as your welcoming gift from your master. Having said that, Yun Qingyao departed without a backward glance. Lu Ren held the fire spirit sword with both hands, his eyes gleaming. This Yun Qingyao was the saintess of Jiangyun Kingdom and an elder of Qingyun's sect. The sword she presented must surely be extraordinary. The fire spirit sword was a low-grade spiritual weapon. A common person would struggle their entire life to afford such a treasure. A saintess bestowing a low-grade spiritual weapon. Honestly, I am envious. That Lu Ren, who was evidently a waste bloodline, not only became a disciple of the saintess but also received a low-grade spiritual weapon and successfully joined Qingyun's sect. Truly, he has struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. All the young men and women in the square gazed at Lu Ren with expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment, wishing they too were of waste bloodline, for that might allow them to compete with Lu Ren. Chapter 3. The first outer disciple. Lu Ren, since you have become Elder Yun's disciple, you are now an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect. Please wait aside. After the assessment concludes, I will escort you all to the outer disciple area, Elder Zhutai said with a grim expression. The news of the sect accepting a waste bloodline disciple would surely invite mockery from the other 3 major sects. Understood. Lu Ren slightly bowed, cradling the fire spirit sword, and stood at the side of the high platform, patiently awaiting further instructions. The youths in the square looked at Lu Ren with mixed feelings. They had all come to participate in the outer disciple assessment, hailing from prominent families, and their bloodlines were all at least of the 4th grade. How could they have anticipated that a waste bloodline would be the first to join the sect and become Qingyun's sect's first outer disciple? Now, the assessment was officially commencing. As Elder Zhutai's voice fell, the youths lined up in an orderly fashion to approach the measuring stone tablet for their bloodline assessments. Xiao Huahua, 4th grade bloodline. Wang Feng, 4th grade bloodline. Yang Rong, 5th grade bloodline. Lu Ren observed as the measuring stone tablet illuminated predominantly with 4 crimson scales, and even some with 5 scales, causing a pang of envy within him. If only he too possessed a 4th or 5th grade bloodline, he would not have to resort to serving food to make a living in this world. Had it not been for Yun Qingyao taking him as her disciple and allowing him to join Qingyun's sect, he would likely have returned to a tavern to serve dishes, with the treasure tower proving of little use. His body felt utterly useless. Compared to others, he was akin to a cripple. The assessment continued for half an hour. Nearly 300 individuals achieved bloodlines of 4th grade or higher and passed the assessment. This moment, all the young men and women stood in perfect order in the square. Elder Zhutai's gaze swept across the crowd, revealing a satisfied smile. This time, the assessment had yielded 10 geniuses with 5th grade bloodlines, surpassing previous years. From this moment onwards, you shall be outer disciples of Qingyun's sect. I will now distribute your identity tokens. This token signifies your status as outer disciples of Qingyun's sect. allowing you free access in and out of the sect, Elder Zhutai announced. Following this, 2 outer disciples began to move a large sealed copper chest. Upon opening the chest, it revealed neatly stacked hundreds of golden wooden tokens. Elder Zhutai then proceeded to distribute the identity tokens, personally engraving each disciple's name onto their respective tokens. Everyone was exceptionally thrilled. They were now disciples of Qingyun's sect, one of the 4 major sects of Jiangyun Kingdom. This was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once they stepped outside and revealed their identities, they would garner respect. When Lu Run received his identity token, which was engraved with the characters Lu Run, he too was filled with excitement. "Thank you, Elder." Lu Run clasped his hands in gratitude before stepping back. Once everyone had received their tokens, Elder Zhutai led them to the outer disciple area. Here stood majestic peaks that soared into the clouds, vast and magnificent. Ancient trees flourished upon the peaks, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, resembling a celestial paradise. The peaks were connected by iron suspension bridges. The disciples followed Elder Zhutai across the iron bridges towards one of the peaks. Soon, they arrived at a mid-mountain area where uniquely designed courtyards had been constructed. "This shall be your dormitory. Point 2 of you will share a courtyard. Each dormitory contains the disciple rules, outlining what outer disciples can and cannot do in clear detail." Elder Zhutai indicated towards the various courtyards. "Moreover, tomorrow morning, you will proceed to the martial hall to collect your awakening pills for the awakening ceremony." Understood. The disciples responded in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. As outer disciples, they would each receive an awakening pill from the martial hall every month for a year. Within this year, if they could not successfully awaken, they would be expelled from the sect. However, disciples with 4th grade bloodlines only required 1 or 2 awakening pills to successfully awaken and become martial artists. With Elder Zhutai's departure, the disciples eagerly rushed into the courtyards, selecting their accommodations. The courtyards resembled traditional Chinese quadrangles, with a main gate on one side and dormitories on either side, with a spacious martial arts training ground in the center for practicing martial techniques. Lu Ran chose a dormitory in one of the courtyards. The dormitory was quite simple, containing only a bed and a table, on which lay 2 books, one titled Disciple Rules and the other Fundamentals of Martial Arts. Lu Ran casually flipped through the disciple rules, gaining a rough understanding of the regulations, but he found the fundamentals of martial arts far more engaging, filled with essential cultivation knowledge. For instance, it outlined the various martial realms, ascending from the awakening realm, spiritual stream realm, cloud river realm, divine sea realm, to the celestial realm, among others. Once a martial artist in the awakening realm opened 7 spiritual apertures, they could then strive to enter the spiritual stream realm. Just as Lu Ren was engrossed in reading, footsteps echoed from outside. A slender and handsome youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, entered with a smile on his face. "Brother, what brings you here?" Lu Ren inquired. "Eluran, I shan't beat around the bush, and my name is Xiao Huahua, and I've come to discuss a business proposition with you." The slender youth stated straightforwardly. "A business proposition? What business could we possibly discuss?" Lu Ren asked, bewildered. "Lu Ren, tomorrow we will be going to the martial hall to collect our awakening pills for the awakening ceremony. Would you consider selling me your awakening pill?" Xiao Huahua directly stated his intentions. "Sell it to you?" Lu Ren was taken aback. "Don't take it the wrong way, but you are a waste bloodline. No matter how many awakening pills you consume, you will never succeed in awakening. Rather than waste it, why not sell it to me?" Xiao Huahua spoke with politeness. Eluran did not immediately agree. Instead, he asked, "With your talents, you should be able to awaken soon enough, right? In the path of cultivation, every moment counts. I can't guarantee that I will awaken immediately with just 1 awakening pill. If I can obtain yours, I could succeed in awakening tomorrow and become a martial artist." Xiao Huahua's eyes radiated fervor. The sooner he became a martial artist, the more he would gain an advantage over others. Eluran felt a flicker of temptation and inquired, "What price can you offer?" Xiao Huahua raised 2 fingers, stating, "The price of an awakening pill within the sect is approximately 15,000 copper coins. I can give you 20,000 copper coins." 20,000? Lu Ran was utterly astonished. Copper coins were the currency of Jiangyun Kingdom, with a purchasing power comparable to that of currency in his previous life. An ordinary person could earn around 3,000 copper coins in a month, which was considered a decent income. Yet this Xiao Huahua was offering him 20,000 copper coins outright. To put this into perspective, Lu Ran had earned merely 1,500 copper coins during a year of serving dishes at a tavern, which was barely enough to cover his own meals. Seeing Lu Ren's astonishment, Xiao Huohuo wore a smug expression. From Lu Ren's attire, it was clear he did not come from a prominent family. For Lu Ren, 20,000 copper coins represented a significant sum. Moreover, the waste bloodline Lu Ren possessed rendered the awakening pill unnecessary. Nevertheless, Lu Ren shook his head, refusing, "I won't sell it." "Not selling?" Xiao Huohuo's face displayed disbelief as he asked. "Then why keep it?" Lu Ren smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao, since you desire my awakening pill, other brothers must also wish for it. Tomorrow, I plan to auction it off. The highest bidder shall win." Currently, he needed money the most, so he certainly could not sell it to Xiao Huohuo for merely 20,000 copper coins. Xiao Huohuo nearly spat blood upon hearing Lu Ren's words. Had he known Lu Ren was so shrewd, he would not have approached him for this discussion. Chapter 4. The mysterious treasure tower space suppressing his inner fury, Xiao Huohuo maintained a smile and said, "Lu Ren, how about this? You set a price, and we can negotiate a private transaction." He was desperate to acquire Lu Ren's awakening pill. Being the first to awaken could potentially garner the attention of the sect's elders. The first to awaken was always the most noticed. He had heard that each awakening would attract the elders' attention, and those who awakened early could even receive rewards from the sect. Lu Ren contemplated for a moment before responding. "Brother Xiao, since you are so sincere, I will extend a sincere price as well, 100,000 copper coins." 100,000 copper coins? Xiao Huohuo nearly had his eyes pop out at that price. "Do you think my offer is too low?" "True, many people desire my awakening pill. How about 200,000 copper coins?" Lu Ren suggested 200,000 copper coins. Xiao Huohuo was left utterly speechless, his mind racing. This fellow had increased the price tenfold in an instant. Although he was wealthy, he was not foolish enough to spend such an exorbitant amount on a single awakening pill. "Lu Ren, you may as well keep that awakening pill." Xiao Huohuo's smile faded as he prepared to leave. "Brother," Lu Ren called out, pointing to the fire spirit sword on the table. "Are you interested in that sword? Are you offering to sell it to me?" Xiao Huohuo widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "That is a welcoming gift from the Holy Maiden, and you actually intend to sell it to me? The welcoming gift given to me by my master is rightfully mine. Hence, I can certainly sell it." Lu Ren replied with a faint smile. He possessed a treasure tower, which afforded him countless hours of cultivation, yet he lacked resources. The fire spirit sword was of no use to him at present, so he naturally intended to sell it to acquire the necessary resources. For a moment, Xiao Huohuo was tempted, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. "Lu Ren, this is a low-grade spiritual weapon, worth at least 1 million copper coins. I cannot possibly produce such a sum on short notice." Although his family was well off, he was still underage, and the monthly allowance from his family was merely 100,000 copper coins. Currently, he had no more than 200,000 copper coins in total. "If you cannot produce the full amount at once, you may pay in installments," Lu Ren suggested. "What does paying in installments mean?" Xiao Huohuo asked, his face a picture of confusion. Lu Ren explained, "You can pay me 20% up front, and the remaining 80% can be settled over the course of a year, of course. I must charge you a small interest. How does a 10% interest sound?" Xiao Huohuo had never heard of such a payment method, but he understood Lu Ren's intent and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall give you 200,000 copper coins now, and I will repay the remaining 800,000 copper coins over 10 months, paying you 88,000 copper coins each month." He was certain to pursue the path of fire cultivation, and the fire spirit sword was perfectly suited for him. Once he successfully opened his meridians, his family would provide him with a larger monthly allowance. 1 million was not beyond his means, and he could enjoy the power of the fire spirit sword in advance. "Then let us draft a written agreement," Lu Ren proclaimed, promptly producing paper and ink to record the agreement, with both parties affixing their seals. "Here is the note for 200,000 copper coins. Take it." Xiao Huohuo pulled out 20 notes, each worth 10,000 copper coins. Such notes were widely recognized currency in the Jiangyan Kingdom. After concluding the transaction, Xiao Huohuo departed with the fire spirit sword in hand. Lu Ren tucked the 20 notes into his robe and began to clear his mind. Soon, he felt a familiar sharp pain in his head. In the next moment, his surroundings transformed, and he found himself in a space resembling a round sky and square earth. This space was ethereal, containing only a simple thatched cottage amidst some massive stones and splintered wood. This was the realm of the treasure tower. Time within this realm was distorted. 3 years spent here equated to merely a breath in the outside world, and his lifespan would remain unaffected. The only caveat was that he needed sufficient provisions, or he would surely starve. My body is still too weak. If I could strengthen it sufficiently, perhaps I could open my meridians. My talent may be lacking, but I will practice for 10 years. If 10 years is insufficient, then 100 or even 1,000 years. I refuse to believe I cannot open my meridians. Lu Ren mused quietly. As long as he possessed enough resources, he could break through in the blink of an eye. The worst that could happen was that he would exhaust himself. With this thought, Lu Ren exited the treasure tower space, left his dormitory, and made his way to the dining hall. The dining hall catered to the daily meals of new disciples. Approaching the hour of Shun, many new and senior disciples were already dining. Lu Ren did not partake in the meal but headed toward the kitchen. The head chef, a robust middle-aged man, curiously inquired, "Young disciple, this is the kitchen, not a dining area." Lu Ren discreetly slipped the note into the chef's pocket and stated, "I wish to purchase spirit rice." The chef glanced at the note. Realizing it was worth 1,000 copper coins, his expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Lu Ren with awe. Where did this wealthy young man come from? I cannot accept this money. The chef returned the note to Lu Ren, smiling, "Young disciple, please state your needs, and this money is best returned to you." This 1,000 copper coins were hard-earned by Lu Ren from menial labor, and now that he had sold the fire spirit sword, he was no longer concerned about the sum. "Once I offer the money, I shall not take it back. I genuinely need to purchase spirit rice worth 200,000 copper coins," Lu Ren declared grandly. Spirit rice differed from ordinary rice. It contained spiritual energy and was highly suitable for those about to become martial artists. A pound of spirit rice could sustain a person for 5 days with 3 meals a day. Yet it was quite expensive. "You wish to buy that much spirit rice?" the chef exclaimed in shock. 50 copper coins purchase a pound of spirit rice. 200,000 copper coins would amount to 4,000 pounds. If one person consumes it, that is enough for 20,000 days. "Do you have such stock in our dining hall?" "I need it now," Lu Ren insisted. "Yes, indeed." The chef did not dare question Lu Ren's need for such a quantity and led him to the grain storage in the back kitchen. Inside were bags upon bags of spirit rice, at least 100 in total. "With your 200,000 copper coins, I can sell you 4,000 pounds of spirit rice, which amounts to 40 bags. "But how will you transport it?" the chef inquired curiously. Lu Ren approached a bag of spirit rice, placed his palm upon it, and instantly absorbed it into the treasure tower space. The chef's jaw dropped in astonishment. Could this disciple possess a spatial artifact? Such artifacts, capable of containing a hidden space, could store personal items. Items such as earrings, rings, bracelets, jade pendants, and money bags could be crafted into spatial artifacts, but they were exceedingly expensive. Those who owned such artifacts were either wealthy or noble. Lu Ren stored 39 bags of spirit rice in the treasure tower space, then handed the note to the chef, saying, "This is 200,000 copper coins. I will return to purchase spirit rice in the future. I hope you can keep this a secret." With that, Lu Ren exited the kitchen, finished his dinner in the dining hall, and returned to his dormitory, re-entering the treasure tower space. Gazing at the neatly arranged bags of spirit rice, Lu Ren felt a profound sense of security. This supply of spirit rice would sustain him for nearly 20,000 days, equivalent to 55 years. Surely, he would succeed in opening his meridians. With that thought, Lu Ren began his arduous training. Chapter 5. Awakening the spiritual apertures. Lu Ren had long since devised a cultivation plan. His physical constitution was far too poor, nowhere near that of the inhabitants of the Xinhuang continent, and his talent was even more dismal. A defective bloodline. To become stronger, he could only rely on relentless perseverance, first strengthening his body before attempting to open his meridians. Dripping water hollows out stone. Gold can be carved. A pestle can be ground into a needle. Even with my poor talent, what does it matter? I possess endless time for cultivation. Thus, Lu Ren commenced his training, exercising for 12 hours a day, performing 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and running 10 kilometers around the thatched cottage. His meals consisted solely of spirit rice. The initial days were torturous for Lu Ren, who struggled to endure the full regimen, his body aching terribly. A month later, however, Lu Ren's body had fully adapted to this level of exertion. At this point, he could clearly feel the transformation within himself. His physique had become robust, and his muscles were well-defined. Lu Ren then began to increase his workload, performing 2,000 push-ups, 2,000 sit-ups, and running 20 kilometers around the cottage. Thus, he persevered for a full 3 years. After 3 years, Lu Ren had sculpted his body to the point where it appeared slim in clothing yet muscular when bare, and his strength had increased several-fold. After this period of grueling training, Lu Ren felt that his body was comparable to that of the other new disciples. Given my talent, taking the aperture-opening pill would likely yield no results. I might as well attempt to open my meridians myself. No matter how poor my talent, it cannot be that I cannot open them after over 60 years. Lu Ren contemplated inwardly. For the following days, Lu Ren continued his intense training, consuming spirit rice to replenish his strength. He dedicated 6 fixed hours each day to training and 3 hours attempting to open his meridians by concentrating all his energy in his lower abdomen, trying to awaken his first spiritual aperture, which was located there. The remaining 3 hours were reserved for sleeping and resting. Day after day, year after year, 50 years flew by. Lu Ren, while his body felt slightly fatigued, showed no visible changes in appearance. Yet he was growing increasingly impatient. 50 years, a full 50 years spent in monotonous training. Any ordinary person would have gone mad by now. Nevertheless, throughout these 50 years, Lu Ren held steadfast to one unwavering belief. He must open his meridians. If he did not, he would remain an ordinary person in this world. Since he had come to this realm, he refused to accept mediocrity. However, he could never have anticipated that after 50 years, he still had not managed to open his meridians. This defective bloodline was indeed a formidable obstacle. Fortunately, he was in the treasure tower space, where merely a second had passed outside. Had it been in the real world, 50 years would have left him on the brink of death. After 50 years, even an iron pestle should have been ground into a needle. Lu Ren shook his head, feeling a pang of bitterness. Over these years, with the nourishment of spirit rice, he sensed that his body had reached its limits and could not improve further. Yet, he remained unable to open his meridians. The spirit rice would sustain him for 3 more years. If he could not open his meridians in that time, he would have to resort to the aperture-opening pill. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Lu Ren lingered in the treasure tower space for another 3 years, observing no change in his lower abdomen. After enduring 55 years of arduous practice without opening his meridians, he couldn't help but lament, "Am I truly this useless?" Just as he prepared to exit the treasure tower space, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, as if it were being scorched by fire. This fiery energy drew all the vitality in his body towards his lower abdomen. In an instant, Lu Ren felt a powerful force swirling wildly in his lower abdomen, causing him immense pain. The intensity of the discomfort escalated. Lu Ren curled up on the ground, rolling in agony. This ordeal lasted for 10 heartbeats, and suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from his lower abdomen, akin to an egg being shattered. Soon after, the pain dissipated, and he sensed a peculiar energy gathering in his lower abdomen. Lu Ren's face lit up with excitement, and he could not help but burst into joyous laughter, the sound echoing throughout the treasure tower space. Ha ha ha! After 55 years, I have finally opened my first spiritual aperture. At that moment, Lu Ren distinctly felt subtle changes within himself. He seemed able to harness the strange energy within the aperture and channel it into his limbs, significantly amplifying his strength. With a single punch, he could likely exert a force of 1,000 pounds. Now, he could certainly strike down a bull with a single blow. This was the essence of being a martial artist, strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. I have successfully opened my meridian and officially become a martial artist. Lu Ren clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing from the spiritual aperture, his heart brimming with exhilaration. After 55 years, having spent 200,000 copper coins, he had transformed from a frail individual into a martial artist capable of opening his meridians. Moreover, all this had transpired in the blink of an eye in the outside world. Those who entered alongside him, even those with 4th or 5th grade bloodlines, would still require the aperture-opening pill to succeed. Yet he had done it. I need a substantial amount of money. As long as I have enough funds, even with my poor talent, my cultivation speed will far exceed that of any genius. With this thought, Lu Ren planned to auction the aperture-opening pill he would receive the next day. Now that he had opened his meridian, he no longer needed the pill, and Xiao Huahua would surely want to purchase it. Others would likely be interested as well, ensuring a lucrative bid. Emerging from the treasure tower space, Lu Ren diligently studied the disciplinary rules before retiring early for the night. The following morning, on a nearby mountain peak, several elders gathered, their eyes fixed on a grand hall in the distance. A massive plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words Martial Hall. Today, the new disciples would go to the Martial Hall to receive the aperture opening pill and participate in the meridian opening ceremony. Naturally, this group of elders paid close attention. Just then, a figure clad in white, Yun Qingyao, gracefully descended from afar, landing not far from the elders, prompting a wave of astonishment among them. A green-robed elder turned to Yun Qingyao and suddenly spoke. "Elder Yun, what brings you here? I heard you accepted a disciple with a defective bloodline yesterday. Do you wish to witness your disciple's meridian opening? How could a defective bloodline possibly open its meridian? Not even a plethora of aperture opening pills could achieve that," another elder chimed in. Yun Qingyao replied coldly, "What of a defective bloodline? In the realm of cultivation, I firmly believe there are no defective bloodlines, only defective individuals." After returning home and reflecting, she realized that a person who was aware of their inability to cultivate yet still sought her as a master demonstrated remarkable determination. For that reason, she decided to give Lu Ren a chance, thus she came to witness his attempt at opening his meridian. Whether he succeeded or not was of little importance. She valued his attitude toward cultivation. Chapter 6. The Celestial's Guidance. At this moment, numerous new disciples arrived at the Martial Hall, their faces alight with excitement. Lu-ren followed the throng to the entrance of the Martial Hall. Elder Zhu Tai stood at the entrance, gazing at the neatly arranged disciples, and spoke. "Starting today, every month, you will be able to receive an aperture opening pill here at the Martial Hall for a year, until you successfully open your meridian. After receiving the aperture opening pill, you shall consume it here and partake in the meridian opening ceremony. Those who succeed today will have the opportunity to borrow a high-grade martial skill from the Martial Skill Pavilion for 6 months. Upon hearing this, many new disciples felt their eyes blaze with anticipation. Martial skills are classified into tiers, from low to high. Human tier, Yellow tier, Shin tier, Earth tier, and Heaven tier, with each tier further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Most of them hailed from noble families and rarely had access to high-grade martial skills. If they succeeded in opening their meridians today, they could borrow a high-grade martial skill, which would undoubtedly elevate their combat prowess. I must succeed in opening my meridian today. My bloodline is 5th grade, and I will undoubtedly succeed." Many new disciples were itching to begin. Elder Zhu Tai then emerged from the Martial Hall, carrying a massive wooden box. Even before opening it, the fragrant scent of medicine wafted through the as Elder Zhu Tai opened the box. A collection of pearl-like pills, exuding a rich aroma, was revealed. These were the aperture opening pills. It is said that unless one opens their meridian, they cannot cultivate. Only by opening your spiritual apertures will you gain the right to practice. Now, line up to receive your aperture opening pill. Sit cross-legged in the square and use the pill to comprehend your own potential. As Elder Zhu's voice faded, all the new disciples formed a line, each receiving an aperture opening pill and then taking their seats in the square to prepare for the meridian opening. Lu Ren took an aperture opening pill and followed the crowd to the square. From a distance, Yun Qingyao observed Lu Ren receiving the pill, a smile gracing her lips, her heart filled with a sense of anticipation. If even a disciple with a defective bloodline could succeed in opening their meridian, it would certainly astonish the entirety of Jiangyun Kingdom. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a booming voice resonated from afar. "Brothers, I am putting my aperture opening pill up for auction. Starting bid is 10,000 copper coins, with increments of no less than 10,000. Lu Ren's voice echoed. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The new disciples were stunned. Elder Zhu Tai was taken aback, and Yun Qingyao was utterly flabbergasted. This fellow was actually auctioning off the aperture opening pill he had just received, and starting at 10,000 copper coins? Truly, he was a hopeless case. A defective bloodline was one thing, but to show no aspiration and auction off the aperture opening pill was beyond comprehension. Yun Qingyao's frustration boiled over, and she turned to leave. The last vestiges of goodwill she had harbored for Lu Ren evaporated entirely. This useless disciple could be treated as though he did not exist. The elders who were secretly observing were equally dumbfounded. On the very first day of entering, to auction off the aperture opening pill in front of everyone was something that had never occurred before. If he were a genius with a 6th grade bloodline, it would be one thing. Even without the pill, he could open his meridian in a short time. But he was a waste of talent, lacking even a 1st grade bloodline, merely a defective bloodline. Elder Zhu Tai stood at the entrance of the Martial Hall. Witnessing Lu Ren raise the enlightenment pill for auction, he was filled with fury and exclaimed, Lu Ren, you, a scion of a defective bloodline, dare to openly auction the enlightenment pill you have just received. Such a lack of ambition is a grave disrespect to our sect and to your master. Lu Ren shook his head repeatedly, defending himself. Disciple would never. I hold no disrespect towards the sect or my master. Elder Zhu Tai retorted, no disrespect. What does the disciple's code state? Once one becomes a disciple of the Qingyun sect, one must strive diligently in cultivation. Even with the weakest of talents, as long as one is willing to put in the effort, one can become a formidable warrior. Although you possess a defective bloodline and your chance of enlightenment is slim, you must not give up, Lu Ren replied. Elder Zhu Tai, you misunderstand. I have already achieved enlightenment. In that instant, Elder Zhu Tai trembled with rage, declaring, nonsense. You, a defective bloodline, have not even consumed the enlightenment pill. How could you possibly achieve enlightenment? Your master, Yun Xingyao, a prodigy with a 7th grade bloodline, took a month to succeed in enlightenment without the pill. And you dare to claim you have achieved it? At that moment, not only Elder Zhu Tai, but the other disciples also regarded Lu Ren as delusional for uttering such absurdities. Lu Ren chuckled. Elder Zhu Tai, I truly have achieved enlightenment. If you do not believe me, come and test it. Seeing Lu Ren's confidence, Elder Zhu Tai approached him, placing his palm against Lu Ren's abdomen. Suddenly, he felt a faint surge of energy emanating from within. Could it be? You truly have opened your spiritual orifices? Elder Zhu Tai was utterly astonished, his murky eyes fixed intently on Lu Ren's face. This was indeed too incredible. A defective bloodline had directly opened its orifices. What? Lu Ren has opened his orifices? Impossible. How could a defective bloodline achieve such a feat? All the disciples were in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. They were still waiting for the enlightenment pill to achieve their own enlightenment, while this defective bloodline had already succeeded. Elder Zhu Tai had once speculated whether Lu Ren had opened his orifices before entering the Qingyun sect, but he quickly dismissed that thought. The testing stone not only detects bloodline aptitude but also verifies whether one has achieved enlightenment, meaning Lu Ren must have done so after joining the sect Lu Ren. How did you accomplish this? Elder Zhu Tai inquired. Lu Ren had already prepared his explanation. Last night, I had a dream of an ethereal elder who claimed I possessed the potential of a great emperor. Upon waking, I felt a burning sensation in my abdomen, and lo and behold, I had achieved enlightenment. A celestial guiding the way? Elder Zhu Tai was taken aback. A celestial guiding the way? Lu Ren murmured. Elder Zhu Tai maintained his astonishment, stating, this must be the legendary celestial guidance. Though rare, it has indeed occurred before. Our sect once had a disciple with weak aptitude who suddenly achieved enlightenment. Despite his mediocre gifts, he managed to open 7 spiritual orifices and reached the spirit stream realm. Then, Elder Zhu Tai spoke solemnly, Lu Ren, this is your fortune, a divine blessing from the heavens, a gift from the celestial, allowing you to become a true warrior. You must strive diligently to surpass the accomplishments of that disciple. If a defective bloodline can also cultivate to the spirit stream realm, it would indeed be a miracle. I shall heed your teachings, Elder. Lu Ren bowed respectfully and then queried, Elder, now that I have successfully opened my orifices, what should I do with this enlightenment pill? Sell it to whomever you wish. Elder Zhu Tai turned away, no longer intervening in Lu Ren's affairs. Lu Ren grinned and directed his gaze at the other disciples, proclaiming loudly, who wishes to purchase my enlightenment pill? The highest bidder wins. All the disciples were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure and began to bid eagerly. Many among them were scions of prominent families within the Jiangyun kingdom and had no shortage of funds. As long as they could obtain the enlightenment pill and achieve enlightenment ahead of others, their standing within their families would undoubtedly rise. Moreover, achieving enlightenment today would allow them to borrow a high-grade martial technique from the martial technique pavilion. They were determined to secure this enlightenment pill at all costs. I bid 100,000 copper coins. I bid 110,000 copper coins. I bid 120,000 copper coins. I bid 250,000 copper coins. Numerous disciples were embroiled in a heated contest, particularly those with 4th grade bloodlines who were the most fervent in their bidding. Although Xiao Huahua was inclined to join the fray, he had spent all his money on the fire spirit sword and thus relinquished the opportunity. Ultimately, Lu Ren's enlightenment pill was claimed by a disciple with a 4th grade bloodline for the price of 300,000 copper coins. Lu Ren, receiving 30 notes of 10,000 copper coins each, was thoroughly satisfied as he prepared to depart. Lu Ren. Elder Zhu Tai called out, tossing him a token. Since you have successfully opened your orifices, take this token to select a high-grade martial technique from the Martial Technique Pavilion. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ren accepted the token and, under the watchful eyes of the other disciples, made his way from the Martial Hall's plaza towards the distant Martial Technique Pavilion. All the disciples gazed at Lu Ren's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. This Lu Ren, who was clearly of a defective bloodline, had not only become the first to join the sect, but also the first to achieve enlightenment and become a warrior. They, who were at least of 4th or 5th grade bloodlines, found themselves overshadowed by this so-called defective bloodline. Along the way, Lu Ren murmured to himself, the fundamentals of martial arts states that within every person lie 7 spiritual orifices. The more orifices one opens, the greater one's strength. After opening the first spiritual orifice, one merely needs to cultivate body-refining martial techniques to refine the body and unlock the remaining orifices. First, I shall select a martial technique. After a while, Lu Ren traversed the expansive plaza and arrived before a 3-story pavilion. This was the Martial Technique Pavilion. This pavilion, located in the entrance area, housed only the most precious high-grade martial techniques. To access higher-level martial techniques, one would need to venture to the external area's Martial Technique Pavilion. Lu Ren stepped inside, where rows of shelves displayed an array of martial technique manuals, broadening his horizons. The shelves were divided into 3 sections: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade martial techniques. As Lu Ren prepared to approach the high-grade section, an elder guarding the pavilion reminded him, ordinary entry disciples may borrow 1 low-grade or mid-grade martial technique per month for a duration of 1 month. High-grade martial techniques require contributions to borrow. Lu Ren approached, presenting his token and stating, Elder, I have successfully opened my orifices. Upon seeing the token, the elder guarding the pavilion regarded Lu Ren with newfound respect, exclaiming, You may borrow 1 high-grade martial technique for a duration of 6 months. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ren made his way to the high-grade martial technique section, gazing at the numerous manuals laid open before him, utterly captivated. Tiger's Claw, Thunder Fist, Void-Breaking Finger. What are these techniques? With both palms striking out, they transform into raindrops, generating a torrential force, a punch released like thunder, 5 fists striking simultaneously to create a tempest of power. Channeling energy through a finger, it transforms into a sword, embodying the force of void breaking. He comprehended all the words within the manuals, yet the method of cultivation eluded him. At that moment, Lu Ren recalled certain novels from his previous life where the protagonists would effortlessly acquire divine techniques upon transmigration. Such notions seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, novels are deceptive. Ultimately, Lu Ren dismissed the idea of cultivating high-grade martial techniques. As a person of defective bloodline, mastering such techniques would likely prove arduous. Even if he forced himself, the cost would outweigh the benefits. With that thought, Lu Ren moved to the low-grade martial technique section, flipping open a manual, Fierce Tiger Fist. It contained detailed illustrations of the required postures and clear annotations. This type of martial technique manual was far more suited for his cultivation. Moreover, Lu Ren believed that with consistent practice, even the most ordinary techniques could yield extraordinary results through quantitative change. After returning the book, Lu Ren approached the elder guarding the pavilion and inquired, Elder, if I choose not to select a high-grade martial technique, may I borrow multiple low-grade techniques instead? What did you say? The elder guarding the pavilion thought he had misheard. It is well known that high-grade martial techniques wield far greater power than low-grade ones. In other words, among warriors of the same level, those who cultivate high-grade martial techniques can effortlessly defeat those who practice low-grade techniques. Many outer disciples undertake frenzied tasks solely to exchange for high-grade martial techniques, knowing that once mastered, their combat power would skyrocket. Yet, here stood a disciple who rejected high-grade techniques for low-grade ones. Are you certain you do not wish to select a high-grade martial technique? The elder inquired. Absolutely. Lu Ren nodded affirmatively. The elder replied, Then you may borrow 3 low-grade martial techniques for a duration of 6 months. Lu Ren returned to the low-grade martial technique section and, after careful selection, chose 3 techniques suitable for himself. The first, a low-grade offensive technique, Fierce Tiger Fist. The second, a low-grade defensive technique, Bagua Palm. And the third, a low-grade agility technique, Spirit Cat Steps. With the 3 manuals in hand, Lu Ren approached the elder guarding the pavilion for registration. Upon seeing Lu Ren's name, the elder was taken aback, exclaiming, You are Lu Ren? The disciple of defective bloodline? Lu Ren had already gained notoriety among the elders of the sect, not merely due to his defective bloodline, but because the news of the saintess Yun Qingyao taking a disciple of such lineage had spread the previous day. It could be said that all the elders of the Qingyun sect were aware of a disciple named Lu Ren with a defective bloodline. Indeed, Lu Ren awkwardly admitted. The elder furrowed his brow and questioned, Lu Ren, where did you obtain this token? Given your defective bloodline, it is inconceivable that you could achieve enlightenment. Consuming as many enlightenment pills as you wish would yield no results, Eluren responded. Elder Zhu Tai stated that I received a celestial blessing and successfully opened my orifices. If you do not believe me, feel for yourself. The elder, skeptical, placed his palm on Lu Ren's abdomen and immediately sensed the energy fluctuations. Good heavens, you truly have opened your spiritual orifices. The elder's eyes sparkled with astonishment. No wonder you wish to exchange a high-grade martial technique for low-grade ones. The elder came to a realization. Stroking his beard and continued, these 3 martial technique manuals can be returned whenever you wish, but they must not be lent to others. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. For one with a defective bloodline to open their orifices is indeed a divine blessing. As for mastering martial techniques, whether in 6 months or even a year or 2, it will be a challenging endeavor. Yet, I am curious to see if you, a disciple of defective bloodline, can cultivate a martial technique given sufficient time. After registering Lu Ren, the elder guarding the pavilion earnestly advised, work hard in your cultivation. Do not disappoint your master. I will do my best. Lu Ren replied sincerely before turning to leave. He did not head to the dormitory, but instead ran to the dining hall to purchase spirit rice from the head chef. Lu Ren wished to buy spirit rice worth 300,000 copper coins, but the chef simply could not provide it, as the dining hall required spirit rice daily and could only procure it a month later. Lu Ren decided to hand over the 300,000 copper coins to the chef for future procurement. Returning to his dormitory, Lu Ren opened the manual for Fierce Tiger Fist. This technique was inspired by the fierce tiger, crafted to unleash an overwhelming presence in battle once perfected. Lu Ren went to the courtyard and began to imitate the movements depicted in the manual. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself devoid of power, lacking any semblance of form. After an hour of practice, his movements remained clumsy, and he struggled to grasp the fundamentals. At that moment, Xiao Huohua entered the courtyard and, witnessing Lu Ren's awkward training, nearly burst into laughter. Junior brother Lu, you are practicing Fierce Tiger Fist, aren't you? Xiao Huohua chuckled. Eluren paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed, Senior brother Xiao, you actually know I am practicing Fierce Tiger Fist? Xiao Huohua smiled leisurely, demonstrating his own punches with the grace of a tiger pouncing, exuding an impressive aura. Seeing this, Lu Ren exclaimed in surprise, You have also cultivated Fierce Tiger Fist? My family, the Xiao clan, possesses this martial technique as well. It's a foundational technique. Within half a month, I reached mastery, Xiao Huohuo replied. Junior brother Lu, you just achieved enlightenment today. Shouldn't you be studying high-grade martial techniques instead of this? Xiao Huohua asked curiously. Eluren explained. Senior brother Xiao, you know I have a defective bloodline. It is impossible for me to cultivate high-grade martial techniques, so I am trying out Fierce Tiger Fist. I see. Xiao Huohua nodded slightly. Junior brother, your defective bloodline achieving enlightenment is already a miracle. I wonder how long it will take for you to master Fierce Tiger Fist. Senior brother Xiao, what does mastery entail? Lu Ren inquired. Most martial techniques are categorized by proficiency. Entry-level, minor success, major success, and perfection. Generally, warriors only reach major success. To attain perfection requires several times the effort for study. Xiao Huohuo replied, I possess a 4th-grade bloodline talent. I grasped Fierce Tiger Fist in 3 days, reached minor success in 7 days, and attained major success in half a month. If one were as gifted as the saintess, they might achieve major success in just 3 days. Listening to Xiao Huohua, Lu Ren silently lamented the significance of bloodline talent. Regaining his composure, he smiled lightly. Then I wish senior brother Xiao success in reaching perfection soon. I do not intend to perfect Fierce Tiger Fist. With that time, I could cultivate mid-grade and high-grade martial techniques instead. Fierce Tiger Fist is merely a transitional technique. Xiao Huohuo replied, shaking his head. All right, junior brother Lu, focus on your training. With your defective bloodline, achieving entry level will not be easy. After saying this, Xiao Huohuo left. Not wishing to disturb Lu Ren further, Lu Ren continued practicing Fierce Tiger Fist, yet progress remained elusive. However, Having persevered for 70 years to achieve enlightenment, he was not deterred by difficulties and continued diligently training. In the following days, Lu Ren practiced fierce tiger fist, while Xiao Huahua trained diligently in his own dormitory. They met at mealtimes and returned to training afterward a month later. Xiao Huahua successfully achieved enlightenment. In his excitement, he noticed Lu Ren still struggling in place, making no progress, and began to offer guidance. However, after several attempts, Lu Ren's cultivation remained stagnant. The challenges posed by his defective bloodline were formidable. No matter how much he was taught, it seemed futile. Perhaps even the saintess herself would struggle to impart knowledge effectively. Xiao Huahua shook his head, abandoning the idea of further instruction. Junior brother, it seems your talent is truly lacking. I will not take up more of your time. I must attend to some matters. Lu Ren declared before departing. Calculating the time, he realized the dining hall should have completed its procurement. After training outside for a month, Lu Ren felt he was wasting time. If he could enter the pagoda space, he wouldn't feel a hint of regret. In the pagoda space, he could train with determination. His 300,000 copper coins would purchase 60 bags of spirit rice, enough to sustain his cultivation for 82 years. Seeing Lu Ren leave, Xiao Huahua murmured to himself, now that I have successfully achieved enlightenment, I can also go to the martial technique pavilion to borrow techniques. If I can find a sword manual to pair with the fire spirit sword, those 5th grade bloodline disciples will not stand a chance against me. With this thought, he eagerly rushed towards the martial technique pavilion. Soon, a boisterous laugh echoed from outside the courtyard. Ha ha ha! I have actually found a mid-grade sword technique in the martial technique pavilion, the blazing fire sword technique. If I can cultivate this technique to mastery, I can at least open 3 spiritual orifices. Xiao Huahua could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed into the courtyard, retrieving the fire spirit sword to begin his fervent practice. Deep within the Qingyun sect, in a solemn pavilion, a dozen elders gathered, their eyes closed as if awaiting someone. Before long, Yun Qingyao entered, and without waiting for the other elders to inquire, she spoke coldly. I have been in seclusion recently to create my own sword technique. Yun elder has actually begun to develop her own sword technique. A bearded elder's face displayed astonishment. The other elders were similarly taken aback. They, like Yun Qingyao, had reached the divine sea realm, yet none had the capability to create martial arts techniques. Those who had nearly completed their own were just a step away from perfection. After finishing her statement, Yun Qingyao took a seat at a nearby position. Now, let us return to the main topic. The bearded elder straightened up and said, in a month's time, the Huangdao sect will bring 3 new disciples to our sect for exchanges and sparring. Last year and the year before, our new disciples lost to the Lihua sect and the Taijian sect, and if we are to lose to the Huangdao sect again, I fear our Qingyan sect will find it difficult to hold our head high before other sects. I have heard that the Huangdao sect has recruited a genius with a 6th grade bloodline. This individual has already opened 3 spiritual orifices even before entering the Huangdao sect. With him present, our sect's new disciples will likely be no match. Another elder interjected with a frown. Elder, did you summon me to discuss this matter? Yun Qingyao asked curiously. The elder stroked his beard and replied, Yun elder, the sect wishes for you to take on disciples, specifically for this upcoming sparring exchange. But the disciple I have taken in possesses a defective bloodline and struggles to even open a single orifice. I am powerless to assist. Yun Qingyao shook her head. It was utterly impossible to expect her to dedicate time to teaching a disciple when she could have already perfected her own sword technique in that time. Moreover, what could she teach a disciple who lacked ambition? Yun elder, you truly have an eye for talent. That disciple of yours with a defective bloodline is remarkable. He has received blessings from an immortal and has become the first disciple to open a spiritual orifice. One elder remarked enviously. What? Yun Qingyao's delicate face shifted slightly, disbelief etched across her features. The disciple she had inadvertently taken in had actually opened a spiritual orifice. Yun elder, your disciple opened a spiritual orifice immediately upon entering the sect. Such speed in opening orifices may even surpass your own. Although it is attributed to the blessings of an immortal, it still counts as an opened orifice. You must teach him well, the elder added. My disciple has actually received blessings from an immortal and opened a spiritual orifice. Yun Qingyao exclaimed, utterly astonished. In a wonder Lu Ren had wanted to auction the orifice-opening pill. She had wronged Lu Ren. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within her, and she felt a twinge of guilt towards Lu Ren. Now that a spiritual orifice had been opened, the orifice-opening pill was naturally rendered useless. and it could be auctioned off for a considerable sum. This was not a lack of ambition. It was clearly a talent for commerce. Yun Elder, the sect master has issued an order. You must bring your disciple to participate in this exchange for new disciples. The elder's words abruptly interrupted Yun Qingyao's thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Yun Qingyao smiled and replied, Elder, I agree to this matter. Really? You actually agreed? The elder's face was filled with surprise. He had been concerned that Yun Qingyao would refuse. Yet she had consented so readily. Since I have taken on a disciple, I must help the sect cultivate an outstanding disciple and repay the sect master's kindness. Yun Qingyao stated, Dio, you have confidence in cultivating Lu Ren? Although he has opened an orifice, he is still a defective bloodline. This is unprecedented. The elder remarked. A confident expression graced Yun Qingyao's serene and beautiful face as she replied, My disciple possesses my fire spirit sword. By simply imparting my self-created sword technique to him, I am fully confident that I can teach him well. As long as he practices my sword technique to the entry level, he can at least open 2 spiritual orifices. If he can cultivate it to minor success, he could open 4 orifices, and if he achieves great success, he could open 6 orifices. My disciple is merely a talentless defective. This is a decree from heaven, something unchangeable. With effort and my guidance, he too can become strong. Haha. If you can successfully cultivate a defective bloodline, it would certainly bring fame to our Qingyun sect. The elder laughed heartily. If Qingyun's sect could nurture even those with defective bloodlines, surely more talents would join their ranks in the future. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall go visit my disciple. With that, Yun Qingyao rose and departed. At this moment, in a separate courtyard, Xiao Huahua was wielding the fire spirit sword, practicing the fierce fire sword technique with considerable vigor. This fierce fire sword technique is truly formidable. Once I master it to perfection, those disciples with 5th grade bloodlines will be no match for me. Xiao Huahua exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the fire spirit sword in his hand. Spending 200,000 copper coins to experience the power of a low-grade spiritual weapon was indeed worthwhile. He aimed to master the sword technique within a month. Just as Xiao Huahua prepared to continue wielding the fire spirit sword, he suddenly sensed a shadow flash before him. In the next moment, a delicate hand unexpectedly struck toward his chest. Puff! Xiao Huahua spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. When he finally discerned the figure, a hint of shock crossed his pained face as he uttered, Holy maiden! Yun Qingyao retrieved the fallen fire spirit sword and pointed the blade at Xiao Huahua. You have the audacity to bully my disciple and seize his fire spirit sword. Though my disciple possesses a defective bloodline, do not forget he has a master. Yun Qingyao's expression was as cold as ice, a chilling aura emanating from her as if she intended to freeze Xiao Huahua in place. At that moment, a vision flashed in Yun Qingyao's mind. A disciple with a defective bloodline being bullied by peers from another courtyard, ultimately losing even the gift bestowed by his master. Xiao Huahua trembled in fear. Stammering, Holy maiden, you must be mistaken. Mistaken about what? The fire spirit sword in your possession was given to Lu Ran by me. Yun Qingyao replied coldly. Indeed, the fire spirit sword was given to Lu Ran, but it was not taken by me. Lu Ran sold it to me, Xiao Huahua quickly explained, terrified that Yun Qingyao might retaliate. This was not merely an elder of the Qingyun sect. She was also the holy maiden of Jiangyan Kingdom. Even if she killed him within the sect, he, Xiao Huahua, would not dare utter a word. Nonsense, Yun Qingyao retorted icily. This fire spirit sword is worth at least 1 million copper coins. How could a mere entry-level disciple possess such wealth? I cannot afford it, but Lu Ren allowed me to pay in installments. I initially gave him 200,000 copper coins, and for the remaining 800,000, including interest, I must pay him 88,000 copper coins each month for 10 months. Xiao Huahua said, tears welling in his eyes. Installments? Interest? Yun Qingyao's eyes widened in disbelief, as though she had heard the most outrageous claim. Holy maiden, I truly am not lying if you do not believe me. Wait for Lu Ren to return, and we can confront him together, Xiao Huahua hurriedly insisted. No need. Yun Qingyao put away the fire spirit sword, tossing 20 banknotes at Xiao Huahua, her voice icy as she declared, Here are 20,000 back to you. I shall take the fire spirit sword. Xiao Huahua felt as if he were about to cry. With the fire spirit sword taken away, wasn't his practice of the fierce fire sword technique in vain? Holy maiden, what should I do about the money Lu Ran is asking for? Xiao Huahua lamented. Of course, you shall not pay him. If he is dissatisfied, teach him a lesson. A talentless, defective bloodline who lacks ambition deserves to learn. Yun Qingyao huffed angrily as she departed. At 20 years old, it was her first time giving a gift, only for Lu Ran to sell the present she had given him and even allow another to pay in installments. She had intended to dedicate some time to teaching this disciple, but now she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him into oblivion. Shortly after Yun Qingyao left, Lu Run returned with great enthusiasm. Rushing into his quarters, Tio entered the tower space. He required an absolutely safe environment. Otherwise, his mind could not relax, making it impossible to access the tower space. Soon, Lu Ren found himself within the tower space. He gazed at the 60 bags of spiritual rice before him and began to calculate roughly 0.60 bags of spiritual rice would sustain him for 82 years. Lu Ran had been practicing the fierce tiger fist for a month without grasping its essence. Yet now, with 82 years of cultivation time, he need not fear failing to master it. Let the training commence. Lu Run took out the manual for the fierce tiger fist and continued his practice. For someone with a defective bloodline like Lu Run, training was a laborious and thankless endeavor. It took him 2 full years to cultivate the fierce tiger fist to minor success. Xiao Huahua, with his 4th-grade bloodline talent, achieved minor success in just 3 days, while Lu Run took 2 years to do the same. The disparity was staggering. It matters not that my talent is lacking. I can persevere. This spiritual rice will sustain my training for 80 years. Lu Ren pressed on with his training. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Within the tower space, Lu Ren moved like a fierce tiger, pouncing forward as his fists rained down, the air crackling with the force of his strikes, reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain. Ha! Lu Ren let out a fierce roar as his fist struck a massive boulder before him. Boom! The sound of an explosion resonated as the boulder shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. He had actually reached perfection. A smile crept onto Lu Ren's face. Though the fierce tiger fist was a low-grade human martial art, its power at full mastery was no less formidable, potentially even surpassing some mid-grade human techniques. Although it took 30 years to achieve, Lu Ren was unbothered. Moreover, he discovered that strands of spiritual energy flowed within his palms, conveying immense power. Lu Ren was ecstatic. He had opened 2 more spiritual orifices. Chapter 10. 6 spiritual orifices. I have actually opened 2 more spiritual orifices, totaling 3. My current strength should now reach 3,000 jin. Lu Ren clenched his hands tightly, feeling the surge of power and nodding in satisfaction. The sensation of increased strength was simply marvelous. Next, Lu Ren began to diligently practice the Bagua palm. This defensive technique involved the hands forming a Bagua stance, allowing one to withstand enemy attacks as long as the opponent's strength was not overwhelmingly superior. The difficulty of mastering the Bagua palm was significantly higher than that of the fierce tiger fist. It took Lu Ren a full 35 years to cultivate it to perfection. In the remaining 15 years, he managed to master the spirit cat step to a great extent. After 50 years of arduous training, he had opened 3 more spiritual orifices. Lu Ren was quite satisfied with his progress. 2 martial techniques had reached perfection, and 1 movement technique had reached great success. No matter how exceptional one's talent was, it would be difficult to achieve such a level in less than a year or 2, yet he had accomplished it in merely a second. I have cultivated 3 body-refining martial techniques, and after enduring 82 years of hardship, I have only opened 5 spiritual orifices. Lu Ren felt a hint of frustration at this realization. Within his palms, near his heart, and at the soles of his feet, he had opened a spiritual orifice that could store a trace of spiritual energy. Adding the orifice in his lower abdomen, he now had a total of 6 spiritual orifices, just 1 short of breaking into the spiritual creek realm. Lu Ren sensed his strength had increased at least 5-fold. Previously, when he opened a spiritual orifice, he could unleash a force of 1,000 jin with a single punch. Now he could unleash at least 6,000 jin of tremendous power. Such feats were unimaginable in his past life. It was a pity that the spirit cat step had yet to reach perfection. With this in mind, Lu Ren realized that a month had likely passed. Xiao Huahua should be returning the 88,000 copper coins to him. This sum would secure enough spiritual rice for 25 years, likely allowing him to cultivate the spirit cat step to perfection and perhaps even open a 7th spiritual orifice. Once he opened the 7th orifice, he would be able to break into the spiritual creek realm. Emerging from the tower space, Lu Ren took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. The outside world was indeed preferable. If not for the need to cultivate, he would not wish to linger in the tower space for even a moment longer. Ren approached Xiao Huahua's quarters and knocked on his door. At that moment, Xiao Huahua sat on his bed, feeling immensely disheartened. Although the holy maiden had returned his money, he had borrowed a book on the fierce fire sword technique, and now that the sword had been reclaimed, he could not practice the technique. Now unable to cultivate the sword technique, he would have to wait a month to exchange for another martial arts manual at the martial arts pavilion, effectively wasting a month of training time. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of resentment towards Lu Ren. Ever since crossing paths with Lu Ren, he had endured a string of misfortunes. Could it be that a practitioner with a defective bloodline was inherently unlucky? This Lu Ren has caused me to be struck by the holy maiden. My chest still burns fiercely. When he comes to ask for his money, I shall make him pay, Xiao Huahua thought, secretly looking forward to Lu Ren's arrival. Brother Lu. Just then, Lu Ren pushed the door open and interrupted Xiao Huahua's thoughts. He has finally arrived. Xiao Huahua felt a surge of joy within. Brother Lu Ren, what brings you here? He asked, suppressing his emotions. The month has come to an end. You owe me 88,000. Lu Ren squinted and smiled. Not a chance. What can you do to me? Xiao Huahua sneered. What did you say? Lu Ren's expression darkened, thinking he had misheard. Xiao Huahua wore a mischievous smile as he replied, Why should I repay a debt incurred through my own abilities? Brother Xiao, if you truly refuse to repay, do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Ren's tone grew cold, surprised to encounter someone who refused to pay back a debt in this world. However, this world was different. It was one where the strong prevailed. Having opened 6 spiritual orifices now, if Xiao Huahua continued to refuse, Lu Ren would teach him a lesson. Xiao Huahua could not help but laugh, crossing his arms. Brother Lu, you are a defective bloodline. How can you possibly be impolite to me, who has mastered the fierce tiger fist? He stood there, confident that Lu Ren, who had yet to even master the fierce tiger fist, could not possibly touch him. Xiao Huahua had already perfected the fierce tiger fist, and with both of them having opened only one orifice, Lu Ren was no match for him. You are my son now, Lu Ren chuckled, taking a step forward and suddenly striking out a palm towards Xiao Huahua. As his palm moved, wisps of spiritual energy shimmered, and the powerful force even caused the air to explode with a deafening sound. What? Xiao Huahua's expression shifted dramatically, completely unprepared for such force from Lu Ren's strike. At that moment, he had no time to dodge and swung a punch toward Lu Ren, the fierce wind of his fist surging forth like a tiger pouncing on its prey. This was the perfected fierce tiger fist. A single punch could overwhelm even an adult tiger. Bang! In the instant their fists and palms collided, Xiao Huahua felt as though struck by lightning, his body sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and then sliding to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could you possess such strength? Lying on the ground, Xiao Huahua felt excruciating pain, his arm dislocated. And he was even more astonished by Lu Ren's power. This was undoubtedly not the strength of a practitioner who had merely opened one spiritual orifice. Even those who had opened 3 or 4 spiritual orifices might not possess such strength as Lu Ren. Brother Xiao, I must confess, I have received blessings from an immortal. Not only have I opened one spiritual orifice, but I have opened 6, Lu Ren revealed, relishing the stunned expression on Xiao Huahua's face. Moreover, he had only used half of his strength in that palm strike. Had he gone all out, Xiao Huahua would have been severely injured. What? 6 spiritual orifices? Xiao Huahua's face was a mask of shock. The news that Lu Ren had opened a single spiritual orifice due to the blessings of an immortal had already astonished everyone. Now, the fact that he had opened 6 orifices was simply beyond belief. This was as if an immortal was personally feeding him. Lu Ren extended his hand and said calmly, Xiao Xixiang, please return the money to me. If this situation escalates, it will be you who loses face. Xiao Huahua, on the verge of tears, replied, Lu Ren shitty? It's not that I don't want to return it. The fire spirit sword was reclaimed by the saintess. She gave me 200,000 copper coins and instructed me not to return the money to you. If you come looking for it, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Reclaimed? Lu Ren was slightly taken aback. That fire spirit sword was a gift from her to you upon your first meeting. Naturally, she wouldn't be pleased if you sold it to me. Xiao Huahua wore a sorrowful expression. Ren approached and helped him up, feeling guilty as he said, Xiao Xixiang, my master reclaimed the fire spirit sword as well. You should have mentioned it sooner. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Listening to Lu Ren's words, Xiao Huahua was nearly exasperated to the point of spitting blood, gritting his teeth as he replied, Lu Ren shitty, it's my fault for not mentioning it sooner. Are you all right? Lu Ren asked with concern. Xiao Huahua shook his head, saying, I'm fine. I just need a few days to recuperate. As long as you're fine, I won't disturb you any longer, Lu Ren concluded, quickly exiting the room and shutting the door behind him. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Huahua felt increasingly wronged, finally bursting into tears. I've truly run out of luck. Why did I have to provoke those two disciples? Chapter 0011. It turns out to be worthless in this world. Strength truly is paramount. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Ren reflected deeply. If his own strength were inferior to Xiao Huahua's, he feared he would still be oblivious to the events surrounding the fire spirit sword. If his master discovered he sold her fire spirit sword, he would surely reproach him in no matter. He must focus on improving his strength first. First, he must return the martial arts manuals. Holding 3 manuals in his hand, Lu Ren left the guest house. Arriving at the martial arts pavilion, the elder in charge recognized him immediately and inquired, Lu Ren, how has your martial arts training progressed in the past month? It's been mediocre. I'm here to return the manuals, Lu Ren replied with a smile, handing over the 3 manuals. The elder regarded the manuals before him, deducing that Lu Ren had likely given up on martial arts training, given his inferior bloodline and lack of innate talent. Even managing to open the first spiritual aperture was a gift from the immortals. To practice martial arts, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of arduous training to even begin. I mentioned before, you can return these manuals at any time. Why not continue to put in the effort? The elder asked, puzzled. Lu Ren smiled lightly and replied, I have been diligently training. He had toiled for 82 years. In terms of effort, who could surpass him? You call that effort? The elder was slightly angered, saying, I made an exception for you, considering Elder Yun's reputation, and because you have an inferior bloodline. Yet you return the manuals after only a month of training. With your poor talent, if you don't put in more effort, you'll be expelled from the sect sooner or later. But I have already mastered all 3 martial arts, Lu Ren retorted before striding away. If the elder were to learn that he not only mastered all 3 martial arts, but had perfected 2 and achieved great success in one, he would be quite astonished. Moreover, he had opened 6 spiritual apertures. After Lu Ren departed, the elder shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment in Lu Ren. It was rare to be granted the favor of an immortal and to become a martial artist by opening spiritual apertures. Yet he failed to cherish it properly. At that moment, Yun Qingyao entered the pavilion. Elder Chiu, what brings Lu Ren to the martial arts pavilion? She asked. Given the circumstances surrounding Lu Ren, she was already in a poor mood. She had come to borrow several sword manuals to refine her self-created sword technique, but did not expect to run into Lu Ren. However, she deliberately avoided him, wishing to limit their interactions. So it's Elder Yun. The elder was immediately incensed, reprimanding, your disciple is unambitious. It's a rare opportunity to open spiritual apertures, yet he should be diligently practicing. He borrowed 3 martial arts manuals from me and returned them after only a month. Only trained for a month? Yun Qingyao was taken aback, then lamented, he has an inferior bloodline. Now that he has opened a spiritual aperture, if he can put in the effort to train in martial arts, he might still be able to step into the Lingxi realm. With this thought, Yun Qingyao sighed deeply, feeling a sense of regret for Lu Ren. She had intended to teach him properly, but with such a mindset, he was unlikely to amount to much. Upon returning to the guest house, Lu Ren contemplated ways to earn money. He initially planned to profit handsomely from the fire spirit sword, expecting to receive 88,000 copper coins each month, which would equate to over 20 years of training time. Now that this financial avenue was cut off, he had to think of other means to earn money. If I can train for another 20 years, I should be able to perfect the spirit cat step and open the 7th spiritual aperture. Lu Ren was eager to unlock the 7th spiritual aperture, followed by making a breakthrough to the Lingxi realm. As far as he knew, even the most talented beginner disciples typically required 3 to 5 months to potentially reach the Lingxi realm and pass the assessment to become outer disciples. Beginner disciples face the risk of being expelled from the sect, but outer disciples are different. Even if their cultivation stagnates, they still retain their status as outer disciples. Therefore, Lu Ren was keen to achieve the Lingxi realm as soon as possible. However, a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. He needed money. Lots of money. At least over 100,000 copper coins would be necessary to fully perfect the spirit cat step. Training? Lu Ren suddenly recalled a description from the disciples' regulations. Beginner disciples who have opened more than 6 spiritual apertures can undertake missions to earn contribution points. With contribution points, they can borrow superior human-level martial arts from the martial arts pavilion and purchase some cultivation resources within the sect. However, executing missions carries risks, especially for newly initiated disciples who are weak and lack experience. Thus, they can only join the teams of senior disciples and gain experience while earning some spoils. Of course, the primary purpose of undertaking missions is still to hone oneself, and no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, without practical combat experience, it remains meaningless and cannot be translated into combat power. I have perfected 2 martial arts, and the spirit cat step is also successfully cultivated. It's time to put my abilities to the test in real combat. With this thought, Lu Ren made his way across the iron chain bridge to another peak. In the outer disciple area of Qingyun Gate, there are 3 peaks. One peak contains the disciples' guest houses and dining halls. Another peak houses the martial hall and martial arts pavilion, and the last peak features the contribution hall. When Lu Ren arrived at the square in front of the contribution hall, he saw numerous disciples gathered, many of whom were in small groups, exuding a strong aura. Lu Ren speculated that these individuals were likely seasoned outer disciples. In one corner of the square, a crowd of disciples had formed a circle. In the center stood a charming young woman, her delicate features accentuated by a blue training outfit that highlighted her figure. Beside her were 2 young men, both wearing expressions of excitement. "Sister Qinyu, recruit me. I promise to be obedient and will just cheer for you. Sister Qinyu, you know my talent. It's been 2 years since I entered the sect, and I've only opened 3 spiritual apertures. Recruit me, I'll be a good-for-nothing." As Lu Ren squeezed into the crowd, he overheard their banter. Curiosity piqued, he turned to a nearby senior disciple and asked, "Excuse me, who is she?" The senior disciple glanced at Lu Ren and said, "You must be a new disciple," not even recognizing Sister Qinyu. "Indeed, I am a new disciple." "Who is Sister Qinyu?" Lu Ren smiled. "Sister Qinyu is the top-ranked talent among the beginner disciples." The senior disciple replied. Lu Ren was puzzled. If she is so talented, shouldn't she have become an outer disciple by now? "What do you know?" "Sister Qinyu has long been capable of entering the Lingxiao realm, but she aims to break through her limits and open the 8th spiritual aperture." The senior disciple spoke with admiration. "The 8th spiritual aperture?" Lu Ren was utterly astonished. "Aren't there only 7 spiritual apertures in a martial artist's body?" "Indeed." The senior disciple nodded. This time, Sister Qinyu plans to take 3 weaker disciples along to train and sharpen her combat skills. She has already recruited 2. She just needs 1 more. "Why take 3 weaker disciples?" Lu Ren asked, intrigued. The senior disciple replied, "When beginner disciples undertake missions, they must form a team of 4, given Sister Qinyu's strength. If she takes 3 strong ones, there would be no challenge, and a wonder." Lu Ren nodded slightly, realizing. So these disciples are competing to see who is the most useless. Chapter 0012. Who can compare to my worthlessness? The senior disciple chuckled. That's about it. The more useless they are, the more Sister Qinyu likes them. Half a year ago, I was fortunate enough to join her team. I didn't have to do anything. I just handled the spoils and ended up earning 50,000 copper coins from one mission. No wonder these individuals were fighting so fiercely. Lu Ren chuckled and then pointed at the 2 individuals behind Qinyu, asking, "Senior brother, are those 2 particularly useless?" They were directly chosen by Sister Qinyu. Not just useless. Although they both have 4th-grade bloodlines, they have shown no ambition. After over a year in the sect, they have only opened 2 spiritual apertures. One is named Wang Tang, and the other Zhang Sheng. They are famously known as the double useless of Qingyun Gate. The senior disciple explained. "Double useless?" Lu Ren chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Qinyu. He had to admit, Qinyu was exceptionally beautiful, her appearance rivaling that of his master, yet she was as proud as a peacock, seemingly unimpressed by anyone. "I want true waste. If anyone among you thinks you can compare with these 2, feel free to join my team." Qinyu interrupted the chatter. For a moment, many looked at each other in confusion. Competing in worthlessness, who could surpass these 2? Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng were notorious for their lack of abilities. At that moment, a shifty-eyed youth stepped forward and said with a grin, "Sister Qinyu, although I have opened 1 more spiritual aperture than them, I have only trained in 1 inferior human-level martial art." "You've only trained in 1 inferior human-level martial art?" Qinyu expressed disbelief. Given that these senior disciples had been in Qingyun Gate for at least a year, it was indeed quite pathetic to only have trained in 1 inferior human-level martial art. The youth boasted, Training is arduous. If my father hadn't asked the sect elders to keep me here, I would have returned home to inherit my family's fortune long ago. This time, I merely wanted to admire my sister's grace. I didn't expect you to be so useless. I'll let you take the title of the third most useless in Qingyun. Many martial artists were extremely unwilling. After all, as long as one entered Qin Yu's team, they could reap spoils, which could be exchanged for a considerable amount of copper coins. Who wouldn't want to earn money while lying down? Furthermore, they would be able to train alongside Sister Qin Yu, which was a lucrative opportunity. The shifty-eyed youth surveyed the crowd, grinning with self-satisfaction. Apologies, everyone, but the last spot is, however, before he could finish, a calm voice rang out from the crowd. I'll take that spot. Lu Run parted the crowd and stepped into the circle. Is there anyone who considers themselves more worthless? The crowd was taken aback, their gazes shifting to Lu Run, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar to them. The youth glared at Lu Run with annoyance, saying, "You must be a new disciple, just starting out in your training. How can you compare with me in worthlessness?" Lu Run smiled and replied, "Does it require prior training to compare in worthlessness? Of course, if you can truly be as useless as me, then I have nothing more to say." The youth retorted coldly, "You have just begun training. You are not yet worthless. I have already wasted over a year." Implicitly, he meant that Lu Run had yet to train and thus could not be considered worthless, while he himself had already wasted a year, making him a complete failure. Lu Run confidently smiled, dismissing, "I am of inferior bloodline. How can you compare your worthlessness with mine?" "What? Inferior bloodline? You are the Lu Run who was accepted as a disciple by the Saintess." The youth was taken aback, and the surrounding novice disciples were equally surprised. They had never expected that the new disciple before them was Lu Run, the so-called once-in-a-millennium waste, with an inferior bloodline. How could they compare? Who could be more worthless than one with an inferior bloodline? The double useless were but trivial in comparison to Lu Run. Qin Yu regarded Lu Ren's smug expression with disdain. Although she had recruited 3 useless disciples to hone her practical combat skills, she looked down upon such a self-satisfied warrior who took pride in their worthlessness. "The last spot is yours," Qin Yu stated coolly. "Thank you, Sister Qin Yu." Lu Ren bowed slightly. As a complete newcomer in unfamiliar territory, joining Qin Yu's team was the most suitable option for him. "We will gather at the mountain gate tomorrow morning," Qin Yu added, turning to leave. Wang Teng stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, I, Wang Teng, can finally shake off the title of double useless." Zhang Shang coldly retorted, "Wang Teng, to rid yourself of the title of double useless, you must first surpass me. All right, come on, let us spar. Whoever loses will be a double useless alongside Lu Run." Wang Teng rolled up his sleeves, his face flushed with excitement, and immediately began to grapple with Zhang Shang. The surrounding disciples watched this scene with bemusement. Initially, the two had accepted their titles of double useless and coexisted peacefully, but now, with the arrival of someone even more worthless, they both wanted to shed that label. By showcasing his inferior bloodline, Lu Ren successfully joined Qin Yu's team, drawing envy from many disciples. However, the vast majority of the senior novice disciples looked down upon Lu Ren's decision to join Qin Yu's team. Joining Qin Yu's team was not a matter of honor, but rather a source of shame. The purpose of training was to improve one's own combat abilities, not to mooch off the strong and seize their spoils. In the inner elder hall of Qingyun Gate, the Grand Elder sought out Yun Qingyao privately, asking, "Elder Yun, how has Lu Run been progressing in his training lately?" Yun Qingyao, feeling guilty, replied, "His progress is satisfactory. I heard from the elder in charge of the pavilion that after successfully opening a spiritual aperture, Lu Run did not borrow any superior human-level martial arts, but rather exchanged them for 3 inferior human-level manuals, returning them after only a month. Is that true?" The Grand Elder inquired further. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Yun Qingyao felt a wave of frustration, but she steeled herself to defend, saying, "My disciple trains very diligently, but his talent is too weak. He was unable to even enter the preliminary stages of the 3 martial arts, which is why he gave up training." "I see." The Grand Elder nodded, reflecting, "I didn't expect the inferior bloodline to be so formidable. With less than half a month remaining, do you truly believe you can help him open 7 spiritual apertures?" He trusted Yun Qingyao's abilities, but doubted Lu Ren's potential. An inferior bloodline was unprecedented. "Grand Elder, the sword technique I created has already reached superior human-level power. I will personally teach it to him, and no matter how weak my disciple's talent may be, I can ensure he learns it," Yun Qingyao stated resolutely. The sect master's intention is not to have Lu Ren surpass the disciples of the Royal Path sect, but to show them that Qingyun Gate can cultivate even those with inferior bloodlines. We must not disappoint the sect master's expectations, the Grand Elder said earnestly before departing. Left alone in the Elder Hall, Yun Qingyao murmured to herself, perhaps Lu Ren truly does have weak talent, which is why he gave up training. He is likely in a state of self-pity and needs someone to help him. As his master, I should be the one to support him during this time, to be a beacon of hope in his darkness. The more she pondered, the more guilt she felt as Lu Ren's master. She should be there to help him. It was no easy feat for someone with an inferior bloodline to open spiritual apertures, and advancing further would be even more challenging. With this thought, Yun Qingyao steeled her resolve, leaping into action, and hurried towards Lu Ren's guest house. When she arrived at the villa, only to find it deserted, just as she was about to leave, she spotted Xiao Huohuo returning. Upon seeing Yun Qingyao, Xiao Huohuo hastened forward to greet her, exclaiming, "Disciple Xiao Huohuo pays respects to your highness, the saintess, in the sect. You may simply address me as Elder Yun." "Where is Lu Ren?" Yun Qingyao inquired. Xiao Huohuo replied, "Junior brother Lu Ren has gone with the 2 other waste disciples to join senior sister Qin Yu's team for a mission." "What did you say?" Yun Qingyao's fury ignited upon hearing this. She was well aware of Qin Yu, the most talented disciple of the last generation, boasting a 6th-grade bloodline. Qin Yu, confident in her exceptional talent, only recruited weaker disciples for her missions to hone her practical skills. Although Lu Ren was of a waste bloodline, he was still her disciple, and to think he would accompany 2 other waste disciples on a mission with Qin Yu was a disgrace to her. Yun Qingyao. A waste bloodline is inconsequential, but one must possess dignity. How could I, Yun Qingyao, have taken on such an irredeemable disciple? How can he possibly participate in the upcoming exchange competition? Chapter 0013. Black Tiger Ridge. Black Tiger Town lies at the foot of Black Tiger Ridge. Thus, the visitors to this town are primarily martial artists training in Black Tiger Ridge, including both clan warriors and hunters. Moreover, disciples from the 2 major sects, the Huangdao sect and the Qingyun sect, frequently traverse this town from the southeast direction of Black Tiger Ridge. At this moment, Lu Ren and the 4 companions had traveled for half a day and finally arrived at Black Tiger Town. Come and see. The Shadow Cat Demon Core, a vital material for crafting talismans, just collected from Black Tiger Ridge, is priced at 10,000 copper coins each. 1st-grade Spirit Herb, Spirit Gathering Herb, priced at 8,000 copper coins per stalk, or buy 10 for only 60,000 copper coins. Even before stepping into Black Tiger Town, Lu Ren was already drawn in by the shouts from within. Upon entering, he observed that both sides of the street were filled with various stalls, and the throngs of pedestrians strolled, paused, and haggled, creating a lively atmosphere. This is the martial arts world, Lu Ren sighed. Prior to coming, he had consulted the disciples' rules for information on Black Tiger Ridge. The most described were the demon beasts, categorized from low to high ranks, including 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th ranks, and so forth. Each rank is further divided into low, medium, and high levels. 1st-grade demon beasts correspond to martial artists at the Qi opening stage. The Shadow Cat, a low-grade 1st-grade demon beast, is ubiquitous in Black Tiger Ridge. One can simply slay it and extract its core to sell for 10,000 copper coins. 10,000 copper coins is a substantial sum for an ordinary person. But for a martial artist, it is merely a routine task of slaying a demon beast. You err. I didn't expect you to come to Black Tiger Town as well. Shall we form a team? At that moment, a 4-person team approached. The leader, a youth around 17 or 18, donned splendid attire and bore an ordinary appearance, yet he cast disdainful glances, particularly at Lu Ren and his companions, in no need. Qin Yu replied curtly, preparing to bypass the youth. Seeing that Qin Yu completely ignored him, the youth's anger flared. Qin Yu, what are you so proud of? Sooner or later, you will belong to Ding Hai. Trailing behind Qin Yu, Lu Ren could not help but inquire, Senior brother Wang Tang, who is Ding Hai? Wang Ting whispered, Ding Hai is an outer disciple of the Huangdao sect, who has opened 6 Qi nodes. I heard he and senior sister Qin Yu hail from the same city, and the Ding family intends to match Ding Hai with senior sister Qin Yu, having noticed her exceptional talent. I see, Lu Ren nodded. However, Wang Ting's face flushed with indignation, but what is Ding Hai? How dare he think he can marry senior sister Qin Yu? Which of us is inferior to him? Senior brother Wang Ting. Please don't include me in this, Lu Ren waved his hand. Junior brother Lu Ren, do not underestimate yourself. Though you possess a waste bloodline, you are the sole disciple accepted by the saintess. The esteem of a master is paramount. Wang Ting remarked. Wang Ting, if you are reluctant to train, you may return to the sect now, Qin Yu said coldly. Wang Ting promptly covered his mouth, refraining from further comments. Soon after, Lu Ran, alongside Qin Yu and their small team, traversed through Black Tiger Town and entered Black Tiger Ridge. Towering ancient trees filled Black Tiger Ridge, each one exceeding several meters in height, with trunks so thick that 3 people could barely encircle them. The ground beneath these ancient trees was overrun with various vines entwined around the underbrush, and the distant roars of demon beasts could be faintly heard. Upon hearing these roars, Lu Ren's expression grew grave. In contrast, Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng appeared unusually relaxed, as if they were on a leisurely journey rather than undertaking a training mission. Lu Ren, relax. With senior sister Qin Yu here, we are entirely safe, Zhang Sheng said nonchalantly. Suddenly, a massive tiger, with a body resembling granite, charged toward Lu Ren and the 4 others, glaring ferociously. Blood dripped from its fierce jaws, and it was still chewing on a human arm. Its gray-white eyes fixated on Lu Ren and his companions, exuding a terrifying ferocity. That's a granite tiger, Lu Ren exclaimed, astonished. The Disciples' Rules had a section detailing the granite tiger, a high-grade first-grade demon beast, with a body as hard as granite and formidable defenses, capable of rivaling a martial artist who has opened 7 chi nodes. Typically, even a martial artist with 7 chi nodes would think twice before confronting a granite tiger head-on. Lu Ren, it's just a granite tiger. There's no need to panic, Wang Ting reassured, patting Lu Ren's shoulder. Nevertheless, Lu Ren remained tense. This was his first direct encounter with a demon beast since arriving in this world, and it was far more ferocious than ordinary animals. With another roar, the granite tiger lunged at Qin Yu, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a series of piercing sounds, striking toward her with tremendous force. This assault was nothing short of astounding. Qin Yu sidestepped, her body tilting slightly, effortlessly evading the granite tiger's charge. The beast's paws crashed into a massive ancient tree, splintering it into pieces. Yet, in a graceful motion akin to a butterfly dancing among flowers, Qin Yu closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to the granite tiger's abdomen. Boom! The seemingly delicate punch radiated with overwhelming force, instantly penetrating the granite tiger's midsection. Roar! The granite tiger shrieked in agony, collapsing heavily to the ground, emitting pained groans as its body writhed in struggle. Moments later, the granite tiger lay still, lifeless, a gaping wound in its abdomen from which blood flowed profusely. What a powerful punch! Such remarkable technique, Lu Ren marveled. Senior sister Qin Yu has mastered the human tier superior level Vajra Fist and the human tier intermediate level Star Shadow Steps, making her truly formidable, Wang Ting remarked dismissively. Given the chance to face this granite tiger alone, I could likely slay it too. If my spirit cat steps were perfected, perhaps I could even contend with senior sister Qin Yu, Lu Ren pondered silently. However, for this mission, it seemed unlikely that senior sister Qin Yu would grant them the opportunity to intervene, and he was somewhat disinclined to engage. He had come primarily to broaden his horizons and experience the might of demon beasts. After dispatching the granite tiger, Wang Ting rushed forward, producing a dagger to extract a fist-sized, granite-like crystal from its skull. This was the demon core, which could fetch no less than 10,000 copper coins. Without lifting a finger, the 3 of them were already set to receive 2,500 copper coins each. Once the battlefield was cleared, Qin Yu stated, "My task this time is to search for a second-grade spirit herb on the outskirts of Black Tiger Ridge. We will encounter numerous first-grade demon beasts along the way, but rest assured, with me here, none of those beasts can harm you. Let us proceed." With that, Qin Yu continued forward, and Lu Ren and the others followed closely behind. Throughout their journey, they confronted many first-grade demon beasts, including the swift gale wolves and the powerful diamond apes. Yet, under Qin Yu's leadership, each of these beasts was dispatched within 3 exchanges. The 4 of them scoured the periphery of Black Tiger Ridge for 3 full days and nights, slaying nearly 20 demon beasts. On the 4th day, Qin Yu finally spotted a verdant spirit herb beneath an ancient tree. The herb resembled a small lantern, emitting a faint fragrance. "At last, I have found it." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this 100-aperture herb, she might succeed in opening her 8th chi node. However, when she plucked the herb, she discovered a green toxin infiltrating her palm. How could the 100-aperture herb be toxic? Qin Yu's expression shifted with alarm. "Senior sister, what has happened?" Lu Ren inquired, stepping forward. "I have been poisoned. Someone must be targeting me." Qin Yu furrowed her brow, attempting to channel her qi to expel the toxin, only to find it spreading more rapidly. "Ha ha ha, of course, it was my doing." At that moment, a mocking laughter echoed from afar, as four figures emerged from the thicket. It was Ding Hai and his companions. Ding Hai stepped before Qin Yu, a wicked grin on his face. "Qin Yu, I suspected you would come to Black Tiger Ridge for the 100-aperture herb, so I merely sprinkled a bit of poison on it. But don't worry, this toxin won't harm your body. It will only leave you utterly powerless. Hee hee hee." Chapter 0014. Lu Ren takes action. What? The expressions of Qin Yu, Lu Ren, and the others shifted simultaneously. Wang Tang dashed towards Ding Hai. Furious, "Ding Hai, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you poison her?" Slap. Before he could finish, a swift slap landed on his face, knocking him to the ground and leaving one side of his face swollen and bloodied. It was Ding Hai who had struck. Upon witnessing Wang Tang fall, Ding Hai spat contemptuously upon him. "If I recall correctly, you are one of the infamous waste disciples of the Qingyun sect, aren't you? Dare to shout in front of me? Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Qin Yu unsheathed a delicate, butterfly-like soft sword from her waist, her voice icy. "Ding Hai, I advise you to leave at once, or do not blame me for being rude. Qin Yu, you are currently poisoned. How can you threaten me?" Ding Hai grinned menacingly, stepping closer, his sinister smile surveying Qin Yu's figure with ill intent. "In fact, it is I who shall be rude. What do you want?" Qin Yu's brow furrowed. She felt her strength rapidly diminishing and began to panic. "What do I want? Naturally, to consummate our union, in due time. My Ding family will propose to you, and the Qin family will have no choice but to comply." "Ha ha ha ha." Ding Hai said this as he disregarded Qin Yu's struggles, grabbing her arm and attempting to drag her away. Qin Yu fought desperately, but found herself utterly powerless, her eyes revealing fear and despair. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly darted forward, seizing Ding Hai's arm and sneering, "If anyone is to consummate a union, it should be me. When did it become your turn? What did you say?" Ding Hai seemed not to have heard clearly, then snapped back to reality, his expression frosty. "Get away, you are no match for him." Qin Yu urged anxiously. Ding Hai had opened 6 chi nodes. With a mere punch, he could unleash 6,000 pounds of force, while Lu Ren, with a waste bloodline, had only opened 1 chi node. How could he possibly contend? If Ding Hai truly attacked, a single strike would be enough to kill Lu Ren. "Want to leave? Too late." Ding Hai sneered, swinging his palm toward Lu Ren. A radiant aura enveloped his hand, and the immense pressure caused the air to crackle ominously. This was a human-tier intermediate-level palm technique, the Great Palm, known for its brutal ferocity. Not to mention a martial artist with just 1 chi node. Even someone with 5 would suffer severe injury or worse from such an assault. As Ding Hai's palm bore down upon Lu Ren, the latter remained completely calm, neither dodging nor retreating, instead choosing to strike back directly. "A waste dares to contest strength with me?" Ding Hai scoffed coldly, channeling his chi into his palm, intending to crush Lu Ren with a single blow. Lu Ren chuckled softly, and at the moment of impact between his fist and Ding Hai's palm, all 6 of his chi nodes erupted with energy, channeling it all into his strike. Boom! In an instant, everyone witnessed Ding Hai being sent staggering back, retreating more than a dozen steps before finally regaining his footing. "How is this possible?" Ding Hai stared at Lu Ren in disbelief. For Qin Yu, Wang Tang, and Zhang Sheng, the shock was palpable. Wasn't Lu Ren supposed to be of a waste bloodline? How could he possess such power, seemingly capable of opening 6 chi nodes? After repelling Ding Hai with a single strike, Lu Ren surged forward, charging at Ding Hai. "Humph, watch my storm palm." Ding Hai's expression darkened as he swung his palm, unleashing a torrent of power toward Lu Ren. His technique flowed with incredible speed, akin to a tempest, delivering rapid strikes without granting Lu Ren a moment to react. Yet Lu Ren remained unperturbed, his hands forming a defensive stance reminiscent of an 8-trigram formation, akin to a millstone. He absorbed Ding Hai's relentless assault, effortlessly nullifying each strike. "What?" Ding Hai's face contorted in shock as he witnessed all his attacks effortlessly blocked by Lu Ren. Before Ding Hai could comprehend the situation, Lu Ren lunged forward like a tiger descending the mountain, delivering a crushing blow to Ding Hai's chest. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed, reverberating through the surroundings. Ding Hai was sent flying as if a kite with its string cut, crashing violently into a sturdy tree before collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. The sight left the other 3 disciples from the Huangdao sect utterly stunned. How could Ding Hai, who had opened 6 chi nodes, be so easily defeated? All of you, attack together. Kill him, Ding Hai roared, his voice filled with anguish. The 3 Huangdao sect disciples, like Ding Hai, had also opened 6 chi nodes, though their strength paled in comparison to his. If they banded together, even a martial artist with 7 chi nodes would find it challenging to cope. Kill! The 3 disciples donned fierce expressions as they charged at Lu Ren simultaneously. Heavenly Wolf Claw, Unyielding Fist, Iron Mountain Palm. Each unleashed their respective human-tier intermediate-level techniques, their formidable assaults converging on Lu Ren, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Even a martial artist with 7 chi nodes would struggle to evade, forced to endure the onslaught. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Lu Ren remained composed, his hands transforming into a millstone once more, embodying an 8-trigram formation. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ren unleashed the perfected 8-trigram palm to its utmost, becoming an impenetrable barrier. Every assault was deflected, unable to breach his defenses. After a series of exchanges, Lu Ren shifted tactics, transforming his palms into fists and launching 3 powerful strikes to the chests of his assailants. Puff, puff, puff. Each of the 3 disciples coughed up blood, sent reeling backward, clutching their chests in agonizing despair. The 8-trigram palm? Ding Hai's expression turned pale as he witnessed his companions fall before Lu Ren. Moreover, he recognized the technique Lu Ren had just executed, an inferior human-tier defensive technique, the 8-trigram palm. How could the 8-trigram palm withstand the onslaught of human-tier intermediate-level offensive techniques? And that too from 3 adept practitioners? Wasn't Qin Yu supposed to only bring along waste disciples? How could this fellow be so incredibly formidable? Chapter 0015. Decisive kill not only Ding Hai and the 3 others, but also Qin Yu. Wang Tang and Zhang Sheng exhibited expressions of shock. Particularly Qin Yu, who immediately discerned that Lu Ren had just executed the fierce tiger fist and the bagua palm, both perfected to their utmost. Mastering any martial art to perfection cannot simply be compensated for by talent. It requires an immense amount of time. How, then, did Lu Ren, who had only been in training for 2 months, achieve this? Young man, this matter is private between Qin Yu and myself. I advise you not to meddle. The Ding family is not one you can provoke. Ding Hai glared coldly at Lu Ren. However, Lu Ren strode forward and stepped on his chest. Crack! With a resounding crunch, Ding Hai's sternum shattered beneath Lu Ren's foot, blood splattering forth. He was dead beyond revival. After disposing of Ding Hai, Lu Ren turned to face the other 3. The disciples of the Royal Dao sect looked on in terror, trembling at the scene before them. Ding Hai is dead. He was killed by him. One of the disciples exclaimed in horror. He could scarcely believe that Lu Ren had the audacity to kill, and with such determination. But as Lu Ren approached with an aura of murderous intent, they immediately fell to their knees, frantically begging for mercy. Yet, before they could finish their pleas, Lu Ren delivered 3 swift kicks, sending all 3 flying, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Wang Tang and Zhang Sheng, witnessing this scene, were equally stunned. Although internecine strife among disciples was not uncommon, witnessing Lu Ren kill 4 disciples in such a bloody manner was a sight they found hard to accept. Qin Yu, however, felt no such hesitation. She had killed many disciples from other sects herself. Even had Lu Ren not acted, she would have personally slain the 4. Lu Ren searched Ding Hai's body and soon found a vial, tossing it to Qin Yu. Senior sister, this should be an antidote. Thank you. Qin Yu received the vial, her voice laced with faint gratitude. Lu Ren nodded and then helped Wang Tang to his feet. Wang Tang, are you all right? I am far from all right. Wang Tang complained, clutching his swollen face. With your prowess, why didn't you act sooner? You've ruined my handsome visage. We should leave this place at once. After consuming the antidote, Qin Yu regained some strength and headed in a certain direction, with Lu Ren and Zhang Sheng supporting Wang Tang closely behind. Half an hour later, the 4 found a clearing to rest. Sitting beneath an ancient tree, Qin Yu let out a long breath, her heart racing with astonishment. Tio single-handedly killed 4 disciples of the Royal Dao sect, each possessing 6 spiritual orifices, was a display of terrifying combat prowess. Moreover, She could tell that Lu Run had also opened 6 spiritual orifices. If it were her, she might have achieved it, but not with the same ease as Lu Run. Junior brother Lu Run, I owe you one today, Qin Yu said earnestly. Had Lu Run not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Had she truly fallen victim to Ding Hai, Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng would undoubtedly have met the same fate. Given Ding Hai's character, he would have surely silenced them. Lu Ren merely smiled in response, aware of the rules of this world. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Failing to eliminate Ding Hai and his companions would have led to endless troubles. As for the matter concerning Ding Hai, I hope you all can keep it confidential. If the Ding family investigates, I will take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with junior brother Lu Run, Qin Yu added. Wang Ting patted his chest and assured sister, rest assured, Ding Hai had it coming. We know nothing. I feel the same. Zhang Sheng echoed. Lu Run chose not to elaborate further. Being of the defective bloodline, it was unlikely that the Ding family would believe him guilty if they investigated. Besides, the Ding family would likely suspect no connection to them. This was Black Tiger Ridge, where countless disciples from various sects perished each year. Qin Yu turned to Lu Ren and asked, Junior brother Lu Ren, I have a question. Lu Ren smiled and replied, You wish to know how I managed to perfect the fierce tiger fist and bagua palm? Qin Yu nodded. Actually, I have practiced these 2 forms since childhood. I only reached perfection after receiving a boon from an immortal. Listening to Lu Ren's explanation, Qin Yu found it hard to believe. With a defective bloodline, how could anyone achieve such proficiency? However, since Lu Ren was unwilling to divulge more, she refrained from pressing the issue. Once Qin Yu felt her strength fully restored, she declared, I have gathered the 100 orifice grass. We should return without delay. All right, let us head back. On their way home, the 4 encountered numerous first-tier beasts. This time, Lu Ren instructed Qin Yu to refrain from intervening. He would take charge. Although he had just killed 4 people, humans and beasts were entirely different. Throughout their journey, Lu Ren, utilizing his perfected fierce tiger fist and bagua palm, dispatched over a dozen beasts, enhancing his combat abilities significantly. It could be said that his fighting prowess had at least doubled during this ordeal. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ren was engaged in battle with a phosphorescent giant serpent, while Wang Ting, Zhang Sheng, and Qin Yu watched from the sidelines. Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng were together, while Qin Yu was positioned elsewhere. Wang Ting, noticing the glimmer of a smile in Qin Yu's eyes as she gazed at Lu Ren, exclaimed in astonishment, Zhang Sheng, did you see that? Senior sister Qin Yu actually smiled while looking at junior brother Lu Ren. You don't say. Senior sister Qin Yu's gaze towards junior brother Lu Ren has clearly changed. Has she developed feelings for him because he saved her? Sure. Don't speak of such things carelessly. Be cautious lest senior sister Qin Yu overhear us. We wouldn't fare well. As Wang Ting rushed over to help Lu Ren clear the battlefield after he had slain the phosphorescent giant serpent, a massive water arrow shot through the air from the distance, hurtling towards Lu Ren. Junior brother Lu Ren, be careful. Qin Yu's warning reached Lu Ren just as he noticed the water arrow barreling towards him from behind. Lu Ren leaned back, performing several acrobatic flips to evade the strike. Whoosh! The water arrow missed, piercing through the air and obliterating a massive tree beside him. Before the 4 could regain their bearings, an overwhelming, acrid wind assaulted them as a serpent, thicker than a water barrel, charged toward them. This serpent was over 10 yards long, its body covered in verdant scales, each scale the size of a palm, and a dragon-like horn adorned its head. Its venomous eyes glared fiercely at the 4, emitting furious roars. Wang Ting, witnessing the colossal serpent, cried out in terror, It's the phosphorescent serpent king. What? The phosphorescent serpent king? Zhang Sheng was utterly petrified. This was a first-tier beast king. Even a warrior at the first level of the spirit stream realm would have to flee upon encountering it. How could they have imagined being targeted by the phosphorescent serpent king on the outskirts of Black Tiger Ridge? Lu Ren's expression turned grave upon seeing the serpent king. It was likely enraged due to the death of its offspring at his hands. With its dragon horn, it was no longer merely a serpent, but on the verge of evolving into a dragon. Qin Yu's face lit up with excitement. It must have consumed rare treasures to trigger its evolution. Junior brother Lu Ren, let us join forces to slay it. The treasures we obtain shall be divided equally between us. What do you say? Rare treasures, you say? Lu Ren's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Such treasures were invaluable. Possessing them would enhance his strength, and even if he had no use for them, they could fetch a handsome price. Chapter 0016. Battle with the Phosphorescent Dragon King U2. Stay back for now. As Qin Yu's words fell, the massive form of the Phosphorescent Dragon King charged forward, its tail sweeping like a steel whip aimed at Qin Yu. Boom! The serpent's tail struck the ground where Qin Yu had previously stood, cracking the earth beneath her. Evading to the side, Qin Yu drew a snow-white soft sword, launching an assault on the Dragon King's head. Clang! The soft sword struck the Dragon King's head, producing a resonant clash, roar. The phosphorescent Dragon King let out a deafening roar, opening its gaping maw to unleash a barrage of water arrows toward Qin Yu, who frantically dodged. For the moment, Qin Yu could do nothing but evade, finding it nearly impossible to approach the phosphorescent Dragon King. Senior sister, I'll distract it. Seizing the opportunity while the Dragon King was focused on Qin Yu, Lu Ren unleashed the power of his 6 spiritual orifices, leaping high to land atop the Dragon King's head. Boom! Lu Ren's fist, imbued with the strength of a tiger, crashed down upon the Dragon King's skull. The perfected fierce tiger fist unleashed an explosive force, sending the Dragon King's head lurching sideways. Following this, Lu Ren unleashed a flurry of punches. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, Lu Ren demonstrated the full might of the fierce tiger fist, causing the massive body of the phosphorescent Dragon King to stagger and reel, roar. The repeated blows only intensified the Dragon King's fury. It shifted its focus, opening its maw wide to summon dozens of water arrows aimed at Lu Ren. Junior brother Lu Ren, be careful, Qin Yu shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the onslaught of water arrows as thick as arms, Lu Ren remained undaunted, moving like a cat, skillfully evading the projectiles. Had he truly perfected the spirit cat step? Qin Yu was left utterly speechless. Lu Ren had already achieved mastery of the fierce tiger fist and bagua palm. Now it seemed he had also perfected the spirit cat step. It was well known that the spirit cat step, a technique of agility, posed even greater challenges to master. Though it was of the low-grade human tier, attaining perfection required months of rigorous training, even for someone with her 6th-grade bloodline talent. Yet, Lu Ren had only been in the sect for less than 2 months. Soon, Qin Yu regained her composure. With Lu Ren's strength capable of distracting the phosphorescent Dragon King, she could not afford to miss the chance to slay it. Pear Blossom Sword Technique. With a swift leap, Qin Yu propelled herself several feet into the air, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of strikes with her soft sword. The myriad sword lights cascaded like a rain of pear blossoms, enveloping the massive form of the phosphorescent Dragon King in a relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was illuminated by the dazzling sword lights as Qin Yu and Lu Ren joined forces against the phosphorescent Dragon King, engaging in an astonishing battle. Though Lu Ren had only opened 6 spiritual orifices and lacked an advantage in raw power, his perfected bagua palm and the spirit cat step still allowed him to effectively distract the Dragon King. From a distance, Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng observed Lu Ren maneuvering effortlessly in the fray, their eyes filled with astonishment. Could it be that junior brother Lu Ren is truly of a defective bloodline? Was the testing stone inaccurate? It must have been a mistake. Senior sister Qin Yu possesses a 6th-grade bloodline, and last year at this time, she was not as strong as junior brother Lu Ren. It appears we are the true failures. They had initially thought that Lu Ren's appearance would free them from the stigma of being deemed useless. Yet they discovered that Lu Ren was not a failure at all but a prodigy. At this moment, with Lu Ren covering for her, Qin Yu's sword techniques relentlessly battered the phosphorescent Dragon King, forcing it to retreat. The serpent's scales fell away, and torrents of crimson blood gushed forth. Meanwhile, Lu Ren and Qin Yu, aside from some tattered clothing, had suffered no injuries. Especially for Lu Ren, this marked his first true encounter with a beast, igniting within him a fervent excitement as he gazed at the phosphorescent Dragon King, brimming with unquenchable battle intent. Roar! Surrounded by the onslaught from the two, the phosphorescent Dragon King let out a roar that echoed like that of a great beast. Its body enveloped in a haze of demonic energy as it charged directly at Lu Ren and Qin Yu. Boom, boom. The clash of immense demonic energy rent the air asunder, creating a deafening sound that shook the very ground. Forming a deep crater beneath them, Lu Ren and Qin Yu were both sent crashing back several feet. Roar! The phosphorescent Dragon King roared again, and beneath its head, a flash of crimson light flickered ominously. The serpent's scales began to visibly transform, morphing into dragon-like scales at an alarming rate. Its aura surged exponentially. This is bad. It is about to complete its transformation. Qin Yu's expression shifted. Senior sister, that area glowing with blood light must harbor something significant. I'll distract it. We need to conclude this quickly, Lu Ran declared loudly. Once a first-tier beast completes its transformation, it becomes a second-tier beast, rivaling the strength of the spirit stream realm. They would not only struggle to slay it, but might even lose their lives here. Lu Ran charged forward once more, his body propelling like an arrow shot from a bow towards the phosphorescent Dragon King. Roar. With its power surging, the phosphorescent Dragon King unleashed a torrent of water arrows, shooting forth like lightning aimed at Lu Ran. The quantity and force of the water arrows were incomparable to before. Lu Ran maximized the spirit cat step, narrowly dodging the barrage of arrows. But even as the arrows missed, the splashes of water still stung painfully against him. If only I could perfect the spirit cat step. I could evade even those droplets. Lu Ran gritted his teeth, acutely aware of his limitations. Kill? Seizing the moment, Qin Yu leaped forward, closing the distance to the phosphorescent Dragon King and thrusting her sword into its abdomen with a surprise attack. Ack! The Dragon King emitted a pained cry. As Qin Yu withdrew her soft sword, a brilliant surge of blood light erupted from the wound, and a palm-sized blood jade, glowing like fire, shot forth from within and fell to the ground. That was the Tuo Shi blood jade. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. With the blood jade lost, the phosphorescent Dragon King's aura waned dramatically, and it lost all combat capability. Seeing this, Lu Ran rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of fierce tiger fists upon the Dragon King's skull. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of punches, the Dragon King's head shattered, its massive body collapsing to the earth. The thunderous crash sent shockwaves through Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng, who watched from a distance, their expressions filled with disbelief. Junior brother Lu Ran actually crushed the phosphorescent Dragon King to death. However, Qin Yu's gaze was fixed on the blood jade that had fallen to the ground. She hurried over, picked it up, and turned to Lu Ran, saying, "Junior brother Lu Ran, this is the Tuo Shi blood jade. Your opportunity has arrived, Tuo Shi blood jade." "What is that?" Lu Ran inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Before Qin Yu could respond, Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng approached, their expressions equally astonished upon seeing the Tuo Shi blood jade. It truly is the Tuo Shi blood jade. No wonder the phosphorescent Serpent King could evolve into a Dragon King. Who would have thought that the Tuo Shi blood jade would be found on the outskirts of Black Tiger Ridge? Junior brother Lu Ran, your defective bloodline has finally found its purpose. Chapter 0017. Tuo Shi blood jade. Listening to their words, Lu Ran quickly deduced that the Tuo Shi blood jade was extraordinary and eagerly asked, "What exactly is the Tuo Shi blood jade?" Qin Yu explained, "The Tuo Shi blood jade is the key to entering the Tuo Shi cave. Only martial artists with a 4-grade bloodline or lower can enter the Tuo Shi cave while holding the Tuo Shi blood jade, giving them a chance to acquire the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi." Qin Yu looked at Lu Ran with excitement, continuing, "Junior brother Lu Ran, as long as you do not attempt to break into the spirit stream realm within the next 3 months, you stand a good chance of obtaining the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, thus compensating for your bloodline talent." Lu Ran, perplexed, asked, "Who exactly is the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi? How can he help me compensate for my bloodline talent?" Qin Yu smiled slightly and replied, "It is said that the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi was detected to have a 2-grade bloodline talent in his youth, making it seemingly impossible for him to become a martial artist. Yet, he ultimately ascended to become the pinnacle martial emperor of the continent. Though we do not know why he fell, the fact that he became a martial emperor with a 2-grade bloodline suggests he possessed a secret. Thus, if you are able to uncover this secret, perhaps you too can ascend to the status of the martial emperor." As he spoke, Qin Yu divulged an array of information regarding the Tuo Shi cave to Lu Ran. Once Lu Ran had absorbed the details, enlightenment dawned upon him. The Tuo Shi cave had existed in the Jiangyun kingdom for a millennium, with no fewer than 100 individuals acquiring the Tuo Shi blood jade each year. Yet, entry into the Tuo Shi cave was exclusively granted to warriors of the Enlightenment realm possessing bloodline talents of 4th rank or lower. However, throughout the past 1,000 years, not a single warrior had successfully passed the assessments to inherit the legacy of the ancient Tuo Shi emperor. Ironically, it was often those with 3rd-rank bloodlines who managed to progress the furthest. This indicated that the more inferior the bloodline, the greater the advantage. Lu Ran, being of a defective bloodline, even more so than the ancient Tuo Shi emperor, naturally possessed a significant advantage. After hearing what Sister Qin Yu had to say, Lu Ran expressed his excitement. "It seems that 3 months from now, I shall venture into the Tuashi cave to give it a try. If the legacy of the Tuashi Emperor can truly alter my bloodline talent, with the aid of the nameless treasure tower, I am certain I can rise rapidly. Qin Yu handed the Tuashi blood jade to Lu Ren, then shifted her gaze to the corpse of the Bai Lin Jiao King, saying, Wang Tang, clear the battlefield, and let us return swiftly. Before long, Wang Tang had completed the cleanup, shouldering a large leather bag as the four of them departed from Black Tiger Ridge. This expedition had been fraught with surprises yet ultimately safe, yielding considerable gains in addition to the 100 chi grass and 40 first-tier beast cores collected by Qin Yu herself. They also secured scales, cores, and a dragon horn from the Bai Lin Jiao King. Upon returning to Black Tiger Town, the four arrived at a general store called Ling Baoxian, which accepted all spoils obtained from Black Tiger Ridge. Shopkeeper, I wish to sell beast materials. Wang Ting approached the counter, placing the bag filled with beast materials atop it. The shopkeeper, an elderly man, immediately recognized the identities of the four and remarked, Truly, these are disciples of the Qingyun sect. It seems you have reaped quite the harvest this time. Wang Ting emptied the contents of the bag onto the counter. After the shopkeeper assessed the items, he was astonished upon seeing the dragon horn, scales, and cores from the Bai Lin Jiao King, exclaiming, This is the Bai Lin Jiao King. It is a second-tier beast. Given the strength of the four of you, how could you possibly have slain the Bai Lin Jiao King? Merely a Bai Lin Jiao King, hardly worth mentioning. Exchange everything for copper coins, Wang Tang replied. The shopkeeper calculated the total and stated, These materials amount to 480,000 copper coins. Are you certain you wish to sell? Wang Ting nodded. Here are your 480,000 copper coins. Soon, the shopkeeper produced 48 banknotes. Wang Tang took the notes, touched his still slightly swollen face, and chuckled. A total of 480,000, evenly split among us four, amounts to 120,000 each. This slap has not been in vain. Lu Ren gazed at the banknotes in Wang Ting's hand, equally astonished. During their 7-day expedition to Black Tiger Ridge, each of them had earned 120,000 copper coins. Such a feat was unimaginable in the past. On their way back, Lu Ren looked at Qin Yu and remarked, Sister, the Tuashi blood jade was acquired together. Consider it a debt of gratitude from me. A hint of displeasure flickered across Qin Yu's delicate features as she replied, Junior brother, do we really need to keep track of such things? Besides, you saved me. Very well, Lu Ren nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Half a day later, the four returned to the sect, and Qin Yu addressed Lu Ren. Junior brother Lu Ren, let us undertake tasks together again when the opportunity arises. With that, she swayed her slender waist and departed. Wang Ting and Zhang Sheng bid farewell to Lu Ren before leaving as well. Lu Ren did not return to his dormitory immediately. Instead, he utilized the 120,000 copper coins he had just received to purchase 2,400 pounds of spirit rice from the dining hall. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lu Ren first cleaned himself and changed into a fresh set of clothing before entering his dormitory, locking the door behind him and entering the treasure tower space. This spirit rice is sufficient for my cultivation for 33 years. I refuse to believe I cannot master the spirit cat steps, Lu Ren declared with confidence. This expedition had profoundly illuminated him to the fact that his agility was far from adequate. Agility martial arts are the most challenging to cultivate, requiring an immense amount of time for perfection. Thus, many warriors settle for merely attaining great proficiency. However, Lu Ren had ample time. With this rigorous training, he would undoubtedly be able to perfect the spirit cat steps and unlock his 7th spiritual aperture. 13 years pass in the blink of an eye. At this moment, within the spatial realm of heaven and earth, Lu Ren moved with a lightness akin to a spirit cat, leaping through the void with astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that were nearly impossible for ordinary eyes to perceive. Coming to a halt, he took a deep breath, a smile gracing his face. I have perfected the spirit cat steps, and the spiritual aperture in my brain has also opened. Finally, all 7 apertures are activated, and this spirit rice will allow me to cultivate for another 20 years. To date, he had been in the Qingyun sect for less than 2 months and had already activated 7 spiritual apertures. Such a rate of cultivation was unfathomable, even for some warriors of 6th-rank bloodlines. Yet, he did not intend to confront the Lingxi realm immediately. In 3 months, the Tuashi cave will be opened, and only those in the Enlightenment realm may enter. Furthermore, he wished to attempt unlocking an 8th spiritual aperture. His talent was inferior to others. If he did not compensate for it postnatally, He would likely be challenged by others in the future. I must consult my master. She should know how to unlock the 8th spiritual aperture. With this thought, Lu Ren exited the treasure tower space, just as he saw Yun Qingyao, clad in her training attire, approach gracefully from a distance and land at the entrance of the courtyard. Yun Qingyao, slender and seemingly delicate, gazed at Lu Ren with a haunting expression. She approached him, lamenting like a wronged spirit. Lu Ren, are you dissatisfied with me as your master? Chapter 0018. Imparting sword techniques. Lu Ren, utterly perplexed, inquired, Master, what do you mean by that? The more Yun Qingyao pondered, the angrier she became, scolding. I made an exception to accept you as a disciple because I saw your genuine desire to pursue martial arts. Yet what have you done? What have I done? Lu Ren remained bewildered. Seeing Lu Ren's reaction, Yun Qingyao's eyes sparkled like cold stars, radiating a fierce chill that, oh, I understand now. You are upset because I sold your fire spirit sword, aren't you? Lu Ren suddenly recalled. Selling my fire spirit sword is minor. Have you truly devoted yourself to your training? You borrowed 3 low-tier martial techniques from the Martial Technique Pavilion and returned them after merely a month. Do you know that the ancient Tuashi Emperor toiled for 3 whole years to cultivate a low-tier martial technique? You received the blessing of a celestial being and opened a spiritual aperture. You should cherish this hard-won opportunity. Do you have any idea how many aspiring cultivators have abandoned their dreams due to their inability to unlock a spiritual aperture? Not only have you failed to exert yourself in cultivation, but you even joined Qin Yu's group. You have truly disappointed me. Listening to Yun Qingyao's reprimands, warmth surged within Lu Ren, and his eyes moistened slightly. It turned out his master had been quietly concerned for him all along. Upon arriving in the Xianhuang continent, Lu Ren felt touched for the first time. After a long while, Lu Ren took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said, Master, I have indeed been diligently cultivating. I have already opened 7 spiritual apertures. Yun Qingyao, of course, did not believe Lu Ren's words. Sighing heavily, she said, Lu Ren, perhaps I should not have accepted you as my disciple. You possess a defective bloodline, and for you to step into the martial world is already a formidable challenge. Come with me. I have something to discuss. With that, Yun Qingyao entered the living room and found a seat. Lu Ren followed her in, bowing and pleading. Master, please do not expel me from the sect. You are my only family in this world. Yun Qingyao's heart softened, and she asked, Only I am your family? What about your parents? I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. I grew up in a nursery. Lu Ren replied truthfully. Seeing that Lu Ren did not appear to be lying, Yun Qingyao felt a twinge of pity for him. Lu Ren, I do not intend to expel you from the sect. I wish to inform you of something. Lu Ren breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What is it? In 7 days, the Royal Dao sect will be bringing 3 newly accepted talented disciples to our Qingyun sect for sparring and exchange. Among them is a genius with a 6th-rank bloodline who is said to have already opened 7 spiritual apertures. In this exchange, we are bound to lose, Yun Qingyao stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren did not comprehend his master's meaning. Yun Qingyao continued, Therefore, the sect intends for me to cultivate you. You possess a defective bloodline. But if you can exchange even a move or 2 with them, our Qingyun sect can still save face. Master, rest assured. I will surely defeat that genius with the 6th-rank bloodline, Lu Ren declared confidently. Yun Qingyao shook her head and said, Lu Ren, do not speak such nonsense. With just 7 days remaining, I will impart to you a sword technique I created. Learn as much as you can. Sword technique? Lu Ren's eyes brightened. The fierce tiger fist and bagua palm he practiced were merely close-range martial arts. If he could learn a sword technique, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, it was a sword technique created by his master, which surely would not lack in power. Seeing Lu Ren's apparent interest in her sword technique, Yun Qingyao smiled. Indeed, this sword technique is one I devised by observing celestial phenomena. I have named it the Celestial Phenomena Sword Technique. Currently, there are only 3 forms. If you can master all 3, it would be comparable to a high-tier human-grade sword technique. With that, Yun Qingyao took out the fire spirit sword and moved to the courtyard. Lu Ren, pay close attention. Yun Qingyao gripped the fire spirit sword, continuously swinging it while emitting a commanding shout. Though Yun Qingyao appeared slender and fragile, each strike was razor-sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. The first form of the Celestial Phenomena Sword Technique. Movement. Yun Qingyao shouted, her swordplay accelerating, her movements light and unrestrained, flowing effortlessly in an instant. The sword light surged, resembling a snake weaving through the falling leaves from the courtyard's trees. The elusive sword technique left no trace. So beautiful, Lu Ran was utterly captivated. Yun Qingyao performed the first form over a dozen times, followed by the second form, unraveled, and the third form, thunderous, each demonstrated multiple times to ensure Lu Ran would understand. After finishing, Yun Qingyao retracted her swordplay and tossed the fire spirit sword to Lu Ran, saying, "From today onward, I will be with you day and night for the next 7 days. You will eat and live with me, and there shall be no room for laziness." She believed that with her close instruction, even if Lu Ren's talent was lacking, he should still be able to master the first form. If he could master the first form, he could potentially open 2 spiritual apertures. 3 spiritual apertures should allow him to exchange a move or 2 with the disciples of the Royal Dao sect. Live together? Lu Ren's thoughts ran wild. Yun Qingyao's face flushed as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you thinking? I will sleep in the bed, and you will sleep on the floor." Sleep on the floor? Lu Ran was taken aback. It was clearly his room, yet he was being told to sleep on the floor. What if he caught a chill due to his weak cultivation? Very well. Now you may begin your training. Yun Qingyao moved aside, supervising Lu Ren's practice. However, as Lu Ran gripped the fire spirit sword, he found himself at a loss. He had nearly forgotten Yun Qingyao's swordplay from earlier, let alone how to practice it. Yun Qingyao crossed her arms and, seeing Lu Ran standing idly, said, "Lu Ran, what are you doing standing there? Start practicing." Lu Ran forced a smile. "Master, I have nearly forgotten the swordplay you just demonstrated." "What?" Yun Qingyao was taken aback. "Master, I've nearly forgotten it. Could you please demonstrate it again?" Lu Ran requested. Yun Qingyao took the fire spirit sword back and once again demonstrated the first form, movement of the celestial phenomena sword technique in front of Lu Ran. This time moving at a much slower pace, repeating it over 20 times. Lu Ran watched attentively, but his talent remained woefully inadequate. Although he understood the movements visually, he could not replicate them with his hands. Observing Lu Ran standing there in a daze, Yun Qingyao inquired, "Still cannot do it?" Lu Ran shook his head, feeling disheartened. "Master, my talent is too poor. It seems I underestimated the challenges posed by a defective bloodline. However, Lu Ran, do not be discouraged. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely succeed." Yun Qingyao moved behind Lu Ran, grasping his wrists. "Lu Ran, remember the movements well with that." She guided Lu Ren's arms, helping him to swing the fire spirit sword. As Lu Ran felt the coolness of his master's hands. Warmth blossomed within him, and he focused intently, committing each move of the celestial phenomena sword technique to memory. Thus, Lu Ran led the way, with Yun Qingyao following closely, their movements in perfect harmony, akin to a pair of partners wielding the fire spirit sword together. Just then, Xiao Huohuo returned and was stunned by the sight, believing he must be seeing things. Did not the saintess hold great disappointment toward Lu Ran? Yet here she was, closely instructing him in sword techniques, and so intimately too. Why did I come back? So they can harm me for the 3rd time. Xiao Huohuo turned and left, planning to request a transfer to another courtyard from the elders, eager to distance himself from Lu Ran. Chapter 0019. 20 years of hard training. And so, Yun Qingyao began her close instruction of Lu Ren.at night. She slept in Lu Ren's bed, while he had no choice but to sleep on the floor. At the crack of dawn, as the sky began to brighten, Yun Qingyao would rouse Lu Ran for training. During mealtime, she and Lu Ran would head to the dining hall in the entry-level area together, drawing the attention of other disciples. Why is the saintess always with Lu Ran? I heard the saintess is teaching Lu Ran sword techniques to showcase during the upcoming sparring exchange. Lu Ran is merely a defective bloodline. Even if he has opened one spiritual aperture, he should not be able to cultivate sword techniques, right? Many intra-level disciples found it hard to believe. Lu Ran, did you hear that? They do not believe you can cultivate it. You must work hard. Yun Qingyao urged earnestly. Master, I will strive to do my best. Lu Ran nodded. Lu Ran was determined to not slack off. This celestial phenomena sword technique was, after all, a high-tier human-grade sword technique. If he relied solely on himself to cultivate, given his talent, he did not know how long it would take to grasp it, or if he would ever succeed. Now, with Yun Qingyao's guidance, the threshold for cultivating it was significantly lowered. After 3 days of close instruction, Lu Ran finally learned to awkwardly wield the 3 forms of the celestial phenomena sword technique, albeit with considerable clumsiness. Witnessing this, Yun Qingyao felt a pang of guilt. She had anticipated that a defective bloodline would be a challenge, but she had not expected it to be this severe. For someone with such poor talent to endure a month of martial training was already quite commendable. If it were her, she would have likely given up long ago. Perhaps I should not force him to train. With such poor talent, even someone like the ancient Tuashi emperor would struggle to cultivate. Right? Yun Qingyao quietly lamented. Consequently, she decided to have Lu Ren abandon the celestial phenomena sword technique and instead practice simpler foundational sword techniques, slashes, thrusts, and stabs. Confident that with her 7th-rank bloodline, even if Lu Ren's talent was lacking, he would still be able to grasp the sword technique she had created. However, she underestimated the challenges posed by Lu Ren's defective bloodline. Now, all they could do was have Lu Ren make a last-minute effort to practice the foundational sword techniques. With the exchange between the two major sects approaching, the Qingyun sect had little hope of victory. They could only rely on Lu Ren, this defective bloodline, to salvage a bit of dignity. That a defective bloodline could even cultivate foundational sword techniques was still astonishing. Over the course of 4 days, under Yun Qingyao's supervision, Lu Ren finally mastered the foundational sword techniques, executing slashes, thrusts, and stabs with considerable force. Lu Ren, the fire spirit sword is yours to keep. Regardless of how your future journey in cultivation unfolds, you will always be my disciple. Rest well today, and tomorrow, give it your all to showcase your foundational sword techniques. Yun Qingyao gently patted Lu Ren on the shoulder before leaving. Lu Ren watched his master's retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips as he vowed, "Master, tomorrow, I will make you proud." Since Yun Qingyao does not believe that he has opened 7 spiritual apertures, let us await the sparring session for the new disciples tomorrow, where he shall undoubtedly astonish all. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Ren delved into the nameless treasure pagoda. The spiritual rice within the pagoda could sustain his cultivation for 20 years. His master cares for him so deeply. Thus, he must defeat that disciple with a 6th-grade bloodline at all costs. Lu Ren's gaze was fierce as he clenched his fists tightly. However, the opponent possessed a 6th-grade bloodline, while he was burdened with a waste-grade bloodline. Even if he perfected the 3 foundational martial arts of the human tier, it might not be enough to match his adversary. He had witnessed Qin Yu's prowess, a genius with a 6th-grade bloodline, and with his current strength, he was far from being a match for Qin Yu. In these 20 years, he must master the celestial swordsmanship. Gripping the fire spirit sword, Lu Ren resumed his training in the basic sword techniques, slashes, stabs, and thrusts. He diligently practiced for an entire year, repeating the monotonous motions of slashing, stabbing, and thrusting. Now, when Lu Ren wielded his sword, he exuded an impressive aura, each strike capable of unleashing astonishing power. Whoosh! Lu Ren swung his sword toward a massive boulder before him, which split apart as effortlessly as tofu. He had already honed the 4 basic sword moves to perfection, liberating himself from their constraints. He began to practice the first form of the celestial swordsmanship, trace movement. Images of Yun Qingyao personally imparting her teachings flooded his mind as he began to wield his long sword. Initially, Lu Ren's movements were still awkward and clumsy, but compared to before, his swordsmanship flowed smoothly, devoid of any obstruction, evoking a gratifying sense of natural progression. Lu Ren immersed himself in intensive training. 7 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Ren's swordplay grew increasingly swift, his movements becoming fluid and effortless. Suddenly, as he wielded his long sword, the light danced like a serpent, and with a swift thrust, he pierced through a boulder before him, creating a gaping hole. Sheathing his sword, Lu Ren's face lit up with surprise. After 7 years, he had indeed mastered the first form of the celestial swordsmanship. It is worth noting that this sword technique rivaled the top-tier martial skills of the human level, which, given his talent, he should not have been able to master. He had even prepared to expend a decade to accomplish this feat. Perhaps it was due to his master's personal guidance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ren continued to practice the second form, unfettered. With each stroke of his sword, he transitioned from initial awkwardness to growing proficiency. 12 years passed. The sword light he wielded resembled clouds drifting through the sky, swiftly contracting and coalescing into a point before piercing outward. After creating a hole in the boulder before him, it suddenly exploded into a shower of fragments. He had unexpectedly mastered the second form as well. Joy illuminated Lu Ren's face. 2 decades of arduous training had yielded the mastery of 2 forms of the celestial swordsmanship, far exceeding his expectations. Exiting the pagoda space, Lu Ren headed to the dining hall for dinner. Tomorrow, the Royal Dao sect would bring 3 newly initiated disciples to our Qingyun sect for a sparring exchange. It is said they have recruited a genius with a 6th grade bloodline, who opened 7 spiritual apertures in just a month and a half. Among our batch of new disciples, only Yang Rong and Zhao possess strong talents, and even they have only opened 6 spiritual apertures. This time, our Qingyun sect is bound to lose again. In the midst of casual conversation, many disciples wore downcast expressions. The development of a sect relies on the emergence of geniuses. In recent years, no disciple from Qingyun sect has been able to secure first place in major competitions, causing various families to send their members to the other 3 major sections over these years. Qingyun sect has only recruited 1 disciple with a 6th grade bloodline, Qinyu, while the other 3 major sects manage to recruit 1 or 2 6th grade bloodline disciples almost every year. Lu Ren listened attentively, and just as he was about to rise after finishing his meal, a hand pressed him back down. Lu Ren looked up to see a boy of about 17, with a stern appearance and finely chiseled features, flanked by a boy and a girl. Before Lu Ren could speak, the boy interrupted, saying, "I am Zhao Yi. You should have some impression of me." Lu Ren nodded. "I know you, a genius with a 5th grade bloodline. What do you want with me?" Zhao Yi scrutinized Lu Ren for a long moment before saying, "I merely come to advise you to keep your distance from the Holy Maiden. If possible, proactively sever your master-disciple relationship with her." Chapter 20. The exchange conference. Lu Ren was taken aback at this, then questioned, "Why should I sever my relationship with my master?" Zhao Yi shook his head with a smile. "Are you truly oblivious or feigning ignorance? The Holy Maiden is the Holy Maiden of the Jiangyun Kingdom, pursued by countless prodigies. If you were a genius, it might be permissible, but as a waste-grade bloodline, clinging to the Holy Maiden will bring you no benefit. Do you also wish to pursue my master?" Lu Ren retorted. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Of course not. I know my own worth." Though he held himself in high regard, he recognized the vast chasm between himself and Yun Qingyao. In terms of both status and strength, they were not from the same world. Among the younger generation of the entire Jiangyun Kingdom, only 3 individuals were qualified to pursue Yun Qingyao. "You need not concern yourself with my relationship with my master. It is none of your business. Moreover, what of my waste-grade bloodline? I was the first to enter the sect and the first to open a spiritual aperture." Lu Ren scoffed. Zhao Yi's mouth fell open, realizing he had no retort. This was not how he had anticipated it to unfold. He had thought Lu Ren would know his place, yet Lu Ren countered with his achievements, leaving him momentarily speechless. Were these 2 accomplishments truly worthy of boasting? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi spoke stiffly, "Lu Ren, had it not been for the Holy Maiden taking you as her disciple, you, with your waste-grade bloodline, would never have qualified to enter Qingyun sect, let alone stand beside me." Lu Ren couldn't help but smirk. Zhao Yi was simply looking for trouble. Their connection was non-existent, so why should his actions concern Zhao Yi? "Do you know why my grandmother lived to be 103? Lu Ren suddenly asked. Zhao Yi was taken aback. "Because she never meddled in others' affairs," Lu Ren replied coldly. "You?" Zhao Yi struggled to suppress his anger. Had he not coveted Lu Ren's status, he would have taught him a lesson within the sect. Lu Ren chuckled. "As for my relationship with my master, you should worry less about it. Tomorrow is the sparring exchange conference for new disciples. You should prepare well to contend for our sect's honor. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Ren turned and exited the dining hall. Zhao Yi's face flushed red, shaking with rage. In his view, Lu Ren was merely emboldened by Yun Qingyao's protection, allowing him to act so arrogantly. Were it not for being taken as a disciple by Yun Qingyao, Lu Ren, with his waste-grade bloodline, would have long been lost among the crowd, with no chance of rising again. "Brother Zhao Yi, that Lu Ren truly is ungrateful. You kindly warned him, and didn't he appreciate it?" A girl behind them exclaimed in frustration. Zhao Yi snorted, "A dog relying on its master, Brother Zhao Yi. For this exchange conference, it seems the responsibility falls on you and that genius with a 6th grade bloodline," spoke another boy, expressing admiration for Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi replied proudly, "Even before I opened my spiritual apertures, I traveled the world with my father, visiting the Silent Ridge in Jiangyun Kingdom and the Black Dragon Sea. I personally witnessed my father battle the Azure Phosphor Flood Dragon. In the most perilous moments, my father and I endured 3 days and nights without food or drink, merely to ambush the Bloodfang Wolf. What does that 6th grade bloodline genius have to compare with me? Though I may have one fewer spiritual aperture open than him, he is merely a pampered flower, while I have personally slain 3 foes and even severed the horn of the azure phosphor flood dragon. Listening to Zhao Yi's words, the 2 others looked at him with admiration. Zhao Yi had indeed faced life and death trials. He might yet defeat that genius of the royal Tao sect. As the morning sun broke through the clouds, casting its rays over the entire Qingyun sect, all disciples erupted in excitement. Although Qingyun's sect had lost in recent years' sparring exchanges, their curiosity could not be quelled, and they eagerly anticipated witnessing the genius of the royal Tao sect with a 6th grade bloodline. At this moment, a massive arena had been constructed in front of the martial hall, surrounded by a throng of people, buzzing with energy. Nearly all inner and outer disciples had gathered to observe the strength of the newly initiated disciples. As Lu Ren entered the square with the fire spirit's sword slung across his back, he found himself amidst a sea of people above. The sound of rushing air filled the sky as figures descended like locusts. The lively atmosphere soared to new heights. Lu Ren was secretly astonished. He had never seen such a scene before. Lu Ren, come here. At that moment, Yun Qingyao's voice rang out. Following the sound, Lu Ren spotted her seated at a high VIP seat. Flanked by a dozen elders. 2 disciples, a boy and a girl, stood beside her. These 2 were none other than Zhao Yi and Yang Rong, the most talented among the newly initiated disciples. Upon seeing Lu Ren approach the steps, Zhao Yi sneered, "So, the 3 wastes of the initiation have arrived." Yun Qingyao admonished sternly, "Zhao Yi, do not insult my disciple." "Elder Yun, I did not say it." He joined Sister Qin Yu's team along with the other 2 wastes, earning him the nickname 3 Wastes of Initiation. Zhao Yi laughed. "Master, if I am a waste, then so be it. I am indeed a waste-grade bloodline." Lu Ren remained unfazed. However, Yun Qingyao cast a cold glance at Zhao Yi, saying, "Zhao Yi, apologize to my disciple at once, or do not blame me for making you suffer public humiliation." Zhao Yi's face turned an ugly shade, and he reluctantly addressed Lu Ren, "Junior brother Lu Ren, I was in the wrong earlier. Please forgive me. No harm done." Lu Ren felt a surge of satisfaction at Zhao Yi's demeanor. With his master protecting him, it felt quite delightful. "Lu Ren, go greet the elders," Yun Qingyao instructed. "Yes." Lu Ren approached the elders, clasping his hands in greeting. "Disciple Lu Ren, greetings to the esteemed elders." The Grand Elder stroked his beard and, upon seeing Lu Ren with the fire spirit sword, his murky eyes brightened. "Lu Ren, have you perhaps mastered Elder Yun's celestial swordsmanship?" Lu Ren nodded. "Yes, my master has imparted her teachings. I have already mastered 2 forms. Ha ha ha, splendid." The Grand Elder laughed heartily. To master 2 forms is already quite an accomplishment. Yun Qingyao felt a tinge of embarrassment. She hadn't expected her disciple to be so boastful, as he had merely mastered the foundational sword techniques. At this point, it no longer mattered. The fact that her disciple had taken the stage to challenge was a success in itself. Moments later, the crowd suddenly stirred, as one of the elders from the Qingyun sect led an old man accompanied by 3 youths. The elder had a mane of golden hair and beard, disheveled like a lion. The 3 youths, approximately 17 years of age, included a handsome young man, slender in build, carrying a long sword, exuding a sharp aura. To the left of the handsome youth stood a spirited young girl in black training attire, while the girl on the right donned a flowing green dress, her beauty and aloof demeanor captivating. "Elder Xie, it has been a year since we last met. I trust all is well." The Grand Elder rose, greeting him with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Elder Ming. I heard that your Qingyun sect has accepted a waste-grade bloodline as a disciple, and you are planning to let him spar against my sect's disciples. Do you truly believe he could be comparable to the likes of Tua Shi Gu Di, that you could cultivate him?" Elder Xie laughed. "Even if he were a figure like Tua Shi Gu Di, inheriting a waste-grade bloodline would only lead to his obscurity. I genuinely commend your Qingyun sect for accepting a waste-grade bloodline disciple." As Elder Xie spoke, he raised a thumbs up. The Grand Elder cursed inwardly. They had only just arrived, and Elder Xie was already belittling them. However, as the host, he could not afford to lose face and could only maintain a smiling facade. Yet, as the saying goes, there are no waste bloodlines, only waste individuals. I shall see how much this boy is worth. Elder Xie chuckled, then gestured to the 3 young disciples beside him, saying, "Elder Ming, these 3 are my Royal Tao sect's newly recruited disciples this year. Zhu Feiyang, Akin, and Li Jing. The three stepped forward, bowing slightly, and together they said, "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect." The Grand Elder assessed the three, noting their formidable aura, particularly Li Jing, who appeared not to be weaker than the strongest Zhao Yi. Not just the Grand Elder, but the expressions of the other elders darkened as well. The Royal Dao sect had indeed been producing exceptional talents in recent years. The Grand Elder exchanged pleasantries before indicating Lu Ran and the others. "Elder Xie, these three disciples are Zhao Yi, Yang Rong, and Lu Ran. Who will be your disciple sparring opponents?" Elder Xie merely cast a glance at them, revealing a hint of disdain, then declared, "Let us not delay. Let the sparring begin." Immediately, one of the elders leapt onto the arena, announcing loudly, "The sparring exchange conference officially commences. As per usual, it will be a one-on-one duel. A side must win 3 matches to be declared the victor. If neither side achieves that, the winning side will engage in a second round until a final victor emerges. Now, please send one disciple from each side to the arena." With that, the elder stepped aside. "Li Jing, you go first." Li Jing, clad in green, leaped gracefully onto the arena, her gaze fixed upon Lu Ran and the others, stating coolly, "I am Li Jing, a newly initiated disciple of the Royal Dao sect with a 5th-grade bloodline, having opened 6 spiritual apertures. Who among you wishes to battle me first?" "Lu Ran, you go." Yun Qingyao ordered. It seemed that Li Jing was the weakest of the three, so Lu Ran might have a chance against her. "All right," Lu Ran nodded, leaping to a position a yard away from Li Jing. As the crowd observed Lu Ran's entrance, their expressions turned peculiar. What was the sect thinking? Were they truly allowing Lu Ran to spar? Li Jing possessed a 5th-grade bloodline and had opened 6 spiritual apertures. The sect merely intended for Lu Ran to showcase his swordsmanship. Victory or defeat was inconsequential. Many disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. "What do you mean victory or defeat is inconsequential? You are all thinking too small." Suddenly, a voice resonated from within the crowd. The onlookers turned to see it was Wang Tung, one of the so-called 2 wastes of initiation. "Wang Tung, what do you mean by that?" Many senior disciples expressed their confusion. Wang Tung smiled. "Do you believe Lu Ran can defeat Li Jing?" "What? Defeat Li Jing? Are you joking? He is an even more wasteful disciple than you, having opened just 1 spiritual aperture. How could he possibly defeat Li Jing?" A disciple looked incredulous, and those around him nodded in agreement. With only 1 spiritual aperture opened, he could muster a strength of merely 1,000 pounds, while 6 spiritual apertures could yield a force of 6,000 pounds. In the face of such a disparity in absolute strength, even if Lu Ran had honed formidable martial skills, he stood no chance. "You are all fools." In this sparring exchange for newly initiated disciples, which concerns the sect's reputation, how could they possibly send a disciple with only 1 spiritual aperture to compete? Wang Tung shook his head. "I tell you, the sect is letting Lu Ran showcase his swordsmanship. They are intentionally portraying it this way." "Wang Tung, you are so confident that Lu Ran can win against Li Jing?" a disciple inquired. Wang Tung crossed his arms, declaring resolutely, "How about we make a bet? I will wager 100,000 copper coins. You all can pool in your bets. If Lu Ran wins, you take the 100,000. If Li Jing loses, you owe me 100,000. Brother Wang Tung truly is a generous benefactor. I bet 50,000. Why are you betting so much? Are we not allowed to have some soup?" Each person can wager a maximum of 10,000. Beside them, Qin Yu's gaze fell upon Lu Ran, her face filled with anticipation. Only they knew how formidable Lu Ran truly was. A warrior who had opened 6 spiritual meridians was certainly no match for Lu Ran. At this moment, on the stage, Lu Ran clasped his hands towards Li Jing and declared, "I am Lu Ran, a disciple of the Qingyun sect, possessing a worthless bloodline. I humbly seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression turned grim, for she had not anticipated that Lu Ran would be the first to take the stage. For her, this was an absolute humiliation. After all, she was a standout among the newly initiated disciples of the Imperial Dao sect, ranked among the top 3 in strength. Yet the Qingyun sect had chosen to send a disciple with a worthless bloodline to spar with her. "Lu Ran, do you think I am the weakest among the 3? I have heard that your master has taught you swordsmanship. Let me tell you, you won't even have the chance to draw your sword." Li Jing would not allow Lu Ran any opportunity to unsheath his weapon, especially not a so-called worthless bloodline who had merely opened a single spiritual meridian, daring to engage her in a duel. "It was simply intolerable," Lu Ran replied coolly. "It was my master who instructed me to come. As a disciple, I naturally must heed my master's words. Then I shall make you aware of the consequences of sparring with me. Fury flickered in Li Jing's eyes as her petite frame surged forward like a leopard, reaching Lu Ren's back in mere moments. Mountain-splitting palm. Her palm struck out with the force of a mountain, terrifyingly compressing the surrounding air as it slammed into Lu Ren's back. Not good. Yun Qingyao's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. Li Jing had unleashed the mid-tier human-grade leopard step and the upper-tier human-grade mountain-splitting palm, both mastered to perfection. It was daunting enough that even any warrior who had opened 6 spiritual meridians would find it difficult to withstand this onslaught. Die. Li Jing cried out as she delivered a powerful strike. However, when her palm collided with Lu Ren's back, it unexpectedly passed through, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dissipated. What? Li Jing's face changed dramatically as she saw Lu Ren's figure leaping around the stage like a spirit cat, only to appear before her in the next moment. Tiger's Fury Fist. Lu Ren materialized in front of Li Jing, his fist hurtling towards her face like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Li Jing had no time to defend herself. She crossed her arms in front of her, but her fists met Lu Ren's in a violent clash. Puff. Li Jing felt an overwhelming force surge through her body, and before she knew it, she was propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily onto the ground below the stage. Lu Ren approached her, fixing her with a steely gaze. You are not worthy of my sword. Chapter 0022. Shock across the arena in that moment. The arena fell into silence, lasting for a good dozen breaths before erupting into a cacophony of excitement. Their sect's so-called worthless bloodline disciple had actually defeated a genius disciple of the Imperial Dao sect with a 5th-tier bloodline. Moreover, he had demonstrated mastery in 2 complete martial techniques. Ha ha ha, Lu Ren has won. Quickly pay me my winnings. Wang Ting laughed amidst the crowd. Wang Teng, do you know something we don't? A disgruntled disciple handed Wang Ting a banknote. Accepting it, Wang Ting replied, I teamed up with him for a task, so I naturally know Lu Ren's strength. He and senior sister Qin, you jointly killed the Phosphor Flood Dragon King. Hearing Wang Ting's words, the surrounding newly initiated disciples were left in astonishment. In the VIP section, Yun Qingyao's mind was blank. She had never imagined Lu Ren to be this formidable. Wasn't he her disciple supposed to be a worthless bloodline? Wasn't he a failure in martial cultivation? The only open spiritual meridian was a gift from the immortals. If she hadn't personally taught Lu Ren swordsmanship, she wouldn't have believed he could be so powerful. But the Lu Ren standing on the stage was utterly different from the one she knew. This kid has been deceiving me all along. Just wait until I deal with him. Yun Qingyao muttered angrily to herself. The Grand Elder wore a look of ecstatic surprise, then turned to Yun Qingyao and said, Elder Yun, you have truly outdone us old fools. You have trained Lu Ren to such a remarkable level. The Spirit Cat step perfected, the Tiger's Fury Fist perfected. Tut, tut, tut. Elder Yun, what is your secret training method? Many elders inquired, their envy evident in their voices, in their eyes. Lu Ren's transformation was undoubtedly linked to Yun Qingyao. Regaining her composure, Yun Qingyao replied stubbornly, I naturally have my own training methods. Even a worthless bloodline can be nurtured. Xie Huang's expression darkened. Their sect's newly initiated disciple ranked 3rd, Li Jing, had been defeated by a worthless bloodline. If this news spread, what face would the Imperial Dao sect have left? Zhao Yi's expression was equally grim. He had initially thought Lu Ren would be humiliated in this exchange conference, yet unexpectedly, Lu Ren had grown so powerful, mastering 2 martial techniques to perfection. Was this something a worthless bloodline could achieve? An elder immediately jumped onto the stage, cheerfully announcing, in the first match, disciple Lu Ren of the Qingyun sect emerges victorious. Now, let us proceed to the second match. Lu Ren stepped down from the stage and approached Yun Qingyao. The Grand Elder openly praised him, saying, Lu Ren, well done. You have brought glory to our Qingyun sect. Once this exchange conference concludes, there will be ample rewards for you. Lu Ren's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Even if he lost the next 2 battles, he wouldn't mind. All credit goes to my master. If there are rewards, they should go to her. Lu Ren humbly responded. Hearing this, Yun Qingyao felt a mix of joy and anger. She had never anticipated that her disciple could bring her such honor. Next, The second match would feature Akin from the Imperial Dao sect against Yang Rong from the Qingyan sect. As the two ascended the stage, the presiding elder declared, "Let the match begin." Whoosh! Almost as soon as the presiding elder stepped back, Akin's eyes flickered. Her body nearly grazed the ground as she lunged towards Yang Rong. Moreover, Akin did not move in a straight line but rather in an erratic arc, akin to a venomous snake on the hunt, poised to strike at any moment. The upper-tier human-grade technique, snake step, which she had presumably mastered to perfection. Several disciples immediately recognized the martial technique Akin was employing. This snake step was notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring a solid foundation from a young age to make the body as supple as that of a snake. Truly, she was the apex talent among the newly initiated disciples of the Imperial Dao sect. One could only wonder whether Yang Rong could withstand her onslaught. Lu Ren observed the snake step with a sense of awe. His spirit cat step excelled in speed, but the snake step was elusive and difficult to decipher. If Yang Rong had not trained in a counter technique, she would likely be defeated swiftly as expected. Yang Rong found it nearly impossible to counter Akin's snake step. Although she too had trained in agility techniques, her mastery was merely at the minor accomplishment level. Akin attacked relentlessly, leaving Yang Rong no opportunity to retaliate as she danced to another position with every strike. Yang Rong was entirely on the defensive. After several exchanges, Yang Rong finally faltered, receiving a crushing blow to her chest from Akin. The sound of cracking bones echoing through the in an instant. Yang Rong was sent hurtling backward, landing on the ground with a pained expression. How ruthless! Lu Ren distinctly heard the sound of ribs breaking and furrowed his brow. Akin could have tempered her strength, yet she struck with such ferocity. A warrior should possess such ruthlessness. No matter the enemy, kindness towards them is cruelty towards oneself. Being soft-hearted will not lead to great accomplishments. Xia Kuang remarked coldly. Soon after, an elder escorted Yang Rong away for treatment. Amidst the chatter of the disciples, the third match finally commenced. This match was the most crucial of the exchange conference, a duel between the strongest. Whoever triumphed would nearly secure victory in this gathering. Chu Feiyang stepped onto the stage, gazing at Zhao Yi and blandly stating, "You are not my opponent, concede." Zhao Yi smirked mockingly, "Though you have one more spiritual meridian than I, it does not mean you cannot be defeated. Today, I will challenge you across levels, 6 spiritual meridians against 7. Is that so?" Chu Feiyang chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's brow furrowed. Chu Feiyang's calm demeanor made him uneasy, but that feeling quickly dissipated. The difference in power between 6 and 7 spiritual meridians was not insurmountable. Martial techniques and practical combat skills could bridge the gap. Today, Zhao Yi aimed to stand atop the talent of the Imperial Dao sect's 6th-tier bloodline. Yang Ming, I, Zhao Yi, disciple of the Qingyun sect, with a 5th-tier bloodline, humbly seek your guidance. Zhao Yi declared. Chu Feiyang replied coolly, I am Chu Feiyang, disciple of the Imperial Dao sect, with a 6th-tier bloodline, inheritor of the Ghost Sword. I humbly seek your guidance. What? He is actually the inheritor of the Ghost Sword. Just like the Saintess, he is also a descendant of the Ghost Sword King. Many inner disciples were left astounded. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Ren instinctively glanced at Yun Qingyao, clearly sensing her face take on an unnatural hue. Zhao Yi's heart wavered as he exclaimed, You are the inheritor of the Ghost Sword? Are you frightened? Chu Feiyang chuckled lightly, stepping forward to bridge the 30-zhang gap between them. His fists flew wildly, unleashing terrifying fist energy that radiated scorching hot air, akin to 2 glowing iron blocks. This was the upper-tier human-grade technique. Blazing Fist, perfected. Facing the deluge of fists, Zhao Yi's expression shifted as he clawed at the air with both hands, engaging in a brutal contest. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of violent clashes resounded, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Yet, Zhao Yi was forced to retreat step by step, nearly teetering on the edge of the stage, just a step away from falling. Iron Wolf Ghost Steps. Zhao Yi lightly tapped his feet, his body moving like a wolf as he steadied himself before lunging at Chu Feiyang, resembling a hungry wolf on the hunt. Chu Feiyang remained stationary, unfazed, and met Zhao Yi's ferocious assault with powerful palm strikes, effortlessly neutralizing Zhao Yi's attacks. After several exchanges, a powerful collision sent Zhao Yi staggering back a few paces. Steadying himself, Zhao Yi sneered. The ghost sword inheritor is nothing more than this. Despite having one less spiritual meridian opened, Zhao Yi sensed that Chu Feiyang's strength was not vastly superior to his own. He was confident he would win this battle. Chapter 0023, Divine Bloodline. The ghost sword inheritor was well known in the Jiangyun Kingdom. The Saintess had once been the inheritor of the ghost sword. Those who became inheritors were almost always exceptional talents with extraordinary comprehension. If Zhao Yi could defeat the ghost sword inheritor today, he would undoubtedly gain fame. Chu Feiyang chuckled and shook his head. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Yi, you underestimate the ghost sword inheritor too much. You have opened 7 spiritual meridians. If you truly had strength, you would have defeated me long ago. Zhao Yi scoffed. I have only used 30% of my strength. Chu Feiyang shook his head. What did you say? Zhao Yi's expression changed. Whoosh! Chu Feiyang's aura suddenly surged, his speed doubling as he closed the distance between them, unleashing a flurry of perfected blazing fists. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of scorching fists rained down upon Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's complexion changed drastically as he hastily employed the upper-tier human-grade defensive technique, Wolf Fang Fist, but after a few punches, he could no longer withstand the onslaught, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the crowd and fainting instantly. The disciples present were left in shock, particularly those who were aware of Zhao Yi's strength and background, who were even more astounded. It wasn't that Zhao Yi was too weak, but rather that Chu Feiyang was too strong. Chu Feiyang was the ghost sword inheritor, undoubtedly gifted and perceptive. From now on, life would not be easy for the newly initiated and outer disciples. The third match concluded with disciple Chu Feiyang of the Imperial Dao sect emerging victorious. The presiding elder was equally astonished by Chu Feiyang's strength, not expecting him to hide his true power initially, especially being the ghost sword inheritor, without even showcasing his most powerful sword techniques. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and the other elders from the Qingyun sect were secretly astonished. The strength Chu Feiyang displayed was even superior to that of Qinyu from the previous year. Ha ha ha. Truly, the ghost sword inheritor. The Imperial Dao sect has gained a ghost sword inheritor, and they are likely to ascend to a first-rate sect. The Grand Elder exclaimed. A smile plastered across his face. Xie Kuang, too, offered his compliments. If the Qingyun sect can truly cultivate a disciple with a worthless bloodline into another to a Shigu Di, it wouldn't just become a first-rate sect. It could potentially rise to the pinnacle of the Xinhuang continent. Now that the exchange had concluded, Xie Kuang suggested, Elder Xie should stay a few more days at our Qingyun sect to enjoy our hospitality. The Grand Elder nodded enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, excellent. Xie Kuang chuckled in agreement. However, Nalen Xian suddenly interjected, Esteemed elders, the exchange has not yet concluded, has it? There is still a second round of sparring. Clearly, Lu Ran is not a match for either of you, and continuing the sparring holds no significance. The purpose of the exchange is to showcase strength, and all 6 of you have demonstrated yours. The Grand Elder had not expected Nalen Xian to seek a second round of sparring. Although Lu Ran was strong, he was no match for Nalen Xian's snake step, and he was even less likely to contend with Chu Feiyang. However, Xie Kuang interjected with a smile, Elder Meng, sparring must yield a victor. Do you not trust your disciple? Why not let him give it a try? As the Grand Elder pondered this, Lu Ran stepped forward and said, Since you wish to spar, let us continue. Seeing Lu Ran also agree, the Grand Elder nodded. In that case, you shall rest for a short while to recover your strength. Upon finishing, he plopped down, sipping his tea. Lu Ran then approached Yun Qingyao for a moment of respite. Lu Ran, do you have confidence in defeating Nalen Xian? Yun Qingyao tentatively inquired, as since Lu Ran had revealed his strength, she found it increasingly difficult to gauge her disciple. Lu Ran nodded. In truth, I have opened 7 spiritual meridians, so defeating her is not a challenge. In my previous battle with Li Jing, I did not use my full strength. This time, during the exchange conference, his goal was to defeat all 3 of the Imperial Dao sect's disciples, and he intended to hold back his abilities. What did you say? Yun Qingyao pointed at Lu Ran and said with a hint of resentment, Once the exchange concludes, if you do not explain the entire situation to me, just wait and see how I will deal with you. A cup of tea's time quickly passed. Without the presiding elder needing to announce it, Lu Ran and Nalen Xian stepped onto the stage from opposite sides, standing 10 meters apart. Lu Ran, I never thought that a worthless bloodline like yours could master both the tiger's fury fist and spirit cat step to perfection. You injured Li Jing, and I will demand repayment for this debt. Nalen Exine said coldly. Liu Ren replied, You injured senior sister Yang Rong. It is I who should be settling the score. I fear you lack the ability. Nalen Exine shouted lightly, her figure darting forward, delivering a fierce palm strike towards Liu Ren. After her palm struck, an astonishing palm wind was unleashed, Tiger's Fury Fist. Liu Ren did not evade but launched a punch, choosing to meet her head-on. Boom! Their fists and palms collided, causing both to stagger back 3 steps. However, Liu Ren had not exerted his full strength. He sought to gauge Nalen Exine's snake step, knowing that had he unleashed his power, he could have defeated her with that one punch. Nalen Exine stabilized herself and once again employed the snake step, her form gliding around Liu Ren like a spirit snake, repeatedly targeting his vital points. Not only was her body supple, but her arms also moved with remarkable fluidity, her palms descending like a snake's head, aiming to bite at Liu Ren. 18 snake bites. With swift and fierce strikes, her palm techniques resembled a viper striking in midair, accompanied by a sizzling sound, exuding an aura of ferocity. This was a top-tier martial skill of the human rank, the serpent spirit's 18 bites. Astonishingly, she had mastered 12 bites, making her nearly invincible in close combat when combined with her serpent-like steps. Liu Ren, relying on his fierce tiger fist and agile cat steps, was likely to face defeat. The expressions of many elders were tinged with worry. As this scene unfolded, Yun Qingyao felt a similar concern. She was not afraid of Liu Ren losing, but rather of him getting injured. Even though Liu Ren had activated 7 spirit apertures, he still lacked a significant advantage against such a formidable opponent. The 8 trigrams palm. Liu Ren swung his hands, forming a rotating motion akin to a grinding wheel, countering and deflecting the serpent-like strikes with ease. His palms moved like the 8 trigrams, unwavering as the underworld king. He had perfected the 8 trigrams palm. The elder gasped in astonishment, realizing that Liu Ren had indeed mastered all 3 low-tier martial skills of the human rank to completion within just 2 months. What extraordinary talent was this? The elder could hardly believe it. He himself had only trained for a month to reach this level. Elder Chiu from the martial arts pavilion was equally taken aback. It dawned on him what Liu Ren had claimed. He had truly mastered these techniques, and it was very likely that he had perfected all 3 forms. Mastering 3 low-tier human martial skills to perfection in just 1 month suggested that the measurement stone must have been mistaken. Liu Ren was far from being a waste bloodline. He might very well possess a divine bloodline. A divine bloodline would elevate our Qingyun sect to new heights. The group of elders in the VIP section of Qingyun sect erupted in excitement. Chapter 0024. The duel of sword techniques. At that moment, Nalen Exine's expression darkened. Her continuous assaults had been effortlessly blocked by Liu Ren, failing to inflict any damage. The great serpent slash. Nalen Exine furrowed her brow. Unleashing the power of her 6 spirit apertures, her fists clenched as her entire being transformed into a serpent's head, lunging at Liu Ren with lethal intent. In that instant, Liu Ren felt the inadequacy of his martial skills. Despite having achieved perfection, their might still paled in comparison to the advanced techniques of the human rank. My martial skills are still at a disadvantage. Liu Ren silently shook his head, then unleashed the full power of his 7 spirit apertures, the perfected fierce tiger fist crashing forward. Boom! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, shaking the arena itself. Swish! Both figures staggered back. Nalen Exine retreated several steps, while Liu Ren only took 2 backward strides. Before Nalen Exine could regain her footing, Liu Ren leaped forth like a nimble cat, striking her with a single punch that sent her flying from the ring. Ha ha! Splendid! The elder's eyes sparkled with delight as he clapped fervently. Xia Kuang chuckled awkwardly, offering a polite remark. Elder Ming, your Qingyun sect has indeed found a treasure in him. However, to proclaim he possesses a divine bloodline seems rather presumptuous. To master 3 low-tier human martial skills to perfection in merely a month is something even a 7-rank talent cannot accomplish. If he is not of a divine bloodline, then what is he? Elder Ming retorted with a smile. Humph! Xia Kuang snorted, stating, Let my sect's 6-rank bloodline face off against your divine bloodline and see who prevails. Zhu Feiyang had already discerned that both he and Liu Ren had activated 7 spirit apertures. The punch that had just defeated Nalan Xian had evidently possessed far greater force. After his victory over Nalan Xian, Lu Ran turned his gaze toward Zhu Feiyang and challenged, "Zhu Feiyang, do you dare to fight?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated Lu Ran would challenge Zhu Feiyang, the heir of the Ghost Sword. To become the heir of the Ghost Sword was no simple feat, requiring more than just a 6th-rank talent. Zhu Feiyang himself was taken aback by Lu Ren's audacity, replying with a smile. "Very well, I shall await your rest." "Good," Lu Ren nodded and took a moment to recuperate on the arena. After a brief interval, Zhu Feiyang stepped onto the stage, standing 10 meters away from Lu Ran. Zhu Feiyang scrutinized Lu Ran, saying, "Your Qingyun sect is indeed cunning. To awaken 7 spirit apertures and perfect 3 low-tier human martial skills in 2 months suggests your bloodline is at least 6th rank. I am merely a waste bloodline," Lu Ren asserted. "Since you carry a long sword, draw it. Let us see whose sword technique is superior." As his words fell, Zhu Feiyang unsheathed his sword, a brilliant light emanating as the blade shimmered. Enveloping Lu Ren in a dazzling display, Lu Ren drew his fire spirit sword from behind, executing a series of basic sword maneuvers, launching a barrage of over 10 strikes in response. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 swords clashed violently, erupting into a spectacle of sparks that obscured their forms, revealing only the flickering embers. Their swordplay, devoid of any advanced techniques, was a pure clash of foundational skills executed with breathtaking speed. Any misstep could prove fatal. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the intense confrontation, were secretly astonished. None had anticipated that the basic sword techniques could be honed to such a remarkable degree. This was hardly characteristic of martial artists in the Aperture realm. Even those in the Spirit Stream realm would struggle to exhibit such swordsmanship. In the VIP section, all the elders inhaled sharply. It was utterly unfathomable that both could wield foundational sword techniques with such finesse. Mastering basic swordplay required true dedication and hard work to reach this level. In this battle, who would emerge victorious? The discussions around them did not sway the 2 combatants, whose struggle grew increasingly fierce. The first form of the ghost sword technique, Iron Slash. Zhu Feiyang was surprised by Lu Ren's prowess, realizing that he could counter his relentless offensive. Without hesitation, he unleashed a spectacular strike. Lu Ren furrowed his brow, his fire spirit sword swirling wildly before coalescing into a single point, countering with a decisive strike. The second form of the celestial sword technique, Unscattered. Boom. The blade of the fire spirit sword collided violently with Zhu Feiyang's black iron sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Zhu Feiyang was jolted back several paces, spitting out blood in shock. The first form of the celestial sword technique, Trace Motion. Lu Ran surged forward, his sword darting like a serpent. Aiming directly at Zhu Feiyang's chest with a piercing thrust, the technique so elusive it defied comprehension. Zhu Feiyang seized the moment, wielding his black sword with rapid strikes, unleashing a flurry of shadowy sword strikes. He had indeed mastered the second form of the ghost sword technique, Shadow Sword. Seeing this, Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow, her expression grave. While she was astonished that Lu Ran had mastered 2 forms of the celestial sword technique, the current situation was dire for him. Just a few strikes and Lu Ren's enigmatic attack was thwarted, followed by a barrage of shadow strikes. "Yield to me!" Zhu Feiyang's eyes bulged with fury as his sword flashed quicker, casting a multitude of sword shadows above Lu Ran. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ran continuously parried, yet he soon realized the opponent's strength was overwhelming, surpassing his limits. His fire spirit sword was knocked from his grasp, leading Lu Ran to stagger back several steps. "You have lost?" Zhu Feiyang leaped into the air, a multitude of sword shadows converging as he thrust toward Lu Ran. This was the third form of the ghost sword technique, Merging Sword. Zhu Feiyang, as the heir of the ghost sword, had indeed achieved this technique at such a young age. In this battle, Lu Ran was bound to lose. For him to endure for so many rounds was already impressive. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, a dark sword light flickered as Zhu Feiyang's black sword lunged toward Lu Ran. At that moment, Lu Ran was unarmed, with no means to evade. He had no choice but to brace himself for the impact. Seeing the impending strike, Lu Ran gritted his teeth and produced the Tuoshi blood jade from his possession, gripping it tightly before smashing it against the incoming sword. Boom! With a resounding crash, Zhu Feiyang's long sword was sent flying, causing him to stagger back, coughing up blood in shock. The force of their collision had unleashed a peculiar energy that invaded his body, leaving him in considerable discomfort and sustaining internal injuries. That was the Tuo Shi blood jade. Zhu Feiyang's eyes fixed upon the blood jade in Lu Ren's hand. A look of astonishment etched across his face. Chapter 0025. Bloodline testing again at this moment. In the VIP section, numerous elders were fixated on the blood jade in Lu Ren's palm, recognizing it as the Tuo Shi blood jade. For many with low bloodline talents, the Tuo Shi blood jade represented a glimmer of hope for ascendance. Acquiring the legacy of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor could potentially alter one's bloodline talent. Particularly among the prominent families of Jiangyun Kingdom, vast sums of wealth were often expended to procure a single Tuo Shi blood jade for their offspring's advancement. It could be said that each piece of Tuo Shi blood jade was exceptionally precious and highly sought after. The revelation that Lu Ren possessed such a treasure was astonishing. You would resort to using the Tuo Shi blood jade to win against me? Zhu Feiyang felt incredulous. That was the Tuo Shi blood jade. If it were to shatter, entry into the Tuo Shi cave would be impossible. My goal is to win and bring glory to my master. The Tuo Shi blood jade is of little consequence. Lu Ren scoffed, pressing the attack with his perfected fierce tiger fist, raining down blows on Zhu Feiyang. Puff, puff. Zhu Feiyang struggled to defend himself, but his wounds were exacerbating rapidly. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed from the arena, spitting out blood repeatedly. A moment of silence enveloped the entire square before it erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Lu Ren had triumphed. Our Qingyun sect had indeed emerged victorious in this exchange. Ha ha ha, after 3 years, we have finally won. Many disciples were ecstatic, having never expected that Lu Ren, who was deemed the weakest, would defeat the heir of the ghost sword. However, Zhu Feiyang rose, a mix of frustration and indignation on his face. I refuse to accept this. This battle was not fair. As the esteemed heir of the ghost sword, losing to a waste bloodline was a blow to his pride that he could hardly bear. Defeat is defeat. What is unfair about it? Lu Ren retorted with a cold smile. I was wounded by the power of the Tuo Shi blood jade. You were never my match. Zhu Feiyang fumed. In a spar, there are no rules against using the Tuo Shi blood jade, right? Winning is the only truth. Lu Ren laughed. You? Zhu Feiyang was about to explode when Elder Xiequang intervened, leaving him to glare at Lu Ren with resentment. The presiding elder, regaining composure from his shock, smiled and announced, I hereby declare that Qingyun sect is the victor of this exchange. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in jubilation, all disciples elated. After 3 years of not winning a single match in the newcomer exchanges, they had finally triumphed, and against the heir of the ghost sword no less. Elder Xiequang's expression darkened as he turned to Elder Meng. Elder Meng, your Lu Ren has perfected 3 low-tier human martial skills in just 2 months and even mastered 2 sword techniques. I cannot believe he is a waste bloodline. A waste bloodline could never achieve such feats. Even if Yun Qingyao had some tricks up her sleeve, she could not have cultivated a waste bloodline to such heights. If someone were truly that powerful, the geniuses with 5 or 6 rank bloodlines might as well abandon their training altogether. Thus, he refused to believe Lu Ren was a waste bloodline. In fact, he would rather Lu Ren truly possessed a divine bloodline, for that would mitigate the embarrassment of their sect's defeat. Naturally, Lu Ren could not be a waste bloodline. The initial test must have been erroneous. He was highly likely to possess a divine bloodline. Elder Ming nodded with firm conviction. Why not conduct another test? Elder Xiequang suggested. Elder Ming turned to the elders beside him. Quickly fetch the true dragon compass. Yes. The 2 elders behind him promptly departed. At that moment, Lu Ren returned to Yun Qingyao's side, unable to contain his curiosity. Master, what is the true dragon compass? The true dragon compass is the treasured artifact of our Qingyun sect. Beyond its power to fend off enemies, it can accurately assess a martial artist's bloodline, Yun Qingyao explained. How accurate is it? Lu Ren inquired. Only he knew the extent of his own bloodline's inadequacy. The more precise the detection artifact, the clearer the truth of his perceived weakness. Previously, when he had participated in examinations at smaller sects, he was assessed as a 1-rank bloodline, only to be labeled a waste bloodline upon entering Qingyun sect. He feared the true dragon compass would reveal an even more dismal assessment of his bloodline. The true dragon compass is sealed with 110 dragon souls. If one possesses a 1-rank bloodline, it will summon between 10 to 19 dragon souls. A 2-rank bloodline will summon between 20 to 29. and so forth. A divine bloodline would summon 100 to 110 dragon souls. The more dragon souls summoned, the stronger the bloodline, Yun Qingyao elucidated. Before long, the two elders returned, accompanied by another elder. This elder appeared quite seasoned, even prompting Elder Ming, the elder, to rise and bow respectfully. With drooping eyelids, the elder waved his arm, revealing a ring on his finger that flickered with light in an instant. A 3-foot diameter golden compass floated in mid-air, intricately engraved with over 100 true dragons, each exuding a regal presence. The disciples erupted into cheers upon witnessing the golden compass. This is the true dragon compass, the treasured artifact of our Qingyun sect. With the true dragon compass, no sect within the eastern Xian domain dares to attack us. Many disciples wore expressions of pride. Listening to the enthusiastic discussions of his senior brothers and sisters, Lu Ren asked, "Master, is the true dragon compass really that powerful?" He was well aware that the eastern Xian domain housed 72 nations, with numerous sects, some boasting over 1,000 members. Yet, Qingyun sect was merely a second-tier sect, and among them, it was on the weaker side. The 4 major sects of Jiangyun Kingdom, Huangdao sect, Lihua sect, and Taijian sect, were regarded as stronger second-tier sections. A first-tier sect is determined by the presence of a Tiangang realm expert within it. The 4 major sects of Jiangyun Kingdom possessed numerous experts in the Divine Sea realm, yet none had a Tiangang realm powerhouse. If a first-tier sect were to attack a second-tier sect, they would likely be unable to withstand the assault. The true dragon compass can, once activated, slay a Tiangang realm expert. Yun Qingyao replied nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Ren was astounded. Was the true dragon compass akin to a nuclear bomb? If Qingyun sect could cultivate a Tiangang realm expert and refine the true dragon compass, they would ascend to the status of a first-tier sect. Yun Qingyao stated, Lu Ren, if you truly possess a divine bloodline, you will undoubtedly ascend to the Tiangang realm. Go. Let us test once more. All right. Lu Ren nodded and approached the true dragon compass. The elder cast a glance at Lu Ren. Place your palm on the true dragon compass and relax your entire being. Yes, elder. Lu Ren placed his palm onto the true dragon compass. That moment, everyone held their breath, especially the elders, whose hearts began to race. If Lu Ren truly had a divine bloodline, Qingyun sect's rise to a first-tier sect would be imminent. Conversely, Elder Xie Kuang felt a conflict within. He both hoped for Lu Ren to possess a divine bloodline and feared the implications. Ideally, a 7 or 8 rank bloodline would suffice for their acceptance. Buzz! Just then, the true dragon compass emitted a resonating roar. All eyes were fixated on the true dragon compass. Chapter 0026. The Enlightened One. At this moment, the entire square was eerily silent, as if the heartbeat of every individual could be distinctly heard. All eyes were fixated on the true dragon compass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 9 breaths, 10 breaths. When 10 breaths had passed, the true dragon compass remained utterly unresponsive. What could be the matter? Even if I were utterly useless, I should still be able to summon a dragon soul, should I not? Lu Ren wore a gloomy expression. He was not alone. Everyone present shared his astonishment. The elderly man with drooping eyelids also appeared perplexed. Even a defective bloodline should be able to summon a dragon soul. Could it be that the true dragon compass was malfunctioning? The old man murmured softly before turning to Lu Ren and saying, "Step aside for a moment. Let me give it a try." Yes, Lu Ren stepped aside. The old man pressed his withered palm against the true dragon compass. Suddenly, the compass emitted a resounding roar, radiating a golden light, and a series of golden dragon phantoms erupted from it, spiraling in the air and producing a resonant dragon's roar. 59 dragon souls, of 5th grade bloodline. Why was Lu Ren unable to summon even a single dragon soul? The crowd gasped in shock. Elder Long and the others were equally bewildered. Once the dragon souls dissipated, the old man put away the true dragon compass and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ming Qian, this child possesses not merely a defective bloodline but one even worse, a bloodline devoid of any merit. No bloodline? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be possible? Is there truly someone without a bloodline? If he lacks a bloodline, how could he have perfected the 3 minor martial techniques of the 3 schools within a month, and even mastered Elder Yun's unique sword technique? Had they not tested with the true dragon compass, they would have remained skeptical of Lu Ren's lack of a bloodline. The old man pondered for a moment and speculated. The true dragon compass cannot be mistaken. Lu Ren indeed has a defective bloodline. The only explanation for his ability to master so many martial techniques in such a short span is that he is an enlightened one. An enlightened one? The numerous elders gasped in astonishment. So he is an enlightened one. Elder Xia let out a sigh of relief and then smiled, saying, "Esteemed members of the Qingyun sect, I shall not overstay my welcome. We take our leave. Isn't Elder Xia going to stay a few more days, allowing us to extend our hospitality?" the Grand Elder inquired politely. Elder Xia had no intention of lingering, for although Lu Run had been confirmed as having a defective bloodline, they had still lost face in the exchange and were uncertain how to report to their sect leader. "We shall discuss this later. I bid you farewell." Elder Xia clasped his hands and departed with Chu Feiyang, Nalen Xian, and Li Jing from the Qingyun sect. After watching Elder Xia and the others leave, the Grand Elder announced loudly, "The exchange competition has now concluded. All disciples should return to their respective duties. Lu Rian, Elder Yun, and esteemed elders, please follow me to the martial hall." Within the martial hall, dozens of elders gathered, with Lu Run standing at the center while the other elders sat on either side. The Grand Elder looked at Lu Run and said with a smile, "Lu Run, you have defeated 3 talented disciples from the Imperial Dao sect in succession, bringing glory to our Qingyun sect. On behalf of the sect, I hereby grant you the status of an outer disciple. Quickly express your gratitude to the Grand Elder." Yun Qingyao urged when she saw Lu Run standing in a daze. Eluren quickly replied, "Grand Elder, this is all thanks to my master. If you wish to reward someone, please reward my master, for without her, I could never have defeated Chu Feiyang." The Grand Elder replied, "You need not be overly modest. The sect will also reward Elder Yun." "Thank you, Elder." Lu Run clasped his hands and bowed. "Lu Run, do you understand the significance of the Tuashi blood jade in your possession?" The Grand Elder then inquired. Eluren nodded eagerly. "Of course." The Grand Elder's expression became grave as he said, "You are an enlightened one. You must seize this opportunity to enter the Tuashi cave and enhance your bloodline. Otherwise, even if you are an enlightened one, your defective bloodline will only hinder you." Lu Ren looked puzzled and asked, "Grand Elder, what exactly is an enlightened one?" Yun Qingyao explained, "Lu Ren, an enlightened one possesses an extraordinarily high level of comprehension. They can grasp any martial technique in a very short time due to their remarkable insight." "And how does that differ from bloodline talent?" Lu Run continued to question. "The warrior's qualifications can be evaluated from 2 aspects. One is bloodline talent, and the other is comprehension. Bloodline talent determines your lower limit, while comprehension determines your upper limit." Yun Qingyao explained calmly. "Your high comprehension allows you to quickly master minor martial techniques, but your defective bloodline restricts you from practicing advanced martial arts." Lu Ren nodded, realization dawning upon him. No wonder that elder from the Imperial Dao sect sighed in relief upon learning I was an enlightened one. Yun Qingyao added, "If you truly possessed a superior bloodline, even with average comprehension, it would merely be a matter of time before you reached the celestial realm. Now that your bloodline is defective, even as an enlightened one, it will be difficult for you to achieve notable accomplishments, and even breaking through to the cloud stream realm will be a challenge. Esteemed elders, I will certainly venture into the Tuashi cave," Lu Ren declared earnestly. Only he understood that he was not truly an enlightened one. He had merely leveraged the unknown treasure tower, training for over a century to attain his current strength. However, he also recognized that if he did not improve his bloodline, no amount of hard work would lead to success. He had to explore the Tuashi cave, no matter what. "Very well, during this period, prepare well. Come to the martial hall tomorrow. Elder Zhu Tai will grant you the token and attire of an outer disciple. You may leave now," the Grand Elder concluded, waving his hand for Lu Ren to depart. "Yes," Lu Ren nodded and discreetly exited. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Elder Xia led Chu Feiyang and the others away. As they traveled, Chu Feiyang's frustration mounted, and he shouted, "Damn it! If it weren't for that Tuashi ancient jade, I would never have lost." Elder Xia waved his hand and said, "Chu Feiyang, do not blame yourself. He is an enlightened one. Any minor martial technique can be mastered in a short time. Fortunately, he possesses a defective bloodline. Even if he were a third-grade bloodline warrior, his achievements would still be formidable." Chu Feiyang scowled, still feeling unsatisfied, as the heir to the ghost sword. If his master learned that he had lost to a traitor from his own sect, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Elder Xia suddenly remarked, "Chu Feiyang, I've heard that your master has taken in a prodigy. Although he has a third-grade bloodline, his comprehension is astonishing." Chu Feiyang nodded, saying, "My master took him in for the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy. He has already broken through his limits and opened 9 spiritual apertures. Once he enters the Tuashi cave, he will surely become a force to be reckoned with. That Lu Ren possesses the Tuashi blood jade. He will undoubtedly head to the Tuashi cave. We must not allow him to obtain the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy. Elder Xie revealed a hint of malice, saying, "We must ensure your junior brother takes action to eliminate Lu Ren, extinguishing any future threats. Rest assured, Grand Elder, if Lu Ren dares to enter the Tuashi cave, it will only lead to his demise." Chu Feiyang replied coldly. Chapter 0027. The bet with my master at this moment. Within the martial hall, the elders were silent, an atmosphere of tension hanging in the air. However, Yun Qingyao's expression turned exceedingly cold as she addressed the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, the news of Lu Ren being an enlightened one will surely spread across the major sects. How could you allow my disciple to enter the Tuashi ancient emperor's cave? Setting aside the slim chance of Lu Ren acquiring the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy, even if he were to obtain it, would the disciples from the major sects, along with those old-timers, allow him to leave alive?" This was her first expression of anger, dissatisfied with the sect's decision. The Grand Elder had not anticipated Yun Qingyao's intense reaction. With a nervous laugh, he replied, "Elder Yun, Lu Ren is an enlightened one. If he can truly enhance his bloodline quality, his potential will become incredibly formidable, and he wishes to take the risk." "Take the risk?" Yun Qingyao abruptly stood up, walking to the entrance of the martial hall. Turning to the assembly of elders, she said coldly, "To you all, Lu Ren is merely an outer disciple. His life and death concern you not. You are solely interested in whether your sect can cultivate a genius. But he is my disciple, and regardless of whether he is a genius or a waste, I only wish for him to live well." With that, Yun Qingyao left the assembly of elders, who wore ashen expressions. In the entrance area of Qingyun's sect, Lu Ren had just returned to his training courtyard when Yun Qingyao followed closely behind. Upon seeing her, Lu Ren quickly approached, but he was not overly anxious. Earlier, he had contemplated how to explain his strength to Yun Qingyao should it be revealed, but now that the elders believed him to be an enlightened one, he felt no need for further explanations. Yun Qingyao pulled Lu Ren into the sitting room and, with a serious expression, asked, "Lu Ren, as your master, will you heed my words?" "Yes," Lu Ren nodded. "You must not go to the Tuashi cave." Yun Qingyao urged. "Why can't I go?" Lu Ren inquired, puzzled. "You are an enlightened one. Not only the 3 major sects but others as well will not allow you to obtain the Tuashi ancient emperor's legacy. They will surely besiege you within the Tuashi cave. Master, only warriors at the opening aperture realm can enter the Tuashi cave. With my strength, as long as I fully cultivate the celestial phenomenon sword technique you taught me, no one should be my opponent," Lu Ren asserted. Yun Qingyao shook her head, saying, "Lu Ren, you greatly underestimate them. They have prepared extensively for entering the Tuashi cave, and many possess opened 8th and 9th spiritual apertures, practicing yellow-grade minor martial techniques. Some even hidden masters, seeking the Tuashi ancient emperor's treasures, train their disciples to enter the cave. How can you compete with them?" Lu Ren understood that his master was worried for his safety and did not wish for him to take unnecessary risks. However, he felt compelled to venture into the Tuashi cave. "Master, I must go to the Tuashi cave. With my defective bloodline, if I do not improve my cultivation, I am destined for mediocrity for the rest of my life," Lu Ren declared resolutely. Seeing Lu Ren's determination, Yun Qingyao finally relented, saying, "Very well, there are 2.5 months remaining. If you can master the techniques Thunder Movement and Storm Fury, I will permit you to go." "Master, if I master these 2 techniques, you will truly allow me to go?" "That seems rather easy," Lu Ren said, his face lighting up with excitement. "Easy?" Yun Qingyao shook her head but chose not to elaborate further. Mastering Thunder Movement and Storm Fury was not something a defective bloodline could achieve. Even an enlightened one would struggle. A defective bloodline could typically only cultivate minor martial techniques. "Master, do you mean it? If I can cultivate Thunder Movement and Storm Fury, you will allow me to enter the Tuashi cave?" Lu Ren pressed out, "Of course." Yun Qingyao replied with a proud smile. "Do you truly believe I will lose?" Lu Ren queried. "You will undoubtedly lose," Yun Qingyao asserted confidently. "Then let us add a wager. If you lose, you must not interfere in my decisions from now on. How about that?" Lu Ren suggested with a grin. "No." Yun Qingyao firmly rejected the idea. This disciple was reckless and needed guidance to prevent him from causing trouble. She did not wish to clean up after him. "So, you are afraid of losing?" Lu Ren teased. Who is afraid? A wager it is. Do you think a waste like you can turn the tide? Yun Qingyao retorted with a haughty expression before turning to leave. Ren stood there, thinking. With the unknown treasure tower at my disposal, as long as I have enough spiritual rice, I can cultivate thunder movement and storm fury. I must find a way to earn some money first. As he contemplated this, Lu Ren prepared to leave when he noticed numerous entry disciples approaching his direction. These disciples had come to congratulate him, with several female disciples expressing their admiration and desire to become his partner. After several hours of managing their affections, Lu Ren finally sent them all away, secretly reflecting on the matter. This was the power of strength. With strength, the world would treat you gently. Without it, you would encounter hostility everywhere. Ha ha ha, Lu Ren, my junior brother, congratulations. Wang Ting laughed heartily as he entered the courtyard, stuffing 5 banknotes into Lu Ren's hand. Wang Ting, what is this for? Lu Ren asked, bewildered. Did he receive a congratulatory gift for becoming an outer disciple? Ha ha ha, Lu Ren, your performance in the exchange competition earned me 100,000 copper coins, so I'm giving you 50,000. Wang Ting explained with a grin. Lu Ren discreetly accepted the banknotes and then inquired. Wang Ting, could you lend me a bit more money? 50,000 copper coins was not quite sufficient. Purchasing spiritual rice would only allow him to cultivate for about 13.5 years, which might not be enough to master the other 2 sword techniques. If you truly need money, I have quite a bit of spare cash. Take this for now, Wang Ting readily offered, handing over another 150,000 in banknotes. Lu Ren felt deeply moved by this generosity and smiled, saying, Wang Ting, rest assured, I will treat this as a loan. Once I earn money, I will repay you immediately. There's no rush. I don't lack money. Wang Ting waved his hand and bid farewell. With 200,000 banknotes in hand, Lu Ren headed to the dining hall to purchase 4,000 pounds of spiritual rice. 4,000 pounds would provide him with 54 years of cultivation time. 54 years of cultivation would easily allow him to master those 2 sword techniques. Lu Ren pondered, by his estimation, it would not take more than 20 years to master these techniques. Master, I wonder what expression you will have when I demonstrate these 2 techniques before you tomorrow? With this thought in mind, Lu Ren entered the unknown treasure tower space and began his intensive training. Chapter 0028. Outer Disciple. As soon as Lu Ren entered the unknown treasure tower, he took out the fire spirit sword and began his training. Although his training time could be effectively purchased, Lu Ren did not wish to waste a single moment. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the monotonous routine of practice, moving, stepping, and swinging the sword. With unwavering determination, Lu Ren executed the first and second forms of the celestial phenomenon sword technique, trace movement and scattered winds. Following that, he began to cultivate the third form, thunder movement. This technique, once mastered, would rival high-grade martial techniques. After 7 years of grueling practice, Lu Ren finally managed to preliminarily master the third form, thunder movement. This sword technique, once unleashed, manifested as a tempestuous strike, not only boasting incredible speed but also formidable power, at least 3 times stronger than the second form, scattered winds. If Chu Feiyang executed his ghost sword technique's merging blade, Lu Ren was confident he could defeat him with thunder movement. However, Lu Ren did not immediately proceed to practice the fourth form, but instead focused on thoroughly mastering this one. Before long, 3 months had elapsed in the space of the unknown treasure tower. Lu Ren's figure pointed his sword at a massive boulder across from him, unleashing a sword light reminiscent of thunder, dazzling beyond measure. The once impenetrable boulder became riddled with cracks, and with a single breath, it shattered into countless fragments. Finally, he had mastered it. As the spiritual energy within the apertures dwindled, Lu Ren felt his strength waning. Yet he remained unconcerned, gazing at the scattered stones with a satisfied smile. This sword technique was worthy of comparison to a fully mastered high-grade martial technique. Without taking any breaks, he continued to practice the fourth form, Storm Fury. According to Yun Qingyao, the celestial phenomenon sword technique was derived from her observations of celestial phenomena and currently consisted of 4 forms. If he could create a 5th form, it would achieve the power of a low-grade martial technique. Lu Ren believed he lacked innate talent and comprehension, relying solely on relentless practice, hoping that his master would eventually create a 5th form to pass on to him. It is utterly implausible for him to cultivate such a profound sword technique solely through personal effort. The 4th style of the celestial phenomenon sword technique, known as Storm and Rain, embodies its name. The sword's momentum surges forth with the ferocity of a tempest, unleashing an attack of unparalleled brutality that is nearly impossible to withstand once executed. Lu Ren firmly believes that once he masters this move, he will be capable of dispatching a warrior who has unlocked 7 spiritual apertures with a single strike. Even against one who has opened 8 apertures, should they underestimate him, he remains confident in his ability to triumph. This strike rivals the finest sword techniques of the human tier. One must ponder. How many warriors at the aperture opening stage can truly achieve perfection in a human tier superior sword technique? In the blink of an eye, 10 years have slipped away in the ethereal realm. The young man clad in training garb wields the fire spirit sword, incessantly swinging it, the sword light sweeping forth like a torrential storm, crashing against a massive boulder, bang, bang, bang. In the aftermath of the sword light, the enormous stone, measuring a yard in length and width, has been reduced to rubble. Lu Ren exhales lightly, proclaiming, "After 17 arduous years of cultivation, I have successfully mastered 2 additional sword techniques. Should I encounter Zhu Feiyang again, I will effortlessly defeat him." However, he muses, he is merely a novice disciple, hardly noteworthy, and he will undoubtedly encounter even more formidable talents in the future. Lu Ren considers himself a genius, having endured years of rigorous training with the Nameless Treasure Tower. Yet the Xinhuang continent is replete with prodigies. Even his master is merely regarded as a top genius within the Jiangyun kingdom. Although he has mastered the sword techniques taught by his master, it is still insufficient. His close combat skills and agility are woefully inadequate. Even if he perfects human-tier inferior techniques, their power pales in comparison to that of superior techniques. He must venture into the Tuashi cave. The ancient Emperor Tuashi, who ascended with a second-tier bloodline, surely harbors secrets. Lu Ren ponders to himself, if his bloodline remains unrefined, he may never break through to the Lingxi realm. Even if he manages to ascend to Lingxi, how can he compete relying solely on human-tier inferior techniques? This exchange and sparring conference has profoundly highlighted the disparities in martial skills. The following morning, Lu Ren makes his way to the martial hall. Elder Zhu Tai, upon seeing Lu Ren approach, escorts him to a side hall within the martial hall. Select 5 sets of outer sect disciple robes according to your physique. Elder Zhu Tai opens a cabinet and instructs Lu Ren. Lu Ren gazes inside. He discovers the shelves brimming with azure training robes. He dons a set of azure robes, cradles 4 additional sets in his arms, and registers as an outer sect disciple before Elder Zhu Tai. The elder retrieves a token, inscribes Lu Ren's name upon it, and tosses it to him, stating, "This is your identity token as an outer sect disciple. Once you drop your blood upon it, it signifies your affiliation with the Qingyun sect. The outer sect identity token contains an array. Should a disciple perish, the array shatters, destroying the token. Hence, only the holder of the disciple's token can represent their identity, making it impossible for others to impersonate. From this day forth, you are an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun sect," Elder Zhu Tai declares. Finally, Lu Ren has become an outer sect disciple. A surge of excitement courses through him. The distinction between outer sect disciples and entry-level disciples is monumental. Entry-level disciples are akin to temporary workers, liable to be dismissed at any moment, while outer sect disciples are akin to permanent employees. Even if their cultivation stagnates, they shall not be expelled from the sect. Moreover, the status of an outer sect disciple is highly esteemed, commanding respect wherever they go. Lu Ren, let us proceed to the outer sect. Elder Zhu Tai states, leading Lu Ren towards the outer sect area. The outer sect comprises only one mountain, Tianzi Mountain. Tianzi Mountain stretches for miles, adorned with numerous peaks. As Elder Zhu Tai traverses the iron chain bridge, he guides Lu Ren to the summit of Tianzi Mountain. Along the way, the pavilions and grand structures are a stark contrast to the simplicity of the entry-level area. As Lu Ren walks through the outer sect area, he feels as though he is in paradise. During his journey, Lu Ren observes numerous senior disciples exuding formidable energy as they practice martial techniques, predominantly human-tier superior techniques, with some even practicing yellow-tier inferior techniques. Soon, under Elder Zhu Tai's guidance, they arrive at the foothill of Tianzi Mountain, where several exquisite villas have been constructed. The air here is intriguingly refreshing, invigorating Lu Ren with every breath. This is not mere air. It is the essence of heaven and earth, Elder Zhu Tai explains. Outer sect disciples have all advanced to the Lingxi realm, enabling them to absorb this essence directly, sustaining their bodily energy. I see. Lu Ren nods in understanding. Following Elder Zhu Tai, he arrives at a training villa designated for outer sect disciples. The villa's expanse is at least double that of the entry-level disciples, and it is a private abode for individual cultivation. A far cry from the treatment afforded to entry-level disciples. This is your training villa. While you have become an outer sect disciple, your strength has yet to match that status. Focus on enhancing your prowess and strive to reach the Lingxi realm. Elder Zhu Tai advises before taking his leave. However, with a subpar bloodline, the prospect of reaching the Lingxi realm seems bleak. As Elder Zhu Tai departs, Yun Qingyao enters, smiling. Disciple, congratulations on becoming an outer sect disciple. You need not worry about expulsion from the sect. With your master here, none shall dare to bully you. Thank you, master. Lu Ren bows respectfully and inquires, may I now seek permission to venture to the Tuashi cave? Chapter 29. The master's astonishment when have I ever granted such permission? Yun Qingyao responds, I have said that you must master the thunder movement and storm and rain techniques before I will permit you to go to the Tuashi cave. But I have already mastered both thunder movement and storm and rain. Lu Ren replies with a smile. What did you say? Yun Qingyao pauses, then bursts into laughter, exclaiming, Disciple, it has only been a day since you mastered those two techniques? Even if you were a prodigy, that would be impossible. Master, watch closely, Lu Ren declares, brandishing the fire spirit sword and demonstrating the thunder movement and storm and rain techniques. How can this be? Yun Qingyao gasps. Her mouth agape. This is simply astonishing. Even if her disciple were a prodigy, it would be inconceivable for him to master two sword techniques in just one day. Lu Ren asks, so, master, may I go to the Tuashi cave? Yun Qingyao furrows her brow, genuinely wishing to refuse. Even though Lu Ren has mastered this technique, the journey to the Tuashi cave remains perilous. Many geniuses with fourth-tier bloodlines stagnate in their cultivation, dedicating decades to rigorous training. They unlock 8 or even 9 spiritual apertures and perfect their yellow-tier inferior techniques. In contrast, her disciple has merely perfected human-tier inferior techniques, supplemented by the 4 sword techniques she taught. How can he compete against them? Disciple, do you truly wish to venture to the Tuashi cave? Yun Qingyao cannot help but ask once more. Lu Ren nods earnestly, stating, Master, if I can refine my bloodline, I shall become a true genius, and the outside world will no longer dare to criticize you for taking in a waste. I am unconcerned with external opinions. My only worry is for your safety. If you head to the Tuashi cave, the 3 major sects and their disciples will not spare you. Yun Qingyao gazes deeply at Lu Ren in her eyes. Her disciple may not be exceptional, but he possesses a tenacity reminiscent of her own. I simply wish to take a chance, Lu Ren asserts. After much contemplation, Yun Qingyao sighs heavily, conceding, truth be told, if I were in your position, I would also wish to take a chance. Very well, I shall not stop you. I will accompany you to Wulingyuan. Subsequently, Yun Qingyao adds, I have been working on creating the 5th style of the celestial phenomenon sword technique. If I succeed, I will impart it to you. Elevating your strength with that, Yun Qingyao departs with renewed vigor. Lu Ren watches his master leave, a smile of happiness illuminating his face. After spending this time together, Lu Ren's feelings towards Yun Qingyao are undeniable. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. A graceful maiden, a gentleman's ideal. However, he is acutely aware of the vast gulf separating them in terms of status and strength. Although Yun Qingyao is merely 3 years his senior and they share a close age, she undoubtedly regards him solely as her disciple. What I must do now is grow stronger. With this thought, he resolves to press on toward the Tuashi cave, determined to explore it, even if it leads to his demise. After a day of rest, Lu Ren arrives at the martial skills pavilion of the outer sect. Gazing at the towering 3-story pavilion before him, he is inwardly astonished. The outer sect's martial skills pavilion boasts 3 levels. How many martial skills might it contain? Surely, only the outer sect gains access to truly formidable martial techniques. Entering the martial skills pavilion, Lu Ren presents his outer sect disciple identity token to the elder guarding the pavilion, stating, Elder, I have come to select martial skills. Outer sect disciples enjoy the privilege of borrowing martial techniques at will. Aside from yellow-tier techniques requiring contributions, other techniques are readily available. This is a privilege of the outer sect disciples. The elder glances at Lu Ren's token, astonished. You are the Lu Ren, the one who failed to summon even a dragon soul due to a waste bloodline. Hearing the elder's words, Lu Ren is at a loss for words. It seems his reputation as a waste bloodline has spread throughout the sect. Within the outer sect martial skills pavilion, there are no human-tier inferior techniques. The lowest tier is human tier superior techniques. You may be in for a fruitless trip. What? Lu Ren is momentarily taken aback. The elder scans the surroundings, beckoning Lu Ren closer, whispering, however, I happen to have a human tier inferior body refinement technique that I could offer you at a bargain. Body refinement technique? Lu Ren's eyes light up. Elder, as the elder of the martial skills pavilion, you would privately sell martial techniques to me? Lu Ren regards the elder with curiosity. Oh, not speak nonsense. This is a technique I obtained during my travels from a secret realm long ago. Not a sect secret. I initially intended to sell it to those geniuses, but they looked down upon human tier inferior techniques. The elder hurriedly explains. Oh? Lu Ren's interest peaks. Elder, may I see it? The elder retrieves a tome from a shelf, dusts it off, and presents it to Lu Ren. Essence Refinement Strengthening Technique. Lu Ren reads the title on the cover, confirming it to be a human tier inferior body refinement technique. The Essence Refinement Strengthening Technique, a human tier inferior technique, has been passed down for a millennium, allowing practitioners to refine their bodies using the spirit energy within, ultimately achieving a glazed golden body. The elder snatches the tome back, asking, what do you think? A flat rate of 500,000 copper coins. If you cannot afford it, I can extend credit. 500,000? Lu Ren's eyes widen. This elder is asking for an exorbitant price. A human tier inferior technique is typically valued at around 100,000 copper coins, and within the sect, disciples can borrow martial techniques, making it rare for anyone to purchase human tier inferior techniques. If you do not desire it, then so be it. I shall not press you, the elder concludes, tucking the tome away and closing his eyes to meditate. He is certain Lu Ren will buy. This is a human tier inferior technique, and a rare body refinement technique at that. Lu Ren, with his waste bloodline, can only cultivate human tier inferior techniques. Lu Ren's eyes flicker before he chuckles. Elder, is this technique truly so mystical? It has been passed down for a millennium? I would like to see if it is genuine. Would I deceive you? The elder scoffs, though internally he rejoices, knowing Lu Ren has taken the bait. You may only peruse it for half a quarter of an hour. The elder tosses the book to Lu Ren. Clutching the Essence Refinement Strengthening Technique, Lu Ren sits down, turning his back to the elder as he examines the text closely. The elder reclines in his chair, appearing quite relaxed. The thought of soon earning 500,000 copper coins puts him in high spirits. As Lu Ren studies the tome, noting the elder's lack of attention, a sly smile creeps onto his face. In the next moment, he enters the treasure tower space with the Essence Refinement Strengthening Technique. Chapter 30. Stealthy Learning. Lu Ren begins to peruse the Essence Refinement Strengthening Technique. This technique is divided into 4 tiers. Mastering all 4 tiers results in completion. The first tier is cultivating essence and refining the body. The second tier is steel muscles and iron bones. The third tier is rebirth from shattered iron, and the fourth tier is glazed golden body. After reviewing the contents of the tome, Lu Ren is thoroughly astonished. The reason the Essence Refinement Strengthening Technique is classified as a human tier inferior technique is not due to its weakness, but rather because the first tier, cultivating essence and refining the body, is exceptionally challenging to master. The difficulty lies not in its complexity, but in the considerable time required to circulate the spirit energy through one's spiritual apertures, repeatedly refining the body. The concept of cultivating essence is akin to nurturing health. Without a decade of dedication, it is nearly impossible to master. A typical warrior would not squander over a decade cultivating a human tier inferior body refinement technique. However, should one attain the glazed golden body, they would become invincible among their peers. Even the mightiest techniques would struggle to breach their defenses. This technique, in terms of true value, undoubtedly exceeds 500,000. Lu Ren murmurs to himself. Presently, he could cultivate for over 110 years within the nameless treasure tower, so he resolves to begin refining this body technique, aiming to learn it surreptitiously. If he can master this technique to the entry level, he will be able to continue cultivating at his own pace thereafter. Lu Ren commences his study of the tome, following the cultivation methods outlined within. He channels the spirit energy from his 7 spiritual apertures, allowing it to roam throughout his body, cleansing it again and again. Each time he undergoes this process, he feels as if he is soaking in a hot spring. Utterly delightful. However, the excessive consumption of spirit energy causes Lu Ren to expend tenfold the usual amount of high-grade spirit rice, a consumption rate even more terrifying than that of the explosive spirit secret technique. With each cycle of cleansing, viscous impurities seep from his skin's pores. According to the tome, these impurities are the result of accumulated toxins within the body. Once he expels all impurities, he will have achieved the first tier. Cultivating essence and refining the body. Lu Ren dedicates a full decade to this endeavor, utilizing the spirit energy replenished by high-grade spirit rice to circulate throughout his body countless times, ultimately reaching the level of cultivating essence and refining the body. At this moment, Lu Ren feels a slight lightness in his body, having shed some weight, yet his skin has become as smooth as silk, resilient and dense, impervious even to blades. Lu Ren leaps into the air, soaring a full yard high. Despite the newfound lightness, his physical strength has significantly increased, and his power has surged. Lu Ren nods to himself, realizing that in terms of pure physical strength, even typical Lingxi realm warriors would be hard-pressed to match him. With high-grade spirit rice still sustaining his cultivation for another 20 years, Lu Ren decides to cease further training, knowing that he cannot cultivate the second tier, steel muscles and iron bones, with his current level of cultivation. Upon exiting the nameless treasure tower, only a second has passed in the outside world. Lu Ren returns the tome to the elder guarding the pavilion. Lu Ren, the human tier inferior body refinement technique is a rare treasure. Should you choose not to take it, I may well sell it to someone else. The elder, still with his eyes closed, shakes his head. This technique is far too difficult to cultivate. You should save it for someone more capable. Lu Ren declines. The elder, suddenly standing upright, stares incredulously at Lu Ren, noticing something different about him, though he cannot quite pinpoint what it is. Are you certain you do not want it? The elder asks once more. Lu Ren shakes his head, having secretly mastered the technique to an entry level. Why would he squander money on it? How about I sell it to you for 400,000? Lu Ren suggests. The elder grits his teeth. 300,000. Lu Ren chuckles, shaking his head. 200,000. The elder exclaims, clearly pained eye in his eyes. This technique's true worth far exceeds 200,000. Elder, you should reserve it for someone more worthy. Lu Ren smiled faintly, just as he was about to depart, when the elder guarding the pavilion seized his shoulder. In an instant, it felt as though all the strength in his body had been ensnared, rendering him utterly immobile. Elder, what do you mean by this? Lu Ren furrowed his brow. Tell me, why do you refuse this body-refining martial technique? The elder inquired. You possess a worthless bloodline. This body-refining martial art is best suited for your gradual cultivation. Lu Ren chuckled. Elder, to speak candidly, several years ago, I received guidance from a great master who imparted to me a body-refining technique known as the essence tempering strength technique. Impossible. The elder shook his head vehemently. This essence tempering strength technique was acquired by me in a secret realm. It is a genuine martial art that has been passed down for a millennium. No one besides myself has been able to cultivate it. Lu Ren extended his arm, his skin resilient and smooth as silk, emanating a faint sheen, nurturing energy and refining the body. The elder was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment, unable to articulate a response for a long while. This martial art requires a considerable investment of time to reach its first level, after which the subsequent 3 levels become significantly easier to cultivate as one's cultivation progresses. Now, this Lu Ren, merely 16 or 17 years of age, has already attained the level of nurturing energy and refining the body. His future achievements are undeniably limitless. Is he truly a waste, or a genius? Elder, Lu Ren's words abruptly interrupted the elder's reverie. The elder coughed lightly and chuckled awkwardly. Lu Ren, may I inquire how long it took you to reach the level of nurturing energy and refining the body? Just a few months, I suppose. Lu Ren replied. He certainly could not admit to having spent 10 years on it, especially since he had only opened his first spiritual aperture a mere 3 to 4 months prior. Only a few months? How can that be? The elder was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. However, considering the time, Lu Ren had not opened his spiritual apertures for long. Could it be that Lu Ren possesses the aptitude of a divine comprehension, allowing for such rapid cultivation? Yet, that does not seem plausible. Nurturing energy and refining the body demands a significant duration to control the flow of spiritual energy throughout the body. Hastening the process yields diminishing returns, and the lower one's bloodline talent, the greater the impurities in the body, consequently prolonging the required time. How could he have reached the level of nurturing energy and refining the body in just a few months? Elder, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ignoring the elder's astonishment, Lu Ren turned to depart. This nameless treasure tower possesses numerous hidden benefits at crucial moments. On the journey back, Lu Ren pondered quietly. Upon returning to his secluded courtyard, he wielded the fire spirit sword, unleashing his swordsmanship with abandon. With his enhanced physique, the power of his sword techniques surged considerably. Now that I have attained the level of nurturing energy and refining the body, my strength has increased significantly. Combined with the energy from my 7 spiritual apertures, I could easily defeat even those martial artists who have opened 8 apertures. Lu Ren was filled with exuberance. Such power instilled him with immense confidence regarding his expedition to the Tuashi Cave. The Tuashi Cave only permits entry to those at the aperture opening realm. Even if he encounters martial artists who have opened 8 apertures, he would not regard them with any concern. Should the disciples of the 3 major sects dare to trouble him, he would deal with them ruthlessly, showing no mercy. In the following days, Lu Ren indulged in a leisurely routine of eating and sleeping, unconcerned about wasting a few days after years of diligent training within the treasure tower. Before long, 7 days had passed. Atop a colossal peak within the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, Yun Qingyao, clad in a training uniform, wielded a long sword, executing her movements with precision. Although her frame appeared delicate, each strike was executed with unparalleled sharpness. Wind sweeping the clouds, Yun Qingyao cried out with a voice that resonated powerfully. As her long sword whirled like a tempest, crashing against a nearby mountain, boom! The mountain crumbled under the force of the impact. Yun Qingyao sheathed her sword, nodding in satisfaction. At last, I have created the 5th style. If my disciple can master this move, his strength will surely improve significantly. With that thought, she turned and made her way toward Tianzi Mountain. Arriving at the mountainside, Yun Qingyao gazed at Lu Ren's courtyard. Silently reflecting, my disciple must be diligently training. Since he is determined to venture into the Tuashi Cave, he will undoubtedly strive to enhance his strength to its utmost. Her lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 0031. Early activation. However, upon entering the courtyard, Yun Qingyao found no sign of Lu Ren practicing martial arts. Approaching the door to his room, she was taken aback to hear the sound of snoring coming from within. Instantly, her expression darkened. It was already the afternoon, a time when ordinary people would be eating. Yet this boy was still fast asleep. Humph, ungrateful little rascal. While I have been tirelessly creating the 5th style of the heavenly phenomenon sword technique, you are here snoring away? Fuming, Yun Qingyao initially considered turning back, but recalling that Lu Ren was about to head to the Tuashi Cave, she pushed open the door. Seeing Lu Ren sprawled on the bed, she rushed over in anger and pinched his ear. Ah, that hurts. Lu Ren awoke from his dream, instinctively unleashing all his power in response to what he perceived as danger, striking out with a palm. Yun Qingyao was startled, her jade hand waving as a powerful torrent of golden true energy erupted from her, weaving into a net. Boom! Lu Ren's palm collided with the energy net, shattering it effortlessly, causing Yun Qingyao to stagger back a few steps. How is this possible? Yun Qingyao's face displayed incredulity. The energy net she had casually formed could not be shattered even by most martial artists who had opened 8 apertures. At that moment, Lu Ren opened his eyes and, upon seeing his master standing before him, realized the gravity of the situation. Yun Qingyao's face was frosted with displeasure. Disciple, what just happened? What do you mean? Lu Ren asked, puzzled. You have only opened 7 spiritual apertures, yet the power you just unleashed far exceeds that. Am I mistaken? Yun Qingyao's expression was one of doubt. Lu Ren queried, Master, what brings you here? Yun Qingyao collected her thoughts. I have just created the 5th sword of the heavenly phenomenon sword technique and wish to impart it to you. Lu Ren's eyes brightened. Master, you have finally created the 5th sword? Teach me quickly. Yun Qingyao nodded and led him into the courtyard, demonstrating the 5th sword, wind sweeping the clouds. The technique flowed like the wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves on the courtyard floor. Witnessing this, Lu Ren couldn't help but marvel at the disparity in talent. This sword was sufficient to reach the entry level of the yellow-grade low tier. If he were to cultivate it, he would likely never master it in his lifetime, while Yun Qingyao had been able to create it herself. Disciple, come here. Your bloodline talent is lacking, so I will have to teach you step by step. After that, it will depend on your own comprehension. Yun Qingyao instructed. Lu Ren nodded and retrieved the fire spirit sword. Yun Qingyao positioned herself behind him, gripping his wrist as she prepared to teach wind sweeping the clouds. However, she soon noticed that Lu Ren's skin was resilient like brocade, smooth as satin. Disciple, you have actually refined your body? Yun Qingyao gazed at Lu Ren in shock, increasingly unable to comprehend her disciple. Only by expelling all impurities from the body could one reach Lu Ren's level. Even the most talented martial artists must reach the spiritual stream realm and consume various rare materials to eliminate impurities entirely. Yet her seemingly talentless disciple was merely at the aperture-opening realm. Had it not been for the true dragon compass confirming Lu Ren's bloodline, Yun Qingyao would have doubted that he possessed a worthless bloodline at all. How could a worthless bloodline expel impurities from the body? No wonder Lu Ren's earlier strength surpassed that of typical martial artists who had opened 7 apertures. He had indeed refined his body. Master, I came across a body-refining martial technique in the martial arts pavilion and practiced it a bit, Lu Ren replied nonchalantly. Yun Qingyao chose not to delve deeper. Many aspects of Lu Ren were inexplicable, surpassing the common understanding of martial cultivation. She began to teach Lu Ren the sword technique, repeating it multiple times. However, upon observing Lu Ren's clumsy movements, she was once again convinced that he was indeed a true waste. Disciple, practice at your own pace, Yun Qingyao said, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Lu Ren felt the Tuoshi bloodjade emitting strange sounds, and he promptly took it out. At that moment, the Tuoshi bloodjade was emanating a frenzied crimson light. Master, what is happening? Lu Ren exclaimed in surprise. Disciple, we must hasten to Wulingyuan. The Tuoshi cave has unexpectedly activated early. Yun Qingyao's expression changed, and she pulled Lu Ren out of the outer door. Meanwhile, within the borders of Zhengyun Kingdom, many martial artists holding Tuoshi bloodjades sensed the changes in the jade and displayed expressions of astonishment. Why would the Tuoshi cave activate early? I have visited the Tuoshi cave 4 times, and each time it opened precisely on schedule. Something unusual is afoot. We must investigate. This time, no matter what, I will pass the assessment and obtain the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. Many martial artists, filled with excitement, hurried toward the direction of Wulingyuan. Wulingyuan is a renowned area in Zhengyun Kingdom, home to the Wuling mountain range, which has gained fame due to the Tuoshi cave. The Tuoshi cave is located deep within the Wuling mountain range and opens once every 3 years. It is usually sealed. Over time, Wulingyuan has become a vital stop for many wandering martial artists in Zhengyun Kingdom, all wishing to pay homage to the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, the unparalleled powerhouse who became an emperor with a second-grade bloodline. Luren accompanied Yun Qingyao to the foot of the mountain, whereupon she whistled. A moment later, a colossal cloud sparrow soared from the distance, landing before Yun Qingyao. This cloud sparrow was a 3rd-tier demon beast, its strength comparable to a martial artist at the Yunhe realm. With a size akin to that of an adult lion, its feathers a striking shade of blue. Yun Qingyao leaped onto the back of the cloud sparrow and said, Disciple, sit behind me. We shall swiftly make our way to Wulingyuan. All right, Lu Ren promptly took his place behind Yun Qingyao. Shoutly, we are heading to Wulingyuan. Yun Qingyao patted the cloud sparrow's head. The cloud sparrow emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. Incredible! The cloud sparrow, being a 3rd-tier demon beast, flew with remarkable speed, darting through the clouds like a bolt of lightning. The fierce wind struck Lu Ren's face, leaving it feeling somewhat stinging. Had he not reached the level of nurturing energy and refining the body, he would have certainly struggled to endure such high-speed flight. Soon, the flight stabilized, and Lu Ren noticed that Yun Qingyao was not focused on him. He seized the opportunity to enter the nameless treasure tower, where he diligently cultivated for 20 years, finally mastering the 5th style of the heavenly phenomenon sword technique. This wind sweeping the clouds technique possessed formidable power, rivaling that of a yellow-grade low-tier martial art. Lu Ren mused quietly, turning his gaze towards the distance. Wulingyuan is located in the southwestern part of Zhengyun Kingdom, with a sprawling mountain range at its center, known as the Wuling Mountains. Within the Wuling Mountains lies a spacious gorge, with steep cliff walls towering over 100 feet high on either side. Before long, Yun Qingyao and Lu Ren arrived at a valley deep within the Wuling Mountains, having ridden the cloud sparrow. Lu Ren scanned the area and noticed a significant number of people gathered in the valley, ranging from those of similar age to him, to middle-aged individuals, and even elderly men in their 60s and 70s. Nearly every age group was represented. Furthermore, those of greater age exuded stronger auras. As Yun Qingyao and Lu Ren descended from the cloud sparrow, all eyes turned to them. The saintess has arrived. Surely the person beside her is the fabled waste bloodline? It must be him. I heard he obtained a piece of Tuoshi blood jade. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Chapter 0032. Tuashi Cave Disciple. When the Tuashi Cave opens, be wary of the older individuals. They suppress their realms, breaking through their limits to open multiple spiritual apertures, some even having opened 9, all for the sake of the ancient Emperor Tuashi's inheritance. Yun Qingyao cautioned. Luren nodded, shifting his gaze forward to see a towering crimson stone door embedded in the mountain wall, standing a full 10 feet high. Radiant beams of light flickered through the cracks of the door, as if containing an immense force. Above the stone door, a massive plaque was affixed, boldly engraved with the words Tuashi Cave. Undoubtedly, the colossal cave before them was indeed the Tuashi Cave. He, Yun Qingyao, I heard you took in a waste disciple. Is that true? Just as Lu Ren approached to observe, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. From a distance, a lean young man clad in black, with a dark ancient sword slung over his back, approached with an air of superiority, exuding an extraordinary presence. Is that Gu Yifan? Someone exclaimed. Gu Yifan, one of the 3 prodigies of Jiangyun Kingdom, with a 7th grade bloodline and formidable cultivation, was the most favored disciple of the Ghost Sword King, holding a prestigious position within the core of the Royal Dao Immortal Sect. Following him was a black-clad youth, also carrying a dark ancient sword, Tang Hao, the 3-grade bloodline genius nurtured by the Ghost Sword King, sent to the Tuashi Cave in search of the ancient Emperor Tuashi's inheritance. What are you? Lu Ren scoffed. What did you say? Gu Yifan erupted in fury, unable to believe that a mere waste who had not even reached the spiritual stream realm dared to confront him. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from him, his true energy surging violently towards Lu Ren. Lu Ren's complexion changed dramatically. He could hardly breathe under the pressure of this power. Just as he prepared to dodge, he noticed Yun Qingyao stepping in front of him, her delicate hand waving as she shattered the wave of true energy. Gu Yifan, how dare you harm my disciple? Yun Qingyao's voice was cold as ice, an even more powerful aura emanating from her, forcing Gu Yifan back several steps. In that moment, Yun Qingyao appeared as if a goddess had descended. Junior sister, I never expected you to have also advanced to the 7th layer of the Divine Sea Realm. Gu Yifan's expression grew serious. Both he and Yun Qingyao were disciples of the Ghost Sword, both possessing 7th grade bloodlines. Yu Yifan had assumed that after Yun Qingyao left the Ghost Sword sect, he would surpass her, but he hadn't anticipated her strength to have grown so formidable. Not call me junior sister. I am no longer a disciple of the Ghost Sword. Yun Qingyao replied coldly. Hemph, leaving the Ghost Sword sect was the most foolish decision you ever made. Now, I have mastered the 10th sword of the Ghost Sword technique, the Ghost Command Sword. Let us see how you can stop me, Gu Yifan sneered. Then allow me to experience the Ghost Command Sword. In an instant, Yun Qingyao's body shot up into the air, her aura swirling around her as her white robes billowed, and sword chi began to float around her. The overwhelming aura she exuded was one that would not tolerate any desecration from the world. At that moment, Lu Ren felt as though his master was a sharp, unsheathed sword, poised to pierce the heavens. What a potent sword intent! You have actually cultivated sword intent? Gu Yifan's expression darkened, as he sensed an incredibly powerful sword pressure emanating from Yun Qingyao. This sword pressure was enough to send a shiver down his spine. Ghost Command Sword, Gu Yifan shouted, and the ghost sword behind him flew forth, spiraling in the air before lunging directly at Yun Qingyao. As the ghost sword flew, it conjured the phantom of a vengeful spirit, its maw wide open as if to devour Yun Qingyao whole. However, when the ghost sword was just a foot away from Yun Qingyao, it could advance no further, as if obstructed by an invisible force. Purple Thunder Dragon Sword. Yun Qingyao waved her hands, conjuring a blade of purple lightning shaped like a dragon, sweeping through the air with a thunderous roar, launching itself at Gu Yifan with tremendous force. Bang, 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 bang. Gu Yifan had not anticipated that Yun Qingyao's assault would be so ferocious. With a swift motion, he grasped the ghost sword and desperately defended himself. Yet, after merely blocking the 7th strike, the ghost sword was sent flying from his grasp, causing him to stagger backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, already wounded. The dragon-shaped thunder sword hovered above Gu Yifan's head before turning back towards Yun Qingyao, gradually dissipating. You think you can harm my disciple? If it weren't for the lingering camaraderie between us, I would have slain you long ago, Yun Qingyao stated with an indifferent expression. You? Gu Yifan's countenance turned grim. He was, after all, one of the 3 prodigies of Jiangyun Kingdom. Being publicly humiliated by Yun Qingyao was utterly intolerable. Even Tang Hao's expression mirrored his displeasure. He had not expected this saintess from Jiangyun Kingdom to be so domineering. Initially believing that Gu Yifan could at least keep Yun Qingyao in check, the outcome was that Gu Yifan was effortlessly defeated by her. Truly, she is a saintess. When she strikes, she astonishes all. At just over 20 years of age, her sword aura is remarkably potent. She is indeed a prodigy. The onlookers were all awestruck by Yun Qingyao's prowess. This is the true strength of my master. Every gesture exudes an air of supremacy. A cultivator in the divine sea realm is indeed terrifying. No, my master is simply too formidable. Lu Run, witnessing the scene before him, was profoundly impressed by the aura Yun Qingyao exuded during battle. It seemed that surpassing this master in a short span of time would be no easy feat. Junior sister, I am outmatched and cannot contend with you. But this worthless disciple of yours shall not leave the Tuashi cave alive today, Gu Yifan coldly declared, clutching his chest. Tang Hao stepped out from behind Gu Yifan, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Lu Re and Lu Ran. If you have the ability, do not enter the Tuashi cave. Here, your master protects you, but once inside, I wonder who will safeguard you. Dare to enter, and I shall kill you. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao furrowed her brows. She was well aware of Tang Hao's reputation as a successor of the ghost sword, having broken limits at a young age to open 9 spiritual orifices. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Lu Ren replied, nodding without a trace of fear. As time passed, numerous middle-aged elders began to arrive one after another. Even many elders from the 4 major sects hastened to the scene, including Xie Huang, the Grand Elder of the Huang Dao sect, and Meng Qian, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect. The Tuashi cave opened once every 3 years, and they naturally wished to witness whether anyone could pass the trials and inherit the legacy of the ancient Tuashi emperor. Although in previous years, no one had succeeded in obtaining the Tuashi emperor's inheritance, this year, not only was there a ghost sword successor who had opened 9 spiritual orifices, but also a saintess disciple with a seemingly worthless bloodline. They were eagerly anticipating who would ultimately succeed in the trials. Chapter 33. The 8-gate trials. At this moment, the young disciples from the 4 major sects, along with those from some lesser sects, amounted to around 50 individuals. These young disciples predominantly possessed 3rd or 4th grade bloodlines, and those able to open 8 spiritual orifices were exceedingly rare. Most of the participants were warriors over 30 years of age, each having opened at least 9 spiritual orifices and boasting formidable strength. Lu Ran, however, was the only one daring to enter the Tuashi cave with just 7 opened orifices. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the massive stone door of the cave slowly swung open, blinding light pouring out from within, obscuring any view of what lay inside. At a deep, hoarse voice resonated from the depths of the Tuashi cave. Those who possess the Tuashi blood jade, and are warriors of 4th grade bloodlines or below, may enter the cave to undergo trials. If you succeed, you shall inherit the legacy of my master. Before the voice could finish, many warriors rushed into the stone doorway. Master, I'm going in too, Lu Ran called out to Yun Qingyao, his figure darting into the stone door. As Lu Ran entered the cave, he felt the world spin violently, a wave of dizziness washing over him. In the next moment, he found himself in another realm. Before him lay an 8-trigram altar, with 8 portals corresponding to the 8 directions. Each portal was inscribed with characters: Qian, Kuan, Jian, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ran furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Ha ha ha, my luck is truly fortuitous to be transported to the same 8-trigram altar as you. Suddenly, a middle-aged figure appeared before Lu Ran, bursting into laughter upon recognizing him. Once they entered the Tuashi cave, individuals would be randomly transported to one of the 8-trigram altars. This time, with 200 to 300 people entering the cave, encountering Lu Ran was indeed a stroke of great luck for him. Oh, are you referring to the luck of being able to kill me? Lu Ran inquired. Of course. Zhao Kuan replied with a grin. If I kill you, I eliminate a competitor. Moreover, how dare you provoke Tang Hao? It's simply laughable. Are you certain you can kill me? Lu Ran asked, his brow furrowing. Ha ha ha, Lu Ran. I have been cultivating for over 30 years, breaking limits to open 8 spiritual orifices, capable of unleashing a force of 8,000 pounds. I have also perfected a low-tier yellow-grade sword technique. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. As he spoke, He drew a golden-ringed saber from his storage bag, pointing it at Lu Ren. "Now, tell me, do you have any last words?" Calmly, Lu Ren replied. "What do these 8 portals signify? Since you are about to die, I shall enlighten you." Zhao Kuan sheathed his saber, seemingly in no rush to kill Lu Ren. He gestured towards the 8 portals. Each portal presents a trial. Entering one will engage you in a challenge. If you succeed, you will be transported to another altar. If you fail, you will be expelled from the cave. Successfully passing all 8 trials grants you access to the ultimate trial, and upon completion, you shall inherit the legacy of the Tuashi Emperor. However, before he could finish, Lu Ren suddenly sprang forward, his sword darting forth like a spirit snake, piercing through his heart with astonishing speed, leaving no room for evasion. With a sickening sound, Lu Ren's fire spirit sword pierced Zhao Kuan's heart, blood gushing forth. Zhao Kuan stared in horror. You lack martial ethics. You intend to kill me, and you speak of martial ethics?" Lu Ren sneered, thrusting his sword once more. With a final gasp, Zhao Kuan coughed up blood and collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. After slaying Zhao Kuan, Lu Ren began to search him and discovered a pitch-black ring on Zhao Kuan's finger. Upon touching it, a faint surge of spiritual energy emanated from it. "This is storage ring?" Lu Ren exclaimed with delight. With this thought, Lu Ren removed the ring and slipped it onto his finger. Although his nameless treasure tower could also store items, it was a secret he could not easily reveal. With this storage ring, he could conveniently store his fire spirit sword and other belongings. Upon inspection, he found the ring contained a considerable amount of items: 50,000 copper coins, 10 low-tier human-grade martial techniques, 3 mid-tier human-grade martial techniques, and a single upper-tier human-grade martial technique. Additionally, he discovered a tome with an ancient cover, faintly inscribed with several characters. Lu Ren took it out, gasping, "Explosive Spirit Technique." This manual was an exceptionally rare secret martial technique, classified as a low-tier human-grade technique. Secret techniques differ from martial techniques and are exceedingly rare. Each one can unleash tremendous effects, enhancing one's combat prowess. Some prodigies, leveraging powerful secret techniques, can genuinely challenge opponents of higher tiers. However, mastering secret techniques is notably arduous and requires immense time for diligent practice. Fortunately, this one is a low-tier human-grade technique, the most elementary type, and with Lu Ren's talent, he could cultivate it with enough effort. As he examined the explosive spirit technique, Lu Ren became increasingly astonished. This explosive spirit technique can actually gather the spiritual energy within the orifices, unleashing a force that surpasses one's own by 2-fold. The more orifices opened, the greater the power. This technique was perfectly suited for his cultivation. Continuing his exploration, in a corner, Lu Ren spotted a dozen white stones, shimmering with a soft glow, and his expression shifted in shock. Could these be low-tier spirit stones? It is said that low-tier spirit stones contain a rich essence of spiritual energy. Once absorbed and refined, they can accelerate cultivation speed by 10-fold compared to ordinary methods. A single low-tier spirit stone could save a typical warrior a month of arduous training. However, since Lu Ren had yet to advance to the spirit stream realm, he could not utilize the spirit stones just yet. Although he had not entered the spirit stream realm, he had nonetheless amassed numerous resources. Lu Ren chuckled, placing all the resources into his nameless treasure tower. "If I have enough spirit rice, I can cultivate this explosive spirit technique. At that point, even facing Tang Hao, I will have the confidence to defeat him," he pondered quietly. Then, his gaze shifted to the 13 low-tier spirit stones. Consuming spirit rice merely absorbed the spiritual energy contained within, replenishing his orifices. Given that low-tier spirit stones harbored more refined energy, did they not offer the same benefit? With this thought in mind, Lu Ren took his fire spirit sword and sliced off a corner of one low-tier spirit stone, about the size of a thumb, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surging through his body, enveloping him entirely as his 7 spiritual orifices eagerly absorbed it until they reached saturation. Ecstatic, Lu Ren realized that the spirit stones indeed replenished his internal energy. In fact, he might not even need to consume spirit rice. Merely absorbing a fragment of spirit stone would suffice for days of expenditure. "How long can these spirit stones sustain me?" Lu Ren muttered to himself. If a practitioner of the spirit stream realm were to discover that Lu Ren used low-tier spirit stones to satiate his hunger, they would surely be infuriated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such wastefulness. It is important to note that low-tier spirit stones are quite valuable, typically costing no less than 200,000 copper coins each. Ordinary disciples of the spirit stream realm could only exchange contributions for them in their sects to enhance their cultivation speed. The thought of using them merely to fill one's stomach would be utterly unthinkable to them. Yet Lu Run did not concern himself with such thoughts. Resources could be earned again, and enhancing his strength was paramount to successfully passing the two Shi Emperor's trials. Chapter 34. The Explosive Spirit Technique. Commencing the cultivation of the Explosive Spirit Technique. After a while, Lu Run closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He quickly familiarized himself with the Explosive Spirit Technique, and the next step was to practice it. Within him, the spiritual energy from two orifices was summoned together, condensing into a swirling vortex that trembled with intensity. Before long, the two vortices dissipated. Again, Lu Ren pressed on with determination. Merging the energies of the orifices was a delicate endeavor. Failure would lead to energy dissipation, resulting in hunger and necessitating the consumption of spirit stones. Cultivating the Explosive Spirit Technique demanded a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. However, Lu Ran was undeterred. With 13 low-tier spirit stones at his disposal, he should have enough to successfully cultivate the technique. As time passed, Lu Ran became increasingly adept at condensing the energies of the two orifices into a vortex. By the 5th year, he successfully formed a colossal vortex within him. Showing no signs of collapse, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the vortex, coursing throughout Lu Ren's body. Ugh, Lu Ren grunted, feeling an astonishing force. This power had far exceeded 4,000 pounds. Having merely combined two orifices, he was able to unleash such immense strength. Sweat covered Lu Ren's brow, but his eyes sparkled with delight. The energies of the two orifices had finally merged successfully. Next, Lu Ren began to attempt merging the third orifice. Originally, Lu Ren believed that merging the energies of the orifices would become increasingly difficult as he progressed. However, he found that merging the third orifice was much smoother than expected. In less than 5 years, he successfully combined the energies of the third orifice. Buoyed by his momentum, Lu Ren set out to merge the energies of all 5 of his orifices. At that moment, within Lu Ren, a massive vortex spun rapidly, its size comparable to that of a fist. Ha! Lu Ren shouted, and the energies within the vortex erupted, flooding into his right fist, which he struck with tremendous force. Boom! The sound of breaking air echoed as terrifying punch force unleashed waves of pressure. The power of this punch must exceed 10,000 pounds. Lu Ren was utterly astonished. A force of 10,000 pounds could rival a warrior with 10 opened orifices. And with Lu Ren's own strength, even a warrior with 10 opened orifices would be no match for him. Alas, he had exhausted all the spirit stones. Given a few more low-tier spirit stones, he might have been able to merge the 6th orifice. With that thought, Lu Ren emerged from the nameless treasure tower and began inspecting the 8 portals, ultimately selecting the Can portal. As Lu Ren stepped into the Can portal, a resounding boom echoed as divine light enveloped him, and the void transformed, transporting him to another realm. Before him lay a vast ocean, with towering waves crashing in all directions. Each portal presents a trial? Lu Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. Rumbling. Just then, the ocean surged violently, monstrous waves rolling towards Lu Ren in relentless pursuit. Boom. As the colossal wave crashed against him, he felt an overwhelming force bearing down. Yet it caused him no harm. Had I not cultivated my vitality refinement body, I would likely struggle against such impact. Lu Ren marveled, allowing the waves to wash over him. That moment, Lu Ren realized he was still within the 8 trigram altar. Around him, 7 of the 8 portals shimmered with brilliant light. Without a doubt, entering any of the remaining 7 portals would lead him to the next trial. Summoning the power of his 7 spiritual orifices, Lu Ren charged toward the towering waves, finally reaching the threshold and diving through. Boom! Lu Ren found himself once more in a new altar, surrounded by raging flames, scorching hot and ablaze. Roar! Suddenly, from within the inferno emerged towering magma giants, their crimson eyes locking onto Lu Ren as they charged at him. However, these magma giants were not particularly strong, at most having opened 7 spiritual orifices. Were it an average warrior in the opening orifice realm, they would surely struggle to overcome this challenge. Die? Lu Ren's gaze sharpened with fierce determination as he brandished his fire spirit sword. With a single strike, he pierced through one of the flame giants. causing it to disintegrate into pieces. At that moment, Lu Ren fought with the grace of a master swordsman, executing the celestial phenomenon sword technique with flawless precision. Regardless of how numerous the magma giants were, they could not approach him. Swish! Lu Ren dashed to the edge of the altar, unleashing a tempest that scattered the flames before charging into another portal. The Zhun portal. This was a realm of thunder, where lightning perpetually cascaded from the sky. Should it strike, it would either kill or severely injure. Leveraging his agile and robust physique, coupled with his perfected spirit cat steps, Lu Ren narrowly navigated through the trial and entered the next portal. Each 8-trigram portal housed a new world, and every trial was nearly impossible for an ordinary practitioner of the opening orifice realm to complete. Many young warriors, predominantly having opened 8 spiritual orifices, found themselves trapped in the altar, severely injured, before being automatically expelled from the Tuwashi cave. Lu Ren's speed in passing the assessments was astonishingly swift. The 4th gate, Jin Gate, represented a realm of continuous mountains, with towering peaks descending from the heavens towards Lu Ren's head. Harnessing his absolute strength, he shattered those colossal mountains and effortlessly progressed through the assessment. The 5th gate, Sun Gate, was a world engulfed in storms, where the winds swept through like razor blades, striking Lu Ren's form. Fortunately, Lu Ren's physical prowess, honed through the cultivation of qi and body, allowed him to breeze through this challenge as well. The 6th gate, Dy Gate, Lu Ren similarly triumphed with ease. With a resounding boom, Lu Ren surged through the 6 assessments in quick succession and entered the Kuan Gate. At that moment, he remained unaware that his every move was being observed clearly by those outside. He had already entered the Qian Gate. In the next instant, he found himself in an ethereal realm, surrounded by a sea of white, with all 8 portals having vanished. Suddenly, streaks of red light converged to form gigantic, fierce beasts. These creatures bore resemblance to lions, with dragon-like bodies, 8 in total. The aura they radiated was comparable to his own. Concurrently, a soft voice echoed, declaring, "The Qian Gate assessment requires one to endure for the duration of an incense stick. Should you remain standing after that time, you will successfully pass the assessment and be transported to the Tuasha Square to face the ultimate trial. The Qian Gate assessment has been activated 300 times, yet only 30 have succeeded, making it the most formidable of the 8 gates." The voice was deep and resonant, identical to that which announced the opening of the cave. The most challenging assessment of the 8 gates? As Lu Ren pondered this, the 8 Tuasha fire beasts began to stir, their eyes ablaze with flame as they charged towards him with a ferocious roar. Chapter 0035. Qian Gate. These Tuasha fire beasts matched his strength, yet their ferocity surpassed his own. Lu Ren focused intently on the 8 beasts, wary of any lapse in his concentration. Suddenly, one of the Tuasha fire beasts lunged forward, its sharp claws poised to strike. Lu Ren unsheathed his sword and cleaved toward the beast. Bam! The Tuasha fire beast was cleaved in 2, erupting into 2 fiery bursts. Lu Ren swiftly dispatched 2 more beasts, each meeting the same fiery fate. Their strength proved to be rather lackluster. Just as Lu Ren prepared to confront the remaining beasts, the 6 red flames miraculously transformed into 6 additional Tuasha fire beasts. Having slain 3, coupled with the previous 8, he now faced a total of 13. Were they multiplying? Furrowing his brow, Lu Ren decided to adopt a defensive strategy. The Tuasha fire beasts were comparable in strength, and with his mastery of the celestial sword technique and perfected spirit cat steps, he could easily last until the incense stick burned out. Lu Ren continuously fended off the 13 Tuasha fire beasts, who were unable to inflict even a scratch on him. Not only could he endure for 1 incense stick's duration, but even 2 or 3 would pose no challenge. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the Tuasha fire beasts spontaneously split into 2, doubling their numbers to 26 in an instant. What was happening? Lu Ren frowned and observed the charging Tuasha fire beasts, then his eyes gleamed with determination, realizing, regardless of whether he killed them or not, they would inevitably split after a while. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them all before that occurred. With a surge of energy, Lu Ren brandished his fire spirit sword, unleashing the full force of his 7 spiritual apertures. Sword shadows rained down upon the 26 Tuasha fire beasts like a tempest. Swish! The multitude of sword shadows pierced through the beasts in an instant. Subsequently, their forms erupted like fireworks, transforming into brilliant flames. Just when Lu Run believed he had passed the assessment, he noticed that the flames coalesced into a singular entity, resembling a colossal Tuasha beast, tenfold larger than before. The Tuasha giant exuded a formidable aura, far surpassing Lu Ren's own roar. The Tuasha giant unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw, resembling a rain of fire as it surged towards Lu Run. He darted to the side, adeptly employing the spirit cat steps, his lithe figure allowing him to evade the fiery onslaught, rivaling the agility of a superior human-level agility technique. The Tuasha giant, seemingly imbued with intelligence, went berserk, charging at Lu Run. Faced with such a violent assault, Lu Run continuously utilized the celestial sword technique to defend himself, but after just a few exchanges, his fire spirit sword was sent flying from his grasp. Ha ha ha, Lu Ren's about to falter. The Tuasha giant's strength clearly exceeded his own level, and lacking more advanced martial techniques, he stood no chance of overcoming this challenge. Gu Yifan laughed heartily. This was the disparity of bloodline talent. His inferior bloodline limited him to basic sword techniques, fist techniques, evasive techniques, and defensive techniques, all merely of low yellow grade. Even if he cultivated them to perfection, they would be insufficient to withstand the Tuasha giant's ferocious assaults. Xia Kuang snickered coldly. The eliminated warriors shook their heads in disbelief. Generally, mastering a low yellow grade evasive technique and perfecting it would suffice to endure for an incense stick's duration. Yet Lu Run, being of an inferior bloodline, could not cultivate higher level techniques, rendering him incapable of passing the assessment. Elder Ming Qian's expression darkened. Indeed, Lu Ren's martial skills were far too rudimentary to withstand the onslaught of the Tuasha giant. Disciple, I believe in you. Yun Qingyao fixed her gaze upon Lu Run, her fists clenched tightly to suppress her rising anxiety. Boom. The Tuasha giant's claws rained down with tremendous force, creating gusts of wind. Since evasion was futile, Lu Run decided to confront the beast head-on. No longer on the defensive, he planted his feet firmly, palms positioned in an 8-trigram stance, and met the oncoming strikes directly. Boom. A palm striking with the force of a mountain sent Lu Run flying. Spitting blood, he staggered back several paces before regaining his footing. This power was nothing to fear. Bring it on. With a thunderous roar, Lu Run ignited the flames of battle within him. If evasion was impossible, he would fight back. Furthermore, having survived the previous collision, he was now confident he could withstand the Tuasha giant's attacks. His body had achieved the cultivation of qi and body refinement, allowing him to endure such force. In the past, he would have surely been incapacitated by such a blow. Boom, boom. After enduring several successive strikes from the Tuasha giant, Lu Run utilized the 8-trigram palm to absorb the impacts. After a relentless exchange of over 10 blows, the Tuasha giant's form began to disintegrate, transforming into dissipating flames. Had he truly withstood the onslaught of the Tuasha giant? The spectators were left utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that Lu Run would abandon evasion in favor of sheer resilience. Was his body forged from iron? A warrior of the aperture opening realm possessing such formidable physicality was unprecedented. Ha ha ha, Elder Yun, our old perspectives have proven woefully narrow. Your choice of disciple is astoundingly astute. Elder Ming Qian rejoiced at Lu Ren's success in enduring for an incense stick's duration. Yun Qingyao chuckled lightly, concealing her embarrassment. This was not a matter of her keen insight. It was simply luck that she had taken in such a disciple. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly inferior bloodline disciple would possess such strength? With the 8 gate assessments completed, only the ultimate trial remained. Should Lu Run succeed, he might even alter his bloodline. Elder Ming Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ultimate trial? Over the years, none had ever passed it. He certainly could not accomplish it. Xia Kuang scoffed coldly. Why isn't he participating in the ultimate trial? What is he up to? Gu Yifan's curiosity was piqued as he observed the unfolding scene. Chapter 0036. Hunter and Prey. At this moment, Lu Run had successfully completed the 8 gate assessments and was transported into the interior of the cave. Inside, he found himself in a vast plaza, surrounded by towering Huabiao pillars. Above the plaza loomed a massive crimson portal, currently in an open state. Upon entering the portal, one could undertake the ultimate trial. However, Lu Run had no intention of stepping through. For many years, no one had succeeded in the ultimate trial. As someone with an inferior bloodline, he felt unworthy of such an opportunity. Even his success in the Qian Gate assessment had relied on a slight advantage in physicality. allowing him to endure for merely an incense stick's duration. Thus, he resolved to bolster his strength before facing the ultimate trial. Murder, he deemed, was the most effective means to enhance his abilities. Yet, he would not initiate attacks. He would only respond if provoked. With this thought in mind, Lu Ren concealed himself behind a huabiao, seeking refuge while entering the nameless treasure tower to rest for a day and recover from his injuries. Outside the Tuasha cave, Yin de Lu Ren attempting the ultimate trial? Gu Yifan was bewildered. He had clearly been the first to complete the 8 gate assessments, yet he was not proceeding to the ultimate trial. The ultimate trial could only be attempted by one individual at a time. This was an exceptional opportunity. If delayed, Lu Ren would be in danger once others completed the 8 gate assessments. Xia Kuang sneered. Lu Ren must have sustained serious injuries from resisting the onslaught of the Tuasha giant. He is certainly hiding there to recuperate. The crowd nodded in agreement. Just as they discussed, another figure appeared in the plaza, an old man clad in gray robes, with white hair and a prominent scar across his forehead. Emerged, it was Huang Qi. He had also surpassed Su Fu to complete the 8 gate assessments. Everyone was taken aback. Within the Tuasha cave, the two most competitive individuals, aside from the ghost sword heir Tang Hao, were Huang Qi and Su Fu, both having open 9 spiritual apertures. However, Su Fu was considerably younger and possessed a stronger bloodline talent, being of the 4th grade bloodline, while Huang Qi was merely of the 3rd grade. Thus, it was generally assumed that Huang Qi would be the first to complete the 8 gate assessments, barring Lu Ren's unexpected performance. If Huang Qi discovered Lu Ren, it would spell disaster for him. Gu Yifan chuckled coldly. Meanwhile, Lu Ren, hidden behind the huabiao, spotted Huang Qi but chose to remain concealed. A seasoned hunter often appears as prey. Therefore, Lu Ren deliberately shifted his position, causing a slight noise. Who? Huang Qi, believing himself to be the first to complete the 8 gate assessments, was initially lost in his delight until the sound jolted him back to reality. He approached cautiously and was startled to find Lu Ren concealed behind the huabiao. His surprise quickly morphed into elation as he exclaimed, "So it's you, the inferior bloodline. I never imagined you would pass the 8 gate assessments before me." Lu Ren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feigning terror as he asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" "To kill you, of course. The ultimate trial can only be attempted by one." Huang Qi replied coldly. Lu Ren gritted his teeth. "If I weren't injured, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." "Ah, so you have sustained injuries during the 8 gate assessments. No wonder you're avoiding the ultimate trial." "What fortune for me," Huang Qi said, clasping his hands behind his back with a grin. "First, I'll eliminate you, then proceed to the ultimate trial." Boom! As his words fell, he launched an attack, unleashing a torrent of power from within, striking fiercely towards Lu Ren. A low yellow-grade martial skill, Dragon Capture Hand. The palm strike was imbued with the illusion of dragon claws flashing forth. Lu Ren sensed the extraordinary intensity of this strike. Each finger exuded impressive strength, far surpassing the might of his fierce tiger fist. However, Lu Ren remained motionless, awaiting the moment the palm would descend upon him. Suddenly, he activated the explosive spirit secret technique, merging the chi from his 5 spiritual apertures into a swirling cyclone, then unleashed a punch. Fierce Tiger Fist. Huang Qi, witnessing Lu Ren's execution of the fierce tiger fist, wore a dismissive smirk. Lu Ren's strength was inferior. How could a common technique like the fierce tiger fist contend with his perfected dragon capture hand? Boom. The collision of fists and palms generated an astonishing force that reverberated through Huang Qi's body. "Ah!" Huang Qi screamed as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, feeling as though his right arm had shattered, rendering him utterly immobilized. One single blow, and he was defeated. How could this be? Huang Qi, still wearing an expression of arrogance, slowly transformed into one of shock. "You've only opened 7 spiritual apertures, yet I have 9, and my dragon capture hand is perfected. How could you defeat me?" "You talk too much," Lu Ren scoffed, delivering a decisive palm strike that silenced Huang Qi for good. Afterward, he dragged Huang Qi behind a huabiao and began to rummage through his belongings. After a while, his gaze landed on a ring on Huang Qi's thumb, which he promptly removed. Infusing it with his qi, Lu Ren began to assess his spoils. This fellow managed to be the second to complete the 8 gate assessments. His strength must be considerable, and he undoubtedly has quite a fortune. Lu Ren murmured to himself. "Copper coins, 500,000. low yellow grade martial skills, 20 books, medium yellow grade martial skills, 5 books, low yellow grade martial skill, 1 book, low grade spirit stones, 20 pieces. Additionally, there were several common healing pills. I can attempt to merge my 6th spiritual aperture now. With this thought, Lu Ren entered the treasure tower's space. Now possessing 21 low-grade spirit stones, he could afford to cultivate for 42 years. Settling down, he began the fusion of the chi for his 6th spiritual aperture. In a span of 20 years, Lu Ren succeeded in merging the chi for the 6th aperture in one go. His punches now boasted a force nearing 12,000 pounds, a power typically only found in those who had opened 12 spiritual apertures. With over 20 years remaining, Lu Ren abandoned the idea of merging a 7th spiritual aperture. He then turned his focus to mastering martial techniques. As the saying goes, skill is never excessive. Within the treasure tower, Lu Ren casually selected 3 low yellow grade martial skills: Sword Finger, Mountain Shattering Fist, and 7 Wounds Palm. Each of these techniques possessed unique strengths, and Lu Ren believed that once he could wield them in combat, they would surely surpass the effectiveness of the fierce Tiger Fist. After dedicating over 20 years to mastering these 3 low yellow grade techniques to perfection, Lu Ren emerged from the treasure tower, having only a second elapsed in the outside world. Concealed behind the huabiao, he resumed his wait. After an incense stick's duration, a youth bearing a long, dark sword appeared, grinning widely upon seeing that the portal remained open. "Looks like I'm the first to complete the 8 gate assessments. Tang Hao?" Lu Ren's heart stirred, and just as he prepared to employ his previous tactics to eliminate Tang Hao, suddenly, a multitude of figures were simultaneously transported, landing in the center of the Tuasha Square. Lu Ren observed, estimating there to be at least 30 to 40 individuals. This was the Tuasha Square, where it was said that entering would allow one to participate in the ultimate trial. We were still undergoing the 8 gate assessments. How did we arrive here? What is going on? The newly transported warriors wore expressions of confusion. Tang Hao, witnessing this scene, also concealed himself, waiting for the opportune moment. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. He hid in the shadows, planning to eliminate Huang Qi and Su Fu. Without them, no one would dare contest him. Naturally, his primary target remained Lu Ren. Once Lu Ren was transported out, he would strike decisively and eliminate him. Chapter 0037. Battle with Tang Hao. It must be that the energy within the Tuasha cave is insufficient, unable to sustain the operation of the cave's formation. One individual speculated. Instantly, madness spread across their faces, for this signified that the formation for the ultimate trial was likely also collapsing. As long as they rushed into the glowing portal, they could potentially inherit the legacy of the Tuasha Ancient Emperor. Charge! The legacy of the Tuasha Ancient Emperor is mine. Step aside, it's mine. Many warriors, their eyes gleaming with excitement, surged towards the open portal. However, just as they advanced a few paces, a sweeping blade of light surged forth, blocking their path. As the crowd beheld the scene, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was Su Fu, remarkably present among them. One elder, visibly apprehensive, gazed at the knife-wielding middle-aged man. Su Fu, acknowledged as the strongest practitioner among their ranks, a master of the Enlightenment realm, had successfully completed the 8 gate assessments for several consecutive years. Ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. It appears the Tuasha cave's energy is waning. Perhaps this is my chance. Su Fu laughed boisterously and charged toward the luminous portal. He had participated in several ultimate assessments, and allowing him entry was simply not an option. Many warriors unleashed their power, rushing toward the light gate as well. Among them was a young man clad in silver robes, who even rallied a group around him, several elders accompanying him to clear a path. "Block Su Fu!" the young man bellowed. Instantly, the accompanying elders surged toward Su Fu, aiming to carve a passage for the youth. "Get lost, tyrant blade slash!" Su Fu coldly grunted at the sight of those attempting to impede him, gripping his long knife firmly as he struck down fiercely. The domineering blade light cleaved through several warriors, forcing the remaining ones back in sheer terror. Boom! He leapt directly in front of the light gate. His great knife still gleaming with an imposing radiance. It was a low-grade yellow-tier sword technique, the Tyrant Blade Slash, which Su Fu had astonishingly perfected. Let us not contest with him. If he fails the ultimate assessment, we may yet have our chance. Many warriors began to reconsider their approach. A practitioner with a 4th-tier bloodline had perfected a low-grade yellow-tier technique, rendering him nearly invincible at their level. Simultaneously, several more warriors rushed to Su Fu's sides. Su Fu, remember our agreement. Should you acquire the Tuoshi ancient emperor's legacy, you must share a portion with us. I will hold them off. You go in. Several warriors drew their swords to shield Su Fu. But just then, from the shadows, Tang Hao emerged, thrusting his long sword fiercely towards Su Fu's head. What? Su Fu's expression changed abruptly as he raised his blade to guard his chest. The sword's edge collided with Su Fu's weapon, sending him hurtling backward. Tang Hao, you were already here. Su Fu, after being knocked back, finally regained his composure, fury igniting in his eyes, a blaze potent enough to scorch the void. He had initially felt assured about this expedition into the Tuoshi cave, with his only true threat being Huang Qi. Who could have anticipated that Tang Hao's strength was also formidable? I've been here all along, Tang Hao replied with an air of arrogance. Then why didn't you directly participate in the ultimate assessment? Su Fu questioned, perplexed. I previously stated that I wouldn't allow Lu Ran, that waste, to leave the Tuoshi cave alive. However, it seems that waste has failed the 8-gate assessments. A look of disappointment crossed Tang Hao's face as he turned to Su Fu and his companions, declaring, you need not obstruct me. Even united, you are no match for me. As he spoke, the energy from all 10 of his spiritual nodes erupted simultaneously, creating an invisible wave that caused many young warriors nearby to change their expressions in alarm. What? Tang Hao has opened 10 spiritual nodes. Just recently, it was rumored that he had opened 9. Now, he had astonishingly reached the 10th, truly terrifying. He was indeed a third-tier bloodline, and at merely 16 years old, how powerful would he become once he advanced to the spirit stream realm? All present were astounded by Tang Hao's cultivation. They were aware that the Ghost Sword King had dedicated immense effort into nurturing this third-tier bloodline Tang Hao for the sake of the Tuoshi ancient emperor's legacy. The Ghost Sword King had even boldly proclaimed that this time, upon the Tuoshi cave's opening, Tang Hao would undoubtedly secure the legacy. Now it appeared that his words were not mere bravado. 10 spiritual nodes. Even if Huang Qi and Su Fu joined forces, they would still be no match for Tang Hao. Su Fu, do you still intend to fight? Tang Hao asked coldly, retracting his energy. Su Fu clenched his teeth, a look of unwillingness on his face, yet he said nothing further. Had Tang Hao only opened 9 spiritual nodes, he might have had a chance alongside his friends, but now, the prospect seemed exceedingly grim. Seeing no one speak, Tang Hao smirked slightly and turned to approach the light gate. However, at that moment, a corpse hurtled from afar, crashing towards Su Fu and Tang Hao. Is it Huang Qi? What is happening? Tang Hao's expression changed drastically as he recognized the body of Huang Qi. He swiftly swung his sword, cleaving the corpse in two, blood spraying forth. Just as Huang Qi's body split apart, a figure burst forth, aiming a sword at Tang Hao. What? Tang Hao's expression shifted again as he swung his sword in response. Clang! The two blades clashed violently, sending Tang Hao staggering back several steps. It was Lu Ran. He had made his appearance. Lu Ran had not anticipated such a turn of events, initially planning to slay Tang Hao before proceeding to the ultimate assessment. Yet, he had not foreseen that everyone would be transported in together. Lu Ran, it is you. You killed Huang Qi? Tang Hao's face darkened considerably, realizing that Lu Ran was very likely the first to pass the assessment. Indeed, did you not claim you would kill me within the cave? Do you dare to engage me in a life-and-death battle? Lu Ran asked coolly. What did you say? Tang Hao was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Even the other warriors believed they had misheard. After all, Tang Hao had opened 10 spiritual nodes, while Lu Ran, with his waste bloodline, had only opened 7. What could he possibly use to contend against Tang Hao? Do you dare to say it again? Lu Ran replied with a chilling smile. Now, with so many witnesses present, even if he were to kill Tang Hao, there would be no repercussions for him once they left. Very well, Tang Hao laughed heartily, then addressed the surrounding warriors. Today, I shall engage Lu Ran in a life-and-death battle. Should anyone attempt to seize the opportunity to enter the light gate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Su Fu and the others instinctively took several steps back. Kill! The glimmer of cold malice flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he unsheathed his dark sword, swinging it horizontally at Lu Ran. The ghost sword technique, iron cutting style. This technique was significantly more powerful than the one executed by Chu Feiyang. Clearly, although Tang Hao was a third-tier bloodline, his comprehension was exceptional. Iron cutting style. Merely that. Lu Ran replied nonchalantly. He grasped the air. summoning the fire spirit sword, which burst forth like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through Tang Hao's assault. Clang! The pitch-black ghost sword emitted a resonant hum as Tang Hao was sent reeling. Disbelief etched across his features. Never had he imagined that his initial assault would be repelled by Lu Ren. Receive my blade. Lu Ren's gaze sharpened as he activated the explosive spirit secret technique, merging the energy from 5 of his spiritual nodes. The fire spirit sword was wielded furiously, its sword shadows cascading like a tempest, swift as lightning, and surged toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression shifted as he hurriedly raised his ghost sword, employing the shadow sword to defend. Bang, bang, bang! The two swords clashed incessantly, but Tang Hao felt an unimaginable force surging toward him, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp. His body was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground as he spat blood, his vitality dwindling. How can your strength be so formidable? Tang Hao's eyes widened in sheer horror. It was known that he had opened 10 spiritual nodes, placing him among the most elite geniuses within the Enlightenment realm, and it was inconceivable that anyone else could achieve such a feat yet. In their recent clash, he had unmistakably sensed that Lu Ren's power far surpassed his own. Only by reaching 10 spiritual nodes could one wield such strength. A waste bloodline cannot possibly surpass its limits to open more than 7 nodes. Is that so? Lu Ren shook his head, derisively stating, I am the waste spoken of by your master, yet I have thoroughly crushed you, the so-called genius. Lu Ren's words struck like a heavy hammer against Tang Hao's chest, draining the color from his face as he coughed up blood. Dare to insult me? I will fight you to the death. Tang Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he furiously pointed at 10 vital points on his body. Bang, bang, bang. Those 10 points erupted into gory wounds, simultaneously causing his energy to surge uncontrollably. He was actually self-destructing his own 10 spiritual nodes. Su Fu was utterly astonished. This was a powerful secret technique, capable of detonating one's spiritual nodes to gain a momentary surge of strength. Although self-destructing the nodes would not lead to death, destroying all 10 would sever one's foundation, making it exceedingly difficult to reopen them. It could be said that Tang Hao was prepared to fight Lu Ren to the bitter end. Lu Ren, I did not expect your strength to be so great, but today, it is still you who will die. Tang Hao's face bore a hint of madness as the ghost sword in his hand erupted into a frenzy of sword shadows, leaving no avenue for escape. From a distance, the sword shadows resembled a sword deity in a furious dance, enveloping Lu Ren entirely. Now, Tang Hao was holding nothing back, unleashing the 5th sword of the ghost sword technique to its utmost. With a flick of his foot, Lu Ren moved with the grace of a spirit cat, effortlessly evading Tang Hao's strike. Having cultivated to the level of qi nourishing and body refining, his physique was not only strengthened but also rendered lighter, his speed significantly enhanced. Futile! You cannot stop me! Tang Hao roared. Self-destructing his spiritual nodes, he remained utterly incapable of withstanding Lu Ren's might. I will not be defeated by you. A waste bloodline, I absolutely will not. Kill! Tang Hao's voice grew frenzied, his countenance becoming increasingly grim as he unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes, each shadow more terrifying than the last. As they raged toward Lu Ren, I may be a waste bloodline, but this waste is more than capable of annihilating you. The heir of the ghost sword. Lu Ren retorted with a cold laugh. He concentrated the energy from his 6 spiritual nodes into a swirling vortex, erupting with a force that surpassed even Tang Hao's. Then, he swung his sword at Tang Hao, unleashing a tempestuous gale that engulfed the surroundings, accompanied by a deafening roar, sweeping through like a tornado. Crack! The raging sword light shattered beneath the storm, collapsing effortlessly. The tempest surged forth, crashing violently into Tang Hao's chest. Boom! Tang Hao's torso was brutally torn apart by the storm, his garments shredded into tatters, as blood gushed forth, propelling him away in an instant. What? The spectators were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Despite Tang Hao employing a secret technique and self-destructing his 10 spiritual nodes to mount a fierce assault against Lu Ren, he had still been defeated. Lu Ren's singular strike, akin to a tempest, obliterated all of Tang Hao's efforts, besting him decisively. Outside the cave, the entire valley fell into a deathly silence. All present stared wide-eyed, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld Lu Ren, never having imagined that he would effortlessly defeat Tang Hao in a one-on-one encounter. This prodigy, nurtured by the Ghost Sword King, who had boasted of acquiring the Tuoshi ancient emperor's legacy, had been vanquished by a mere waste bloodline. Damn it! Gu Yifun's face darkened, knowing that with Tang Hao's defeat, Lu Run would likely not spare him. The elaborate plans his master had crafted over the years were now in jeopardy. How could this waste possess such strength? Xia Kuang was equally taken aback by Lu Ren's prowess. Initially believing that this waste bloodline would not show significant improvement, he was now astonished to see Lu Ren defeat Tang Hao, who had opened 10 spiritual nodes while exhibiting a variety of formidable martial techniques. Those who were enlightened were truly terrifying. Once Lu Ren altered his bloodline, the implications were unfathomable. Most remarkably, Yun Qingyao was left in shock. The wind-sweeping clouds technique she had taught Lu Ren, which he had yet to master, was now wielded with such finesse that he surpassed her in skill. You little rascal, just how many secrets are you hiding from your master? Yun Qingyao resolved to interrogate her disciple thoroughly upon her return. How is this possible? Tang Hao, pale and disheveled, appeared utterly disheartened, muttering to himself in disbelief. He could not fathom how he had been bested by a waste bloodline. Having opened 10 spiritual nodes at the tender age of 16, he had endured unimaginable suffering. Yet Lu Run was merely a waste bloodline who had only recently entered the Qiyun sect. How could he possibly be so powerful? Tang Hao, the outcome is clear. Prepare to meet your end. Lu Ren's figure flickered as he closed the distance to Tang Hao, swinging his sword with lethal intent. Tang Hao raised his sword in defense, but an overwhelming force surged into him, sending him crashing backward to the ground, violently coughing up blood. Anyone who can block Lu Ren for me and kill him, I shall reward with a high-grade spiritual weapon and admission into the Ghost Sword sect, along with the Ghost Sword technique. Tang Hao's words echoed throughout the crowd, bringing forth an immediate stillness. Suddenly, a palpable wave of murderous intent erupted within the cave, as many gazes locked onto Lu Ren, each infused with chilling hostility. In that moment, the cave felt icy, as if winter had descended, oppressive malice thick in the air. That moment, Lu Ren felt the weight of those warriors' stares, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Tang Hao's proclamation had ignited a fierce desire for vengeance against Lu Ren among many present. Most of the warriors were elderly, their potential long since exhausted, with little prospect of joining the 4 great sects. However, if they could enter the Ghost Sword sect and receive guidance from the Ghost Sword King, mastering the Ghost Sword technique would allow them to dominate within Jiangyan Kingdom. In that instant, many of these aged warriors felt a fervor igniting within them. Although Lu Ren was undeniably powerful, the sheer number of them would make it easy to eliminate him. Seeing that many were still hesitant and indecisive, Tang Hao spoke again. My senior brother Gu Yifun is the primary core of the Royal Path sect. Whoever can kill Lu Ren will be granted exception to become an outer disciple of the Royal Path sect. Tang Hao's conditions sent the crowd into a frenzy. They had sacrificed their futures for the sake of the Tuoshi ancient emperor's legacy, but now they had the chance to join the Ghost Sword sect and become outer disciples of the Royal Path sect. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Many young warriors looked at Lu Ren with pity, facing a multitude of Enlightenment realm practitioners, most of whom had refined their low-grade yellow-tier techniques to perfection. It seemed certain that Lu Ren would meet his demise. Lu Ren's expression grew cold as he realized that Tang Hao, having been defeated by him, was now rallying everyone against him. In an instant, he had become the common enemy of all. Ha ha ha, Lu Ren. While you may have triumphed over me, you shall still die. Tang Hao's voice rang out in a frenzied roar, his eyes gleaming with malice. Lu Ren chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with cold resolve. If you wish to kill me, then come at me all at once. I'm more than willing to oblige. Should any fall at my hands, do not blame my lack of mercy. Lu Ren's words were brazen, a direct challenge to all present. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, weakness only emboldened one's enemies. Only through displays of strength could one instill fear. Moreover, even if he chose to retreat, this crowd would not spare him. Arrogant? Hearing Lu Ren's words, a one-armed man with graying hair charged forth, his long sword slicing through the air toward Lu Ren. Lu Ren once more converged the energy from his 6 spiritual nodes, transforming it into a colossal vortex, surging with unprecedented might. His body coiled like a bow, his palm like an arrow, he propelled himself forward, striking the gray-haired man with the 7 injuries palm. Thud. The gray-haired man had yet to unleash his sword strike before he collapsed to the ground. Following that, A flurry of clashes erupted as Lu Run continued his onslaught. A series of 7 resounding shocks erupted within his body, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. How could he have possibly slain a one-armed swordsman who had opened 9 spiritual orifices with a single strike? That was the 7 Injuries Palm, a low-grade martial technique of the human tier, its power rather mediocre. Yet, if perfected, it could unleash 7 formidable waves of energy with a single palm. Enough of this chatter. Let us unite and eliminate him. Many martial artists were incensed by this. The most agitated among them was, of course, Su Fu, who charged once more at Lu Run, his great blade slicing through the air towards Lu Run. The 4th strike of the dominant blade. 13 layers of the dominant blade. Waves of blade light surged forth, overwhelming and relentless, enveloping Lu Run completely. Humph! Lu Run scoffed coldly, unleashing the full might of the spiraling energy within him, executing the spirit cat step to deftly evade the barrage of blade light. The 7 Injuries Palm. Lu Run struck again at Su Fu, suppressing him with absolute force. Go the untrained eye. It appeared as though he had delivered but one blow, yet in truth, he had unleashed 7, creating the illusion of 7 afterimages. Su Fu, witnessing this, retaliated with a punch, his fist shimmering with a golden hue, a manifestation of the low-grade human tier Great Force Diamond Fist. Boom! The collision between the Great Force Diamond Fist and the 7 Injuries Palm sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, causing several martial artists of lower cultivation to stagger back, unable to withstand the impact of their clash. Spurt! Su Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. Kill Lu Run! Su Fu's companions, witnessing this scene, simultaneously unleashed various martial techniques, launching a fierce assault against Lu Run. Naturally, others took advantage of the chaos to attack Lu Run as well. Mountain Quelling Fist. Sword Finger. 8 Trigrams Palm. Fierce Tiger Fist. 7 Injuries Fist. Lu Run stood his ground, unperturbed, executing a myriad of perfected martial techniques. Every attack aimed at him was deftly neutralized by his mastery of martial arts. Indeed, Lu Ren's calm demeanor stemmed from his fusion of 6 spirals of energy, granting him a strength of 12,000 pounds, complemented by the might of his physical body. With such overwhelming force, he could counter any assault. Even while employing low-grade human tier techniques, he refrained from using the celestial sword technique, intending instead to refine his application of various martial skills through actual combat. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of collisions erupted continuously, as over a dozen martial artists who had approached Lu Run were sent flying. You dare to kill me? All of you shall perish. Lu Run sneered coldly, even choosing to abandon martial techniques, relying solely on his own cultivated physique to charge through the fray. Ah, ah! The anguished cries echoed as numerous martial artists were sent spiraling away. Soon after, Lu Run once again confronted Su Fu, thrusting a sword finger sharply towards Su Fu's chest. Ah! Su Fu screamed repeatedly, witnessing a massive hole piercing through his chest, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Lu Run, exclaiming, How many spiritual orifices have you opened? Su Fu's eyes quivered, fixated on Lu Run, a blend of fear and shock evident in his expression. He could hardly comprehend that Lu Run possessed such formidable strength. This was far beyond what a practitioner at the orifice-opening realm should be capable of. Tang Hao, too, was enveloped in despair, never having imagined that Lu Run could single-handedly defeat so many adept practitioners. Lu Run, in his battle with him, had even retained considerable strength. Was this truly a waste bloodline? Bang! Lu Run delivered a single palm strike, sending Su Fu's body crashing into another martial artist, killing him instantly. To the sight of this, the onlookers were filled with trepidation, too fearful to advance any further. Su Fu is dead. We must retreat. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Let us go. If we linger, we may be the next to die. Many, stripped of all fighting spirit, chose to flee, some even seeking a way to escape the Doshi cave. Those of you who dared to attack me shall not leave. Remain here to meet your demise. Lu Run brandished the fire spirit sword, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing martial artists. A scream echoed from the western side of the Doshi Plaza, as one martial artist was pierced by Lu Ren's sword, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, 3 martial artists in the south were struck by the sword light, falling to the earth, utterly deceased. All 20 or so who had attacked Lu Run were wiped out. leaving the air saturated with the stench of blood, while those who had refrained from assaulting him were paralyzed with fear, frozen in place, terrified that a moment's inattention could lead to their own deaths at Lu Ren's hands. However, Lu Ren did not pursue them. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Tang Hao, striding forward and asking, "Tang Hao, who else do you intend to summon to kill me?" Chapter 0040. The Ultimate Trial. Lu Ren. "No, please do not kill me." Tang Hao knelt on the ground, pleading desperately for mercy. Lu Ren's expression remained indifferent as he slashed his sword. Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "No!" Whoosh! The cold gleam vanished, and a sword found its mark at his throat. Bang! Tang Hao's body crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Outside the Doshi cave, the Grand Elder, Meng Qian, was utterly astonished by Lu Ren's power. This disciple of the Qingyun sect, deemed a waste bloodline, truly possesses both strength and talent. His power is beyond comprehension. Damn it! Gu Yifan's expression was icy, increasingly aware of Lu Ren's terror. They had previously thought Lu Ren was merely recovering behind the Huabiao, likely intending to ambush Tang Hao. Yet now, Lu Ren had not only killed Tang Hao but also single-handedly challenged the majority of the orifice-opening realm martial artists, especially as Lu Ren displayed several low-grade human-tier martial techniques. Their shock deepened. Lu Ren's performance had transcended all expectations. In all these years, no one had managed to slaughter so many practitioners of the orifice-opening realm with such prowess. Damn it, with Lu Ren's strength, he might even pass the ultimate trial. Xia Kuang's face contorted with rage and resentment. Ha ha ha, Elder Yun. If Lu Ren truly passes the ultimate trial and inherits the legacy of the ancient Doshi Emperor, our Qingyun sect will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of first-rate sects. The Grand Elder was overjoyed. Yun Qingyao smiled wryly. While Lu Ren's current display was indeed extraordinary, it was limited to the orifice-opening realm. If Lu Ren cannot alter his bloodline, he will forever be unable to reach the level of the strong. The higher the bloodline talent, the better the martial techniques and methods one can cultivate, leading to faster cultivation speeds. No, he must not be allowed to inherit the legacy of the ancient Doshi Emperor. Gu Yifan's eyes also revealed an overwhelming killing intent. Boom! In a moment of impulsiveness, his true energy erupted, charging directly towards the cave. He absolutely could not allow Lu Ren to obtain the legacy of the ancient Doshi Emperor. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm, he sought to force his way into the cave while its energy was depleted. Crack! Just then, beams of radiant light surged forth from within the cave, transforming into fiery blasts that relentlessly bombarded him. Boom! The fiery rays struck Gu Yifan, instantly propelling him backward. Spurt! Gu Yifan fell to the ground, blood spewing forth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fury. You dare to storm the Doshi cave. You truly are fearless. The Grand Elder Meng Qian scoffed dismissively. Xia Kuang quickly approached, helping Gu Yifan to his feet, saying, "Gu Yifan, do not act rashly. Lu Ren may not necessarily obtain the legacy of the ancient Doshi Emperor. Even if he does, he may not alter his bloodline. Let us wait for him to emerge. Recklessly storming the Doshi cave would be a fool's errand. Damn it!" Gu Yifan ground his teeth in frustration. Lu Ren had killed his 2 disciples. If Lu Ren truly inherits the legacy of the ancient Doshi Emperor, how could he explain this to his master? At this moment, Lu Ren had already slain over 30 martial artists, including the formidable Huang Qi, Su Fu, and Tang Hao. Resembling a god of death, thoroughly intimidating the others, Lu Ren commanded 1 martial artist to help him tally the spoils. Ultimately, Lu Ren collected 500,000 copper coins, over 50 low-grade human-tier martial techniques, some of which were duplicates, a dozen mid-grade and upper-grade human-tier techniques, 2 low-grade yellow-tier techniques, and a spiritual herb, though Lu Ren was unaware of its identity. However, he was somewhat disappointed to find only 20 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, spirit stones being consumables, 20 was still substantial, sufficient for Lu Ren to cultivate in the Nameless Tower for 40 years. At this moment, the Doshi Plaza was deserted, with Lu Ren as the sole occupant, as all others had fled the Doshi cave. Lu Ren sat down, entering the space of the tower. 40 years. Would this allow me to fuse all 7 spiritual orifices? Lu Ren pondered silently. Unsure of the trials that lay ahead, he could only strive to elevate his strength to its utmost. Lu Ren sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and resumed his cultivation. Gathering the spiritual energy from the 6 orifices, he began to form a massive spiral, then infused the energy from the 7th orifice into the spiral. However, as it integrated, the spiral trembled slightly and shattered. Keep going. Lu Ren persevered through repeated attempts. Time gradually passed. Another year slipped by. At this moment, Lu Ren's expression grew grave, pain etched across his face. The integration of the energy from the 7th spiritual orifice had reached a critical juncture. As the energy re-entered the spiral, it quaked violently but did not collapse again. A powerful surge filled Lu Ren's entire being. He could not help but tremble, every fiber of his being feeling as if it were being torn apart. Lu Ren realized that merging the 7th spiritual orifice was proving arduous for his body to endure. Having come this far, he must succeed. Lu Ren steeled his resolve, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. He would integrate the 7th spiritual orifice and complete the ultimate trial. He strained against the pressure, and after a day, the spiral finally stabilized. At that moment, the spiral, now condensed from 7 spiritual orifices, had grown to the size of a fist, spinning rapidly with an imposing aura. My strength has reached 14,000 pounds. It is time to undertake the ultimate trial. Lu Ren stood up and stepped into the light gate. The blinding radiance obscured his vision. When he could finally see clearly, he found himself within a grand palace. The interior was lavish and resplendent, yet utterly vacant. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated through the space. "Young man, I did not expect such youth to arrive here." The voice made Lu Ren instinctively wary, his fire spirit sword gripped firmly in his hand. "Perhaps this is the ultimate trial. There is no need for concern. Your performance in the Doshi Plaza has exempted you from further tests." As the voice faded, a spectral figure materialized before Lu Ren. Clad in simple robes, the figure was tall with thick brows and large eyes, his gaze flickering with mysterious flames. "No need for a trial?" Lu Ren was taken aback, yet remained vigilant. This scene might still be a test, and if he failed, all his efforts would be in vain. "Indeed." The man in simple robes waved his hand, and light coalesced, revealing a table with 10 tomes laid upon it. Some of the tomes shimmered with ethereal light, immediately suggesting their extraordinary nature. "Young man, you have done well. The 8 trials I set were fraught with danger, yet you managed to pass them with mere low-grade human-tier martial arts. Here are 10 techniques. You may select one that suits you, but remember, you may only choose one." The man in simple robes spoke coolly. Hearing this, Lu Ren directed his gaze towards the 10 martial technique tomes before him. Now that he had entered the Doshi cave, it was time to cultivate a technique and advance to the spirit stream realm. Chapter 0041. The ancient Doshi Emperor. You may select one martial technique and cultivate it on the spot. Act within your means. Listening to the man in simple robes, Lu Ren scrutinized the 10 tomes before him. There was a low-grade yellow-tier technique, the Savage Bull technique, which could cultivate the true chi of a savage bull, endowing immense strength. There were also low-grade mysterious tier techniques, such as the Heavenly Fire technique, which could cultivate heavenly fire true chi. Additionally, there were several tomes of mysterious and earthly tiers, as well as heavenly tier techniques. The most formidable technique was a high-grade heavenly tier technique, the Great Sun Divine technique, which, when cultivated to perfection, could conjure 9 blazing suns, incinerating all in its path. The Great Sun Divine technique? Lu Ren trembled all over. A high-grade heavenly tier technique was the pinnacle of martial arts in the Xinhuang continent. Once mastered, it could likely sweep away adversaries of the same level. However, Lu Ren shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. He was a waste bloodline. Not only could he not cultivate high-grade heavenly tier techniques, but he might even struggle with low-grade yellow tier ones. With this thought, he picked up the Savage Bull technique tome. Yet, as he grasped it, the other 9 tomes erupted like fireworks, producing a tremendous shockwave that sent him flying. The tome in his hand shattered instantly. What just happened? Lu Ren was taken aback. The man in simple robes chuckled. "You have done well. Among the 10 martial technique tomes, several are heavenly tier techniques. Yet you chose the low-grade yellow tier technique. Do you realize that had you chosen any other, you would have failed the ultimate trial?" Lu Ren was startled, understanding that everything that had transpired might indeed be a test. Yet he had not anticipated that selecting a martial technique tome would constitute the so-called ultimate trial. "Senior, why would I fail the trial if I chose another technique?" Lu Ren could not help but inquire. "Only those with a bloodline talent of 4th grade or lower may enter my cave." Cultivating a low-grade yellow-tier technique is already the limit. If one cannot recognize their own talent and covets other techniques, they will naturally fail the trial, the man in simple robes explained. Senior, could it be that you are the ancient Doshi Emperor? Lu Ren asked. Indeed, I am Doshi. The man in simple robes replied slowly, a hint of pride on his face. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren was taken aback. He had envisioned the ancient Doshi Emperor as an elderly figure, yet here stood a middle-aged man. This person before him was none other than the ancient Doshi Emperor, who had not perished. You need not be overly astonished. I have long since passed away. What you see now is merely a remnant of my soul. I left behind this cave and established trials to find a practitioner of low bloodline talent to inherit my legacy. The ancient Doshi Emperor explained. Eluren furrowed his brow slightly, curious as he asked, Senior Doshi, since you seek an heir, why not choose someone with greater talent? Why limit yourself to those with a 4th-grade bloodline or lower? Lu Ren was filled with questions. Although the ancient Doshi Emperor possessed a 2nd-grade bloodline, surely he would not want his successor to also be of low talent. The path of martial arts is significantly influenced by talent, yet a determined heart in the pursuit of strength is even more crucial. If a practitioner with a bloodline talent of 4th grade or lower can pass my trials, it indicates a sufficiently resolute martial heart. As for bloodline, I possess means to enhance it, the ancient Doshi Emperor stated calmly. He had witnessed too many exceptionally gifted talents who, despite their superior endowments, lacked the steadfastness of spirit necessary to become true martial emperors. Lu Ren was astonished, exclaiming, Senior, do you truly possess the means to enhance bloodlines? You seem to be aware that I possess methods to elevate bloodlines. The ancient Doshi Emperor replied slowly. Senior Doshi, with your 2nd-grade bloodline, you ascended to the highest realm of martial arts, the martial emperor stage. It is speculated that you must possess means to alter bloodlines. Lu Ren nodded in agreement. With the nameless tower at his disposal, if he could enhance his bloodline talent, he would subsequently be able to cultivate yellow-tier martial techniques, mysterious tier techniques, and even earthly and heavenly tier techniques. In those years, this emperor had reached the divine sea realm with a 2nd-grade bloodline, which was already the limit. Later, through extraordinary encounters, he gradually elevated his bloodline level to the divine grade, ultimately stepping into the martial emperor realm. What is your name? Inquired the ancient emperor Tuashi. Senior, I am called Lu Ren, replied Lu Ren. Tell this emperor, why did you only select the low-grade yellow-tier techniques just now? Tuashi suddenly asked why bloodline talent is too low. I cannot cultivate any of these 10 techniques. Selecting the barbarian bull technique might afford me a chance of success, Lu Ren replied with a bitter smile. Too low. Can you be lower than this emperor? In those days, with a 2nd-grade bloodline, I toiled for over a decade to cultivate a low-grade yellow-tier technique. However, before Tuashi could finish his words, shock spread across his face. You. Tuashi stammered, unable to find his voice, and after a long pause, he said, You actually fare worse than I do. He had assumed Lu Ren could at least possess a 4th-grade bloodline, yet he sensed that Lu Ren's bloodline talent was inferior to his own. Senior, to speak candidly, I possess a waste-grade bloodline, Lu Ren slowly admitted. You have a waste-grade bloodline? Tuashi gasped, panic flashing across his face. A waste-grade bloodline. Could it truly exist in the Xianhuang continent? Is the legend from 100,000 years ago true? Senior, what legend from 100,000 years ago? Lu Ren inquired, puzzled. Tuashi coughed a few times, regaining his composure, and said, A waste-grade bloodline. How wonderful. Truly wonderful. Senior, how can it be wonderful that I possess a waste-grade bloodline? Do you know how much effort I put in to reach this level of strength? Lu Ren shook his head, acknowledging that without the nameless tower, he would have had no chance to even become a warrior. Naturally, this nameless tower was his greatest trump card, and he could not afford to expose it. Bloodlines are a special force hidden within the human body. The higher the bloodline talent, the stronger this unique power. Warriors utilize this power to cultivate martial techniques, thereby accelerating their progress and enabling them to break through to higher realms. However, 100,000 years ago, warriors did not possess this special power within them. They were colloquially known as ancient warriors, unaffected by bloodlines, and everyone could cultivate. They could become martial emperors and even transcend the limits of the martial emperor realm to ascend to higher realms. Do you know why? Tuashi explained. Eluren shook his head in confusion. For warriors,
Bloodlines serve as both assistance and constraint, yet you lack this constraint. You now have two paths to choose. The first path is to follow this emperor's old way, utilizing secret techniques to enhance your bloodline. Of course, if you succeed in your enhancement, you will no longer be an ancient warrior and will completely lose the qualification to transcend the martial emperor realm. Tuashi spoke slowly. And what is the second path? Luren asked. The second path is to walk the ancient warrior's cultivation route. This path will be exceedingly arduous. Even this emperor does not know if you can persist on this path. For ancient warriors have nearly ceased to exist in the Xianhuang continent 100,000 years ago. If you succeed, you will surely surpass the martial emperor. After Tuashi finished speaking, he looked expectantly at Lu Ran, awaiting his decision. Chapter 0042. Two paths lie before you. One is to follow Tuashi's old way, and the other is to tread the path of ancient warriors from 100,000 years ago. The first path, barring any unforeseen circumstances, could lead you to the level of Tuashi. The second path, however, is fraught with uncertainties, with a naturally high probability of failure. Yet if successful, your power will surpass that of a martial emperor, breaking through the emperor's ultimate limits. With this thought in mind, Lu Ren raised his head and earnestly said to Tuashi, "Senior Tuashi, I am willing to attempt the second path." He wished to grow stronger swiftly, so he could protect his master and even have the confidence to pursue her. You truly wish to attempt the second path? It has never been traversed by anyone before. Should it prove impassable, there will be no turning back, and you may even face death. Tuashi asked gravely. That path, from 100,000 years ago, can only be explored by Lu Ren himself. I am willing. Lu Ren nodded solemnly. Excellent, Lu Ren. You are a waste-grade bloodline, a rare ancient warrior. You possess such strength without cultivating ancient techniques, which attests to your unwavering martial heart. If you can indeed break through the emperor's ultimate limits, you shall dominate the entire Xianhuang continent. Tuashi smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting immense satisfaction and anticipation. Buzz. Perhaps having resolved his inner turmoil, Tuashi's form began to grow increasingly ethereal. Eluron. It was in a secret realm that I first learned of the existence of ancient warriors and obtained a manual of ancient techniques. Only ancient warriors can cultivate this manual, dripping their essence into it to begin their practice. Should you have the opportunity in the future, you may cultivate new ancient techniques. After finishing, Tuashi waved his hand, and a book, resembling jade-like sheep fat, flew into Lu Ren's hands. This key can unlock this emperor's hidden treasures, which contain all of this emperor's relics, methods to enhance your bloodline, and a shocking secret concerning the entire Xianhuang continent that you will need to protect in the future. After speaking, another key flew into Lu Ren's grasp. This key, made of jade-like material, resembled a phoenix, fiery red and blazing like a roaring flame. Eluron, the path of ancient warriors is not an easy one. Do not give up. The rules of bloodlines must be broken. This emperor hopes that in this world, everyone may become like a dragon. Tuashi cast a meaningful glance at Lu Ren, his form gradually becoming more insubstantial before ultimately vanishing from Lu Ren's sight. Holding this key, Lu Ren sensed its extraordinary significance and directly stored it in the tower's space. However, he remained uncertain about what the rules of bloodlines truly entailed. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it, for his immediate goal was to grow stronger and seek out Tuashi's hidden treasures in this world. Everyone should become like a dragon. Lu Ren felt a slight shock, his heart resonating with the injustice faced by those with low-grade bloodlines. Why is it that one's fate is predetermined at birth, divided into ranks, where only those with high bloodlines are deemed worthy of cultivation and capable of mastering higher martial techniques and realms, while those with lower bloodlines are resigned to the fate of ordinary lives, becoming mere pawns? I shall shatter the rules of bloodlines and ensure that everyone in this world may become like a dragon. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Ren resolved that since he had arrived in this world with the nameless tower, he would accomplish something significant. Subsequently, he grasped the jade-like book before him and began to study it. The Manual of Ancient Techniques. The cultivation methods of ancient warriors from 100,000 years ago. Why, then, did ancient warriors cease to exist after 100,000 years? Yet, Lu Ren did not ponder long, instead lowering his gaze to the book in his hands. This book had no pages. It merely resembled a book in appearance while radiating a strong golden glow. The cover bore 5 embossed golden characters: Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback. noting that it was annotated as an upper-grade Shintir ancient technique. An upper-grade Shintir technique? Though it is upper-grade, once my strength is formidable enough, should I have the opportunity, I could cultivate even stronger ancient techniques. Lu Ren's expression brightened, and he excitedly bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto it. Instantly, the jade-like book shattered, transforming into streams of golden light that surged into Lu Ren's mind. He felt as though he had received enlightenment, a vast amount of information flooding his consciousness. The dragon-elephant prajna skill channels spiritual energy through 18 spiritual orifices, converging into streams that take the form of a dragon and elephant, enabling the cultivation of dragon and elephant true energy, with power rivaling that of a dragon and elephant, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Elurin inhaled deeply, sensing the formidable nature of this ancient technique. 18 spiritual orifices. It requires the opening of 18 spiritual orifices to cultivate this technique. Lu Ren furrowed his brow. It is worth noting that most warriors can open 10 spiritual orifices, which is already quite astonishing. While the norm is 7, with each breakthrough of the limit, the difficulty of opening an additional orifice increases exponentially. Tio require the opening of 18 spiritual orifices for this ancient technique. How am I supposed to practice this? Lu Ren felt a sense of despair. He did not even know how to break through the limit to open the 8th spiritual orifice. Yet, I have ample time. Perhaps I can indeed open all 18 spiritual orifices. With this thought, Lu Ren's eyes sparkled with determination. As long as he could cultivate this technique, he would step into the spiritual stream realm. So I am an ancient warrior. Lu Ren smiled faintly, taking a casual step forward, his ethereal radiance dissipating as he reappeared in the Tuashi Square. At this moment, the interior of the Tuashi Square was already in ruins, with several massive ornamental pillars shattered. Lu Ren paid little heed to it and was about to leave when suddenly, whoosh, 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 a flurry of silver needles, as fine as strands of hair, shot forth from one direction, enveloping Lu Ren like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, a sword light, akin to a venomous snake, descended from above, aiming to pierce his vital points. The combination of hidden weapons and sword techniques was executed with seamless precision. An ambush. Lu Ren's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the presence of others within the cave, and the assailant was clearly formidable, undoubtedly a warrior of the spiritual stream realm. Boom. The spiritual energy from his 7 spiritual orifices surged and merged instantly, erupting forth with terrifying might, sending the silver needles flying. In the same breath, he evaded the sword strike at an astonishing angle. Boom. Lu Ren struck like lightning, channeling spiritual energy into his palm, unleashing 7 successive palm imprints that combined into a torrent of force. Rocketing toward the figure above him, the attacker, a young man clad in black, wielding a black long sword, wore a look of astonishment. Having not expected Lu Ren to evade his ambush, Lu Ren struck with another palm toward the black-clad man. This fellow is quite powerful. The black-clad man met Lu Ren's palm without flinching, his long sword slicing through the air, aiming for Lu Ren's neck with deadly precision, decisive and ruthless. He cared not whether he could defeat Lu Ren or sustain injuries. He chose the most direct approach, staking his life to kill Lu Ren. He had lain in wait within the Tuashi Square, ready to strike as soon as Lu Ren emerged, intent on slaying him regardless of whether Lu Ren had obtained Tuashi's inheritance. Chapter 0043. Leaving the cave, Lu Ren had not anticipated the opponent's ruthlessness. With the 7 injuries palm, he altered his offensive stance and forcefully struck the opponent's blade, knocking it aside. The black-clad man swiftly retaliated, swinging his sword toward Lu Ren's head once more. Lu Ren, grasping the fire spirit sword, also swung to counter. Clang. The 2 swords collided, producing a resonant clash, after which Lu Ren's fire spirit sword shattered into 2 pieces, and he was sent staggering back several steps. You two are a descendant of the ghost sword? Lu Ren glared at the black-clad man, his face filled with fury. These descendants of the ghost sword were relentless. Indeed, my master, the ghost sword king, has taken in 8 disciples. Chu Feiyong and Tang Hao are ranked 7th and 8th, respectively, while I am ranked 6th, known as Zhang Quan. You have only opened 7 spiritual orifices, yet possess such strength. It seems you have already obtained Tuashi's inheritance. Hand over the key to Tuashi's hidden treasures, and I may spare your life. The man sneered coldly, his black sword gleaming ominously. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from him, pressing down toward Lu Ren. 11 Spiritual orifices. Lu Ren's expression shifted. He had not expected this man to have opened 11 orifices, more frightening than Tang Hao. What key to Tuashi's hidden treasures? Lu Ren was taken aback, not realizing the other party was aware of the key's existence. Lu Ren, stop pretending. The key must be in your possession. I advise you not to refuse a toast and instead face the consequences. Killing you is easier than squashing an ant. Zhang Quan's voice was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Ren's reaction, wary that Lu Ren might attempt to escape. If Lu Ren were to flee the cave, with Yun Qingyao and Ming Qian's protection, it would be impossible to kill him. I can give you the key, but I want to know how you entered this cave. Lu Ren inquired. Hearing this, Zhang Quan remained vigilant and replied, I consumed a special pill that allows me to suppress my bloodline to the 4th grade. Clearly, your master has made considerable preparations for the key to Tuashi's hidden treasures. But if you want the key, you'll have to earn it through skill, Lu Ren responded with a casual smile. Zhang Quan, perceiving Lu Ren's confidence, surmised that Lu Ren had likely received substantial inheritance from Tuashi. Although he had not yet reached the spiritual stream realm, he might have improved his bloodline, possibly to the 7th or even 8th grade, or perhaps even stronger. Otherwise, how could a warrior with only 7 spiritual orifices possess such strength? If he were to kill Lu Ren, not only would he acquire the key and complete his master's task, but he might also obtain some powerful techniques from Lu Ren. With this thought, Zhang Quan's killing intent surfaced, and he acted without hesitation. Kill. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, his ghost sword dancing wildly, its light flashing like silver snakes, striking like lightning around Lu Ren. Ghost sword technique. Ghost flash sword. Such formidable swordplay. This strike must reach upper grade yellow tier. Lu Ren stood unmoving in the face of the assault. Just as the lightning-like sword lights were about to strike Lu Ren, a storm surged. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ren continually swung the shattered fire spirit sword, clashing with the sword lights. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed, as Lu Ren's internal energy spiraled rapidly, culminating in a tremendous eruption of momentum from his body. The broken sword in Lu Ren's hand collided fiercely with Zhang Quan's attacks, each strike more powerful and swifter than the last. What? Zhang Quan felt an indescribable force crash against his black sword, causing his body to quake violently, his blood surging, and his grip fracturing. Clang! Zhang Quan's black sword was sent flying. The broken sword in Lu Ren's hand shattered into several pieces again. Without hesitation, Lu Ren delivered a powerful palm strike to Zhang Quan's chest, sending him crashing backward. Zhang Quan fell heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Zhang Quan, it seems you lack the ability to seize the key from me. Lu Ren coldly glared at Zhang Quan, his eyes filled with chilling, killing intent. He had not anticipated that the Ghost Sword King would have arranged for 2 successors, if it had not been for his practice of the explosive spirit secret technique. Merging 7 spiritual orifices, he might have been killed by Zhang Quan, and a warrior with 5th grade bloodline and 10 opened orifices could likely sweep away all warriors of the opening orifice realm. Why are you so strong, having only opened 7 spiritual orifices? Has your bloodline talent truly improved? Zhang Quan was utterly astonished. He believed himself to be extraordinarily gifted with a 5th grade bloodline, yet he had been defeated by Lu Ren, a warrior with only 7 orifices. It was evident that Lu Ren's bloodline had been enhanced. Die! Lu Ren showed no mercy, stepping forward to deliver another palm strike at Zhang Quan. No, don't kill me! Zhang Quan shrieked. Yet, Lu Ren displayed no compassion, striking forcefully at Zhang Quan's chest. Boom! Zhang Quan was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Lifeless, Lu Ren approached, confirming Zhang Quan's death, and began to search his body, only to find no storage ring or similar items. He then turned his attention to the black longsword lying beside Zhang Quan's corpse. The sword, 3 feet long and as thin as a cicada's wing, was entirely black, engraved with the characters 7 kills. It could even sever the fire spirit sword. It was likely a mid-level spiritual weapon, or perhaps even a high-level one. Lu Ren stowed the long sword into his storage ring, subsequently putting away the broken fire spirit sword as well. Once everything was settled, he turned and made his way towards the mouth of the cave. Suddenly, the Tuashi cave trembled violently. A brilliant firelight shot into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding formations of the cave lost their original brilliance, slowly dissipating, revealing an ancient cave. The martial artists waiting outside the cave were taken aback, their bodies trembling, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. What was happening? Could it be that Lu Run had successfully obtained the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi? Gu Yifan and Xie Kuang displayed expressions of uncertainty. Meng Qian and Yun Qingyao were equally stunned. Previously, if Lu Run had failed the ultimate assessment, he would have been directly teleported out. Yet now, he had still not emerged, and the formations outside the cave had vanished. Moreover, the barrier outside had already disappeared while Lu Run was undergoing the ultimate assessment, leaving them in the dark about what had transpired within the cave. They could only wait for Lu Run to emerge. Chapter 0044. The powerful Yun Qingyao. It seems that Lu Run has indeed acquired the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. That fellow must have obtained the inheritance due to the cave's insufficient energy. One could only wonder what treasures he has gained from the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. Many began to gossip, a mix of envy and jealousy coursing through them. Who would have thought that a seemingly worthless bloodline could ultimately inherit the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi? Had Lu Run truly received the inheritance? Meng Qian stared intently at the cave entrance, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi was one matter. The ability to enhance his bloodline talent was far more significant. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, a figure slowly emerged from the cave. It was Lu Run. Meng Qian was taken aback and erupted into laughter. Ha! Lu Run has come out of the cave. He must have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi and improved his bloodline talent. Our Qingyun sect has produced a true dragon. Listening to Meng Qian's words, Xie Kuang and several other elders from different sects wore expressions of grave concern. In the past, those martial artists who failed the assessment were all teleported out, but Lu Run was the only one who had walked out. Damn it, if that fellow truly enhanced his bloodline, coupled with his innate comprehension, who in the future could possibly surpass him? A murderous intent filled Gu Yifan's eyes, brimming with resentment and fury. He had initially believed his junior brother Tang Hao would inherit the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, only to find that he had been killed by Lu Run, who had now claimed the inheritance for himself. His heart was simultaneously filled with dread. The wrath of his master, the Ghost Sword King. Meng Qian directly approached Lu Run, but Lu Run seemed oblivious to him, instead making his way towards Yun Qingyao, saying, "Master, you have gone too far." Yun Qingyao chided him with a smile. She did not inquire whether Lu Run had successfully enhanced his bloodline. For her, it was sufficient that her disciple had returned safely. "What do you mean by gone too far?" Lu Run asked, a look of confusion on his face. "You killed so many people inside the cave. At such a young age, your disposition is too heavy." Yun Qingyao replied, "Master, do you already know about what happened in the cave?" Lu Run asked in surprise. "We saw everything clearly regarding your passage through the 8 assessments and what transpired at the Tuoshi Square." Yun Qingyao stated, "Humph, who told them to try to kill me? I, Lu Run, have always acted on the principle that if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth." Lu Run said coldly, "Lu Run, you dare to kill my junior brother? You are courting death." Suddenly, Gu Yifan leapt forward, his hand reaching for Lu Run. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically, not expecting Gu Yifan to dare to confront Lu Run publicly, clearly agitated. However, before Gu Yifan's hand could reach Lu Run, whoosh, a flash of sword light cut through the air. A chilling scream echoed, like a wail of despair. The crowd witnessed Gu Yifan's right index finger severed, blood gushing forth, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his mutilated finger. "Gu Yifan, how dare you ambush my disciple? If it weren't for the fact that you are the first core disciple of the Royal Dao sect, I would have killed you on the spot." Yun Qingyao said coldly. Gu Yifan gritted his teeth, glaring at Yun Qingyao with malice. "Yun Qingyao, Lu Run killed Tang Hao, slaying my Ghost Sword Sect's disciple. You must give me an explanation. I may not be your match, but are you not afraid of your master?" Yun Qingyao frowned slightly and replied, "In the cave, life and death are fated. Who can be blamed? But he killed the Ghost Sword disciple, my master's most cherished disciple." Gu Yifan retorted coldly, "Lu Run's killing of Tang Hao. I fear the Ghost Sword King will not let him off easily." Many began to murmur why battle with Tang Hao in the Tuoshi cave was a fight to the death. Tang Hao agreed to it, and others can testify. Lu Run turned to the group of martial artists nearby. These individuals were all martial artists who had been teleported out of the cave. Having witnessed Lu Ren's decisive actions, they were both awed and terrified, unwilling to lie, and confirmed the fact of the life-and-death battle. Since it was a life-and-death duel, if he was outmatched, did I err in killing him? Moreover, he publicly declared outside the cave that he would kill me. You all heard him. Lu Ren stood unflinchingly against Gu Yifan's imposing presence. What a cruel boy. You have not only killed Tang Hao but also slaughtered over 30 innocent individuals. Even the Qingyun sect cannot harbor such a brutal disciple. Xie Kuang shouted angrily at Lu Ren's attitude. Lu Ren was determined to kill those who conspired against him. What fault was it of his? He coldly laughed, saying, Tang Hao tried to kill me and even incited others to do the same. If I killed them, what wrongdoing is that? Yun Qingyao stepped forward, her demeanor icy, asserting, Elder Xie, you should have heard my disciple's words. And as for life and death in the cave, none have the right to interfere. The disciples of the 4 major sects were mostly scions of various families, and many private grudges existed among them. Therefore, outside the sect, as long as it was not an unwarranted killing, the 4 major sects often turned a blind eye. However, my junior brother was killed by him, and if this matter is simply brushed aside, what becomes of the Ghost Sword sect's dignity? Gu Yifan replied coldly. The Ghost Sword sect is not merely a sect but a lineage. Due to the existence of the Ghost Sword King, it holds a formidable reputation in Jiangyan country. Everyone knows that the Ghost Sword heirs are all geniuses. As one of the most outstanding disciples of the Ghost Sword sect, Gu Yifan was determined to defend its honor. So what? My disciple is also a genius of the Qingyun sect and my pupil. Gu Yifan, you do not have the authority to punish him. Yun Qingyao's stance was resolute. A disciple belongs to their master alone, and others have no right to discipline them, not even the Grand Elder of the Royal Dao sect. Subsequently, Yun Qingyao's aura surged once more, enveloping the entire area, causing even some elders to struggle to breathe. Whoever dares to harm my disciple will have to answer to me. With this declaration, the expressions of both Xie Kuang and Gu Yifan turned grim. Although Xie Kuang was the Grand Elder of the Royal Dao sect and had reached the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm, he was not certain he could surpass Yun Qingyao. Moreover, Yun Qingyao was the saintess of Jiangyan country, a status that commanded respect even from the leaders of the 4 major sections. Chapter 0045, A Gamble Humph. I will not let this matter rest, Gu Yifan snorted coldly, falling silent. At this moment, Elder Meng Qian approached Lu Ren, smiling as he said, Lu Ren, congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Pray tell, what rank is your bloodline now? I'm still a worthless bloodline, Lu Ren replied truthfully. You still have a worthless bloodline? Meng Qian stared at Lu Ren in disbelief, exclaiming, how is that possible? You have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. How could you still have a worthless bloodline? Lu Ren deliberately stated. The ancient Emperor Tuashi did not bestow upon me any fortuitous encounters. I remain a worthless bloodline. Is this true? Meng Qian asked skeptically. Lu Ren nodded. A worthless bloodline is a worthless bloodline. You should have obtained some treasures from the ancient Emperor Tuashi, no? Meng Qian inquired. The ancient Emperor Tuashi was a formidable figure of the martial emperor realm and must have possessed numerous treasures. If they could acquire even a few, the Qingyun sect would rapidly rise. The ancient Emperor Tuashi gave me nothing. Lu Ren shook his head. In an instant, Meng Qian appeared as though he had plummeted from heaven into hell. Looking utterly despondent, I can't believe the ancient Emperor Tuashi gave him nothing. A flicker of intrigue crossed Gu Yifan's gaze. Gu Yifan, what do you mean by that? I said there was nothing. So there was nothing. Lu Ren replied coldly. A mere commoner bears no fault, yet possesses a treasure. If you had acquired a precious item, would you openly admit it? You would surely keep it hidden. Gu Yifan's voice lowered as he stated, unless you present everything from your storage ring for us to inspect. Gu Yifan, do not overstep. Yun Qingyao's expression grew frosty, her tone devoid of warmth. For anyone, a storage ring is a private matter. How could it be casually inspected by others? Of course, she too did not believe that Lu Ren had not obtained anything, unless he had not truly received the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. However, if he had indeed obtained treasures, he would certainly not disclose them to others. Upon hearing Yun Qingyao's words, Gu Yifan's eyes filled with murderous intent. How could this worthless bloodline, Lu Ren, command such regard from Yun Qingyao? Xie Kuang and several other elders from different sects wore skeptical expressions. If Lu Ren truly possessed treasures and offered them to the Qingyun sect, it would undoubtedly strike a significant blow to their sects. Elder Yun, it won't be long before the entire Jiangyan country learns of Lu Rin's inheritance from the ancient Emperor Tu Shi. If he indeed possesses great treasures, it would not bode well for him. Xia Kuang's gaze shifted, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even if my disciple truly possesses great treasures, they belong to him. Anyone who dares to seize them would be opposing me. Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao maintained her cold demeanor. Amidst the ongoing dispute, Lu Rin suddenly spoke, saying, I can allow you to inspect my storage ring, but if there are no treasures within, Gu Yifan must bow 3 times to me. He knew he had no treasures. As the ancient Emperor Tu Shi's valuables were all hidden within the Tu Shi secret vault, it would be better to utilize this opportunity to prove to everyone that he had not taken any treasures. Otherwise, he might invite lethal calamity. What? 3 bows? Gu Yifan glared at Lu Ran in fury. As a core disciple of the royal Dao sect and one of the 3 exceptional talents of Jiangyan country, it was utterly unacceptable for him to bow to a worthless bloodline. Should he truly do so, he would be ridiculed by the other 3 exceptional talents. Since you all doubt that I possess treasures yet do not dare to wager with me, why should I let you inspect? Lu Rin fixed his gaze on Gu Yifan, a mocking smile on his face. For Gu Yifan, being made to bow before him would be far worse than death. Very well, we accept your wager. Before Gu Yifan could speak, Xia Kuang readily agreed. Elder Xia, what are you saying? Gu Yifan exclaimed in shock, not expecting Xia Kuang to agree so readily. What if Lu Rin truly lacked the treasures of the ancient Emperor Tu Shi? It would not be he who knelt and bowed. The ancient Emperor Tu Shi was a martial emperor. How could he have possessed no treasures? Even if there were none, surely there would be formidable techniques and manuals. Xia Kuang asserted confidently, a martial emperor would not lack treasures. Even a profound skill would be considered a treasure. Jiu Yifan gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, very well, I accept. Lu Rin smiled, producing his storage bag and handing it to Xia Kuang. Xia Kuang took the storage bag, channeling his true energy to probe its contents, discovering copper coins totaling 1 million, over 70 books of low-grade human-tier martial arts, more than 20 books of medium and high-grade human-tier martial arts, 3 low-grade yellow-tier martial arts manuals, and a spiritual herb.as for other items. There was merely a long sword as a weapon. Beyond this, there was nothing of significant value. Impossible. This cannot be. Xia Kuang shook his head frantically. Disbelief etched across his face. The wealth Lu Rin possessed was clearly acquired from slaying those martial artists at the Enlightenment realm. There were no other valuables. What do you mean impossible? Do you not see it? Gu Yifan snatched the storage bag from Xia Kuang's hands, probing it frantically. Yet, his findings mirrored Xia Kuang's. Only ordinary resources were found, and not a single treasure in sight. Impossible, Gu Yifan roared, probing once more, nearly searching every corner of the space, yet still failing to uncover any valuable treasures, not even a decent manual. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar weapon, his 6th junior brother Zhang Quan's 7-kill sword. This ghost kill sword had been crafted at great expense by his junior brother, a high-level spiritual weapon. But why was this weapon in Lu Rin's possession? Realizing this, he pulled the ghost kill sword towards him. Glaring at Lu Rin as he demanded, Lu Rin, why is my 6th junior brother's 7-kill sword in your possession? If you do not provide me with an explanation, you shall not leave today. Oh, this sword is called the 7-kill sword. I had just emerged from the light door when a man in black ambushed me, attempting to seize my opportunity, and I ended up killing him. He was also a ghost sword disciple? Lu Rin replied, feigning surprise. What did you say? You killed my junior brother. Gu Yifan's expression was one of disbelief. He was fully aware of Zhang Quan's strength, having opened 11 spirit apertures and being a 5th-grade bloodline genius. He excelled in assassination, often assisting his master with various tasks. Yet, Lu Rin claimed to have killed Zhang Quan in an instant. Zhang Quan had 4 more spirit apertures than Lu Ran. How could he have been slain by Lu Ran? This Lu Ran must have indeed obtained the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tu Shidam. Why disciple actually killed Zhang Quan? Yun Qingyao's beautiful eyes fell upon Lu Ran, her heart equally astonished. As a former ghost sword disciple, she was well acquainted with Zhang Quan. This Zhang Quan had once assassinated martial artists at the Spirit Stream realm, yet now he had been killed by Lu Ran. Chapter 0046, The Ghost Sword King Gu Yifan. Return my weapon. Furthermore, since you have not found any treasures, should you not fulfill your promise? Lu Rin looked at Gu Yifan, his voice calm and unperturbed. In an instant, all eyes turned to Gu Yifan. their expressions filled with intrigue. Yu Yifan was one of the 3 exceptional talents of Jiangyun country and the foremost core disciple of the royal Dao sect. If he truly bowed to Lu Ren, a worthless bloodline, he would be the subject of ridicule from the other exceptional talents of the 4 major sects. Yu Yifan's face turned ashen, and he glared at Lu Ren, before suddenly kneeling before him in utter humiliation, then bowing 3 times. Rising, he tossed the 7-kill sword and ring to Lu Ren, saying, "Lu Ren, you remain a worthless bloodline, forever incapable of reaching the spirit stream realm. You are skilled only at following your master." With that, he forced a smile, suppressing the rage within, and departed. Seeing that Lu Ren possessed no treasures, Xia Kuang also sighed in relief and followed suit. Lu Ren had not enhanced his bloodline, making it impossible for him to reach the spirit stream realm. A worthless bloodline was akin to a worm, destined to crawl on the ground, unable to tread the path of martial arts. Several elders from other sects also departed, each going their separate ways. The journey to the Tuashi cave was unexpected for all, as no one anticipated that ultimately, Lu Ren would inherit the legacy of the ancient emperor Tuashi. However, Lu Ren did not enhance his bloodline nor acquire the emperor's treasured artifacts, yet they speculated that he must have obtained certain fortuitous opportunities from the ancient emperor. Regardless, they were indifferent. A flawed bloodline would lead to an inability to harness the opportunities, rendering it impossible to enter the Lingxi realm. Such a disciple would not make significant waves in the future, ultimately fading into obscurity. "Disciple, let us return." Yun Qingyao summoned Yun Ke, and the two ascended upon Yun Ke's back, soaring towards the direction of Qingyun's sect. Along the way, Yun Qingyao suddenly spoke, "Disciple, now that your bloodline remains unchanged, the Grand Elder will surely inform the sect about your situation. The sect may not prioritize your existence. Though I am your master, I can offer little assistance. If you wish to establish yourself within the sect, you must rely on your own efforts." "Master, I understand." Lu Ren nodded. He remained a flawed bloodline, and theoretically, as cultivation progressed, his potential would diminish. Yet, unbeknownst to all, he had acquired ancient techniques, the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Once he opened 18 spiritual acupoints, he could enter the Lingxi realm. Yun Ke swiftly darted through the clouds. In Jiangyun country, atop a mist-shrouded mountain peak. "Master, this time I have failed in my duties, allowing that waste, Lu Ren, to kill your 2 disciples. Please, Master, punish me." Gu Yifan knelt before an elderly man, his handsome face filled with terror, his voice trembling. The old man, clad in a black robe and seated in a wheelchair, faced the sea of clouds, turning his back on him. Although merely a silhouette, even this incomplete figure emanated an aura that instilled fear and trepidation in Gu Yifan. Suddenly, the old man waved a finger, releasing a sword chi that sliced through Gu Yifan's left arm. Gu Yifan let out a horrific scream as he watched his arm fly away, blood gushing forth. Grasping his wound tightly, the intense pain drained the color from his face, leaving his lips pale, veins bulging, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, he dared not utter a word of complaint, his heart swelling with hatred towards Lu Ren. Had it not been for Lu Ren, not only would he have avoided punishment from his master, but he might have even received rewards. "Lu Ren, just wait. I will ensure you do not fare well." Gu Yifan's heart roared, placing all the blame on Lu Ren. The old man flicked his finger, sending a pill into Gu Yifan's mouth. "This pill will swiftly heal your wounds. The severing of your arm is a punishment for disrupting my grand plans. A lesson for you to remember. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired?" After consuming the pill, Gu Yifan marvelously discovered that his severed arm no longer bled, and the pain subsided. He immediately felt gratitude towards his master. "Master, it is like this." Yu Yifan promptly recounted the sequence of events. Lu Ren must have acquired the ancient Emperor Tuashi's opportunities, which granted him the strength to slay Zhang Quan. However, being a flawed bloodline, it was impossible for him to enter the Lingxi realm. Thus he was not to be feared. "I knew he could not have killed Lao Lu." Gu Yifan lowered his gaze. "Gu Yifan, you should be aware of the expectations I have for you. Apart from the eldest, you are the most outstanding. When I step down, the position of Ghost Sword King will be yours. Today, severing your arm is not merely punishment, but a warning." The Ghost Sword King slowly turned his wheelchair, his murky yet profound gaze fixed on Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was instantly filled with excitement, envisioning himself as the new Ghost Sword King. Any resentment he harbored towards his master's actions in severing his left arm vanished, replaced only by reverence. "Master, I will take this severed arm as a warning," Gu Yifan declared. "Very well, you may leave now," the Ghost Sword King replied. "Master, is this matter to simply pass? Lu Ren has killed your 2 disciples. Will it be left unaddressed?" Gu Yifan inquired, perplexed. Given the Ghost Sword King's usual conduct, one would expect him to dispatch someone to eliminate Lu or Ian. Lu Ren is Yun Qingyao's disciple. It is unwise for me to openly oppose her at this time. "You must understand Yun Qingyao's standing in Jiangyan country," the Ghost Sword King stated. "Then we cannot simply sit idly by, can we?" Gu Yifan argued. "Lu Ren is merely a flawed bloodline and will struggle to achieve anything significant in the future. I will have Chu Feiyang find an opportunity to eliminate him." The Ghost Sword King, like a sharp sword, glided through the sea of clouds, disappearing from Gu Yifan's sight in an instant. Meanwhile, the news of Lu Ren inheriting the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's legacy spread to every corner of Jiangyan country. Everyone learned that Lu Ren had not enhanced his bloodline and remained a flawed bloodline, further solidifying his reputation as a waste. Moreover, Lu Ren had offended the Ghost Sword sect, even with the protection of the Saintess Yun Qingyao. His future did not bode well. Chapter 0047. Official Acceptance as a Disciple. Yun Qingyao, riding Yun Ke, escorted Lu Ren to the outer courtyard and was about to depart. Suddenly, Lu Ren spoke up, asking, "Master, now that I have opened 7 spiritual acupoints, there are still many uncertainties I hope you can clarify." After a moment of silence, Yun Qingyao entered the hall, seated herself, and said earnestly, "Disciple, do you truly wish to continue your cultivation?" Although Lu Ren had opened 7 spiritual acupoints, it was no longer possible for him to enter the Lingxi realm. Even practicing the most basic techniques would not allow him to break through. Lu Ren nodded, stating, "Master, I certainly wish to continue my cultivation. Despite being a flawed bloodline, I believe that even a flawed bloodline can become powerful. Go pour me a cup of tea," Yun Qingyao instructed. Yes, Lu Ren poured a cup of cool tea and presented it to Yun Qingyao. "Kneel," Yun Qingyao commanded. Lu Ren complied and knelt down. "Disciple, to speak frankly, when I first accepted you as my disciple, it was merely to fulfill a sect requirement, and not because I genuinely wished to take you on as my disciple. Today, I officially accept you as my disciple," Yun Qingyao proclaimed. Lu Ren's heart warmed as he handed over the tea, solemnly stating, "Master, please enjoy the tea." Yun Qingyao accepted the cup and took a symbolic sip, smiling slightly. "Good. From this day forth, you are my true disciple, and my only disciple. Rise, and ask me any questions you have." In that moment, Lu Ren knew that Yun Qingyao truly regarded him as her disciple. Rising to his feet, he inquired, "Master, can one's comprehension be enhanced?" Yun Qingyao looked at him curiously and replied, "Disciple, you are a prodigy in martial understanding. Why do you ask such a question?" "Hee, I am merely curious." Lu Ren chuckled. "Indeed, comprehension can be enhanced in martial arts, alchemy, and talisman crafting. One can improve their understanding through relentless practice. Mastery comes through repetition, yet without innate bloodline talent, even high comprehension is futile. For instance, you possess a flawed bloodline. You may cultivate inferior martial techniques in a short time, but you cannot cultivate advanced techniques." Yun Qingyao lightly shook her head. As expected. Lu Ren quietly nodded. "Do you have any further questions?" Yun Qingyao asked. "Since my bloodline is flawed and I cannot cultivate advanced martial techniques, why am I able to practice the sword techniques you imparted?" Lu Ren queried. Yun Qingyao fell into thought before shaking her head. "I am not entirely sure about that. However, the fact that you can cultivate my sword techniques is a good thing. When I create the 6th sword, I will continue to pass it on to you. With the celestial sword technique, you may establish yourself in the outer sect of Qingyun's sect." Lu Ren stood aside, lost in contemplation, and then his face revealed astonishment. Could it be that his master was also an ancient martial artist? Coming back to himself, Lu Ren continued to ask, "Master, how can I break through my limits and open the 8th spiritual acupoint?" Yun Qingyao replied, "You must gradually perceive the existence of your 8th spiritual acupoint's location. Then, by consuming the Baikyo grass and harnessing its medicinal power alongside the spiritual energy stored in the 7 acupoints, you can slowly excavate it. Though it sounds easy, it is indeed quite challenging." "And what about the 9th spiritual acupoint?" Lu Ren pressed on. "Each subsequent acupoint will require your own perception, and the difficulty will increase significantly. Moreover, do not waste time in the acupoint realm. Generally, Opening the 8th spiritual acupoint by the age of 16 or 17 and then entering the Lingxi realm is already considered a genius. Many martial artists who cannot enter the Lingxi realm may take 30 to 40 years to open the 9th or 10th spiritual acupoint, but it is ultimately meaningless. Yun Qingyao stated calmly. Master, how many spiritual acupoints have you opened? Lu Ren asked curiously. Point 11. Yun Qingyao replied. All right, ponder this slowly. By the way, you should refrain from leaving the sect for the time being. Having killed Tang Hao, the Ghost Sword sect may very well target you. Understood. Lu Ren nodded. Disciple, in your cultivation, act within your means. Do not fear mediocrity. With me as your master, you can remain mediocre for as long as you wish. After saying this, Yun Qingyao sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Although Lu Ren had not improved his bloodline, she felt a tinge of disappointment as a master, yet she could only accept this reality. Standing in place, Lu Ren thought to himself, I possess the nameless treasure tower. As long as I can find enough Baikyo grass, I can open all 18 spiritual ACU points. At that point, I will be able to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna technique and strive to enter the Lingxi realm. After watching Yun Qingyao depart, Lu Ren made his way to the courtyard, sitting down cross-legged to begin his introspection, hoping to sense the location of his 8th spiritual acupoint. However, after a long while, he found nothing. I have 1 million copper coins, along with numerous inferior and high-quality martial techniques of the human rank, and even some low-grade yellow rank techniques, as well as a spirit grass that I can sell to exchange for some low-grade spirit stones. Determined, Lu Ren headed towards the contribution hall. The outer sect's contribution hall was a grand edifice, towering at 3 to 4 zhang high. Upon arriving, Lu Ren found the hall rather desolate. However, he did not venture deep inside but instead approached a side chamber where resources were bought and sold. Albeit mostly common resources, to acquire rare resources, one would need to exchange contribution points. Elder, how many spirit stones can I get for these items? Lu Ren laid out all his unnecessary resources. You wish to sell an inferior yellow rank martial technique? The elder was taken aback by Lu Ren's words. Even within the outer sect, inferior yellow rank martial techniques could only be borrowed with contribution points, yet here was a disciple intending to sell one. Indeed, I wish to sell it. Lu Ren nodded. As a flawed bloodline, he could scarcely cultivate even an inferior yellow rank technique, let alone a human rank one. Spending extensive time on it would be futile. Thus, selling it for spirit stones for cultivation seemed wiser. Disciple, I advise you to think twice. While inferior yellow rank martial techniques are not rare, if you can cultivate it, it will enhance your strength. The elder cautioned, then inquired, have you already cultivated that technique? Lu Ren shook his head, smiling wryly. Elder, with my talent, I cannot cultivate an inferior yellow rank martial technique. The elder looked puzzled. Almost all outer sect disciples possessed 4th grade bloodlines, making it not difficult to cultivate yellow rank techniques. Are you Lu Ren? The elder exclaimed. Lu Ren nodded. I have heard you inherited the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, yet you remain a flawed bloodline. Your future cultivation will likely be exceedingly challenging. Breaking into the Lingxi realm will be akin to climbing to the heavens. The elder sighed deeply before beginning to assess Lu Ren's items. In total, the martial techniques could be exchanged for 20 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Lu Ren spent 1 million copper coins to acquire 5 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 25 low-grade spirit stones. Now, spiritual rice no longer sufficed to replenish his spiritual energy. Spirit stones were the optimal choice. Are you also planning to sell this Baikyo grass? The elder asked, holding a lantern-like spirit grass in surprise. This Baikyo grass? Lu Ren gazed at the spirit grass, astonished. How could this Baikyo grass be so different from what Sister Qin Yu had harvested last time? The one he had seen was a vibrant green, resembling a lantern, while the one before him shone like a pearl, golden and radiant. This is the king of Baikyo grass. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary Baikyo grass by a factor of 2. Sell it to me for 50 low-grade spirit stones. How about it? The elder proposed. I will not sell it. Lu Ren shook his head. He had ample time. Yet he lacked only the Baikyo grass to open the 8th spiritual acupoint. Besides, this was the king of grass. Not selling? The elder was slightly taken aback. Did Lu Ren truly understand the value of the Baikyo grass king? I will not sell it, Lu Ren insisted, reclaiming the Baikyo grass. How about this? I will offer you an additional 50 low-grade spirit stones. You are a flawed bloodline. Even with the king of grass, it will be of little use. The elder extended a finger, smiling. The Baikyo Grass King would allow him to make a handsome profit, and he was reluctant to let it go. Elder, regardless, I cannot enter the Lingxi realm, so I naturally wish to attempt opening the 8th spiritual acupoint, Lu Ren declared, securing the Baikyo grass and swiftly returning to his cultivation courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Lu Ren entered the treasure tower's space, commencing his arduous practice. This time, he prepared 25 spirit stones, enough for 50 years of cultivation. He intended to utilize this time to break through his limits, open the 8th spiritual acupoint, and then employ the explosive spirit secret technique to merge with the 8th spiritual acupoint. Breaking through limits to open the 8th spiritual acupoint was exceedingly challenging. The lower the bloodline talent, the longer it took. Many geniuses with 5th or even 6th grade bloodlines did not plan to open the 8th spiritual acupoint because it consumed too much time. Spending a year on it might be acceptable, but 2 or 3 years would be deemed unworthy. In the realm of cultivation, every moment counts. Within 2 or 3 years, many peers had already entered the Yunhe realm and cultivated numerous powerful martial techniques. Yet, Lu Ren was different. He had plenty of time. To open the 8th spiritual acupoint, he must perceive its precise location, as each martial artist's 8th spiritual acupoint is unique. Lu Ren sat down, beginning to sense the location of his 8th spiritual acupoint. This process was the most arduous. Once he perceived it, consuming the Baikyo grass would ensure success. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. Throughout these 10 years, Lu Ren explored every cell and piece of flesh within him, struggling to identify the position of his 8th spiritual acupoint. Nevertheless, Lu Ren remained patient. Years of arduous practice had cultivated his unyielding demeanor. Finally, in the 30th year, Lu Ren detected a point at a location near his right shoulder blade, as if a unique sensation was drawing him towards the other 7 spiritual acupoints within him. Overjoyed, Lu Ren crushed the Baikyo Grass King and swallowed it whole. The grass's juice was somewhat bitter, causing Lu Ren to furrow his brow, yet he swallowed it all down. After a moment of reflection, Lu Ren closed his eyes, concentrating quietly. Initially, there seemed to be no change, but soon a wave of heat surged through him, akin to a peculiar force. This warmth pooled in his abdomen, attempting to guide itself to the location of the 8th spiritual acupoint. Searing sensation surged forth, filling the art. Lu Ren's expression brightened with joy. He had finally shattered his limits and unlocked his 8th spiritual aperture. After 30 years of arduous cultivation, he had achieved this remarkable feat. Lu Ren was elated and, in the following 2 decades, dedicated himself to practicing the exploding spirit secret art, integrating the spiritual energy from his 8th aperture into his cyclone. At this moment, his spiritual energy erupted forth, enabling him to exert a force of 16,000 pounds. Emerging from the nameless treasure pagoda, he reveled in the sheer display of his power in the courtyard, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom. Splendid! Lu Ren laughed heartily, exclaiming, I demand inferior spirit stones. Enough inferior spirit stones to unlock 18 apertures. It's a mere formality. In recent days, Lu Ren had been living the life of an outer disciple, occasionally attending lectures by the elders, which predominantly revolved around the knowledge of the Yunshi realm. This only deepened Lu Ren's yearning to hasten his advancement into the Lingxi realm. Are there any further questions, disciples? The elder delivering the lecture inquired, addressing the dozens of outer disciples seated in the plaza. Elder, Lu Ren stood up, clasping his hands in respect. How many spiritual apertures can a martial artist ultimately unlock? The elder was momentarily taken aback by Lu Ren's question, but soon chuckled. As far as I know, Elder Yun has unlocked 11 apertures, making him the most formidable in our Jiangyan kingdom. However, I once read in an ancient tome that the limit for martial artists is 18 apertures. 18 apertures. Is there truly someone capable of achieving such a feat? Many outer disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. The saintess has only unlocked 11 apertures, and the difficulty of unlocking each subsequent aperture increases exponentially, unless one remains stagnant in the Lingxi realm for their entire life. The elder merely smiled before taking flight. Suddenly, a series of resonant bell chimes echoed from the summit of Tianzi Mountain, reverberating for miles. The bells have rung. Numerous tasks have been issued. Let us hasten. A group of disciples, who had just been attending the lecture, immediately rushed toward another peak of Tianzi Mountain. Tasks? Lu Ren raised an eyebrow. Following the crowd at this juncture, he aspired to unlock more apertures and amass a fortune in spirit stones. considering task acquisition the most direct route to achieve his goals. From all directions, over 100 disciples made their way toward the contribution hall. Upon entering the depths of the contribution hall, Lu Ren was struck by the vastness within. Towering green pillars stood resolutely, so massive that it would take 4 or 5 individuals to encircle one, adorned with intricate carvings of various mythical beasts. Hanging from these pillars were numerous parchment scrolls. At that moment, many outer disciples had gathered around the pillars, engaging in animated discussions. Lu Ren, my fellow disciple. You have become an outer disciple? A woman approached, her face lighting up with surprise upon recognizing a familiar figure. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Ren turned and was equally astonished. Sister Qinyu, you too have become an outer disciple? The newcomer was none other than Qinyu, the prodigy ranked first among the inner disciples. Clad in a flowing azure robe, she exuded an air of confidence. After unlocking my 8th aperture, I advanced to the Lingxi realm and became an outer disciple. Being of a 6th grade bloodline, Qinyu's prowess was unquestionable, allowing her to bypass the outer disciple assessment. I triumphed over a disciple of the Huangdao sect during the recent competition, and the sect made an exception, allowing me to become an outer disciple. Lu Ren explained at IC. You have become an outer disciple without even stepping into the Lingxi realm. That is truly unprecedented. Qinyu smiled slightly before continuing. However, Lu Ren, as a mere aperture realm martial artist, accepting outer tasks may be a bit perilous. Outer tasks require at least the strength of a first-layer Lingxi realm martial artist. Even those with 10 or 11 apertures would struggle against a first-layer Lingxi realm warrior. By seeking outer tasks, you are courting danger. I am merely curious. I came to take a look. Lu Ren chuckled. That's good to hear. However, the contribution hall occasionally issues bounty tasks. If you find one suitable, you may consider accepting it. What are bounty tasks? Lu Ren inquired with curiosity. The contribution hall issues 2 types of tasks. The first type is released by the sect. Upon completion, one earns contribution points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources within our sect. The second type consists of bounty tasks commissioned by various family forces. Completing them yields substantial rewards. Upon hearing the phrase substantial rewards, Lu Ren's eyes sparkled. He currently lacked nothing but money. Let me see if there are any suitable bounty tasks, Lu Ren said, wandering about the contribution hall. On the right column of the contribution hall, nearly all the hanging scrolls were bounty task notices. Lu Ren's gaze swept over them, discovering that these bounty tasks primarily involved escort missions or the extermination of bandits, each fraught with peril. Given his current capabilities, he deemed them nearly impossible to undertake, as they required at least the strength of a second-layer Lingxi realm martial artist. However, one particular task piqued his interest. Task objective: eliminate the notorious thief Nielyoxiang. Background: this individual has been terrorizing Linjiang City, assaulting and brutally murdering innocent maidens. Target's movements: Nielyoxiang is likely to target the wealthy heiress Wan Suelan, as she has been closely guarded by 2 Lingxi realm martial artists hired by her father. Wan Sanqian. Target strength: a martial artist at the aperture realm with 10 unlocked apertures. Bounty amount: 20 inferior spirit stones. Task difficulty: 5 stars. The 4 major sects have previously dispatched outer disciples to ambush Nielyoxiang, but have failed multiple times, allowing him to escape. Wan Suelan? Lu Ren's heart stirred. He hadn't anticipated that Nielyoxiang had set his sights on the very first benefactor he encountered upon arriving in this world. 2 years prior, when he had found himself stranded in Linjiang City, Wan Suelan had taken pity on him, not only sheltering him but also introducing him to work at her family's tavern. Subsequently, Lu Ren had left Linjiang City in pursuit of martial arts. He had long intended to express his gratitude to Wan Suelan, but he had never imagined she would find herself in such peril. Seeing Lu Ren fixated on the task notice regarding Nielyoxiang, Qinyu approached, astonished. Lu Ren, do you intend to accept this task? I find it intriguing. Lu Ren nodded slightly. Nielyoxiang is merely an aperture realm martial artist. Why have the outer disciples of the 4 major sects been unable to eliminate him? Qinyu replied. Nielyoxiang is exceedingly cautious. He avoids appearing if he senses strong opponents lying in wait. Moreover, he has mastered a high-grade human-tier lightness skill, the Cloud Crane Step, which allows him to evade detection effortlessly. This fellow, capable of unlocking 10 apertures, is indeed a talent, yet he has chosen the path of a thief. Lu Ren mused. Qinyu added, Nielyoxiang was once an inner disciple of the Lihua sect. It is said he acquired a forbidden technique that allows him to unlock 10 apertures through nefarious means. Now, he frequently commits crimes in Linjiang City, likely seeking to unlock his 11th aperture. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren's thoughts raced. If Nielyoxiang truly aimed to unlock his 11th aperture, he might possess the coveted 100 aperture grass. With this realization, Lu Ren tore down the task notice amidst the astonished gazes of many outer disciples. Someone has actually accepted the task to eliminate Nielyoxiang. Who is this individual? How can they possess such confidence? Is he not the waste bloodline Lu Ren? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. I heard he acquired the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, yet gained nothing of value. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Seeing Lu Ren rip down the task notice, Qin Yu was equally shocked. Lu Ren, are you truly planning to accept this task? With your current strength, it is impossible for you to eliminate Nielyoxiang. Lu Ren smiled, saying, sometimes, killing does not solely rely on strength. Then be cautious. I, too, must attend to my tasks. Take care. Lu Ren tucked the task notice away and departed from the contribution hall, making his way toward the mountain gate. Linjiang City is a small city located in the northern part of Jiangyan Kingdom. Surrounding this city are several towns, frequented by merchants who travel to Linjiang City for trade, resulting in a bustling flow of people. Nonetheless, the majority are ordinary folk, while Lingxi realm martial artists hold a revered status within the city. At the city gates, a young man, donned in an azure robe, slowed his horse's pace, gazing at the grand gates, and couldn't help but exclaim, Linjiang City, I have returned. This young man was none other than Lu Ren. After 7 days of relentless travel, he had finally reached Linjiang City. Zuelan, if only you knew that the destitute boy you once sheltered has now become an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. I wonder what expression would grace your face with a smile. Lu Ren dismounted his fiery steed and led it into Linjiang City. As he observed the shops, taverns, and inns lining the streets, he was overcome by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, he did not linger to wander the streets. He entrusted his steed to a nearby inn for care before arriving at the gates of the Wan residence. At this moment, the Wan residence was heavily guarded by numerous attendants, all of whom were Aperture Realm martial artists. As Lu Ren approached the entrance, one of the attendants recognized him as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, his expression shifting to one of reverence. Ah, it is an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. May I inquire what brings you to our Wan residence? I have accepted the task to eliminate Nielyoxiang. I am here to assist your family in eradicating him, Lu Ren declared, revealing his identity token to dispel any doubts. The attendant gazed at Lu Ren's token with even greater respect and personally escorted him into the Wan residence, where he awaited in a side hall. Shortly thereafter, a young girl in a green skirt approached, her expression pensive. Upon seeing Lu Ren in his azure robe, her face froze in shock, and after a long pause, she stammered, Lu Ren. Lu Ren rose to his feet. Smiling warmly, Zuelan, it has been far too long. You actually became a martial artist and an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Wan Zuelan exclaimed, her joy palpable, as she struggled to reconcile the destitute boy from years ago with the outer disciple standing before her. It was important to note that outer disciples of the Qingyun sect were regarded as paragons of excellence, figures beyond the reach of someone of her humble background. If it were not for your kindness in taking me in back then, I would not have achieved the status of an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Lu Ren responded with a smile. Zuelan, please do not say that it was merely an act of compassion. Even without me, others would have helped you, Wan Zuelan replied. Her cheeks flushed. After reminiscing for a while, Lu Ren shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, Zuelan, has Nielyoxiang appeared recently? Wan Zuelan sighed deeply. My father has hired 2 powerful warriors, both with 10 unlocked apertures, to protect me day and night. Although Nielyoxiang has not dared to show himself, these warriors have become increasingly greedy. They started with a commission of 1 inferior spirit stone a day, but now they demand 2, and for doing nothing, they have already earned over 100 inferior spirit stones from my father. Though my family runs a rice business, 100 inferior spirit stones is no small sum for us. If this continues, our family will surely go bankrupt. Wan Zuelan's voice quivered with emotion. Zuelan, as long as Nielyoxiang remains at large, your family will never find peace. Prolonging this situation is not a solution. Dismiss those 2, and I shall protect you, Lu Ren asserted. All right. Wan Zuelan nodded, unhesitatingly placing her trust in Lu Ren. Within a certain pavilion of the Wan residence, 2 middle-aged men were indulging in fine wine and delicacies. Ha ha, come, let us drink. Wan Sanqian is truly generous when it comes to his daughter, providing 2 inferior spirit stones a day for our commission. Tomorrow, we shall demand an increase to 4 inferior spirit stones a day. The 2 men laughed heartily, completely absorbed in their revelry. Suddenly, Wan Suelon, who had been listening from outside, pushed the door open in a fit of anger, standing at the entrance and declaring, "You two are nothing but opportunists. Leave at once. I do not require your protection." The 2 men were taken aback by her sudden appearance, yet they showed no signs of fear, continuing to enjoy their feast. One of the burly men set down his chopsticks and laughed heartily. "Little girl, we are indeed taking advantage of the situation. Without our vigilance, you would have long been abducted by Niao Yoxiang. You wish to dismiss us? Let your father come and say that." The other muscular man slowly rose, his voice cold. "You two may leave now. From this day forth, I shall protect Miss Tsuelon." At that moment, Lu Run, clad in his azure robe, strode into the room. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the 2 men were instantly enraged. "Who dares to challenge us and steal our business?" the burly man bellowed. Although they were not disciples of a sect, they often lived on the edge, and anyone who dared to encroach upon their territory was courting death. However, when their gazes fell upon Lu Run in his azure robe, their expressions shifted from anger to terror. An outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Disciples of the 4 major sects, especially outer disciples, held a prestigious status, making them figures that ordinary individuals would not dare provoke. Yet, the burly man furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have dealt with many disciples of the Qingyun sect before. Outer disciples must be of the Lingxi realm. If I am not mistaken, you are merely an aperture realm martial artist, correct?" The disparity in aura between aperture realm and Lingxi realm martial artists was stark. "What? An aperture realm martial artist? How audacious of you to impersonate a disciple of the Qingyun sect." The other man seethed angrily. Within the 4 major sects, the requirement for outer disciples to be of the Lingxi realm was common knowledge. Thus, this individual, merely an aperture realm martial artist, could not possibly be a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Impersonating a disciple of the Qingyun sect was a severe crime. If they could capture this impostor and hand him over to the sect, they would surely be rewarded handsomely. Lu Ron presented his identity token, stating, "I have no time to waste with you. Depart at once. My protection of Miss Tsuelon is more than sufficient." One of them eyed the token in Lu Ren's hand and then sneered, "You think you can fool us with a piece of metal? How dare you impersonate a disciple of the Qingyun sect? I will kill you first." With that, he struck out at Lu Ren with a palm attack. For an aperture realm martial artist, claiming to be an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect was sheer folly. Once he killed Lu Ren, he could potentially collect a bounty from the Qingyun sect. Lu Ren's gaze turned icy, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched the approaching palm without flinching. "Prepare to die." The burly man's face twisted into a cruel expression. "Ha ha, this fool believes he is a disciple of the Qingyun sect. He must be terrified." His companion joined in the laughter, but just then, a flash of sword light erupted, slicing through the air with chilling precision. Poochie! A spray of blood erupted, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah, my hand!" The burly man stumbled back, clutching the stump where his hand once was, severed cleanly by Lu Ren's strike. How is this possible? His companion's heart quaked with fear. His second brother had lingered in the realm of enlightenment for over 30 years, unlocking 10 spiritual apertures, a feat sufficient to claim dominion within that domain. Yet, astonishingly, he was defeated by the man before him, who severed his hand with a single stroke of his sword. Such formidable power. "Ah, who on earth are you?" The burly man let out a chilling scream. "I have already stated that I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and I have no desire to meet my demise. I demand the return of the 100 low-grade spirit stones you deceitfully obtained from the Wan family rice shop," Lu Ren declared sternly. "You truly are a disciple of the Qingyun sect." Both men were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of realization. The prowess exhibited in the realm of enlightenment was undoubtedly that of a prodigy amongst prodigies. Another companion, fear etched across his face, stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. "Esteemed young hero, we only have 50 low-grade spirit stones left, and we will return them all to you." The companion produced 50 low-grade spirit stones and, after awkwardly collecting the severed hand of the second brother, fled the Wan estate in disarray. Meanwhile, Wan Suelon was already pale with fright, having never witnessed such a bloody scene in her life. "Miss Tsuelon, these are spirit stones. From this day forth, I shall protect you without fail. Lu Run returned all 50 low-grade spirit stones to Wan Tsuelon. She nodded in astonishment, her expression dazed, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. In the days that followed, Lu Run remained by Tsuelon's side, acting as her personal guard. Niao Xiang did not make an appearance. A month passed. Niao Xiang still had not shown himself. During this month, the people of Linjiang City became aware that the Qingyun sect disciple protecting Wan Tsuelon was merely a down-and-out youth whom she had taken in 2 years prior. The entire Linjiang City erupted in buzz. Miss Tsuelon truly possesses an eye for talent. She has stumbled upon a treasure, a disciple of the Qingyun sect no less. Now that Niao Xiang knows Miss Tsuelon is the benefactor of this disciple, he will likely abandon his plans. Discussions echoed from every corner of Linjiang City. The Wan estate. Miss Tsuelon. A month has passed, and Niao Xiang has yet to make a move. He has most likely given up. It is time for me to return to the sect, Lu Ren addressed Wan Tsuelon. She slightly inclined her head and replied, Young Master Lu has shown me great kindness. Allow me to personally escort you out of the city. I am grateful, Lu Ren smiled. Immediately, Wan Tsuelon ordered her servants to prepare a carriage and personally saw Lu Ren out of Linjiang City. As Wan Tsuelon drew back the curtain and saw they had exited the city, she remarked, Young Master Lu, we have now left the city. Until we meet again. However, Lu Ren turned around and said, Miss Tsuelon, I must trouble you to remove your skirt for me. Chapter 0051. The soul-capturing incense, Wan Tsuelon's face flushed as she shyly replied, Young Master Lu, if you desire my clothing, I can gift you an entire outfit. Lu Ren chuckled. Miss Tsuelon, you misunderstand. Niao Xiang has yet to reveal himself, and I cannot leave with peace of mind. I suspect he is hiding within your estate. As I depart, I wish to don your clothing to disguise myself as you. Then he will undoubtedly make an appearance. Young Master Lu, is this not overly perilous? Wan Tsuelon expressed her disapproval of the plan, unwilling for Lu Ren to place himself in danger. No worries, just quickly remove it, Lu Ren insisted. All right, soon, Lu Ren heard the rustling sound of clothes being removed. A green skirt was then presented to him. Young Master Lu, here is the skirt, came her bashful voice. Lu Ren changed into the skirt and then said, Miss Tsuelon, please assist me with my hairstyle. Of course. Wan Tsuelon removed her hairpin, allowing her long, flowing hair to cascade down, partially concealing her blushing face in no time. Wan Tsuelon had expertly styled Lu Ren's hair. Lu Ren turned to her, grinning, Miss Tsuelon, how do I look in this disguise? Pfft. Wan Tsuelon burst into laughter. Young Master Lu, cross-dressing is indeed a shameful act, yet your willingness to lower yourself to such a state to eliminate the flower thief is commendable. However, your appearance is simply too amusing. Lu Ren wore a helpless expression. Given Wan Tsuelon's typically demure demeanor, it was evident how uproarious his disguise was. Lu Ren, for the sake of fulfilling this mission, you have indeed donned a woman's attire for the first time in your life. He mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he could not allow such thoughts to linger. If he could accomplish this task, the rewards would be substantial, and he could simultaneously alleviate the concerns of his benefactor. The carriage promptly turned back toward the Wan estate. As Lu Ren disembarked, he covered his face and rushed into his quarters. Alas, Miss Tsuelon has fallen into peril. Although Lu Ren's appearance was rather unremarkable, he was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and ultimately, they belonged to two entirely different worlds. Many servants secretly shook their heads. In the following days, Lu Ren remained confined to his room, occasionally letting out sobs, returning to normal sleep at night. On the third day of his masquerade as Wan Tsuelon, night fell. Lu Ren fell into a normal slumber, suddenly feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over him. Not good. I have been poisoned, he realized with alarm. Without needing to guess, he knew it was the work of Niao Xiang. Moments later, he sensed a shadow dart into the room, and without a glance, he was swiftly enveloped in black cloth and hoisted away. The execution of such actions was alarmingly practiced. This is bad. Niao Xiang has abducted our young mistress. One of the guards spotted the cloaked figure emerging from Wan Tsuelon's chamber and shouted. Instantly, a throng of guards converged. The shadow leapt to the courtyard wall in a matter of moments, tearing off their veil to reveal a remarkably handsome face, unmistakably that of the notorious flower thief, Niao Xiang. Ha ha ha! The flowers I aim to pluck are never beyond my reach. I care not whose benefactor she is, Niao Xiang cackled. leaping effortlessly onto another rooftop, disappearing from sight in mere strides. That moment, he employed the cloud crane steps, his form gliding gracefully across the rooftops with astonishing agility. This little girl is rather delicate and quite heavy. Niel Yoxiang came to a halt and entered an opulent villa. He had been fixated on Wan Tsuelon for several months, and now that he had finally succeeded, he was eager to indulge, intending to seize her primal essence to aid in unlocking his 11th spiritual aperture. Within the villa, a maid approached and bowed. "Welcome back, young master. Stand guard outside, and should anything arise, alert me immediately," Niel Yoxiang commanded as he carried Wan Tsuelon into the room. Just as he tossed Wan Tsuelon onto the bed and had yet to remove the black cloth binding her, a resounding crash echoed as the door was cleaved in two by a flash of sword light. Niel Yoxiang furrowed his brow, witnessing his loyal maid enter, brandishing a long sword. "You managed to uncover my hideaway and disguise yourself as my maid? Who exactly are you?" he questioned, sensing an imposing aura emanating from her, one only a warrior of the Lingxi realm could possess. She was clearly not his former maid. The maid removed her face mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. Niel Yoxiang's eyes widened, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them as he licked his lips. "A disciple of the Lihua sect, Zhang Zixuan." The maid's expression was haughty as she declared, "I spent months tracking you down, disguising myself as your maid. Will you choose to take your own life, or shall I be the one to end you?" "The Lihua sect, you say?" Niel Yoxiang narrowed his eyes. "In these past months, how many disciples from the 4 major sects have sought me out, yet here I stand, quite alive. Do you know why?" Zhang Zixuan frowned, remaining silent. Niel Yoxiang grinned lecherously. "It is because I, Niel Yoxiang, excel in the use of poison. Why poison is colorless and odorless. From the moment you stepped into this room, you were already poisoned. You can't intimidate me," Zhang Zixuan retorted coldly. However, as soon as her words fell, she felt her strength wane, her complexion paling. You think you can frighten me?" Niel Yoxiang mocked. "I in the past, I participated in the outer sect assessments thrice, yet failed to become a disciple of the Lihua sect. Today, I shall enjoy the company of a true talent from the outer sect, for tonight shall be one of sleepless revelry. Once I am done with you, I shall also indulge in Wan Tuolon." Niel Yoxiang laughed uproariously, his excitement palpable. "You vile scoundrel, you seek death." Zhang Zixuan cried in anger, her face flushed with shame. As an innocent maiden, she could hardly bear such lewd remarks. With a swift motion, Zhang Zixuan wielded her sword, unleashing a flurry of shimmering sword shadows that streaked toward Niel Yoxiang's chest. Niel Yoxiang sidestepped slightly, shattering the sword shadows with a palm strike, deflecting her long sword. Immediately after, he clawed at Zhang Zixuan's delicate neck. She raised her sword to defend. Bang! Niel Yoxiang's claw met her sword, and both were forced to retreat. "Though you are a warrior of the first stage of the Lingxi realm, having been struck by my soul-capturing incense, your strength is reduced to a mere fraction. You will have to wait 3 days and nights for the effects of the poison to dissipate, and by then, I will have grown weary of you. You lecherous scoundrel," Zhang Zixuan shouted, her long sword slashing through the air toward Niel Yoxiang. The brilliant sword light transformed into a starburst, swiftly slicing toward him. "Shatter!" Niel Yoxiang produced a folding fan, which he wielded with ferocity, effortlessly dispersing the starburst. "Little girl, the more you exert your inner strength, the more the poison will spread. I advise you to surrender. If you cannot resist, then you should simply enjoy it," Niel Yoxiang taunted. Chapter 0052. The marvelous use of the pagoda. "You scoundrel, even if I die today, I will take you down with me," Zhang Zixuan shouted fiercely, her long sword trembling in her grip, summoning a multitude of star-like sword lights. 7 Star Sword Slash. Dark Cloud 9 linked fans. Niel Yoxiang showed no sign of retreating, matching her moves with his folding fan. Though Zhang Zixuan had been weakened by the soul-capturing incense, she was still a formidable warrior of the Lingxi realm, capable of maintaining pressure against Niel Yoxiang. Bang, bang, bang. Figures darted, sword energy howled, and the clashes reverberated endlessly. Thus, the two battled from inside the room to the courtyard, exchanging blows in rapid succession. However, Zhang Zixuan, afflicted by the soul-capturing incense, was gradually losing her upper hand. Lu Run, lying on the bed, felt utterly powerless as he observed the scene unfold. It dawned on him that Zhang Zixuan from the Lihua sect must have taken on this bounty task as well. Now that she had been struck by the soul-capturing incense, she likely would not last through a single incense stick's worth of time. If Zhang Zixuan were to be sullied, he would be next. What to do? Lu Ren furrowed his brow and then his eyes lit up. The effects of the soul-capturing incense last about 3 days and nights. If I stay in the pagoda for that duration, I will be free of the poison. Time within the pagoda flows differently. 100 years spent inside equates to merely a second outside. With that thought, Lu Ren cleared his mind, entering the realm of the nameless pagoda. Moments later, he found himself in the space of Tianshu and Didi. After 3 days and nights had passed, Lu Ren gradually regained his senses and was able to move. After fasting for 3 days, he felt completely drained, with little spiritual energy left in his 8 apertures. After absorbing the energy from some low-grade spirit stones to fully restore his strength, he emerged from the pagoda. At this moment, Lu Ren was entirely rejuvenated. However, he was cautious not to act recklessly. Niel Yoxiang had unlocked 10 apertures and was adept at lightness techniques. A single misstep could allow the other to escape. He needed to bide his time and seize the perfect moment to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Zixuan was struggling to fend off Niel Yoxiang's relentless assault, but ultimately could not withstand it any longer and was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Moreover, the toxicity of the soul-capturing incense within her body was spreading rapidly amidst the fierce combat, causing a numbing sensation to course through her veins, robbing her of strength like a deflating balloon. As Niel Yoxiang approached her step by step, Zhang Zixuan's complexion turned pale. Stay away from me. Ha ha ha, little girl. You delivered yourself right to my doorstep. How could I refuse? Niel Yoxiang laughed maniacally, advancing towards Zhang Zixuan, his eyes greedily surveying her graceful figure. He then seized her in his arms, carrying her toward the room. Zhang Zixuan struggled desperately but found herself utterly powerless, her face growing increasingly desolate, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had taken on this task with utmost confidence, hoping to prove her strength, yet it had all turned into a nightmare. Today, I shall unleash both swords. Niel Yoxiang tossed Zhang Zixuan beside Lu Ren and then tore off the black cloth covering Lu Ren. The moment his smile froze. You are that disciple of the Qingyun sect? Niel Yoxiang exclaimed in shock as realization dawned upon him. Indeed. Lu Ren forced a smile and said, You wouldn't have any interest in me, would you? Perhaps you could let me go? Niel Yoxiang's expression hardened. So you never left. You intended to impersonate Wan Suelon to kill me, but you never anticipated that you too would fall victim to the soul-capturing incense. Did you? He. Lu Ren chuckled. If you release me, I can help you capture Wan Suelon and deliver her to you personally. What do you think? Release you? Niel Yoxiang scoffed. You have ruined my plans, preventing me from enjoying both at once. Prepare to die. As he spoke, he reached for Lu Ren's throat to strangle him to death. However, just as he was about to act, a sharp flash of sword light streaked toward his chest. What? Niel Yoxiang was startled, barely managing to retreat. Yet he could not evade the strike, resulting in a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? You were clearly afflicted by my soul-capturing incense. Niel Yoxiang clutched his wound, staring at Lu Ren in disbelief. The soul-capturing incense was a poison that even warriors of the Lingxi realm could not withstand unless they consumed the antidote. Otherwise, they would have to wait 3 days and nights for the poison to dissipate naturally. Moreover, this poison was concocted by him alone. No one else could possess the antidote. How on earth did this fellow manage to break the poison? Lu Ren brandished the 7-kill sword, advancing step by step toward Niel Yoxiang, his voice cold. What can a mere soul-capturing incense do to me? Ha ha ha. Niel Yoxiang suddenly laughed, pressing his hand against his chest. Licking his bloodied fingers, you have only unlocked 7 apertures. Even if you injure me, what can you accomplish? I have unlocked 10 apertures, and killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Now that you are wounded, continuing this fight would only be detrimental to you. I advise you to know when to retreat and leave while you can. Lu Ren replied nonchalantly, even wounded. I am more than capable of killing you. Niel Yoxiang sneered, launching a flurry of powerful wind blades from his folding fan toward Lu Ren. Seeing this, Lu Ren unleashed his sword in a torrential storm, slicing through the wind blades with ease. Then, with a fierce glare, Lu Ren shifted his attack, thrusting his sword with the speed of lightning, striking Niel Yoxiang's right arm. The arm clutching the folding fan was shattered as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt. Blood spraying from the wound. Niao Yoxiang let out a cry of despair, his gaze fixated on Lu Ren. He could hardly fathom that Lu Ren's swordsmanship was so formidable. Without hesitation, he grasped his severed arm and fled towards the exit. However, Lu Ren, moving with the swiftness of a phantom cat, leaped and blocked the doorway, his sword transforming into a blur as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Like a tempest unleashed, the stormy tempest. The fourth technique of the celestial phenomenon sword art, once executed, rivaled the power of a perfected human-grade superior sword technique, its might unparalleled. Seeking his demise, Niao Yoxiang's fury ignited, his left hand gripping a folding fan, which he wielded with fervor. The fan shimmered with brilliance, sharper than a broadsword, countering Lu Ren's sword attacks. The heavenly shade fan blade. Niao Yoxiang spared no effort, unleashing all his strength. With a thunderous crash, the fan spun incessantly, aiming to deflect every sword strike. Yet after several exchanges, it was sent flying by Lu Ren's blade. Niao Yoxiang was hurled backward, spitting blood, terror evident upon his face. Chapter 0053, Decimating Niao Yoxiang. Lu Ren surged forward, his long sword akin to a serpent, its trajectory elusive, thrusting towards Niao Yoxiang. Regaining his composure, Niao Yoxiang swung the fan with great force, attempting to block Lu Ren's strike, only to find himself swinging at empty air. Lu Ren's 7-kill sword left another wound upon Niao Yoxiang's chest. "You insolent wretch, today I shall end your life." Desperation gripped Niao Yoxiang, the loss of blood weakening him significantly. He had to eliminate Lu Ren swiftly. He never expected that this disciple of the Qingyun sect, with merely 8 spiritual orifices opened, possessed such strength. Even if uninjured, he would not stand a chance against me. Lu Ren's expression remained impassive. Against Niao Yoxiang, he hadn't even needed to employ the explosive spirit secret art. Arrogant fool. So many warriors of the spirit stream realm couldn't slay me, and you think you can? Niao Yoxiang, infuriated, laughed madly, bellowing as the edges of his fan released sharp blades, slicing wildly towards Lu Ren. Unmoved, Lu Ren wielded the 7-kill sword, defending fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons clashed repeatedly in midair. Niao Yoxiang's fan technique was nearly perfected, its speed astounding. Any practitioner lacking in basic sword skills would surely be struck by the blades on Niao Yoxiang's fan. Yet, who was Lu Ren? He had honed his foundational sword skills for over a decade, his slashes and thrusts nearly at mastery level. Unless his opponent surpassed him in strength among his peers, Lu Ren believed he would not be bested in basic swordplay. After numerous exchanges, Niao Yoxiang grew increasingly alarmed. His fan techniques failed to suppress Lu Ren, and his injuries intensified. Gritting his teeth, Niao Yoxiang activated a mechanism on the fan, causing all the blades to shoot forth towards Lu Ren. Simultaneously, he pivoted sharply, fleeing outside, trying to escape. Lu Ren sneered, his figure darting forward like a phantom cat, evading all the blades. He then dashed behind Niao Yoxiang, swinging his sword with ferocity. Thud! Niao Yoxiang's head fell to the ground. Lu Ren approached, staring at Niao Yoxiang's lifeless body. This Niao Yoxiang was indeed formidable. Despite being gravely wounded and losing an arm, he had managed to resist for so long in a direct confrontation. Lu Ren might not have been able to slay him. After dispatching Niao Yoxiang, Lu Ren began to search the corpse. As a man long sought after by the 4 major sects, and possessing 10 spiritual orifices, he surely had considerable wealth. Ransacking Niao Yoxiang's body, Lu Ren found only a few vials of antidotes and poisons. Is this truly all he possesses? Lu Ren mused. Moments later, his eyes brightened upon discovering a storage pouch on Niao Yoxiang, which he secured to his waist. Lu Ren picked up a black cloth from the bed, wrapping Niao Yoxiang's head within it. He channeled a trace of spiritual energy from his right hand's orifice into the storage pouch, placing the head into the storage ring. Having completed this task, Lu Ren picked up a vial of medicine and approached Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan's eyes widened with tension, her large eyes warily observing Lu Ren, and she said, What are you planning to do? As a disciple of the Qingyun sect, how can you engage in such despicable acts? Lu Ren poured a few pills from the vial into his palm and offered them to Zhang Zixuan. This should be the antidote to the soul-capturing incense. Take it. Zhang Zixuan instantaneously felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing to sink into the ground. After a moment, She exerted all her strength but still could not lift her hand. Her face turning slightly awkward as she weakly said, "I can't muster any strength. Could you put it in my mouth?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ren directly placed the pills into Zhang Zixuan's mouth. After she swallowed the pills, she bit her red lips and said apologetically, "Thank you immensely for saving me today. I still don't know your name, but I will certainly express my gratitude at the Qingyun sect in the future." "No need for that. If it weren't for your delay, I might not have had the opportunity." Lu Ren brushed off her gratitude, standing at the door with an indifferent tone. "I will leave once the poison dissipates." After saying this, he paid no further attention to Zhang Zixuan, instead allowing a thread of his spiritual energy to permeate the storage pouch. Buzz. A subtle wave of energy spread, revealing the pouch's interior. The space was roughly a cubic meter, and in one corner, it was astonishingly filled with women's undergarments. "This Niao Xiang is truly perverse," Lu Ren cursed under his breath. In another corner of the space lay stacks of currency notes. Upon counting, there were approximately 1 million copper coins. 1 million copper coins was sufficient to purchase a low-grade spirit weapon, and of course, if all were used to buy low-grade spirit stones, it would be enough for him to cultivate for a decade. Now, spiritual rice no longer sufficed for his cultivation. He could only rely on low-grade spirit stones. It must be said, this Niao Xiang had some wealth. Besides the money, there were also 50 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, on a small shelf in the corner, Lu Ren discovered 5 spirit herbs. Indeed, the 100 orifice grass. It seems I was right. This fellow truly possesses 100 orifice grass. Lu Ren privately rejoiced, and then he also noticed 2 manuals on the shelf. One of the manuals was an evil cult's secret technique. In harvesting skill. It was evident that Niao Xiang had relied on this dark art to open his 8th spiritual orifice in a remarkably short time. Such a sinister technique, if fallen into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, would be hard to resist. Lu Ren shook his head. A genius like Qin Yu took nearly a year to open his 8th spiritual orifice. Yet Niao Xiang, a practitioner of the 4th grade bloodline and not particularly old, had managed to open 10 orifices, undoubtedly thanks to the harvesting skill. With this thought, Lu Ren took the manual and tore it apart. The other manual was the ultimate technique Niao Xiang had employed, Heavenly Shade Fan Technique, which was a human-grade superior martial skill consisting of 4 forms. Upon examination, Lu Ren noted that Niao Xiang had only mastered 3 forms. Should he master the 4th, it would surely complicate Lu Ren's endeavor to slay him. Now, with the 100 orifice grass in hand and 50 spirit stones, he would be able to open more spiritual orifices. However, possessing 500 orifice grasses and 50 spirit stones was still insufficient for him to open 5 orifices. After tallying his spoils, Lu Ren turned and found Zhang Zixuan still lying on the bed, her gaze becoming dazed. "What did you give me? Why do I feel so warm?" Zhang Zixuan panted heavily. A licentious aura permeated the room. Chapter 0054. You cannot escape me what I administered to her. It couldn't possibly be that substance, right? Noticing Zhang Zixuan's expression, Lu Ren approached her and swiftly knocked her out with a chop to the neck. He then rummaged through several vials, confirming they were indeed antidotes before pouring a few pills into her mouth. Thus, Zhang Zixuan lay on the bed, regaining consciousness the following day. "You're awake." Lu Ren addressed Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan glanced at her attire, noting no signs of being disrobed, and recalled the events of the previous night, her face flushing with embarrassment as she reproached, "You actually gave me that kind of medicine?" Lu Ren, looking exasperated, replied, "I thought it was the antidote." "Are you still defending yourself?" Zhang Zixuan chided playfully, "Let today's events be as if they never happened." "Understood. However, I still want to thank you. May I know your name? I shall repay you in the future. Are you offering yourself in return?" Lu Ren couldn't help but jest. "You?" Zhang Zixuan's face turned crimson, unsure of how to respond. "Ha ha ha, you will definitely come to know me in the future. I'm leaving." Lu Ren laughed heartily and exited the room. "Now that you've killed Niao Xiang, I advise you to be cautious." Zhang Zixuan suddenly chased after him, calling out loudly. Lu Ren turned to face her, asking, "What do you mean by that?" For months, no one has been able to complete the task of slaying Niao Xiang. Many geniuses from the 4 major sects have been eyeing this mission. Whoever accomplishes it will gain fame within the 4 sects. You, a practitioner of the orifice-opening realm, slaying Niao Xiang, few will believe it. Listening to Zhang Zixuan's words, Lu Ren chuckled coldly. Do they intend to seize Niao Xiang's head to present as proof? This head can fulfill the mission, exchanging it for numerous low-grade spirit stones. That is uncertain, Zhang Zishuan replied. Thanks for the warning, Lu Ren smiled, leaping away, disappearing from Zhang Zishuan's view in a matter of steps. Zhang Zishuan stood rooted, having encountered rejection from a man for the first time. In the fire-leaving sect, wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Yet this man, who had saved her life, seemed indifferent, unwilling even to leave his name. Humph, as long as you are a disciple of the Qingyun sect, I will surely uncover your identity. You cannot escape me, Zhang Zishuan exclaimed with a sly smile. At this moment, the Wan family had descended into chaos. Wan Sanqing, the portly middle-aged head of the family, paced anxiously within the estate. His daughter had been missing for a night, and he could only imagine the fate that awaited her. Master, the young lady has returned with young hero Lu. Suddenly, the steward rushed in with news. Wan Sanqing dashed out, seeing Lu Ren and Wan Suilan approaching together. Daughter, are you unharmed? Wan Sanqing rushed to Wan Suilan, checking her over with concern. Wan Suilan smiled. Father, I'm fine. It was not me who was abducted, but young Master Lu. Wan Sanqing looked perplexed. Following this, Wan Suilan recounted the entire series of events. Upon hearing the tale, Wan Sanqing turned to Lu Ren and inquired, young hero Lu, what became of Niao Xiang? With a swift motion, Lu Ren produced Niao Xiang's head and tossed it forth. Niao Xiang's head, eyes bulging, stared blankly ahead, his handsome visage marred with blood, appearing grotesque. Many servants and maids gasped in shock at the sight of Niao Xiang's severed head. Niao Xiang. Wan Sanqing gasped, excitement flooding him as he addressed Lu Ren, young hero Lu. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If you require anything in the future, simply send a message to Wan Qinmi, and I will go through fire and water for you. With that, Wan Sanqing prepared to kneel. Lu Ren stepped forward, assisting Wan Sanqing to his feet, and smiled, Uncle Wan, you flatter me. Eradicating evil is the duty of our sect's disciples, especially since Miss Suilan saved my life. With Niao Xiang dead, there is no need for you to fear. Wan Sanqing replied, young hero Lu, you have relieved me of this concern, and I must repay you. Although I am not a wealthy lord, I can still provide some financial assistance. Uncle Wan, there is no need for that. I will receive 20 spirit stones for completing this task. Lu Ren politely declined. Nevertheless, if it weren't for you, those two warriors would have likely stripped me of my wealth. You must accept my gratitude, or I will feel guilty. Uncle, I have some ill-gotten gains. Could you help me dispose of them in exchange for low-grade spirit stones? Lu Ren suggested. Wan Sanqing understood Lu Ren's meaning and nodded. Young hero Lu, I understand your request. You may hand over the items, and I will ensure they are handled. Then I will trouble you. Lu Ren replied. However, it may take some time to arrange with nearby shops. For these few days, please stay at the Wan residence, allowing Miss Suilan to extend her hospitality. All right. Lu Ren nodded and handed over everything from Niao Xiang's belongings. Except for the spirit stones, copper coins, and 100 orifice grass he required. In the following days, Lu Ren remained at the Wan residence. The news of his slaying of Niao Xiang spread like wildfire throughout Linjiang City. In nearly every tavern and inn, people were abuzz with discussions about it. That Lu Ren, a disciple of the Qingyun sect, a mere practitioner of the orifice-opening realm, had actually slain Niao Xiang. How could that be? Niao Xiang had opened 10 spiritual orifices and cultivated the cloud crane technique. Even warriors of the spirit stream realm could not kill him. How had this been accomplished? In one tavern, many patrons engaged in animated conversation. In a corner, 2 young men listened intently, their brows furrowing at the chatter. We have arrived too late. Niao Xiang was actually killed by that waste of a bloodline. The speaker was none other than Chu Feiyang, the heir of the ghost sword. The other young man, slightly older yet exuding a powerful aura, had already reached the 4th level of the spirit stream realm. Half a month ago, Chu Feiyang had successfully broken through to the 1st level of the spirit stream realm and intended to complete the bounty task of slaying the flower-thieving Niao Xiang. However, upon arriving in Linjiang City, he learned of Lu Ren's achievement in slaying Niao Xiang. This Lu Ren truly fears no death. He dares to show himself after offending your ghost sword sect. The young man beside him shook his head. Nalan, how could Lu Ren possibly have killed Niao Xiang? Chu Feiyang expressed disbelief. With his talent, the only way he could have slain Niao Xiang is by opening his 10th spiritual orifice. It has only been a little over a month. How could he have achieved that, especially being a waste of a bloodline? Nalan's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent, regardless of how he killed Niao Xiang. Since he has come to Linjiang City, He shall not return alive to the Qingyun sect. Nalan, Lu Ran killed my brothers. Elder Gu has issued a death order for me to find an opportunity to kill him. If we succeed this time, Elder Gu will surely value you, Chu Feiyang stated. Nalan nodded in agreement. Gu Yifan was the foremost core disciple of the Royal Path sect, also an heir of the Ghost Sword. Gaining his favor would undoubtedly propel one to great heights. Chapter 0055. Slaying you requires just one sword in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. Wan Sanqing assisted Lu Ren in liquidating all of Niao Youxiang's resources, and combined with the bounty amount, he presented Lu Ren with 200 low-grade spirit stones. Following this, Wan Sanqing hosted a grand banquet at the Wan residence to send Lu Ren off. After feasting and drinking to their fill, Lu Ren resolved to rest for a day before returning to the Qingyun sect. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ren entered the treasure tower space to commence his arduous cultivation. This time, with sufficient low-grade spirit stones, he could cultivate for 600 years. He intended to use this time to open spiritual orifices and subsequently fuse them all together. Having successfully opened the 8th spiritual orifice, Lu Ren was now adept at the process. Next, he began to sense the location of the 9th spiritual orifice. It took Lu Ren 35 years to open the 9th orifice. Afterward, he spent 40 years to open the 10th orifice. 45 years later, he opened the 11th orifice. Finally, after 50 years, he opened the 12th orifice. After 70 years, he opened the 13th orifice. 5 stalks of Baijiao grass, after enduring a bitter cultivation for 270 years, have shattered the limits and once again opened 5 spiritual channels. Now, I have unlocked 13 spiritual channels. Lu Ren grinned widely. Even his master, Yun Qingyao, has only opened 11 channels. Now, he has achieved the 13th channel. Presently, without employing the explosive spiritual technique, he can unleash a tremendous force of 13,000 pounds with a single punch. If he had more Baijiao grass, he could open even more channels. With a sigh, Lu Ren exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then devoted over 300 years to merging the spiritual energy from the 13 channels. At this moment, the power of all 13 channels erupted. Capable of delivering nearly 30,000 pounds of force, even a first-level warrior of the spiritual stream realm would be no match for him. Typically, a first-level warrior's strength is only around 20,000 pounds. This explosive technique is indeed formidable. Lu Ren was slightly astonished. Upon exiting the nameless treasure tower, he went asleep. The next day, Wan Sanqian and Wan Tuelan personally escorted Lu Ren to the outer gate of Linjiang City. Young hero Lu, do come to Linjiang City often. Wan Sanqian smiled. Young Master Lu, please remember Tuelan, Wan Tuelan said. Her cheeks flushed as she handed her hairpin to Lu Ren before dashing into Linjiang City. Holding the hairpin, Lu Ren couldn't help but smile wryly, tucking it away before riding his windbreaker horse towards Qingyun Gate. The windbreaker horse was incredibly swift, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. After just an hour, Lu Ren found himself in a dense forest. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and halted, for he saw dozens of cloaked figures in black appearing on the road ahead. These black-clad individuals wielded blood-red blades, their faces veiled, with piercing cold eyes emanating an astonishing murderous intent. The overwhelming aura of malice swept over, startling the windbreaker horse beneath Lu Ren, causing it to break free and flee, surround him. The leader of the black-clad figures bellowed. In an instant, Lu Ren was encircled by dozens of these figures. You dare to intercept a disciple of Qingyun Gate? Lu Ren narrowed his eyes, surveying the group. They were all warriors at the opening channel stage, likely having opened 7 channels, while the leader radiated a powerful aura, stronger than Niao Youxiang, having at least 10 channels opened. What is a disciple of Qingyun Gate to us? We have slain numerous disciples from the 4 major sects in Bloodblade Village. I only ask you one thing. Did you kill Niao Youxiang? The leader coldly inquired. Bloodblade Village? Lu Ren frowned. Replying, Niao Youxiang is also from your Bloodblade Village? I only ask you. Did you kill Niao Youxiang? The leader insisted. What if I did? What if I didn't? Lu Ren chuckled. If you did, surrender the gathering technique, and I will spare your life. If not, then you shall die, the leader retorted coldly. You want the gathering technique? Do you wish to cultivate it to open more spiritual channels? Lu Ren was slightly surprised. A woman beside the leader said, as long as our village master cultivates the gathering technique, he can immediately break through the limits and open the 12th channel, catching up to the spiritual channel record of the holy maiden Yun Qingyao, and perhaps even open the 13th channel in the future, so that as how it is, The gathering technique is with me. If you have the ability, come and take it, Lu Ren replied nonchalantly. Go, chop him into meat paste. The leader of Blood Blade Village commanded fiercely. Kill! The black-clad figures roared, unleashing their fierce momentum as they swung their blood-red blades towards Lu Ren. Just in time to practice my moves. Lu Ren sneered, drawing the 7 kills sword from his storage ring, and with a powerful swing, the sword light illuminated the air as he struck at the encroaching black-clad figures. Boom! With 13 channels opened, Lu Ren's strength was immense. A single sword strike sent 3 bandits from Blood Blade Village reeling back, spitting blood. However, those bandits, accustomed to living on the edge, showed no fear and surged forward. Die! Lu Ren swung the 7 kills sword, the blade light pouring forth like a torrential storm, decimating the bandits' eye in an instant. 4 or 5 bandits lay dead. Hidden in the distance, Chu Feiyong and Nalan Fei were equally astounded at this scene. They had planned to secretly follow Lu Ren and strike at the opportune moment to kill him, but did not expect Blood Blade Village to intervene. They thought the village would easily dispatch Lu Ren, sparing them the trouble, yet Lu Ren's displayed power completely shocked them. Nalan, this Lu Ren's swordsmanship is unexpectedly powerful, and the strength he exhibits far exceeds that of someone who has opened 7 channels. Chu Feiyong exclaimed. Nalan Fei chuckled lightly. The leader of Blood Blade Village has opened 11 channels. Killing Lu Ren should be a piece of cake. Damn it! The leader of Blood Blade Village, witnessing the deaths of his subordinates, was enraged that a young warrior at the opening channel stage possessing such formidable strength was unprecedented. If Lu Ren continued this way, all his men would be slain. Why, Lord, let me take care of him, the village master's wife exclaimed, leaping into action with a blood-colored dagger in hand, darting towards Lu Ren's throat with incredible speed. The dagger was coated with venom. If it struck, even a warrior of the spiritual stream realm would surely die. Boom! Lu Ren effortlessly swung his sword, the blade clashing against the dagger with a thunderous sound. The village master's wife was sent reeling back from the impact. This guy's swordsmanship is impressively swift. The village master's wife was taken aback. Lu Ren, it is said you possess a defective bloodline. How could you have such strength? Just because it's rumored I have a defective bloodline, do you truly believe I am useless? You dare to encircle me, and I will kill you all. Lu Ren, losing patience, resolved to unleash his full power to eliminate all the bandits from Blood Blade Village. However, the leader of Blood Blade Village smiled coldly. Kill us all? Such bravado. My Blood Blade Village has thrived in Linjiang for over 30 years, and the disciples of various sects I have slain are countless. With 11 channels opened, killing you will be as easy as pie. Is that so? Lu Ren scoffed, extending a finger. To kill you, I need only 1 sword. Chapter 0056. Astonishing power. What? The leader of Blood Blade Village seemed to find the statement utterly ludicrous. I would like to see how you intend to kill me with just 1 sword. He gripped the blood blade strapped to his back, unleashing the power of his 11 channels, an astounding force radiating from him. Though he possessed a 3rd-tier bloodline, his talent was mediocre. However, after over 30 years of grueling training, he had perfected several high-tier martial techniques and honed his body to iron-like resilience. Especially with the blood blade slash, he had reached an unparalleled level, easily overwhelming those who had opened 7 channels. Now, this so-called waste of a disciple from Qingyun Gate dared to claim he could kill him with a single sword. It was utterly laughable. Die, Blood Blade Frenzy Slash. The leader of Blood Blade Village roared, unleashing a blood-red blade light that swept towards Lu Ren. The terrifying light illuminated the entire forest in crimson. Thunder roared. Lu Ren unleashed the power of all 13 channels, an endless surge of spiritual energy erupting as his sword struck like a bolt of lightning towards the blood-red blade light. Boom! The thunderous sword shattered everything in its path, piercing through the blood-red light and sending the blood blade of the village leader flying. With overwhelming force, the sword continued, piercing through the village leader's chest. The village leader spat a mouthful of blood, terror filling his eyes as he stammered. This is impossible. Just as his words fell, cracks began to form all over his skin, blood seeping out, and he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, the village leader was filled with profound regret. He had previously thought that since Lu Ren could kill Niao Youxiang, he must possess some formidable means. But upon reflection, how could a boy of only 16 or 17, with a defective bloodline, possibly match his decades of hard work? He never expected to be killed by Lu Ren with a single sword. How is this possible? The bandits were left dumbfounded, stunned into silence as they beheld the scene. Even Chu Feiyong and Nalan Fei, hidden in the distance, were left speechless. This so-called waste of a bloodline had killed the leader of Blood Blade Village, who had opened 11 channels with a single sword strike. This fellow might have opened 12 channels. Nalan Fei's expression darkened considerably. How could a waste bloodline achieve the opening of 12 channels in such a short time? Chu Feiyong's eyes widened in disbelief. Opening channels is inherently linked to one's bloodline talent. It is akin to some individuals being born with extraordinary strength, easily able to lift a 1,000-pound cauldron, while others, frail and weak, despite their high comprehension, could never lift such weight. A defective bloodline could not even open the 8th channel, let alone the 12th. It must relate to the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. He surely possesses some treasure left by Tuo Shi that you all failed to uncover. Nalan Fei's expression grew calm as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ren, preparing to strike. If Lu Ren had indeed inherited the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's legacy, then killing him would grant Nalan Fei access to that legacy. Meanwhile, Lu Ren, with an impassive countenance, felt no surprise at having slain the leader of Blood Blade Village with a single sword. With 13 channels opened, and the leader having only 11, the difference in power was a staggering 2,000 pounds. Moreover, the thunder strike from the celestial sword technique was a formidable offensive move. If he couldn't kill the leader of Blood Blade Village in one strike, then his 13 channels would be in vain. My lord! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry rang out as the village master's wife, in utter despair, shouted, "You killed my husband. I will fight you to the death." With that, she charged at Lu Ren, dagger in hand, frantically swinging it toward him like a man possessed. "A tempest is brewing," Lu Ren coldly snorted, unleashing the 7 kills sword in a flurry of strikes, the sword shadows piercing toward the village master's wife. Before she could even approach Lu Ren, she was riddled with wounds and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The village master was dead. The mistress was dead. We must flee. All the bandits of Blood Blade Village, witnessing the deaths of their master and mistress, lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions. Lu Ren made no effort to pursue. Instead, his gaze fell on the leader of Blood Blade Village. The village chief. He must possess some wealth. However, just as Lu Ren was about to collect the storage ring from the village leader, he sensed a terrifying gust of wind sweeping in from behind. A sharp sword light flickered as it approached. Lu Ren's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly rolled to the right. The sword light struck where he had just stood, carving a deep gash into the muddy ground. The corpse of the village leader was sliced in half, blood splattering everywhere. Following that, a figure in a black cloak charged in, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows that bombarded Lu Ren. Clang! Lu Ren reacted quickly, parrying with the 7 kills sword. However, each block sent a wave of tremendous power surging through him, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand. After several exchanges, Lu Ren was sent crashing backward, smashing through a tree and spitting out blood. This is a warrior of the spiritual stream realm. Lu Ren was secretly alarmed. His eyes fixed on the opponent. "Dare to kill our village master? You seek death." The masked figure in black spoke in a raspy voice, twisting his foot as he swung his long sword towards Lu Ren's head. The intense sword light, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, descended upon him like a mountain. Before the sword even arrived, the resonance echoed, heavy as iron. Clang! Lu Ren summoned the power of his 13 channels, meeting the strike head-on. A surge of immense force struck him, causing Lu Ren to spit out blood. Yet, he did not dare to retreat a single step. He gripped the 7 kills sword firmly against the opponent's blade. If he retreated, the long sword would surely cleave him in two. Lu Ren locked his gaze on the masked figure, coldly stating, "Chu Feiyong, if you wish to kill me, why hide your identity?" The previous few strikes had unmistakably been the shadow sword and iron cut from the ghostly sword technique. The only one capable of employing these techniques and holding a grudge against him was Chu Feiyong. Upon being recognized, Chu Feiyong showed no surprise. Instead, shock filled his eyes as he asked, "How many channels have you opened? Though I have not used my full strength, even if you have opened 12 channels, you should not be able to withstand this." He had initially thought that with a single strike, he could instantly kill Lu Ren. Yet, after several exchanges, he had failed to do so, even using iron cut. While he had injured Lu Ren, he still could not finish him off. 12 channels should not have been able to withstand his full force. Could it be that Lu Run had opened 13 channels? Chapter 0057. A dangerous predicament. What do you care how many channels I have opened? Lu Run glared coldly at Chu Feiyang, saying, Chu Feiyang, do you dare to kill me? Do you not fear my master? Chu Feiyang chuckled mockingly. You are not being killed by me. You are being killed by the people of Blood Blade Village. Are you so certain that you can kill me? If you fail, you should know the consequences, Lu Run questioned. Chu Feiyang replied with indifference, Lu Run, I know you acquired the opportunity from the ancient Emperor Tua Shi to open so many channels, but I have already ascended to the spiritual stream realm. You have no chance against me. As he spoke, his true energy erupted forth. In his eyes, Lu Run was already a dead man, especially with Nalan Fei, a fourth-level warrior of the spiritual stream realm, by his side. However, Nalan Fei naturally looked down upon lowering himself to attack a warrior at the opening channel stage. Is that so? Then let us see. Lu Run smiled, the spiritual energy from his 13 channels swirling together to form a colossal cyclone. Lu Run, I will personally send you to your demise. Boom. Chu Feiyang lunged forward like a cannonball, his sword a flash of lightning aimed at Lu Ren's throat. Ghostly flash sword. Seeing this, Lu Ren's 7-kill sword flashed, colliding with Chu Feiyang's sword. Clang, Lu Ren remained steadfast, while Chu Feiyang was pushed back 3 steps. How is this possible? Chu Feiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had unleashed all the power of the first level of the spiritual stream realm without holding back, yet Lu Run had actually repelled him. It was utterly inconceivable. The spiritual stream realm isn't so formidable. A hint of mockery crept onto Lu Ren's face. Now, with the explosive spiritual technique activated, merging the energy from 13 channels, he was more than capable of overwhelming a first-level warrior of the spiritual stream realm. You must have received a boon from Tua Shi, but die. Chu Feiyang roared, his killing intent intensifying as he unleashed the full might of the first level of the spiritual stream realm. Die for me. Chu Feiyang charged at Lu Run, his long sword relentlessly striking forward. A tempest of fury. Lu Run swung his sword wildly, the beams of light resembling a storm as they crashed against Chu Feiyang. Clang! The sounds of fierce clashes echoed, sparks flying as Lu Run slid along the trajectory of Chu Feiyang's sword, then delivered a powerful strike. Ignoring the sword energy that erupted from the long sword, Lu Run focused on channeling the cyclone within him, the explosive technique at its peak, combined with his physical strength, rendering him nearly invincible. Chu Feiyang's expression shifted drastically. He was forced to use his other hand to parry, but in the heat of the moment, he could muster only half of his true energy. How could he possibly withstand Lu Run? Boom. A deafening roar erupted as Chu Feiyang was violently shaken. Stumbling back several steps, blood spewing from his mouth, his face pale. With a swift motion, Lu Ran traversed the distance with the grace of a spirit cat, appearing instantaneously before Chu Feiyang, his sword aimed directly at the latter's head. Senior brother Nalan, save me, Chu Feiyang bellowed. Suddenly, a sword aura surged from afar, hurtling towards Lu Ren's chest. Another master. Lu Ren's expression shifted drastically as he raised his sword in defense. Clang! The sword aura collided with Lu Ren's 7-kill sword, the overwhelming force penetrating his body and sending him crashing backward. I never expected a practitioner of the Enlightenment realm to possess such formidable strength. It seems the ancient Emperor Tua Shi has bestowed upon you considerable fortune. Nalan Fei emerged slowly, resembling a celestial deity as he gazed down upon the fallen Lu Run. Senior brother Nalan, kill him quickly, Chu Feiyang shouted desperately. Fear not, he cannot escape my 5-finger mountain, Nalan Fei declared, hands clasped behind him, as he confronted Lu Ren with an interrogative gaze. Tell me, what did the ancient Emperor Tua Shi grant you that allows you such power? However, a sudden joy illuminated Lu Ren's face as he shouted towards a distant direction. Master, you've come. Nalan Fei's expression shifted, and he turned to look, only to find no one there, realizing he had been deceived. When he turned back, Lu Run had already made his escape. Seeing Lu Ren flee, Chu Feiyang, dragging his injured body, charged forward to block Lu Ren's path, striking down with a palm. Get lost, Lu Ren roared, lifting his hand to unleash the fierce tiger fist. Boom! Their palms collided in midair, producing a thunderous sound. Rumble! The terrifying force erupted, sending Chu Feiyang flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Luren also coughed up blood, yet he dared not linger, continuing his escape. His injuries were not inflicted by Chu Fei-yong, but were a result of Nalan Fei's earlier assault, now exacerbated by his exertion. Senior brother Nalan, Lu Run, is at the brink of collapse. Chu Fei-yong clutched his chest, gasping. Nalan Fei grasped his sword tightly and pursued rapidly. Through the dense woods, Lu Run, drenched in blood, fled frantically. It seemed Nalan Fei was likely not merely a practitioner of the second layer of the spirit stream realm, but could have reached the third or even fourth layer. The disparity in power was beyond what a practitioner of the Enlightenment realm could bridge. Luren, you shall not escape my grasp. Nalan Fei shouted fiercely, his steps light as if treading upon clouds. Employing the superior human-tier lightness skill, Cloud Ladder. Realizing Nalan Fei was drawing nearer, Lu Ren's expression grew grave. He needed to shake him off, find a safe haven, and enter the tower space to enhance his strength for a chance at retaliation. With this thought, Lu Ren quickened his pace, continually changing directions to thwart Nalan Fei's lightness technique. After a brief moment, Lu Ren suddenly halted. He found himself with no path left to the sides, and before him lay a mirror-like lake, barely a dozen paces wide. Luren, I see no escape for you. Nalan Fei sneered, slowly closing in, his murderous intent intensifying. This waste of a bloodline, Lu Ren, undoubtedly held many secrets of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. He must be eliminated. His sword transformed into countless shadows, crashing towards Lu Ren once more. Clang! Lu Ren's face paled as he wielded his sword desperately in defense, retreating continuously until he could no longer withstand it. Being struck 5 times by Nalan Fei's blade, sending him tumbling into the lake. Luren's blood stained the lake crimson. Nalan Fei, sword in hand, approached the lakeside but did not dive in to pursue. He was not adept in water, and the lake was not expansive. Even if Lu Ren attempted to escape, he could reach him in an instant. Senior brother Nalan, where is Lu Ren? At that moment, Chu Fei-yong, pale and battered from his earlier encounter with Lu Ren, arrived. Nalan Fei fixed his gaze upon the mirror lake and replied, he has fallen into the water. Let me go check, Chu Fei-yong exclaimed, about to leap in, only to be stopped by Nalan Fei. That Lu Ren is gravely injured. Having been struck 5 times by me, he cannot possibly survive. We need only wait for his corpse to surface. Nalan Fei said indifferently, a severely wounded individual who fell into the water was as good as doomed. Survival was impossible. Yet, submerged in the mirror lake, Lu Ren noticed Nalan Fei and Chu Fei-yong standing on the shore, showing no intent to follow, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Chapter 0058. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. They must think I am doomed in the water. Lu Ren held his breath, confirming that Nalan Fei and Chu Fei-yong were not pursuing, allowing himself to relax. He then cleared his mind and entered the tower space. In the tower space, 100 years could pass in a mere second outside. Not even a second, or 10, or 20 seconds could drown him. The key was that he needed to be in an absolutely safe environment. Upon entering the tower space, Lu Ren could not help but spout more blood. His injuries were severe, encompassing both internal and external wounds. Without prompt treatment, he would surely bleed to death. Fortunately, the ring of the Blood Blade village leader contained healing elixirs. After consuming one and bandaging his wounds, he successfully halted the bleeding. Lu Ren recuperated for a whole month, and his injuries were fully healed, leaving only faint scars from the sword wounds. Moreover, the leader's ring contained numerous precious items, over 300 lower-grade spirit stones, and even 5 plants of 100 aperture grass. The 5 plants of 100 aperture grass were perfect for opening 18 spirit apertures, reaching their limits, and cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to break through to the spirit stream realm. Nalan Fei, Chu Fei-yong, wait for me to seclude myself for a moment. Once I cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, none of you shall escape. Lu Ren's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. This time, had it not been for the nameless tower, he might have already faced death. Now, with 300 lower-grade spirit stones, he could train diligently for 600 years. He began to sit cross-legged, sensing the location of his spirit apertures. It was then that Lu Ren realized the further he progressed, the more difficult it became to sense the locations of the apertures. Nonetheless, he had no time to dwell on that. He needed to continue opening the apertures. If he failed to open all 18 and cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to break through to the spirit stream realm, he would face 2 fates. Either be killed by Nalan Fey or starve to death in the tower space. Regardless of how difficult it was to open these 18 spirit apertures, he would force himself to persevere. Finally, after expending over 500 years, Lu Ren successfully opened the last 5 spirit apertures. 18 spirit apertures were distributed across every corner of Lu Ren's body, densely packed like stars in the sky. Finally, he had opened all 18 spirit apertures and could now cultivate the ancient technique. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. A glimmer of excitement appeared on his face as he began to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Practitioners of the Enlightenment realm aiming to ascend to the spirit stream realm must cultivate techniques to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth, penetrating 7 spirit apertures to form meridians and gathering in the dantian to create a stream. The transformation of internal spiritual energy into true energy and its storage within the stream signifies a practitioner of the spirit stream realm. However, cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill required the penetration of all 18 spirit apertures, forming meridians akin to those within the legendary beast, the dragon elephant. Moreover, the ancient technique inherently encompassed ancient martial skills, with 9 powerful dragon elephant martial techniques. While this ancient technique was indeed formidable, its cultivation was no easy feat. Cultivating ancient techniques did not rely on bloodline talent, but required comprehension. Lu Ren's comprehension was average, but fortunately, he had the Nameless Tower to facilitate intense training. However, this was a high-grade technique, inherently of a high tier. The disparity between human-tier low-grade and high-grade techniques was vast. Lu Ren retrieved the remaining spirit stones, harnessing their spirit energy to begin cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Lu Ren closed his eyes slightly, following the guidance of the ancient technique to absorb the spirit energy from the lower-grade spirit stones. Initiating the penetration of the spirit apertures, I can mobilize the spirit energy within the apertures, gathering it all into the dantian to condense a vortex, but I have never attempted to penetrate the apertures. Lu Ren began to follow the route outlined in the ancient technique to penetrate the spirit apertures. Essentially, this penetration involved connecting 2 points to form a line, creating a meridian through which true energy could flow. However, with 18 spirit apertures, Lu Ren could not penetrate them haphazardly. Any mistake would prevent him from cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In fact, 100,000 years ago, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was considered a highly valuable technique, with an exceedingly high difficulty for cultivation. Opening all 18 spirit apertures was a Herculean task for ordinary young talents. As Lu Ren absorbed the spirit energy from the spirit stones, he directed it from the spirit aperture at his lower abdomen, crashing through to the spirit aperture located at his heart. Crack, with a single penetration, a crisp sound echoed as a crack appeared in the spirit aperture at his heart. Lu Ren could not help but groan. The pain of this penetration felt as if it came from the depths of his soul, an unbearable torment. Despite the months of grueling training, Lu Ren had endured for at least a few hundred years. Yet, this pain was nearly intolerable. His complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Furthermore, this was merely the first meridian he had penetrated. He still had 35 more to go. Charge! Lu Ren gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he absorbed the spirit energy from the spirit stones, continually penetrating the spirit apertures. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 35th, Lu Ren lost track of time, the pain overwhelming his sense of time. Just 1 more to go. A fierce light shone in Lu Ren's eyes as he gathered the spirit energy to complete the final meridian's penetration. At this moment, the embryonic forms of 36 meridians coalesced within Lu Ren's body, filled with spirit energy, resembling intertwining rays of light. Vaguely, it resembled a dragon elephant, with an elephant's body and dragon's tail, elephant legs and dragon claws, elephant tusks and dragon head, seemingly treading upon the void, with the sun and moon above, gazing down upon the heavens. At this moment, the spirit apertures within Lu Ren's body were interconnected, forming embryonic meridians, already taking on the shape of a dragon elephant. Lu Ren could faintly sense a powerful aura surging within him. However, he did not immediately commence the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Instead, he continued to absorb the spirit energy from the lower-grade spirit stones, circulating it through the 18 spirit apertures, solidifying the 36 meridians he had just penetrated. With each circulation, the 36 meridians gradually took shape, becoming increasingly robust. Subsequently, Lu Ren began to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill based on the information in his mind. This cultivation was akin to imprinting the cultivation memory into his consciousness, almost without any hindrance. Moreover, as a waste bloodline, Lu Ren was an ancient martial artist. Cultivating ancient techniques was unaffected by bloodline talent, making it feel as if he was a fish in water. However, Lu Ren's comprehension was still poor. It took him a full decade to finally succeed in cultivating it. Boom. In the space of heaven and earth, centered around Lu Ren's body, the several lower-grade spirit stones surrounding him transformed into a vast amount of spirit energy, surging towards Lu Ren's body like an ocean tide. Most of this spirit energy entered through Lu Ren's mouth and nose, with a smaller portion seeping through his pores into the spirit apertures. The immense spirit energy enveloped Lu Ren, encasing him in a cocoon of spirit energy. Were others to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Such a rate of spirit energy absorption was terrifying. At least 100 times stronger than that of ordinary low-grade yellow techniques. Of course, Lu Ren was unaware of the ferocity with which he absorbed spirit energy. At this moment, countless spirit energies flowed through his meridians, ultimately transforming into golden true energy, stored within the dantian, and finally converging into a stream. The spirit stream had formed. Chapter 0059. The majesty of the dragon elephant Lu Ren rejoiced, as the gathering of a stream within him signified his official entry into the spirit stream realm. Boom! However, the vast spirit energy continued to surge into Lu Ren's body. Under the operation of the dragon elephant prajna skill, it transformed into an unending supply of true energy, accumulating within that stream, causing it to swell tenfold in an instant. Reaching its limits, it seemed that this stream could no longer contain such a massive amount of true energy, indicating an impending breakthrough to the second layer of the spirit stream realm. Lu Ren was astounded. He had heard numerous teachings from the elders about the spirit stream realm. For an ordinary martial artist, cultivating techniques, successfully forming true energy and gathering a stream represented the first layer of the spirit stream realm. Continuing to absorb spiritual energy would enable the formation of more true energy, ultimately leading to the creation of a second stream, thus achieving the second layer of the spirit stream realm. However, even young geniuses with fourth-rank bloodlines usually required 10 days to half a month of arduous training to reach this stage. He had not anticipated that having just cultivated the dragon elephant prajna skill, he would surge forward to challenge the second layer of the spirit stream realm in one go. Containing his inner exuberance, Lu Ren operated the technique, directing the vast true energy into the first stream. As the dragon elephant prajna skill exerted its influence, the true energy within the stream began to bubble like boiling water, with countless golden true energies stirring restlessly. Bang! In the next moment, the entire stream split in two, forming two separate streams. The second stream was noticeably larger than the first, yet the true energy within continued to surge violently. It appeared that the second layer of the spirit stream realm was not the limit. Lu Ren's heart raced with joy, as if it might leap from his chest. Could it be that he was about to condense a third stream? Lu Ren found this hard to believe. Just after successfully cultivating the technique, he was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of the spirit stream realm. This was truly astonishing. It was known that even those with 6th rank or 7th rank bloodlines would find it challenging to leap 2 levels in succession. Even with continuous refinement of spirit stones, it would take at least a month. And yet, having just cultivated the technique, he was about to ascend 2 levels. It was simply astounding. Bang! In Lu Ren's elation, his second stream became saturated, resulting in the emergence of a third stream. At this moment, with 3 streams converging within him, Lu Ren's true energy finally stabilized. Clenching his fists tightly, he mobilized the true energy flowing throughout his body. Filling him with boundless strength, he continuously swung his fists, golden true energy swirling around him, transforming him into an ancient dragon elephant, emanating an overwhelmingly domineering aura. The dragon elephant prajna skill, although a high-grade technique, was undoubtedly more formidable than many current Earth-tier techniques at present. He was far more powerful than a practitioner of the Enlightenment realm. The high-grade ancient technique was indeed formidable. Sensing the 3 streams within him, Lu Ren felt a surge of confidence regarding his future cultivation. Furthermore, the dragon elephant prajna skill came with 9 powerful ancient martial techniques, with the weakest being the dragon elephant fist, equivalent to the standard of a high-grade yellow technique. Given his current level of comprehension, it would not be easy for him to master it. However, comprehension could be improved. As long as he continued to practice various low-grade human-tier martial techniques, he could gradually enhance his understanding. Unlike now, where, even with high comprehension, those with third-rank bloodline talent would forever be unable to cultivate yellow-tier techniques due to bloodline restrictions. Now that he had successfully cultivated the technique, it was time to seek revenge. A faint smile graced Lu Ren's lips as he emerged from the nameless tower space. To the outside world. Merely 6 seconds had passed during his seclusion. In that brief moment, not only had Lu Ren healed from his injuries, but he had also opened all 18 spirit apertures and cultivated the ancient technique Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, simultaneously surging to the third layer of the spirit stream realm. Bang! Lu Ren leaped from the mirror lake, landing on the shore. Nalan Fei and Chu Feiyang, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of disbelief. They could feel the abundant energy radiating from Lu Ren, devoid of any signs of weakness, and his numerous wounds were no longer bleeding. It felt as if he had jumped into the water, and his injuries had miraculously healed. What on earth was happening? Is that mirror lake merely an ordinary body of water? Could it possibly be a fountain of life? Both individuals stared wide-eyed. Clearly, Lu Ren had sustained severe injuries before plunging into the lake. Death should have awaited him. Nalan Fei, you failed to kill me, so now it is my turn to end you. Lu Ren declared coldly. Do you think that merely jumping into a lake will allow you to kill me? Nalan Fei charged at Lu Ren once more. Heavenly Fire Sword Technique? Nalan Fei swung his sword again, the blade sharp and fierce, resembling streaks of fire descending slowly to envelop Lu Ren. This strike would be difficult for even a typical 4th-tier Lingxi realm warrior to withstand. What an impressive sword technique! That strike must be of high-grade Huang tier. Lu Ren remained utterly still in the face of the impending blow. Yet, just as the fiery sword lights were about to strike him, suddenly, Lu Ren's internal energy erupted forth. A powerful golden energy coalescing around his body, forming an ancient dragon elephant that exuded an aura of majesty, enveloping him completely. The fiery sword lights crashed against the ancient dragon elephant, shattering upon impact. What? Nalan Fei's eyes flickered, revealing a look of terror. What kind of terrifying energy could take form like this? He, Nalan Fei, was a renowned genius in the Huang Dao sect, possessing a 5th-tier bloodline and training in a high-grade Huang tier technique. The heavenly fire formula. Moreover, he had reached the 4th tier of the Lingxi realm, yet the aura exuded by Lu Ren was evidently stronger than his. Senior brother Nalan, that guy has also broken through to the Lingxi realm, and directly to the 3rd tier. Beside them, Chu Feiyang exclaimed in fear. This Lu Ren, who they had clearly injured, had not only healed from his wounds after jumping into a lake, but had also advanced to the 3rd tier of the Lingxi realm. The energy he exhibited was even more formidable than that of a 4th-tier warrior. This was utterly terrifying. 7 injuries palm. Lu Ren countered Nalan Fei's attack by channeling all his energy into his right palm. Slapping towards Nalan Fei, Nalan Fei's expression changed. Sensing an unavoidable deadly threat from that palm strike, he instinctively raised his sword in defense. Boom! Lu Ren's palm struck Nalan Fei's sword, bending the blade into a dramatic arc, ultimately sending it flying from Nalan Fei's grasp. Crack! Without losing momentum, Lu Ren's 7 injuries palm slammed into Nalan Fei's chest, shattering numerous ribs, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling away. Die! Lu Ren showed no mercy, stepping forward as his energy exploded forth like a dragon elephant trampling down, raising his sword to cleave at Nalan Fei. Clang! Nalan Fei's sword was knocked aside. Sent flying, Lu Ren, having disarmed Nalan Fei, swung his sword once more. Whoosh! The sword light flickered, slicing across Nalan Fei's neck, releasing a spray of crimson blood. Cough! Nalan Fei's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Thud! Nalan Fei's body fell heavily to the ground. Already on the brink of death, he could hardly believe that a distinguished genius of the 4th tier of the Lingxi realm, with a 5th-tier bloodline, had been bested by someone of inferior bloodline. Meanwhile, Chu Feiyang stood by, his expression blank, shock and fear evident. Lu Ren had actually killed Nalan Fei, a genius of the 5th-tier bloodline. Just a moment ago, Lu Ren had been the one fleeing for his life, and now he had not only healed but also turned the tables to slay Nalan Fei. This series of events was overwhelming to accept. As Lu Ren advanced toward him, Chu Feiyang cried out in alarm, Lu Ren, what do you intend to do? I am a genius of the Huang Dao sect. If you dare to kill me, the sect will not let you off, and neither will my senior brother Gu Yifan. With a last threatening remark, Chu Fei-yong wasted no time in fleeing. Liu Ran, of course, showed no mercy. He leaped in front of Chu Fei-yong and swung his sword. Thud! Chu Fei-yong tasted blood in his throat, collapsing to the ground. His gaze fixed on Liu Ran as he gasped, "You dot how ruthless!" Liu Ran coldly watched as Chu Fei-yong breathed his last, then began to search their bodies. Soon, he discovered 2 storage bags and tucked them away. Although Chu Fei-yong was the inheritor of the ghost sword and the newly appointed first genius of the Huangdao sect, his murder would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar, yet Liu Ran had nothing to fear. No one would know he was the killer. 7 days later, Liu Ran returned to the Qingyun sect. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the contribution hall. The hall was unusually quiet, devoid of the usual bustle. Clearly, it was not a day for task distribution, and the available missions were few and far between. Nevertheless, a number of outer disciples remained inside, and they turned their attention to Liu Ran as he approached, holding a black cloth bag. "Isn't that Liu Ran? I heard he accepted the task to slay Liuxiang. Could that be his head? Impossible. He is but an opening spirit realm disciple. He could not possibly have slain Liuxiang." Whispers filled the air. Liu Ran reached the counter of the contribution hall and presented the bounty notice, stating, "Elder, I am here to submit a task." The elder examined the notice regarding the slaying of Liuxiang and asked, "Did you truly kill Liuxiang?" Liu Ran produced the head of Liuxiang, and the elder, comparing it to the portrait, exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, this is Liuxiang's head. Haha, I never expected this 5-star difficulty bounty to be completed by one of our Qingyun sect disciples." The elder's words spread, leaving the surrounding outer disciples in disbelief. So many Lingxi realm warriors had failed to kill Liuxiang. How had this inferior bloodline Liu Ran managed to accomplish such a feat? "Elder, may I submit the task now?" Liu Ran inquired. The elder nodded, replying, "Of course, the bounty does not require contribution credits. Here is 20 spirit stones as your reward." The elder handed the 20 spirit stones to Liu Ran. Many disciples were not envious of Liu Ran's spirit stones, but rather of the fame he had gained from completing the task. Undoubtedly, after this achievement, Liu Ran's name would soon resonate throughout the 4 major sections. Before long, news of Liu Ran's slaying of Liuxiang reached all 4 major sects of the Jiangyun kingdom. Who exactly is this Liu Ran who could kill Liuxiang? He is the disciple of the saintess Yun Qingyao, a so-called inferior bloodline, yet he defeated Chu Fei-yong at the disciple exchange meeting. An inferior bloodline that supposedly could never enter the Lingxi realm. How could he have slain Liuxiang? Had he perhaps opened 11 spirit channels? Discussions regarding Liu Ran abounded among the 4 major sects. In Luoan City, the Chu family, the head of the Chu family, Chu Hong, and several family elders gathered together. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense, with grave expressions on everyone's faces. "I have inquired. It is highly likely that Chu Fei-yong was killed by Liu Ran." Chu Hong's gaze was profound, filled with an endless murderous intent. Even if he was killed by Liu Ran, what of it? He is still the disciple of Yun Qingyao. We cannot do anything to him. An elder of the Chu family lamented, "A life for a life, and besides, he is merely an inferior bloodline." Another elder remarked, "Indeed, if Liu Ran has truly changed his bloodline talent, and considering he is a person of divine enlightenment, should we kill him, we would not withstand the wrath of the Qingyun sect. However, he remains an inferior bloodline. The Qingyun sect will not value him, so what would it matter if we killed him?" Another elder of the Chu family said coldly, "After all these years, our Chu family has finally produced a genius. We were on the verge of becoming the foremost family in Luoan City. We must avenge this." Another elder's face darkened. "Even if we seek revenge, we cannot be overt about it. After all, his master is a saintess. I will spend a fortune to hire the people from the Yinwang Hall. Those targeted by them do not live long." Chu Hong's eyes turned icy, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 61. All stunned, Liu Ran received the spirit stones and proceeded to the inner sect area, hoping to give Wang Ting some spirit stones. After inquiring, he discovered that Wang Ting had already been expelled from the Qingyun sect and returned home to inherit his family estate. He would have to find another opportunity to repay him. Liu Ran shook his head, just as he was about to return to the outer sect when a loud voice suddenly boomed from behind him. "Liu Ran, I challenge you!" The shout echoed through the mountainside, startling the outer disciples from their residences, who rushed out to see what was happening. Even Xiao Huahua emerged. Liu Ran's gaze flickered as he turned around to see a familiar figure. Zhao Yi, a newly admitted disciple. Zhao Yi stared intently at Lu Ren and declared, now that you are an outer sect disciple, you wouldn't dare to refuse a challenge from an inner disciple. Would you? That day, he had been knocked unconscious by Chu Fei Yong, and upon awakening, he learned that Lu Ren had defeated Chu Fei Yong, bringing glory to the Qingyun sect, and had been exceptionally promoted to an outer disciple. In that moment, he could not accept that he, the top inner disciple, had been surpassed by a disciple of inferior bloodline. Elyuren looked at Zhao Yi coldly and said, Zhao Yi, did you not once say that I, as an inferior bloodline, did not qualify to be my master's disciple? Indeed. Zhao Yi nodded, arrogantly replying, though you are a person of divine enlightenment, you are still an inferior bloodline. Your cultivation is still low, and you cannot perceive the gap brought about by bloodline talent. Once your cultivation improves, you will understand that an inferior bloodline will never rise to prominence. At this, the surrounding inner disciples expressed their agreement. In martial arts cultivation, bloodline was always of paramount importance. But you are not qualified to fight me. Lu Ren shook his head dismissively, his expression one of scorn. What did you say? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Then sneered, Lu Ren, you have opened 7 spirit channels, but I now also. However, before he could finish, he felt an astonishing aura erupting from Lu Ren. Elyuren bent his leg slightly, and the roar of a dragon elephant resounded. Boom! The entire ground trembled violently, and a massive pit appeared beneath Lu Ren's feet. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Not even a first-tier Lingxi realm warrior could unleash such terrifying force, let alone someone who had merely opened 7 spirit channels. Especially Xiao Huahua, who stood there in shock, unable to believe that Lu Ren had grown this powerful. Was he truly an inferior bloodline? How could he possibly pursue him now? Zhao Yi's face turned ashen, his heart filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how Lu Ren had become so strong. You have actually stepped into the Lingxi realm, Zhao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. What? Lu Ren has entered the Lingxi realm? How is that possible? Is it not said that an inferior bloodline cannot enter the Lingxi realm? Many inner disciples were stunned. Among them were several who had participated in the entrance examination alongside Lu Ren, still at the opening spirit stage, yet Lu Ren had already entered the Lingxi realm. Zhao Yi, do I qualify to be my master's disciple now? Lu Ren asked coldly. Zhao Yi's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Lu Ren, you do not understand the significance of the saintess in the Jiangyun kingdom. Sooner or later, your identity as her disciple will bring you great trouble. Lu Ren paid no heed to Zhao Yi's words and turned to leave. Upon returning to his outer sect residence, Lu Ren planned to rest for a while before beginning his cultivation. However, just as he entered the courtyard, Yun Qingyao flew toward him from a distance. Dressed in a tight-fitting light blue training outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long black hair cascaded down her cheeks, making her skin appear even more translucent, her stunning beauty radiating a faint glow. Elyuren was utterly entranced, standing there foolishly. Yun Qingyao approached him, her tone reproachful as she said, Lu Ren, extend your hand. Chapter 62. Instant advancement to 3rd tier of Lingxi realm. Elyuren regained his senses and extended his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Yun Qingyao took out a ruler and struck Lu Ren's palm 3 times. He felt a sharp sting in his hand and protested, Master, why are you hitting me? Yun Qingyao glared at him, scolding, Disciple, if you dare to accept tasks beyond your capabilities again, it won't be as simple as 3 strikes. Lu Ren was enlightened, feeling warmth in his heart as he replied, I see now. Master is concerned for my safety. However, you may not know. I have already completed the task. Don't think I don't know how you managed to accomplish it. Yun Qingyao retorted coolly. Elyuren's expression froze. Could it be that Master knew about his disguise? I have already investigated. You could not have completed this task without the help of that girl Zhang Zixuan. Without her assistance, how could you have killed Niao Xiang? Yun Qingyao said, her anger palpable. Elyuren felt a surge of warmth once more, touched by his master's concern for him and her investigation into his actions. He explained, Master, Zhang Zixuan did help me, but it was I who killed Niao Xiang. Entirely by myself, that may be, but Zhang Zixuan assisted you. Enough of this. Let it not happen again, Yun Qingyao stated. Elyuren smiled as he urged Yun Qingyao to sit in her room, then began to massage her shoulders. Having just finished her training, Yun Qingyao found great comfort in Lu Ren's ministrations, her face displaying sheer enjoyment. This disciple was indeed worth taking in. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao gasped. standing up and placing her palm on Lu Ren's abdomen, sensing 3 distinct waves of true energy flowing within him. Disciple, you have reached the Lingxi realm, and even the 3rd tier of the Lingxi realm? Yun Qingyao exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. This was simply unfathomable. Her disciple, who was supposedly of inferior bloodline, should have found it exceedingly difficult to enter the Lingxi realm even with the most basic of techniques. Yet, he had directly advanced to the 3rd tier of the Lingxi realm. Regaining her composure, Yun Qingyao asked, Disciple, how did you manage this? Lu Ren explained, Master, I actually obtained some power from the ancient Emperor Tuashi. By refining his power, I could break through my cultivation. It seems you have indeed received some fortunate chance from Tuashi, however, being of inferior bloodline, to have such an opportunity is still commendable. Yun Qingyao nodded, not thinking too deeply about it. Generally speaking, refining power to enhance one's cultivation has significant downsides, such as difficulty in advancing to the Yunhe realm, leading to a very unstable true energy, let alone the Shanhai realm. However, since Lu Ren was of inferior bloodline, his breakthrough to the Lingxi realm rendered those downsides negligible. Disciple, from now on, focus on your cultivation. If you lack resources, take on tasks to earn contribution points. But do not take risks as you did last time. Understood? Lu Ren nodded, by the way. Regarding Tuashi, do not mention it to others, understand? Yun Qingyao cautioned before turning to leave. Watching her depart, Lu Ren settled down in the courtyard, assuming a meditative posture to begin cultivating the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Drawing in the energy of heaven and earth, as Lu Ren circulated his technique, the spiritual energy of the world surged towards him. Flooding into his body, a massive amount of spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, transforming into dragon-elephant true energy, ultimately pouring into the 3rd spirit channel. Only by saturating the 3rd spirit channel could he split forth the 4th spirit channel and advance to the 4th tier of the Lingxi realm. At that moment, Lu Ren finally grasped the distinction between inner and outer sect disciples. It was the difference in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the inner sect's training courtyard. There was simply no spiritual energy to be found. Now that Lu Ren had ascended to the Lingxi realm, he had achieved the ability to sustain himself without the need for spirit rice. Merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth sufficed. However, after 3 consecutive days of cultivation, his 3rd spirit channel had only grown slightly. He did not know when it would achieve the same saturation as the 1st and 2nd channels. This method of cultivation would make advancing to the 4th tier of the Lingxi realm exceedingly difficult. It would be far more practical to rely on spirit stones. Lu Ren pondered quietly. Having killed the heir of the Ghost Sword sect, he knew that they would not let him off easily. Nor would Gu Yifan. Therefore, he must swiftly enhance his strength. Entering the nameless treasure tower, Lu Ren began to assess the resources on Nalan Fei and Chu Feiyang. Chu Feiyang possessed only a few 100,000 copper coins, whereas Nalan Fei surprisingly had 20 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Ren took out all 40 spirit stones and began to absorb them one by one. An immense surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body, transforming into true qi, which condensed within the 3rd spiritual stream. As he absorbed and refined each stone, when the last spirit stone's energy surged into Lu Ren's body, boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ren, sweeping across the entire space of Tianyuan. Within him, the 3rd spiritual stream split, giving rise to a 4th. Lu Ren reigned in his aura and opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. The 4th level of the spiritual stream realm. Indeed, low-grade spirit stones are remarkable treasures. With a sufficient supply, I could ascend a realm in mere seconds. Emerging from the nameless treasure tower, Lu Ren opened his eyes to the outside world. His aura had undergone a monumental transformation in just a second, skyrocketing from the 3rd to the 4th level of the spiritual stream realm. Were others to learn that Lu Ren had broken through in a mere second, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. After all, absorbing low-grade spirit stones and refining true qi requires time. Without 10 days to half a month, it is difficult to elevate one's realm, as for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That demands even more time. Lu Ren's cultivation speed, despite his inferior bloodline, was undoubtedly terrifying. If only I had more low-grade spirit stones. However, having just ascended a realm, I need to consolidate my position through martial arts and practical experience. Just as Lu Ren stood up, he heard a knock at the courtyard door. Shortly after, a clear and melodious voice called out, "Is junior brother Lu Ren there?" Lu Ren rose and opened the door to reveal a delicate young woman clad in outer sect training attire, her face adorned with a charming smile. "Who are you?" Lu Ren inquired curiously. The girl's south eyes turned into crescent moons as she replied, "I am Lan Shi. You may call me senior sister Lan Shi." "What brings you here?" Lu Ren asked, puzzled. Lan Shi took the initiative to link her arm with Lu Ren's, leading him into the courtyard before closing the door behind them. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she shyly said, "Junior brother Lu Ren, I fear you may laugh at me, but my mother has been urging me to find a partner in the Qingyun sect. However, my bloodline talent is mediocre, and my strength is merely at the 5th level of the spiritual stream realm after 2 years as an outer sect disciple. None of the senior brothers are interested in me, and I believe you and I are the most compatible. Though you possess an inferior bloodline with limited potential, at least you are a disciple of a saintess, and I would not despise you. What do you think? Senior sister Lan Shi, I am already devoted to someone else. You might as well seek another." Lu Ren casually declined, inwardly cursing. "Was I living off your family's rice with my inferior bloodline?" Upon hearing Lu Ren's refusal, Lan Shi was taken aback. "Junior brother Lu Ren, as someone with an inferior bloodline, no woman would ever look at you. The outstanding female disciples in the sect only have eyes for those with 5th or 6th grade bloodlines. Senior sister, please leave. I still need to cultivate." Lu Ren gestured for her to leave, losing patience with the conversation. Lan Shi's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Lu Ren, do not be ungrateful. You, with your inferior bloodline, would not have reached the spiritual stream realm if not for your good fortune in obtaining the inheritance of the ancient emperor Tu. I am being gracious to you, yet you show no gratitude. Watch how I deal with you." Swish, as she spoke, Lan Shi produced a long sword from her hand, the blade glistening with venom, resembling a viper as it lunged toward Lu Ren's chest. "You seek death." Lu Ren furrowed his brow, his foot stamping down fiercely, causing the ground to cave in. A powerful surge of dragon elephant true chi erupted, radiating an overwhelming dominance. With a swift motion, he drew the ghost-killing sword from his storage ring and swung it to block Lan Shi's strike. Then, Lu Ren's left fist shot out, shattering Mountain Fist. Lan Shi was momentarily startled. She had not anticipated that Lu Ren could withstand her strike. Reacting quickly, she unleashed a palm strike in return. Bang! The two forces collided, and while Lu Ren stood firm, Lan Shi was sent flying backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. Her complexion ashened, but a fierce, domineering force penetrated her body, leaving her feeling extremely uncomfortable. "Aren't you at the 3rd level of the spiritual stream realm? How did you reach the 4th level? This is bad." The information was wrong. Lan Shi's expression changed as she sensed danger. She leaped onto the courtyard wall, her figure darting away like a swallow, vanishing from Lu Ren's sight. What incredible speed! Lu Ren was taken aback and quickly leaped onto the wall, spotting Lan Shi fleeing down a mountain path. That moment, he noticed a figure approaching. Qin Yu, senior sister, was walking this way. "Qin Yu, stop her." Qin Yu had intended to find Lu Ren upon hearing he had returned to the sect. Upon hearing his call, her expression changed, and she immediately drew her long sword, thrusting it toward Lan Shi with the precision of plucking flowers while intoxicated. "Are you Qin Yu from the Qin family?" Lan Shi countered, raising her sword to defend but was forced back several steps. Her face clouded with anger. Had she not been injured by Lu Ren's punch, Qin Yu would not have been able to impede her. At that moment, Lu Ren surged forward, his sword darting like lightning, aiming for Lan Shi's back. Lan Shi spun around, parrying with her sword, but was again repelled, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. "Senior sister Qin Yu, you hold her off? I'll deal with her." Lu Ren advanced step by step toward Lan Shi. "Arrogant, do you think you can take me on?" A glint of anger flashed in Lan Shi's eyes. A mere inferior bloodline dared to challenge her to a one-on-one duel. She produced a pill, swallowing it to stabilize her internal injuries, while her true chi surged to the 5th level of the spiritual stream realm. With a flourish, she unleashed a sword strike, gathering a storm of sword energy into a 1 long blade of energy, as substantial as reality, slicing down toward Lu Ren. Despite her mediocre talent and a mere 4th grade bloodline, Lan Shi had diligently trained in swordsmanship, attaining profound comprehension. This strike, known as the 10,000 sword technique, was perfected to the point where it could merge countless sword energies into one, exploding instantaneously. difficult even for a 5th-level spiritual stream realm warrior to withstand. Lu Ran, unfazed, wielded the 7-killing sword and charged at Lan Shi, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that intertwined and swirled like a tempest, wind sweeping the clouds. This was the 5th move of the heavenly phenomenon sword technique, its power rivaling that of low-grade yellow sword techniques. Now that Lu Run had entered the spiritual stream realm, he could infuse true qi into it, manifesting sword energy. The sword energy coalesced into a storm, amplifying its might. Boom! The sword energy created by Lan Shi's 10,000 sword technique collided with the sword energy storm, shattering upon impact. The storm continued unabated, hurtling toward Lan Shi at breakneck speed. This is bad. Lan Shi's face paled as she thrust her sword into the storm, creating a tremendous explosion. Yet, rather than retreating, she advanced through the explosion, launching a series of palm strikes at Lu Ren. Lu Ren furiously activated the 8 trigrams palm to defend. Bang. Each time he blocked, he felt his strength waning, his figure continuously retreating. While his swordsmanship matched up against Lan Shi, in close combat, the disparity was too vast. A waste is indeed a waste, reduced to employing such inferior martial arts as the 8 trigrams palm. Lan Shi smirked coldly. The instant she repelled Lu Run, she drew a dagger, thrusting it toward his chest. The might of the dragon elephant? Lu Run roared, channeling the 4 spiritual streams within him, unleashing true qi that transformed into a dragon elephant shape, enveloping his body. The dagger struck the surface of Lu Ren's body but failed to pierce his true qi defenses. What kind of true qi is this? Lan Shi's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. She felt as though standing before a primordial beast rather than a mere human. Boom! Lu Ren's fist smashed into Lan Shi's abdomen. Pfft. Lan Shi collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, groaning in pain. Just as Lu Run prepared to close in, he saw Lan Shi raise her head, clutching a talisman, which she hurled at him. As the talisman soared through the air, the inscriptions ignited, flashing with violet light, transforming into a rampaging bolt of purple lightning, akin to a thunder dragon, charging toward Lu Run. This is bad. It's a 2nd-tier 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman. Junior brother Lu Run, be careful. Qin Yu's face paled. Yet, before she could finish her warning, the thunder dragon struck Lu Run, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying lightning enveloped Lu Ren entirely. Fool! No one I wish to kill can escape. Lan Shi cackled maniacally from the ground. This was a 2nd-tier 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman. Once activated, it could easily slay a 5th-level spiritual stream realm warrior. Although the intel was incorrect this time, she had still completed her mission to kill Lu Ren. Is that so? Then, a cold voice emerged from the thunderous explosion as a robust arm reached out, seizing her by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. How is this possible? Lan Shi stared at Lu Ren, disbelief etched across her face. At that moment, Lu Ren's outer sect disciple robe was shredded into tatters, his skin marked with charred remnants, yet he appeared unscathed by any fatal injuries. This was a 2nd-tier 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman. It should have killed him, yet it hadn't even seriously wounded him. Lu Ren tightened his grip on Lan Shi's neck, his voice icy. Who are you? I bear no grudge against you. Why seek my life? You will come to know who I am, Lu Ren, for others will come to kill you as well. Ha ha ha. Lan Shi laughed maniacally, before seemingly biting down on something in her mouth. Blood trickling from the corners as her head drooped. Lifeless. Lu Ren dropped her body, dusting off his hands, his expression grave. Who could be targeting him? Meanwhile, Qin Yu stood by, utterly stunned. Rumors had it that Lu Ren had received the ancient Emperor Tuashi's inheritance and cultivated a technique, breaking through to the 3rd level of the spiritual stream realm. Yet, the power he had just demonstrated seemed to indicate he was at the 4th level, and he had just slain a 5th-level spiritual stream realm warrior. Even the 2nd-tier 5-pattern thunder dragon talisman had failed to severely injure him. The true qi he had displayed sent shivers down her spine. After a long moment, Qin Yu regained her composure. Her voice filled with astonishment. Junior brother Lu Ren, what on earth happened? This senior sister attempted to kill me. I suspect she was acting under someone else's orders, Lu Ren replied coldly. The poison on her sword clearly indicated an intention to murder him. He had not made enemies within the Qingyun sect. Qin Yu's gaze shifted to Lan Shi as she approached to inspect the body, but found no clues. Then, she spotted a tattoo of the character Yin on Lan Shi's chest. Exclaiming in surprise, The Hall of Yin. She is an assassin from the Hall of Yin. Qin Yu continued to search Lan Shi's body and discovered a palm-sized notice hidden within her clothing. One side bore the words Hall of Yin, while the other read, The Hall of Yin commands. Eliminate the outer sect disciple Lu Run of the Qingyun sect, currently at the 3rd level of the spiritual stream realm. The Hall of Yin has issued a decree, Junior Brother Lu Run. It appears someone has hired an assassin from the Hall of Yin to kill you. Qin Yu exclaimed in shock. What is the Hall of Yin? Lu Ren inquired. Qin Yu replied angrily, The Hall of Yin is a notorious assassin organization in the Jiangyun Kingdom, committing all manner of evil. They accept only assassination contracts and would dare to target even those powerful in the Divine Sea realm as long as the price is right. However, the Hall of Yin has grown so audacious as to insert assassins within the Qingyun sect. Why haven't the 4 major sects eradicated the Hall of Yin? Lu Ren questioned, intrigued. If it were possible to eradicate them, the 4 major sects would have done so long ago. No one knows who leads the Hall of Yin, nor its headquarters. The only thing known is that every assassin bears a distinctive tattoo of the character. Qin Yu held up the notice, stating, typically, after the Hall of Yin's assassins eliminate their target, they attach the Hall of Yin notice to the victim's head. Once they accept a contract, they will always have a Hall of Yin notice on them. Could it be the Ghost Sword sect's doing? Lu Ren speculated silently. Qin Yu advised, Junior Brother Lu Ren, it would be wise to inform your master about this. The infiltration of assassins from the Hall of Yin into the Qingyun sect is no trivial matter. Lu Ren nodded, then clasped his hands together, saying, Senior Sister Qin Yu, had it not been for you, I might not have been able to deal with this assassin from the Hall of Yin. By the way, it seems you have also advanced to the 4th level of the spiritual stream realm. He sensed the fluctuations of energy emanating from Qin Yu, which were comparable to his own, indicating they were of similar realms. In just 3 months as an outer sect disciple, Qin Yu had ascended to the 4th level of the spiritual stream realm. Such rapid cultivation speed was astonishing. With a 6th grade bloodline, she was indeed formidable. Qin Yu nodded slightly, stating, with my talent and enough low-grade spirit stones, breaking through is not particularly challenging. Conversely, you managed to eliminate a 5th-level assassin from the Hall of Yin. Lu Ren chuckled, shrugging helplessly, it was merely luck. Pure luck. By the way, Junior Brother Lu Ren, I actually came to find you today because I have a request. Qin Yu shifted her tone. Senior Sister Qin, please feel free to speak. Lu Ren replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing Lu Ren's encouragement, Qin Yu directly stated, since you insist, I will not beat around the bush. I am from the Qin family of Luoan City. The leading family in the area. My father arranged a marriage for me since childhood, and the groom is the heir of the 2nd family, the Wu family. The engagement date is approaching. You can't be asking me to pretend to be your partner, can you? Lu Ren speculated, his expression turning incredulous. He waved his hands repeatedly, saying, I can't do that. If your father finds out, I fear he would slap me to death. Junior Brother, please hear me out. The heir of the Wu family, Wu Yonghao, is notorious for his misdeeds, having harassed virtuous women. My father has attempted to annul the engagement several times, but has been rejected by the head of the Wu family. Qin Yu's eyes blazed with anger as she recounted her predicament. Thus, my father thought it best for me to find someone to pose as my partner, and this way, the Qin family would have grounds to refuse the Wu family. But you need not seek me, Lu Ren replied, exasperated, unwilling to get entangled in this mess. I have few friends in the Qingyun sect. I initially planned to ask Wang Tong, but that guy is too useless for the Wu family to believe. Although you have an inferior bloodline, your strength is remarkable, sufficient to silence the Wu family. Qin Yu had one more reason for seeking Lu Ren's help, though she did not voice it. Lu Ren was a disciple of Yun Qingyao, and that status would lend credibility to her claim. Moreover, having witnessed Lu Ren's strength, she felt more reassured. Although Lu Ren possessed an inferior bloodline, his power was formidable. He would only be challenged by those with 6th grade bloodlines. However, before Lu Ren could hesitate any further, Qin Yu extended 2 slender fingers, stating, 20 low-grade spirit stones. 20 low-grade spirit stones? Lu Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Qin Yu to be so wealthy. 20 low-grade spirit stones were worth 400,000 copper coins. This Qin family was surely no ordinary clan, explaining Qin Yu's rapid cultivation. This is my condition. Do you agree? Qin Yu asked, noticing Lu Ren's astonishment. Agreed. Why not? It doesn't involve me doing much, Lu Ren chuckled in acceptance. Then it is settled. Qin Yu snapped his fingers and said, by the way, in a few days, I will come to find you. We shall visit the Qin family together. All right, Lu Ren nodded in agreement. Also, regarding the assassins sent by the Yama Palace to kill you, it would be prudent to inform your master as soon as possible. With your master's influence, he might be able to intimidate the Yama Palace. After speaking, Qin Yu turned and departed. Lu Ren gazed at the lifeless body of Lan Shi, promptly relaying this matter to Yun Qingyao. Upon learning that the Yama Palace had issued a death warrant against Lu Ren, and that their assassins had disguised themselves as outer disciples of the Qingyun sect, Yun Qingyao was immediately incensed. The wrath of a saintess is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Having just taken on a disciple who narrowly escaped death, it was intolerable for anyone. The following day, the entire Qingyun sect began to verify the identities of its disciples. Anyone bearing the Yama tattoo was to be executed on the spot. Indeed, 3 assassins were discovered among the outer and inner sects and were swiftly eradicated by the elders of the Qingyun sect. The 3 major sects, Lihua sect, Taijian sect, and Huangdao sect, upon learning of the Yama Palace's infiltration, also initiated their own investigations, uncovering several assassins. They had never anticipated that the Yama Palace would audaciously embed assassins within their ranks. The failed assassination attempt on Lu Ren also indirectly resulted in the Yama Palace losing over a dozen assassins, inflicting a heavy toll on them. Chapter 0065. The Dragon Elephant Shocking Heaven Palm Disciple. All the spies inserted by the Yama Palace within our sect have been eliminated. You need not worry any longer, Yun Qingyao reassured. Master, could it be that Gu Yifan is behind this? Lu Ren inquired. Yun Qingyao frowned. Gu Yifan is not foolish enough to hire assassins to kill you. If my intuition serves me right, it is highly likely that it was the Chu family who acted. The Chu family? Chu Feiyang? Lu Ren exclaimed in surprise. Did you kill Chu Feiyang? Yun Qingyao asked. Lu Ren nodded, not concealing the truth. The Chu family painstakingly nurtured a genius, now a successor of the Ghost Sword. Had he not been slain by you, he would have undoubtedly reached the Divine Sea realm within 5 years. Now that he is dead, the Chu family will surely seek vengeance. However, after this incident, they should become more cautious. Yun Qingyao's brows remained furrowed. Just as Lu Ren was about to speak, a chill crossed Yun Qingyao's face as she said, should the Chu family persist in their reckless ways and continue to hire assassins from the Yama Palace to hunt you down, then the Chu family shall cease to exist. Hearing her words sent a shiver down Lu Ren's spine, while a warm current surged within him. Yun Qingyao was truly furious. Lu Ren had been forced to kill, and now enemies were knocking at their door, even hiring assassins from the Yama Palace. If not for her own status, she would have long desired to confront the Chu family for an explanation. Did they truly think they could provoke her disciple without consequence? After chatting for a while longer, Yun Qingyao advised Lu Ren to remain vigilant before taking her leave. Now, my bloodline is indeed inferior. If it were not for my master, the assassination attempt by the Yama Palace's assassins would likely not have stirred much commotion, Lu Ren thought to himself. However, I must hasten my cultivation. I cannot always rely on my master's protection. As for the Chu family, once my strength increases, I shall annihilate them. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Ren's eyes. If not for his recent advancement to the 4th level of the Lingxi realm, he would have been unable to withstand the ambush from the Yama Palace's assassins. After Yun Qingyao departed, Lu Ren settled down and reflected on the previous battle, realizing that his close combat martial arts were still too weak. Although Lan Shi was at the 5th level of the Lingxi realm, her true energy was not inferior to his. Yet, her palm techniques far surpassed his Zhunshan fist. The outcome of their clash was a clear indication of this disparity. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon Talisman was indeed formidable. If only I had spirit stones, I could have cultivated the first technique of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the Dragon Elephant Shocking Heaven Palm. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ren's eyes widened in realization. He could now absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and cultivating martial arts no longer required spirit stones, in the space of the nameless pagoda. He could deplete his internal true energy and simply absorb the spiritual energy from the outside. Free spiritual energy should not be wasted. After training for over 3 days in the nameless pagoda, his internal true energy would be exhausted, yet merely a quarter of an hour of absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside would replenish it. This meant that for every day spent absorbing the spiritual energy outside, he could train for a year within the nameless pagoda. Even without spirit stones, he could still cultivate the first technique of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the Dragon Elephant Shocking Heaven Palm. The image of the Dragon Elephant Shocking Heaven Palm materialized in Lu Ren's mind. This palm technique, A low-grade yellow-class ancient martial art, once perfected, would be comparable to a high-grade yellow-class technique. Cultivating ancient martial arts did not require any bloodline talent. At this moment, Lu Run spread his legs apart, assuming a horse stance, channeling his true energy into his legs to stabilize his form, and began to strike with his palms continuously as he executed the palm technique. He felt as if he were an ancient dragon elephant. With each strike, his muscles were taut, merging with his true energy to unleash astonishing power. This palm technique must be paired with the dragon elephant true energy. Without it, even if taught to others, they would never be able to master it. Dragon elephant shocking heaven palm. Lu Ren stood firm in his stance, accumulating true energy before swiftly unleashing his palm imprint. However, in the initial stages of his training, as he summoned his true energy to execute the imprint, he found that it lacked the expected force, barely delivering the strength of an ordinary strike. After all, this was a low-grade yellow-class ancient martial art. With Lu Ren's comprehension, mastering it in a short time was no simple task. Thus, he practiced repeatedly until his true energy was entirely expended before emerging from the nameless pagoda to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a continuous supply of true energy. After 5 years of training within the nameless pagoda, Lu Ren finally reached the entry-level proficiency of the dragon elephant shocking heaven palm. Yet he was still some distance from achieving small success. In the 5 years spent in the nameless pagoda, he had only absorbed 5 days' worth of spiritual energy from the outside. Although he had not relied on spirit stones to remain in the pagoda, achieving entry-level proficiency in just 5 days was indeed remarkable. Even his master, Yun Qingyao, a genius with a 7th-grade bloodline, could not have mastered a low-grade yellow-class martial art in such a short time. Let me see how strong this palm strike is with my current strength. Lu Ren emerged from the nameless pagoda, absorbed some heavenly essence to replenish his internal true energy, and made his way to the center of the courtyard. Standing before a stone tablet. This tablet was no ordinary one. It was crafted from diamond dragon rock, exceptionally sturdy, and served to gauge a martial artist's strength. Dragon elephant shocking heaven palm. Lu Ren followed a rhythmic pace and charged forward, taking several steps, each one channeling true energy from his lower body and ultimately pouring it into his right palm, unleashing it with tremendous force. Though it was but a single palm strike, it drew upon the full strength of his muscles and true energy, resulting in a staggering display of power. Boom! The palm struck the towering stone tablet, and he quickly retracted his hand. Lu Ren then observed a deep palm imprint appearing on the surface of the tablet, measuring at least 2 inches deep. Impressive! Lu Ren marveled inwardly. Previously, a full-force strike from him could barely leave a 1-inch imprint. Yet this strike had doubled that depth, and he had merely reached entry-level proficiency. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Lu Ren exhaled a breath of frustration, withdrawing his aura before proceeding to open the courtyard door. Junior brother Lu Ren. The visitor was none other than Qinyu. Sister Qinyu, please come in. Lu Ren smiled, inviting Qinyu into the courtyard. Upon entering, Qinyu casually glanced around and her gaze landed on the stone tablet, where she noticed the 2-inch deep palm imprint, her fair face displaying an expression of astonishment. Junior brother Lu Ren, did you make that palm imprint? Qinyu asked, utterly surprised. Each outer disciple's courtyard possessed such a stone tablet, and she frequently used it to gauge her own strength. Having just perfected a mid-grade yellow-class martial art, even she had not managed to leave such a deep imprint. Chapter 0066. Pretending to be a couple. Yes, I just struck that, Lu Ren affirmed. Revealing nothing. Your strength, our realms are the same. Could it be you have cultivated a mid-grade yellow-class martial art? But aren't you of an inferior bloodline? Qinyu questioned, puzzled. I have inherited the ancient emperor's legacy. Along with the martial arts he imparted, I've only just begun my training, Lu Ren replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, even with Qinyu's knowledge, she found it hard to believe that merely achieving entry-level proficiency could yield such power. Could it be that it was a low-grade mysterious class technique? However, Qinyu was unaware that although Lu Ren shared her realm, he was cultivating the high-grade mysterious class ancient technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, which was nearly unparalleled in strength at the same level. Junior brother Lu Ren, you truly have experienced a remarkable fortune, Qinyu exclaimed, then continued, Junior brother, I just received news from my father that the Wu family has been pressuring our Qin family. We must return to the Qin family immediately. My father is preparing our engagement banquet. Engagement? Lu Ren was taken aback. Is there a problem? Qin Yu responded nonchalantly. It's merely an engagement. When the time is right, we can annul it. She felt no sense of unease. For her, matters of romance were of little concern. Her sole focus was on cultivating her skills, aspiring to catch up with her mentor, Yun Qingyao. Thus, resolving these troublesome matters in the most straightforward and effective manner seemed ideal. All right. Lu Ren nodded, choosing to say no more. If even Qin Yu did not care about her reputation, there was no need for him. A man, to be overly sentimental. Immediately, Qin Yu led Lu Ren away from the Qingyun sect. Along the journey, Lu Ren learned extensively about Luoan City from Qin Yu. Situated in the southwestern direction of Jiangyan Kingdom, Luoan City was one of the most prosperous cities among the 10 major cities of the kingdom, having produced numerous powerful beings in the Divine Sea realm, including one of the 7 great masters of Jiangyan Kingdom. As the foremost family in Luoan City, the strength of the Qin family was evident. Thus, as they traveled by horse-drawn carriage, the two engaged in lively conversation, heading towards Luoan City. In the meeting hall of the Chu family in Luoan City, the family head, Chu Hong, received alarming news. Patriarch, we have just received word that the assassination attempt by the Yama Palace has failed. Furthermore, all the spies they had embedded within the Qingyun sect have been eradicated due to this failure. An elder reported, his expression grim. What is going on? The assassins of the Yama Palace have never failed. A Yama decree ensures death. How could they fail to eliminate even a waste? Chu Hong's expression darkened severely. They had spent a staggering 10 million copper coins to enlist the Yama Palace's services, nearly exhausting half their family's resources, only to face a failed assassination. Suddenly, a shadowy figure clad in black appeared mysteriously at the entrance of the meeting hall. Who goes there? Chu Hong and the assembled elders were taken aback, their gazes fixated on the figure. The black-clad individual revealed only a pair of piercing hawk-like eyes, exuding a formidable presence. The fact that this person could effortlessly infiltrate the Chu family's stronghold and reach the meeting hall indicated remarkable prowess. Patriarch Chu, the failure of this assassination is a disgrace to our Yama Palace. However, rest assured, once the Yama decree is issued, it cannot be retracted. The figure intoned coolly, surely, the failure of your assassination has alarmed the saintess? She won't trace it back to us, will she? Chu Hong's face turned pale with dread. Had the assassination succeeded, it would have been fine, but with the failure, the opposing party now knew it was the Yama Palace's assassins. Given the saintess Yun Qingyao's modus operandi, it was highly likely she would uncover that he had hired the Yama Palace's assassins. As long as you deny it, the saintess will not suspect you. However, your misinformation regarding the target's strength, which led to our failure, requires you to pay us an additional 500,000 copper coins, the black-clad figure declared. What? 500,000 copper coins? Chu Hong's face turned a ghastly shade. For the Chu family, 500,000 was no small sum. However, there was no turning back for Chu Hong. Gritting his teeth, he nodded, very well, I will send the money to the usual place. Excellent. We will arrange another assassination. Just await our good news. The Yama Palace values credibility above all. As long as you pay, the Yama decree will never be rescinded. Anticipate our good news. After speaking, the shadowy figure vanished into thin air before the Chu family's members. May the Yama Palace's assassins succeed this time in eliminating Lu Ren. Chu Hong's expression darkened ominously. The Chu family had already invested 15 million copper coins in their pursuit of Lu Ren. Rest assured, Patriarch, I guarantee that the Yama Palace will succeed in killing Lu Ren this time. One of the Chu family elders reassured, on what basis do you say that? Chu Hong inquired. The Yama Palace's failure in this assassination attempt likely stemmed from erroneous intelligence, compounded by the loss of over a dozen assassins due to this failure. The Yama Palace will not let Lu Ren escape, the elder analyzed. Chu Hong nodded, his expression turning vicious as he declared, Lu Ren, you have slain my son and broken the backbone of the Chu family. I will make you pay a heavy price. At this moment, Lu Ren, accompanied by Qin Yu, had already entered Luoan City. True to its reputation as a major city in Jiangyan Kingdom, Luoan City was bustling with activity, the streets teeming with people, each exuding a strength that seemed to reach the Lingxi realm. This was indeed a grand city. Lu Ren couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Luoan, today happens to be the day of our gathering in Luoan City. The Wanbao Pavilion will be particularly lively. Perhaps we can find some valuable cultivation resources. Would you be interested in taking a look? Qin Yu turned to Lu Ren and asked. Absolutely, Lu Ren nodded. Every city hosted gatherings akin to markets. bustling with activity on such days. It was vibrant and lively. Liu Ren sought to explore the trading houses for rare resources to aid his body refinement, aiming to step into the second layer of the body refining technique. Steel bones. Had it not been for his formidable dragon elephant true energy during the battle with Lan Shi, he would have sustained serious injuries from a direct hit by the Thunder Dragon Talisman. Before long, they navigated through the bustling streets and entered the Wanbao Pavilion. Rather than a mere building, Wanbao Pavilion was a trading market encompassing various sectors, including elixir markets, talisman markets, spiritual weapon markets, rare resource markets, auction markets, and combat markets. Essentially, Wanbao Pavilion was a world for martial artists. Moreover, within the pavilion, copper coins held no value. They only accepted low-grade spirit stones. Thus, one needed to exchange copper coins for low-grade spirit stones at large money houses before venturing into Wanbao Pavilion. Liu Ren gazed in awe at the opulent structures within the Wanbao Pavilion. Junior brother Liu Ren, do you have anything in mind to purchase? Qin Yu inquired. Let's take a look around first. Liu Ren replied. Qin Yu nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing faintly as she took the initiative to grasp Liu Ren's hand. Startled by the coolness of her palm, Liu Ren exclaimed, Sister, what are you doing? Qin Yu felt her face grow warm, this being her first time holding a man's hand. Since we are pretending to be a couple, we must play our roles convincingly. Otherwise, the Wu family may not believe us. Qin Yu said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Chapter 0067. The Wu family's young scion Liu Ren turned to look at Qin Yu, whose skin was as fair as snow, on her typically aloof face. A hint of blush added an enchanting allure. Liu Ren never anticipated that his aloof senior sister would possess such a side. However, Qin Yu's expression quickly returned to normal as she said, Junior brother Liu Ren, do not overthink it. We are merely pretending to be a couple, nothing more. Thus, the two strolled hand in hand through the talisman market of Wanbao Pavilion. On either side of the market, numerous shops displayed an array of talismans. The bustling crowd and the cacophony of vendors' shouts filled the entire market with a lively atmosphere. Liu Ren developed a keen interest in the talismans and couldn't help but examine a stall. Aren't those disciples from Qin Yun's sect? Should I purchase a talisman? It could prove invaluable in a critical moment. A vendor's eyes lit up upon seeing Liu Ren and Qin Yu, and he eagerly approached to introduce his wares. Liu Ren picked up a talisman, palm-sized, with yellow paper and intricate purple runes that twisted and turned in complexity. Is this the Thunder Dragon Talisman? How much does it cost? Liu Ren inquired. 10 low-grade spirit stones. The vendor replied with a smile. 10 low-grade spirit stones? Liu Ren returned the Thunder Dragon Talisman to its place, slightly taken aback. The vendor continued, What's the matter? Are you two not planning to buy one? No, thank you. Liu Ren waved his hand and continued to wander, exclaiming, These talismans are indeed expensive. The talisman master must be raking in profits. 10 low-grade spirit stones equate to 200,000 copper coins. Just thinking about how the assassins from the Underworld Hall spent 200,000 copper coins to kill me makes my scalp tingle. Ordinary talisman masters are not particularly remarkable. The cost of crafting talismans is not low. However, if one can become a formidable talisman master, the rewards are indeed substantial, and their status is elevated. Yet, exceptional talisman masters are exceedingly rare, Qin Yu remarked. Sister Qin Yu, does your Qin family have any skilled talisman masters? Liu Ren asked. Qin Yu nodded. My Qin family has a third-tier talisman master who can craft third-tier 7-pattern talismans. Why? Are you considering becoming a talisman master? I am somewhat interested, Liu Ren replied with a smile. Junior brother Liu Ren, I advise you to abandon that thought. You possess a wasteland bloodline, and it was not easy for you to step into the spiritual stream realm. You should focus your time on cultivation. Compared to martial arts, the time expenditure for talisman crafting is significantly greater, and the threshold is much higher. Qin Yu cautioned. In her youth, she was also very interested in talisman crafting and even sought out Master Lu from her Qin family to teach her the craft. However, she soon discovered it to be exceedingly time-consuming, far beyond the ordinary measure. It took Master Lu nearly 50 years of cultivation in talisman crafting to reach the 3rd tier, effectively investing the better part of his life into it. Just a passing interest, Liu Ren stated. If he indeed possessed a talent for talisman crafting, perhaps it was worth a try. If successful, he could produce powerful talismans that would yield a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones, which in turn could buy him more time. Eventually, money could generate more money. Very well, once we return to the Qin residence, I will introduce you to Master Lu. Qin Yu nodded. As they walked hand in hand, chatting amiably like an inseparable couple, their attire as outer disciples of Qingyun's sect attracted numerous curious gazes. Isn't that the eldest lady of the Qin family, Qinyu? Why is she holding hands with another man? Isn't Qinyu engaged to the young master Wu Yonghao of the Wu family? That Wu Yonghao is notoriously known as a scoundrel in Luoan City. The Qin family surely does not wish for Qinyu to marry him. I heard that Qinyu has found a companion in Qingyun's sect. If I am not mistaken, it must be that young man. That fellow looks rather ordinary. How could he possibly be worthy of the esteemed eldest lady of the Qin family? She is the most beautiful woman in Luoan City and a genius with a 6th-grade bloodline. As the crowd murmured, their eyes turned to Lu Run, who appeared nothing more than an inconspicuous passerby, outshone by his comrades in every regard except for his outer disciple attire. Thus, Lu Run accompanied Qinyu as they wandered from the talisman market to the pill market and then to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures market. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures market was the largest in Wanbao Pavilion, encompassing a vast array of cultivation resources. Not only could one purchase resources, but one could also trade items, exchanging their own heavenly materials and earthly treasures for resources. Heavenly spirit grass. Consuming this grass can enhance your martial arts cultivation speed for an hour. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Ghost Eye Leaf. Consuming this grass sharpens your vision, allowing you to see up to 100 meters. The vendor's calls echoed around them. Lu Ren's gaze then fell upon a fiery spirit herb. This is Fire Blaze Herb. Consuming this herb infuses your body with potent energy, igniting it like a raging fire. Perfect for tempering the body. This herb is one of the essential materials for me to achieve a steel-like physique. I only need one more black iron herb. Once I collect these 2 herbs, I will attain a steel-like body, making me impervious to blades and ordinary weapons. Sister Qinyu, could you assist me in purchasing that spirit herb and put it on your tab? Lu Ren pointed to the Fire Blaze herb. Qinyu nodded slightly and asked the vendor, how much for the Fire Blaze herb? Oh, it's the eldest lady of the Qin family. I'll give you a discount. The original price is 5 low-grade spirit stones, but I'll sell it to you for 4. The vendor replied with a slight smile. Thank you. Qinyu handed over 4 low-grade spirit stones to the vendor. The vendor accepted the spirit stones and handed the Fire Blaze herb to Lu Ran, looking at him with a hint of envy. You little pretty boy, how dare you snatch a woman from me? Do you seek death? Just as Lu Ren accepted the Fire Blaze herb, an angry voice rang out from a distance. The crowd's gaze shifted as they turned to see a tall, exceptionally handsome young man approaching, his eyes slightly sunken, accompanied by several lackeys, their faces displaying an eager anticipation. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Wu family scoundrel Wu Yonghao has arrived. Everyone in Luoan City knew of the betrothal between Qinyu and Wu Yonghao. Now, before the eyes of all, Qinyu was not only holding hands with Lu Run, but had also taken out 4 low-grade spirit stones to buy a spirit herb for him. Wasn't this a slap in the face for Wu Yonghao? Wu Yonghao had heard the news and rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, his anger flared. Qinyu, I am not your man. If you dare to speak nonsense again, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Qinyu's countenance turned cold as she retorted, I brought Lu Run here to stroll. I anticipated you would cause trouble. However, this is better, preventing a scene at the betrothal feast. Tomorrow is the betrothal feast. If you bring a genius, I, Wu Yonghao, will tolerate it. But what is this? You bring a nobody, with an ordinary appearance and merely in the 4th layer of the spiritual stream realm. Wu Yonghao said coldly. He had no regard for Lu Run, believing Qinyu had found an inner disciple genius, only to discover it was someone even beneath him, which he could hardly endure. I may not be anything remarkable, but I am still better than you 2nd-generation heir, Lu Run scoffed. And what of being a 2nd-generation heir? I am fortunate enough to be born into this position. Do you have a problem with that? Even to buy a spirit herb, you require a woman to pay. Wu Yonghao declared haughtily, unabashedly flaunting his status as the son of Wu family, the 2nd most powerful family in Luoan City. Chapter 68. A single palm defeats. The pressure from Wu Yonghao was palpable, and many in the crowd felt discomfort yet could not help but acknowledge the truth in his words. He had a powerful father, the head of Luoan City's 2nd family. Just this status alone was enough to make it difficult for many to surpass in a lifetime. Yet, Lu Ran merely smiled and taunted, I am Lu Ran, disciple of the Saintess Yun Qingyao. What are you? What? The declaration stunned everyone present, disbelief etched on their faces. They had never imagined that Qinyu's companion was Lu Ran, the one rumored to have a wasteland bloodline. who only entered the spiritual stream realm due to a fortuitous encounter with the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Yet this so-called wasteland bloodline had an extraordinary master, the Saintess of Jiangyan Kingdom, a figure of remarkable status. Not even the Wu family could compare to a saintess. You are Lu Ren? Wu Yonghao's eyes reddened with rage. Indeed. Lu Ren nodded, a cold smile on his lips. While you may have been fortunate in your birth, my luck is equally favorable. I have the Saintess as my mentor. Since agreeing to accompany Qin Yu, he had anticipated encountering trouble. If this Wu Yonghao sought a confrontation, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. In this world, strength reigns supreme, so you are the one relying on the Saintess to kill Zhu Feiyang. I had a good rapport with Zhu Feiyang, and today I seek vengeance on his behalf. Wu Yonghao declared coldly. Wu Yonghao, do not meddle in my affairs with Zhu Feiyang. If you dare to make a move, do not blame me for being merciless. Qin Yu warned icily. This Lu Ren is merely a waste. How can you protect him so fiercely? He is nothing but a waste who only entered the spiritual stream due to a lucky encounter. Wu Yonghao sneered, glaring at Lu Ren. Lu Ren, do you dare to battle me now? Wu Yonghao, if you wish to fight, come at me. Qin Yu interjected, standing protectively in front of Lu Ren, furious. Though Wu Yonghao was a second-generation heir, he was no slouch. He possessed a fifth-grade bloodline and had grown up in an environment filled with resources. His martial skills were formidable, and should they duel, Lu Ren might not be able to defeat him. However, Wu Yonghao ignored Qin Yu, fixating on Lu Ren. Lu Ren, do you dare to fight me? If you challenge me today, I will challenge you again at tomorrow's betrothal feast. If you win today, I will refrain from causing a scene at the feast, but if you lose, you must leave quietly. You are unworthy of Your actions at the feast are of no concern to me, Lu Ren replied with a chuckle. After pondering for a moment, he added, however, if you wish to fight me, I have a condition. If I win, you owe me 100 low-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Wu Yonghao's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by Lu Ren's audacity. Even the surrounding crowd was astonished by Lu Ren's boldness. 100 low-grade spirit stones equated to 2 million copper coins. Even for Wu Yonghao, gathering such an amount was not a simple task. Moreover, where did Lu Ren derive his confidence to challenge Wu Yonghao? Although Wu Yonghao was not a disciple of the 4 major sects, he had trained in several minor sects and, at just 24 years of age, had reached the 5th layer of the spiritual stream realm, mastering various advanced martial techniques. Whether it's 100 or 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, what does it matter? Let us head to the dual market, Wu Yonghao retorted coldly, no need. The battle will end swiftly. Lu Ren replied with a smile. Throughout their journey, Lu Ren had been sitting in the carriage, refining the dragon elephant tremor palm to perfection, its power exceeding that of an entry-level technique by more than double. Defeating a 5th-layer spiritual stream realm warrior was a trivial task. Arrogant, Wu Yonghao bellowed, unleashing the aura of a 5th-layer spiritual stream realm warrior. The crowd instinctively parted, creating space. Boom! Wu Yonghao charged at Lu Ren, delivering a crushing punch aimed squarely at his face. Roar! This punch resonated like a giant elephant's roar, and behind him, an immense phantom of a standing elephant materialized, exuding an astonishing force. Elephant Sky Fist. This was a mid-grade yellow martial technique known for its overwhelming power, capable of shattering a small mountain with a single blow. It was a signature move of the Wu family, and Wu Yonghao had mastered it to perfection. How could Lu Ren, merely in the 4th layer of the spiritual stream realm and a wasteland bloodline, possibly withstand such a strike? The crowd gasped in astonishment. While Wu Yonghao was notorious in Luoan City, none questioned his strength. He was undoubtedly among the elite of his generation. With calm determination, Lu Ren bent slightly, channeling the divine elephant's true energy from his feet, combining it with the power of his physique to form a mighty palm print that he struck forward with great force. Roar! The sound of a dragon elephant roaring echoed as the powerful palm print surged forth, carrying the weight of destruction towards Wu Yonghao. Boom! Lu Ren's palm print collided violently with Wu Yonghao's fist, unleashing a torrent of true energy that pushed back the spectators, causing them to stagger back several steps, their blood surging. The items on the stalls nearby tumbled and scattered from the shockwave. Bang! In the eyes of the onlookers, the phantom of the divine elephant shattered under the impact, and Lu Ren's palm print struck Wu Yonghao with an unstoppable force. Wu Yonghao let out a pained scream, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing into a stall, His chest caved in and several ribs likely broken, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Everyone present was utterly stunned. Wu Yonghao, a fifth-layer spiritual stream realm warrior wielding a mid-grade yellow martial technique, had been defeated by Lu Run with a single punch. How could a wasteland bloodline like you possibly unleash such powerful martial skills? Wu Yonghao raged, his eyes wide with disbelief as blood continued to spill from his mouth. The wasteland bloodline was only supposed to cultivate low-grade human techniques. Yet Lu Ren's punch felt as if a primordial beast had struck, leaving him no thought of resistance. Moreover, Lu Ren's blow had rendered him incapable of further fighting, leaving him powerless to continue. Wu Yonghao, a fifth-layer spiritual stream warrior with a fifth-grade bloodline, had been defeated by someone of a lesser realm in a single move. Chapter 69. The Talisman Treasure Guide. Qin Yu was equally astonished. Lu Ren's previous strike seemed even more powerful than the one he had executed against the stone tablet. Even she felt uncertain about the next confrontation. That palm strike was simply too formidable. At this moment, several of Wu Yonghao's guards rushed over to help him up. Liu Ran offered a cold smile and extended his hand, saying, Wu Yonghao, I do not require the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just give me 200 low-grade spirit stones. Wu Yonghao was nearly driven to the brink of madness, nearly spitting blood. 200 low-grade spirit stones were no trifling sum, and he had none on hand. He never expected to be defeated by someone of a lower realm. Hearing Wu Yonghao's words, Lu Run stepped forward, taunting him. What? The esteemed young master of the second family in Luoan City cannot possibly be a deadbeat? Everyone here has heard. I am already being quite generous by not demanding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that the young master of the Wu family is truly going to default on his debt? However, 200 low-grade spirit stones were also not easily produced by the young master of the Wu family. Many began to jeer. Wu Yonghao had not been shy about flaunting his power in Luoan City, and the sight of him being humbled brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers. Wu Yonghao's face flushed with anger as he retorted, 200 low-grade spirit stones? Who says I can't produce them? He immediately rummaged through his storage ring but found only 160 low-grade spirit stones. He tossed the bag containing 160 low-grade spirit stones to Lu Ran and declared, Here are 160. I will give you the remaining 40 in a few days. That works. Lu Ran nodded in agreement, having no objections. Wu Yonghao was unlikely to default on the remaining 40 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yu approached calmly and said, Wu Yonghao, today's debts must be settled today. What reason is there to defer until another day? What if you refuse to repay? Hemph, as the esteemed young master of the Wu family, how could I possibly default on 40 inferior spirit stones? Wu Yonghao stuffed a healing pill into his mouth, stanching the blood that flowed from his chest. To prevent any future debts, pledge your valuable possessions to us. Qin Yu stated indifferently. Wu Yonghao snorted coldly, producing a book from his robe and tossing it to Qin Yu, saying, This is the symbolic treasure compendium, which I obtained from a secret realm. It contains numerous methods for crafting third-tier talismans. Consider it collateral. Tomorrow's engagement banquet. I shall redeem it. With that, he departed, assisted by his subordinates, in a rather dejected manner. Qin Yu casually flipped through the symbolic treasure compendium before handing it to Lu Ran, saying, Lu Ran, if Wu Yonghao repays you tomorrow, return this symbolic treasure compendium to him. Understood. Lu Ran nodded slightly, his spirits lifted, for 200 inferior spirit stones represented a substantial fortune to him. The two wandered around for a while longer before leaving the Wanbao Pavilion and heading toward the Qin residence. The Qin family estate, located in the heart of Luoan City, spanned dozens of acres, surrounded by heavily armed guards. Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, the guards immediately stepped forward, cupping their hands in salute, saying, We welcome the young lady's return. Lu Ran, let us enter. Qin Yu said, leading Lu Ran into the Qin residence. The first thing Qin Yu did was take Lu Ran to meet her father. Qin Guan. Liu Ran had expected Qin Guan to be a stern middle-aged man, but was pleasantly surprised to find him a handsome gentleman with a face like polished jade, always bearing a warm smile, making him quite approachable. Liu Ran, Yuer has mentioned you to me before. You need not worry about anything at tomorrow's engagement banquet. The Wu family is unlikely to cause any further trouble. Qin Guan assured, I understand. Lu Ran nodded. Father, Lu Ran is interested in talismans. I wish for him to apprentice under Master Lu. Qin Yu suddenly interjected. Qin Guan's eyes brightened. Lu Ran, though you possess a defective bloodline, you may still have talent in talismans. Come, I shall have Master Lu assess your abilities. Before long, Qin Guan led Lu Ren and Qin Yu to a grand pavilion. In the hall sat an elderly man with a head of silvery hair, seemingly in a state of meditation. As Qin Guan approached with the two, the old man slowly opened his eyes and remarked coolly, "Master, what brings you here?" "Master Lu, this is Lu Ren, a disciple of the Saintess, with a defective bloodline, wishing to become your apprentice in the art of talismans," Qin Guan said respectfully, gesturing toward Lu Ren. Master Lu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ren before stating, "He has a defective bloodline, and thus possesses no talent in the art of talismans. Master Lu, I hope to receive your guidance." Lu Ren clasped his hands in respect. Master Lu replied lazily, "To become a talisman master, one merely needs to observe their hands. Your palm does not align with the requirements of a talisman master. Rather, it contradicts them. In other words, your aptitude for talismans is akin to that of your martial prowess." This caught Qin Guan off guard, as he had not anticipated Master Lu's low assessment of Lu Ren. "Master, I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave," Master Lu said, rising and sweeping his sleeve as he departed like a gust of wind. Qin Guan looked apologetically at Lu Ren, saying, "Lu Ren, at tomorrow's engagement banquet, I expect there will be a commotion from a group of individuals. Master Lu will be embroiled in a fierce battle, which concerns the interests and reputation of our Qin family, so he likely won't have time for idle chatter. We can discuss things after the banquet. Uncle Qin, it was I who sought assistance. Perhaps I truly lack the talent for talismans," Lu Ren replied with a wry smile. "Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a master like Yun Qingyao take them on as a disciple. If an ordinary person were to be deemed talentless, they would surely not be accepted, tarnishing their reputation. Talent cannot be forced. The day is still early, so let Yuer show you around the estate," Qin Guan said with a warm smile before departing on his own. "Junior brother Lu Ren, would you like to explore a bit?" Qin Yu inquired. Lu Ren shook his head, saying, "Senior sister, I just received some spirit stones from Wu Yonghao and intend to focus on my cultivation." "Very well," Qin Yu nodded, arranging for Lu Ren to have a separate courtyard before taking her leave. She felt no desire to linger with Lu Ren, realizing that if she did not exert herself, she might soon find herself surpassed by him. Upon arriving at the separate courtyard, Lu Ren discovered it was imbued with a rich aura of spiritual energy, though it paled in comparison to the Qingyun sect. "With 160 inferior spirit stones, I can instantly break through to the 5th level of the spirit stream realm," Lu Ren mused. He then entered his room, clearing his mind as he accessed the nameless treasure tower. Placing the 160 inferior spirit stones before him, he circulated the dragon elephant prajna technique. The surrounding spirit stones began to shimmer with dense spiritual energy, gradually merging into his body. In just over 10 days, Lu Ren refined and absorbed 50 inferior spirit stones, successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit stream realm. His dantian now contained 5 channels filled with true energy. It took 50 inferior spirit stones to reach the 5th level. I shudder to think how many more will be required to ascend to the 6th and 7th levels. Lu Ren slowly opened his eyes, casually circulating his technique. The dragon elephant true energy surged within him, its intensity significantly amplified compared to before. If I were to face Wu Yonghao again, a single punch would be enough to defeat him. As for the remaining 110 inferior spirit stones, Lu Ren did not plan to continue pushing his cultivation. His rapid progress could lead to an unstable foundation. He required real combat experience to solidify his strength. Lu Ren then retrieved the symbolic treasure compendium and began to study it intently. It contained methods for crafting talismans ranging from 1st to 4th tier. The more he read, the more intrigued he became. It turned out that crafting talismans required a special talisman brush to draw energy from demonic cores, sketching runes onto talisman paper to create the talismans. The most challenging part of crafting talismans was drawing the runes, which needed to be fluid and seamless. Combined with the various intricate and ever-changing runes, any lack of precision could lead to failure. The compendium stated that talent in the art of talismans is secondary and not even particularly important. What truly matters is diligent practice. Skill is honed through repetition. Even those without innate talent can compensate through hard work. All renowned talisman masters are invariably elderly, having dedicated decades to their craft. With 110 inferior spirit stones remaining, I can afford to spend at least a century here before tomorrow's engagement banquet. In 100 years, I refuse to believe I cannot become a formidable talisman master. Lu Ren's face radiated confidence. Chapter 70. The engagement banquet. Lu Run fetched an ordinary brush and some clean water, beginning to practice on white paper. This was the simplest and most direct way to hone talisman skills. One needed only to use clean water to sketch the runes, ensuring completion before the water fully soaked into the paper. However, the runes were exceedingly complex. Each rune must be completed within a short time frame, or all prior efforts would be in vain. Generally, it would take 5 to 10 years of arduous training for someone to become a first-tier talisman master, while becoming a second-tier master could require around 20 years, and a third-tier master at least 30 years. Thus, Lu Ren practiced repeatedly, progressing from clumsiness to perfection in drawing first-tier runes, then second-tier, and finally third-tier runes. Eventually, Lu Ren had mastered all the runes detailed in the symbolic treasure compendium. After more than 100 days of monotonous practice, he transformed from an utter novice into a quasi-third-tier talisman master. Why quasi-third tier? Because he had yet to successfully craft an actual talisman. After finishing his training, Lu Ren collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Lu Ren. Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice rang out, startling him awake. He opened his eyes to see Qin Yu standing before him. That moment, Qin Yu had applied a touch of light makeup, her face like a canvas of elegance, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, captivating all who beheld her. "Senior sister, you look truly beautiful." Lu Ren couldn't help but compliment her. "Stop with the flattery." Qin Yu's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare, saying, "Let us hurry to the main hall. Many guests have already arrived." "All right." Lu Ren nodded, quickly changing into formal attire before following Qin Yu to the grand hall. Why now? The Qin residence was festooned with vibrant decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. The maids and servants donned fresh garments, bustling about with purpose. A variety of exquisite wines and delicacies adorned the tables. Outside the estate, guests arrived in succession, carrying gifts to present to the Qin family. As the foremost family in Luoan City, the Qin family was not only respected among local clans, but also drew the attention of families from neighboring cities, all eager to pay their respects. Those who arrived were, without exception, prominent figures of wealth and status. When Qin Yu and Lu Ren reached the main hall, they were promptly assigned by Qin Guan to receive guests at the entrance. The head of the Zhou family has arrived with his son from Luoan City. The head of the Li family has arrived with his daughter from Luoan City. With each announcement, Qin Yu engaged in polite conversation with the guests. The Wang family from Tianwu City has arrived at this. Lu Ren's eyes sparkled with recognition. Wang Ting actually came. Qin Yu smiled. With his personality, he wouldn't miss such an event. Just then, amid hearty laughter, Wang Ting swaggered over, pointing at Lu Ren. "Lu Ren, you truly are something. Even Qin Yu has fallen for you. Let us call it even on the copper coins you owe me. Consider it your wedding gift." Qin Yu shot Wang Ting a glare, causing him to pale. Retreating behind Lu Ren, "Qin Yu, I am now the first heir of the Wang family. Cut me some slack. Find a place to sit quietly." Qin Yu replied coldly. Wang Ting quickly complied, moving to the side, waiting for his steward to arrive before casually finding a seat. As time passed, guests continued to arrive, bringing their younger generations to exchange pleasantries with Qin Yu and Lu Ren before taking their seats. The head of the Wu family, Wu Fan, has arrived with his eldest son to offer congratulations. As the announcement rang out, several guests exhibited expressions of interest. The events that transpired at Wanbao Pavilion yesterday had spread like wildfire through Luoan City, and everyone was aware of the tale of how Qin Yu's fiancé, a supposed waste of a bloodline, had defeated Wu Yonghao in a single blow. Wu Fan, a tall and burly man clad in a dark green robe, approached. His son Wu Yonghao, bandaged yet looking considerably better. Yes, they stood before Qin Yu and Lu Ren. Wu Fan fixed Lu Ren with a cold stare, saying, "Do not think that you've risen to the occasion. The Qin family is not something you can aspire to. I appreciate your concern, Master Wu." Lu Ren replied politely. Wu Yonghao produced 40 inferior spirit stones, stating, "Lu Ren, please return the symbolic treasure compendium to me." Lu Ren took the spirit stones and handed the compendium back to Wu Yonghao. However, as many guests caught sight of the book in Wu Yonghao's hands, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. This was the symbolic treasure compendium, a coveted tome among all talisman masters, filled with powerful talismans. Goodness, the Wu family possesses the symbolic treasure compendium. That book could attract a formidable talisman master to their side. Many martial artists with knowledge of talismans exhibited fervent interest in the book. Especially notable was an elderly man in a white robe seated prominently, his eyes gleaming with desire. The symbolic treasure compendium was rumored to have been authored a century ago by the ghost talisman master, containing enigmatic runes far superior to those available on the market. As an esteemed steward of Wanbao Pavilion and the foremost talisman master in Luan City, Qiu Changren undoubtedly coveted the compendium. Noticing the shift in expressions among the guests, particularly the eagerness of Master Qiu, Wu Fan's lips curled into a smirk. Yonghao, you've done well, though think you thought to use the symbolic treasure compendium as collateral yesterday. Otherwise, I would have struggled to justify bringing it here today. Today was not just an engagement banquet. A talisman competition was also scheduled, drawing numerous talisman masters to the event. Wu Yonghao beamed with pride, saying, "Father, I am adaptable and resourceful. I didn't let you down at a critical moment. Well done," Wu Fan said, patting his son's head before taking their seats. However, Wu Yonghao grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain in his chest, vowing, "But I won't let Lu run off easily, nor will I allow that Qinyu to escape. She shall be mine." Wu Fan chuckled, "Rest assured, in today's talisman competition, Lu Shi is bound to lose. With the Qin family losing that opportunity, how will they compete with our Wu family in the future? Master Lu's talisman skills are certainly no slouch. In Luan City, only Master Qiu can match him," Wu Yonghao remarked. Wu Fan replied, "Lu Shi's skills are indeed impressive, but the Su family will undoubtedly intervene. They will surely hire a talisman master to defeat Lu Shi. At that point, I could even use the symbolic treasure compendium to entice the Su family." Wu Yonghao grinned, his gaze fixating on Qinyu with a greedy glint, already envisioning her in a compromising position. "The head of the Chu family has arrived," as the announcement echoed. A middle-aged man approached to greet Qinyu and Lu Ren casually before finding a seat. However, as he glanced at Lu Ren, a flicker of coldness crossed his features. He had only just learned that the one engaged to Qinyu was none other than Lu Ren, the one who had killed his son. Yet, this was advantageous for him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lu Ren had offended the Wu family, who would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. Furthermore, with Lu Ren's whereabouts now exposed, the assassins of the Yama Temple would surely act again. Half an hour later, all the guests had arrived. Qin Guan hurriedly walked into the hall, smiling broadly. "Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend my daughter's engagement banquet. Allow me to raise a toast to everyone." Qin Guan took a cup from the steward and drank first to honor the guests. All present raised their glasses and followed suit. "I hear your daughter's fiancé is a disciple of the Saintess Yun Qingyao. Why has the Saintess not come? Does she look down upon your Qin family?" Chu Hong suddenly interjected. Qin Guan forced an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. Lu Ren calmly spoke up. "Recently, I was targeted by assassins from the Yama Temple, and my master was furious. He is currently investigating this matter and has no time to attend today." Upon hearing this, Chu Hong's face went pale as he grasped the implication of Lu Ren's words. It was evident that both he and Yun Qingyao knew of his family's involvement. In an instant, the wine cup he held slipped from his fingers, crashing to the floor as panic washed over him. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that as long as he denied it, Yun Qingyao would have no evidence against him. "I see." Chu Hong smiled faintly, concealing the turmoil within, before producing a wooden box and saying, "This is a second-rank spirit cultivation pill, capable of fortifying one's foundation and refining one's true energy. Today is your engagement banquet, so I present this as a gift of congratulations." Although the second-rank spirit cultivation pill is not particularly rare, the Chu family, being a modest clan, cannot offer anything of greater value. Qin Guan waved his arm, signaling the butler to accept it. Subsequently, various families presented their gifts, which were mostly commonplace resources valued at a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. Only those families closely related to the Qin family bestowed more precious gifts. "Yuer, this is a 7-colored lotus seed I discovered in Silent Ridge. Consuming this seed can purge impurities from your body and aid in physical cultivation. I had intended to give it to you during our engagement, but let it serve as a congratulatory gift today," Wu Yonghao said with a slight smile, exuding great generosity. 7-colored lotus seed. TSK. This is a rare alchemical herb, quite valuable indeed. To simply offer it as a gift is astonishing. The Wu family is not lacking in wealth, and Wu Yonghao's gesture is clearly intended to flaunt before Lu Ren. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. "Wu Yonghao, this gift of yours is too precious." Qinyu frowned. She understood the appropriateness of the situation. The friendship between their families had not yet reached such heights. "Yuer, although you are engaged, you are not yet married, are you?" "I may have lost to Lu Ren yesterday, but he merely relies on the inheritance he obtained from the ancient Emperor Tuashi. In due time, he will surely digest that inheritance, and he will return to being worthless. Wu Yonghao replied with a smile, "Thus, your future husband remains me." At his words, the crowd erupted in commotion. It seemed that Wu Yonghao was indeed not ready to give up. "Yuer, since it is the Wu family's goodwill, you should accept it," Qin Guan said with a smile. Immediately, the butler stepped forward to receive the 7-colored lotus seed. Wu Yonghao's smile grew even brighter. In his view, gifting it to Qin Yu was insignificant, as she would eventually be his woman. He then turned his gaze to Lu Ran, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Lu Ran, today marks your engagement ceremony with Yuer. Have you prepared any gift for her?" He believed that Lu Ran could hardly present anything of value, given that yesterday's firegrass was worth only 5 low-grade spirit stones and was purchased by Qin Yu. What could Lu Ran possibly offer? Qin Yu furrowed her brow, anxiety gripping her heart as she worried for Lu Ran's dignity. She was aware of his background. Despite having the Holy Maiden as his master, he hailed from an ordinary lineage and could hardly produce any decent gifts. "Yuer will be my wife in the future. Whatever I give her is merely a formality, no need for me to stand on ceremony." Lu Ran replied with a calm smile. "What did you say?" Wu Yonghao, infuriated, nearly burst into a tirade. He had never encountered someone so audacious, so shameless. "What I choose to gift Yuer is none of your concern. This is a private matter between husband and wife, and it is not for you to meddle in." Lu Ran retorted coldly, "Yuan, you worthless fool. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Yuer?" Wu Yonghao trembled with rage, and had he not been restrained by Wu Fan, he might have lunged at Lu Ran to settle the score. "Enough of this nonsense," Wu Fan scolded, then raised his wine cup, forcing a smile as he said, "My son is unaware of decorum. I apologize to everyone here." Having said that, he downed his drink. "Head of the family, the Su family has arrived." At that moment, an elderly servant rushed in, flustered. A grave expression crossed Qin Guan's face. The anticipated had finally arrived. Everyone present felt a jolt of tension. The Su family of Tianwu City, the foremost family in the region, far surpassing the Qin family in strength, was well known for coming to claim the additional slot created by the Tsaming's secret realm. This slot would ultimately be contested between the Qin and Su families. Initially, the Su family intended for the younger generation to compete for the slot, but Su Sanjia, the heir of the Su family, was significantly stronger than Qin Yu, and Qin Guan naturally opposed this. In the end, both sides decided to send their respective talisman masters to compete in talisman crafting. The winner would claim the slot. The Tsaming's secret realm opens once every 5 years, with each family entitled to only one slot, which not only houses numerous fierce beasts but also countless treasures. Securing an additional slot means acquiring more resources. I have heard that your Qin family has recruited a waste-blooded son-in-law. Today, I am curious to see this so-called waste-blooded individual. A contemptuous voice echoed from afar. Chapter 0072. Talisman Crafting Competition. As the voice faded, a tall, strikingly handsome young man clad in purple and white arrived, accompanied by several others. His gaze was sharp, and his demeanor exuded arrogance, a presence that made ordinary people feel inferior. Su Sanjia, the heir of the Su family, had arrived. Given Su Sanjia's tone, it seemed he had no intention of offering congratulations. The crowd began to whisper. Among the 10 cities of Jiangyan country, overall strengths varied greatly. According to strength, some cities were classified as lower, middle, or upper tiers, with the royal city being distinct. Tianwu City and Luoan City were situated in the southwestern region of Jiangyan country. Luoan City was merely a lower-tier city, while Tianwu City was in the middle tier, and the Su family was the foremost family of Tianwu City. The Su family has finally arrived, Wu Fan thought with delight. Qin Guan approached, greeting Su Sanjia with a smile. "Ah, so it is Su Xianshi. Please, take a seat." "No need." Su Sanjia waved his hand dismissively, stating coolly, "I have no time to attend your engagement banquet, much less one with a waste-blooded individual." His disdain for Lu Ran was not merely due to the engagement with Qin Yu. He considered himself exceptionally gifted, and no ordinary woman could ever capture his interest. To him, only the Holy Maiden was worthy of his attention. However, the fact that the Holy Maiden had taken Lu Ran, a waste-blooded individual, as her disciple greatly displeased him. "Let us not waste time. Let the talisman competition commence." A young man in gray robes stepped forward. His expression was stern, and he wore a dark golden robe with 3 golden patterns around the collar. exuding an air of nobility. When all the talisman masters turned their gazes to the young man, their eyes flickered with astonishment. Could he be Huang Qiu? The Su family had actually enlisted Huang Qiu. It was said that Huang Qiu was a natural six-fingered prodigy, already a third-rank talisman master at the tender age of 28. Rumor had it that the talisman emperor intended to take him as a disciple, and once he became the talisman emperor's heir, he would likely soon advance to the fourth rank. As the talisman masters discussed, many were left in shock. The young man before them was indeed Huang Qiu, the recently renowned talisman crafting genius. Qin Guan's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated the Su family would be able to recruit Huang Qiu. He turned his gaze towards Master Lu, who was seated nearby, saying, "Master Lu, it rests on you." Master Lu stood up, nonchalantly responding, "He is merely a young upstart. True talisman crafting relies not on talent, but on decades of accumulated experience." Huang Qiu smiled slightly. "Let us not delay any longer. Let us begin." Su Sanjia stood to the side, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No one understood better than he the level Huang Qiu had achieved in talisman crafting. Soon, Qin Guan instructed his servants to bring forth a massive table, setting it up in the plaza before them, with 2 tables spaced 10 feet apart. Many talisman masters eagerly gathered around to watch. Most were first or second-rank talisman masters, and witnessing a duel between third-rank masters was an immense privilege. It was uncertain who would emerge victorious in the contest between Master Lu and Huang Qiu. Master Lu had dedicated nearly 40 years to talisman crafting, his experience unparalleled. Yet Huang Qiu's talent was extraordinary. Talent could indeed surpass hard work, it is true. In this world, possessing talent is paramount. Effort is of little consequence. In my opinion, Huang Qiu will likely craft the first talisman that will surpass Master Lu, the crowd murmured. "Old Qiu, who do you think will win?" Someone asked Old Qiu Changren, the honorary talisman master of the Wanbao Pavilion. "I have never seen Huang Qiu craft a talisman. I cannot make a rash judgment." Old Qiu Changren stroked his graying beard thoughtfully. "Huang Qiu is merely a rising star. Defeating an established master like Master Lu is no easy feat." Huang Qiu and Lu Shi faced each other at the table. "According to the rules, we will each craft our best 3 talismans, with a time limit of 1 incense stick per talisman. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Is that agreeable?" Huang Qiu inquired. "Agreed," Lu Shi nodded. "Watch as I crush you with my first talisman." Huang Qiu sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Shi. A deep green, sharply pointed brush floated before him. The brush shimmered with a faint aura, particularly the tip, which undulated in the air, as if attuned to the rhythm of the universe. "That is the Fuyo brush." A talisman master gasped in disbelief. The brush Huang Qiu produced was not an ordinary talisman brush, but the legendary Fuyo brush, one of the 10 famed brushes of Jiangyan country. It was said that the tip of the Fuyo brush was crafted from the feathers of the divine Dapeng bird. Using this brush not only increased the success rate of crafting talismans, but also enhanced their potency. No one had expected Huang Qiu to possess such a remarkable talisman brush. The Fuyo brush, no wonder he could become a third-rank talisman master at such a young age. It appeared Lu Shi was in for a challenge. Old Qiu Changren, the honorary talisman master of Wanbao Pavilion, also felt a tremor of shock, his face filled with astonishment. He possessed one of the 10 famed brushes as well, but it ranked lower than the Fuyo brush. Other talisman masters looked at the Fuyo brush with intense longing. Huang Qiu's display of the Fuyo brush had already given him an edge and momentum over Lu Shi. "This is troublesome." Qin Guan shook his head. Seeing his father's grave expression, Qin Yu also furrowed her brow. She understood that her father desperately wanted to secure another slot for the Tsangming secret realm. But with Huang Qiu revealing the Fuyo brush, it seemed Master Lu's chances of victory were slim. Unfazed by Huang Qiu's display of the Fuyo brush, Lu Shi remained indifferent, stating, "It is merely a talisman brush. I will show you that in the face of absolute strength, a Fuyo brush cannot decide the outcome." Upon finishing, Lu Shi produced a regular talisman brush. He then took out a demon core. Crushing it, releasing a surge of purple energy that radiated like ripples, he dipped his talisman brush into the energy, as if it were ink, and began to sketch on a piece of yellow talisman paper. Huang Qiu also began to draw, his movements flowing with grace, as if he and the Fuyo brush had become one. This level of skill drew gasps of admiration from the seated talisman masters. Lu Ren observed their techniques and shook his head. Although he had never truly crafted a talisman, 60 years of hard practice had endowed him with first-rate skills in talisman crafting. Even Huang Qiu paled in comparison. In contrast, Lu Shi's movements were more methodical and conventional. Crafting a talisman required continuous strokes. Any pause would result in failure. Yet, before half an incense stick had passed, Huang Qiu withdrew his brush, successfully crafting a third-rank 9-pattern lion flame talisman. What? Lu Shi's face changed. The brush in his hand trembled, and the half-finished talisman he had been drawing erupted violently, causing his arm to bleed profusely. The talisman brush flew from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He had never anticipated that Huang Qiu would successfully craft a third-rank 9-pattern lion flame talisman in less than half an incense stick's time. This turn of events shattered his focus, leading to his failure. Lu Shi's attempt to craft the talisman had backfired, injuring his hand, and the talisman competition had concluded. The crowd gasped. None had expected this highly anticipated contest would end so swiftly. Chapter 0073. Allow me to try, Lu Shi. It seems there is no need to continue. Huang Qiu said disdainfully, a talisman master with over 40 years of experience, yet easily swayed by external factors. How absurd. However, for him to craft a third-rank 9-pattern lion flame talisman in less than half an incense stick's time is something any talisman master would find hard to believe. TSK. To craft a lion flame talisman, Huang Qiu is likely to reach 4th-rank talisman master status before he turns 30. Old Qiu Changren marveled inwardly. 3rd-rank talisman masters struggle to earn a decent living. As there are simply too many, achieving 4th rank elevates one to an entirely different echelon. Su Sanjia stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, Qing Guan, it appears the final slot belongs to me. Qing Guan's expression darkened, yet he refrained from responding immediately, instead approaching Lu Shi to inquire about his condition. Unable to contain himself, Lu Ran whispered to Qin Yu, senior sister, what is this slot that Su Sanjia mentioned? Qin Yu frowned and explained, it is a slot for the Tsangming secret realm. This slot is allocated to the top 3 families in the southwestern region. However, due to certain circumstances, one family was annihilated, resulting in an additional slot, which our 2 families are now competing for. This slot is extremely valuable, as it means increased competitiveness. What is the Tsangming secret realm? Lu Ren pressed on. The Tsangming secret realm is an ancient mountain range filled with powerful beasts and rare treasures. Each time it opens, anyone who manages to enter and emerge alive experiences significant gains in strength. Qin Yu elaborated. Lu Ren's eyes brightened. Senior sister, let us make a deal. What? Qin Yu was taken aback. Unsure of what Lu Ren was proposing, I will help your Qin family secure this slot, and in return, you will grant it to me. We can split the resources I acquire inside 50-50. What do you say? Lu Ren proposed slowly. What did you say? Qin Yu thought she had misheard. Lu Ren was actually suggesting he would help them secure the slot. Did he intend to fight in place of Master Lu? Just yesterday, Master Lu had stated that Lu Ren had no talent for talisman crafting and was unworthy of being his disciple. Yet Lu Ren was now claiming he would help them secure the slot? Senior sister, what do you think? Lu Ren smiled. Qin Yu stared intently at Lu Ren, and seeing his confident demeanor, she finally nodded. All right, as long as you can win, that slot is yours. After all, they had already lost. It would be worth it to let Lu Ren try. Yet, she could hardly believe that Lu Ren possessed the strength to defeat Huang Qiu, a prodigy born with 6 fingers, at this moment. Su Sanjia, noticing Qin Guan's continued inquiries about Lu Shi's condition, impatiently interjected, Qin Guan, his hand is injured. Do you really believe he is still capable of competing? Of course, you may invite another talisman master to take his place. Hearing Su Sanjia's words, Lu Shi, clutching his injured hand, said dejectedly, head of the family, I apologize. I was unable to secure this slot for you. Do not speak so heavily, Master Lu. Since you cannot continue, we shall concede. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Although the slot was valuable, there was little they could do if they could not secure it. Just as Qin Guan was about to concede, he noticed Lu Ren stepping forward. I will take Master Lu's place in the competition, Lu Ren declared, fixing his gaze on Su Sanjia and Huang Qiu. What? The crowd was left in stunned silence. They had assumed the talisman competition would conclude here. Yet the waste-blooded Lu Ren was stepping forward as if to challenge Huang Qiu. This Lu Ren, after all, was a waste-blooded individual, having only ascended to the Lingxi realm through a stroke of fortune granted by the ancient Emperor Tuaxi. In this day and age, to think that one would challenge Huang Qiu to a contest of talismanic arts. What a farce! Lu Ren has truly overstepped his bounds. Wang Teng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and he even questioned Lu Ren's sanity. Yet there lingered a flicker of anticipation within him. Could it be that Lu Ren truly possessed the skills of a talisman master? Lu Ren, you. Qin Guan hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Lu Ren turned around and smiled, saying, Uncle Qin, since defeat is inevitable, why not allow me to give it a try? Lu Ren, in honor of your courage today, I shall take you as my disciple. You will fight on my behalf, and if we must lose, let it be with dignity. Lu Shi declared that at present, he was unable to battle himself. To concede outright would be tantamount to fleeing the field. Should Lu Ren fight in his stead, it would at least preserve a shred of his honor. Huang Qiu fixed his gaze upon Lu Ren, his expression twitching with fury. You little brat, not even a talisman master. And you dare to challenge me in talismanic arts? You lack the qualifications to compete with me. As a distinguished third-tier talisman master, on the verge of ascending to the fourth tier, he found it disgraceful to be compared to someone utterly bereft of skills. Moreover, he could discern from Lu Ren's palm that he was unsuitable for the craft. The two were polar opposites. Lu Ren, you worthless fool, cease your attempts to grandstand. What is your station compared to that of Master Huang Qiu? Do you truly believe he would stoop to compete with you? Wu Yonghao seized the opportunity to belittle him, sneering coldly. Wu Yonghao, step forward. Lu Ren beckoned. What do you want? Wu Yonghao stepped forth, his tone icy. Slap. Lu Ren delivered a resounding slap that sent Wu Yonghao hurtling through the air, spinning several times before crashing to the ground with a thud. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to comprehend what had transpired, only witnessing Wu Yonghao's sudden flight. Wu Yonghao propped himself up on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his left cheek swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. Lu Ren, you worthless wretch, you seek your own demise. He bellowed in rage. Brat, you possess quite the audacity to strike my son. Wu Fan roared, summoning a powerful surge of true energy to conjure a frigid palm strike him squarely at Lu Ren. However, before Lu Ren could respond, Qin Guan moved with uncanny swiftness, appearing before Lu Ren like a phantom, and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous explosion of true energy that forced both men to stagger back several steps. Qin Guan, is this your hospitality? Wu Fan seethed, his anger palpable. Lu Ren's audacity in publicly assaulting his son had driven him to the brink. Wu Fan, my affairs with Huang Qiu have nothing to do with your son. You rushed to intervene, calling him a worthless fool. I am merely a flawed bloodline, not a fool. Slapping him is but a light reprimand. Should he meddle again, he may find himself at the mercy of a blade. Lu Ren retorted coldly. Lu Ren, you are so brazen, truly believing that with Qin Guan backing you, I am powerless against you? Wu Fan trembled with rage, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. And if so, what of it? Lu Ren chuckled mockingly. Wu Fan produced the talisman compendium and presented it to Huang Qiu, stating, Master Huang Qiu, this is the talisman compendium. If you can help me eliminate Lu Ren, I shall gladly offer it to you. What? The talisman compendium? Huang Qiu was taken aback, accepting the tome from Wu Fan and casually flipping through its pages, his face flushing with excitement. Indeed, this was the legendary talisman compendium, its text inscribed with a unique script that could not be falsified or fabricated, a genuine tome of divine knowledge. For a third-tier talisman master, it was a veritable treasure, capable of enhancing their craft. In the past, he had perused a counterfeit of the talisman compendium, which included various imitations of talismanic scripts, but none could be properly forged. Only the original could provide true instruction. This is indeed the talisman compendium. I have seen the talismans within, but could never replicate them. Only with the original can one learn. Huang Qiu exclaimed in unrestrained joy. Beside him, Su Sanjia could not contain his curiosity, asking, Huang Qiu, will this talisman compendium be of great assistance to you? Great assistance? If I can refine all the talismans within, I could immediately ascend to the fourth tier of talisman mastery, Huang Qiu replied. Even for Su Sanjia, who was typically composed, the prospect of Huang Qiu reaching the fourth tier was astonishing, for it would elevate the Su family to new heights. Excellent, excellent, Su Sanjia exclaimed thrice in affirmation. Huang Qiu stowed away the talisman compendium, assuring Wu Fan, rest assured, I shall avenge you. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Ren. Brat, I am willing to lower myself and compete with you in the next 2 rounds of talisman trials. However, should you lose, I shall sever your hand. The one that struck Wu Fan. Agreed. Lu Ren nodded with remarkable resolve. In that moment, all present were once more taken aback. They had anticipated Lu Ren's refusal, yet he not only accepted but did so with such alacrity. This was no trivial matter. A loss meant the forfeiture of a hand. Lu Ren, do not act impulsively. Qin Yu's countenance paled, fearing for Lu Ren's well-being. If he were to lose a hand, how could she explain it to Yun Qingyao? But if I lose, I shall also take your hand. The one you use to craft talismans, Lu Ren stated coldly, locking eyes with Huang Qiu. This Huang Qiu, possessing remarkable talent in talismanry, could pose a threat to the Qin family if he were to ascend to the 4th tier. If Lu Ren could incapacitate Huang Qiu today, even if he were to recover, it would likely hinder his future prospects in talismanic arts. How utterly arrogant! Su Sanjia chuckled softly. Let it be settled. A flawed bloodline daring to challenge Huang Qiu in talismanic arts was simply preposterous. While he may not understand the nuances of talismanry, he recognized that the path was one of arduous training rather than mere talent. Huang Qiu had dedicated over a decade to mastering the craft, achieving his current status. Liu Ren, who had only recently entered the Lingxi realm, how could he possibly hope to compete? Even if he had trained since birth, he could not surpass Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu remained silent, the icy facade still on his face as he addressed Qin Guan. Patriarch Qin, should Lu Ren lose, I intend to take one of his hands. Will you intervene? This. Qin Guan hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Ren. After all, it was his daughter who had invited Lu Ren under the pretense of a marriage proposal. If Lu Ren were to lose an arm, the responsibility would fall upon him. Although he could not fathom Lu Ren's confidence in challenging Huang Qiu, he could not envision a scenario where Lu Ren could emerge victorious. Uncle Qin, do not worry about me. I know what I am doing, Lu Ren reassured him. Very well. Qin Guan nodded, extending his hands. Let all present bear witness. Should Lu Ren lose the talisman contest today, Huang Qiu shall take one of his hands. And I shall not intervene. Splendid. Huang Qiu grinned, casting a scornful glance at Lu Ren. Let us commence. Wait. Lu Ren sneered, turning to Su Sanjia. Since Uncle Qin has sworn an oath, should you not do the same? If I defeat Huang Qiu, you must not prevent me from taking his hand, nor seek retribution later. Otherwise, I invoke divine wrath. An oath is an oath. Su Sanjia chuckled lightly, swearing before the assembled crowd. Once the oaths were made, Huang Qiu immediately declared, let us resume the contest. Each shall refine 3 talismans, and the first to win 2 rounds shall be declared the victor. No need, I stated I would compete on behalf of Master Lu. And that stands, Lu Ren replied with a smile. Arrogant, Huang Qiu laughed, not rushing to act, eager to see what trickery Lu Ren had in store. Competing on behalf of Lu, she implied that Lu Ren's upcoming talismans must surpass Huang Qiu's crafted lion fire talismans, which were 3rd tier and 9-pattern. It was unfathomable to him that any talisman could exceed the lion fire talisman. Liu Ren approached Lu Shi and inquired, Master Lu, do you possess a 1st-tier beast core and a 3rd-tier beast? I do. Lu Shi produced several beast cores from his storage ring, encompassing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers. However, he was perplexed as to why Lu Ren would seek a 1st-tier beast core. A 1st-tier talisman could not possibly defeat Huang Qiu. Lu Ren picked up a talisman brush from the ground, casually selecting a 1st-tier beast core, and crushed it. A surge of crimson energy enveloped the space. Grasping the talisman brush, he dipped it in the beast core's energy and began to sketch on the talisman paper. Within moments, a talismanic design emerged, radiating a vibrant crimson glow. He is indeed a talisman master. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Lu Ren effortlessly crafted a basic fire talisman. Did he truly believe that a mere fire talisman could triumph over the lion fire talisman? Huang Qiu's disdain was palpable as he scoffed. You think you can defeat me with a fire talisman? That is merely a practice piece. Lu Ren smiled, his gaze shifting to a frost element beast core. This particular core belonged to a 3rd-tier beast, the Ice Flame Howling Wolf, a creature on par with a 9th-level warrior in the Yunhe realm, capable of unleashing formidable cold energy that could freeze opponents of equal rank with ease. He then crushed the ice element beast core, a torrent of icy energy exploding forth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. What is Lu Ren attempting? Lu Shi frowned slightly. In his memory, there were no 3rd-tier talismans capable of surpassing the Lion Fire talisman. This man was destined to lose. Master Qiu Chongren from Wanbao Pavilion shook his head in disbelief. The moment he saw Lu Ren crush the ice element beast core, he knew Lu Ren had already lost, with no hope of victory remaining. Chapter 75. The 9-turn ice explosion talisman with Qiu Changren's discernment. The strongest ice element talisman among the third tiers was the ice armor talisman, which, when activated, could conjure a layer of ice armor around the user, capable of withstanding any attack from a warrior in the Yunhe realm. However, even this ice armor talisman paled in comparison to the lion fire talisman. The lion fire talisman ranked among the most powerful, with only lightning and metal element talismans surpassing its might, and those must be crafted at the pinnacle of the third tier and 9 patterns. Now, Lu Ren had chosen an ice element beast core. Not just he, but all the talisman masters believed Lu Ren was destined for failure. Ice element talismans had no chance of defeating the lion fire talisman. Lu Ren began crafting the talisman. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. At once, all eyes turned to Lu Ren. With his right hand wielding the talisman brush, the yellow talisman paper, under his control, floated before him. Then, Lu Ren summoned the icy energy as he began to inscribe symbols upon the talisman paper. The talisman Lu Ren was crafting was indeed from the talisman compendium, the 9-turn ice explosion talisman, the most potent offensive talisman within its pages. Once activated, it could unleash a powerful explosion of cold air, causing significant destruction while simultaneously freezing adversaries. However, the crafting of such a talisman required the core of a 9th-level ice element beast, making the prerequisites exceedingly stringent. Such cores were highly valuable. Swish, swish, swish at this moment. Lu Ren's talisman brush danced through the air, invoking the icy energy, each stroke of the brush flowing seamlessly as if guided by divine hands, creating a frenzy of symbols. Lu Ren's expression remained serene as the icy energy transformed into symbols upon the talisman paper, which began to tremble with astonishing power. What is this? Lu Ren could control the talisman paper to float in midair while inscribing symbols. Such control was astonishing. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Though inscribed symbols, one typically needed to lay the paper flat on a table, yet Lu Ren was doing so in midair, a feat never before witnessed. After all, should his true energy falter even slightly, it could lead to failure, which could result in a backlash. For a Lingxi warrior like Lu Ren, facing the backlash of a third-tier 9-pattern talisman was exceedingly perilous. We must retreat quickly. Given his demeanor, the level of the talisman he is crafting is substantial. Should there be a backlash, we may all be implicated. Many talisman masters began to withdraw. Although they could not discern what Lu Ren was crafting, such a method of talisman creation was typically attempted only by the elder generation of masters. Young talisman masters would be playing with fire. At this moment, Lu Ren was entirely absorbed in crafting the talisman. He discovered that the actual process of crafting a talisman was entirely different from practicing with plain water. The process was incredibly taxing on his mental energy, making him feel fatigued. Even on the verge of fainting, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to continue. As he held the talisman brush, it resembled a sword dance, with torrents of icy energy swirling in the air, the chilling waves gradually radiating outward. Through the talisman paper, the symbols began to take shape. This is the 9-turn ice explosion talisman from the talisman compendium. Qiu Changren was jolted into realization, utterly astonished. He had also perused a counterfeit of the talisman compendium, which indeed contained the 9-turn ice explosion talisman. What? The talismans from the talisman compendium? How is this possible? The numerous talisman masters were similarly stunned, their gazes fixed on Lu Ren, their expressions filled with disbelief. The 9-turn ice explosion talisman, impossible. How could you possibly craft it? Fear flickered in Huangqiu's eyes. No one knew the talisman compendium better than he. Although Lu Ren had yet to complete the crafting process, he could tell that Lu Ren was indeed working on the 9-turn ice explosion talisman. This brat, he is remarkably skilled. Lu Shi was equally taken aback. However, he was not merely astonished by the talisman being crafted, but rather by Lu Ren's technique. The fluidity of his movements surpassed even his own, a level of skill that could only be achieved through decades of relentless practice. Father, Lu Ren truly knows talisman arts. He was merely jesting with us yesterday. Qin Yu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes locked onto Lu Ren. In that moment, she perceived Lu Ren's brilliance, as though the entire world revolved around him. This is impossible. Wu Yonghao's heart screamed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Lu Ren was indeed a talisman master, and a remarkably proficient one at that. Swish! As Lu Ren continued to inscribe, the talisman paper before him pulsed with increasing intensity. Sweat beaded on Lu Ren's forehead, and with a decisive shout, his movements quickened. culminating in the final stroke with a soft sound. A talisman floated down from the air, landing gracefully on the table before him. Lu Run leaned on the table, panting heavily. Although crafting a talisman did not excessively drain his true energy, it consumed considerable mental fortitude. At that moment, all he desired was a moment of respite. Lu Run, are you all right? Qin Yu rushed to support him, her concern evident. I am fine, just a bit weary. Lu Run shook his head, then turned to Huang Qiu, sneering, Huang Qiu, I have crafted this 9-turn ice explosion talisman. Let us see how you intend to surpass me. Impossible. Huang Qiu was disoriented, shaking his head repeatedly as he roared. How could you possibly craft a talisman from the talisman compendium? Yesterday, Wu Yonghao left the talisman compendium with me as collateral for a day. I merely skimmed through it and learned the 9-turn ice explosion talisman. Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Wu Yonghao nearly spat out blood, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had merely placed the symbolic treasure compendium in Lu Ren's possession for a single day. Yet Lu Ren had managed to master a particular talisman. How could one possess such prodigious talent for talisman crafting? Wu Yonghao was acutely aware that for a third-tier talisman master, it typically required several days of arduous practice to learn how to forge new talismans. Was it as simple as just flipping through the pages? Huang Qiu's eyes blazed with anger, his heart filled with resentment. Are you still going to compete? Lu Ren asked coldly. The Lion Fire Talisman was utterly insignificant in comparison to the 9 Transformations Ice Explosion Talisman. With a twisted expression, Huang Qiu retorted, Who says I've lost? If I recall correctly, the 9 Transformations Ice Explosion Talisman is not even the strongest talisman within the symbolic treasure compendium. If you can learn it in such a short time, so can I. He could not afford to concede. To do so would mean the destruction of his own hand. If his hand were to be ruined, it would be a fate worse than death. Chapter 0076, Ruinous Fate. Seeing Huang Qiu's refusal to concede, Lu Ren commanded the steward of the Qin residence to bring forth an incense burner, inserting a stick of incense before igniting it. Let the challenge commence. You have the duration of a stick of incense. Lu Ren smiled, as though observing a creature in its death throes. Master the talismans from the symbolic treasure compendium within the span of a single stick of incense was an impossibility. Regardless of one's innate talent, mastery required a significant investment of time and relentless practice. He himself had dedicated over a month to each talisman, and even if Huang Qiu possessed extraordinary talent, he could not hope to learn in such a brief period. I absolutely can do it. I am Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu roared, frantically flipping through the symbolic treasure compendium, eventually discovering a talisman of the lightning attribute, the Thunderclap Talisman. He scrutinized the intricate runes of the Thunderclap Talisman. However, this observation consumed half the time allotted. With only half a stick of incense remaining, how could he possibly forge it? Many talisman masters witnessing this scene shook their heads in dismay. When Huang Qiu finally began to forge the talisman, his eagerness caused his brush to tremble and fall to the ground, resulting in a complete failure. Fortunately, the talisman had not yet taken form, sparing him from any backlash, yet he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, his eyes vacant, his hair disheveled, devoid of the earlier vigor he had displayed. Su Sanjia stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Huang Qiu would lose to Lu Ren, a person who had relied on the rare opportunity of the ancient deity Tuashi to elevate to the spirit stream realm could exhibit such prowess in talisman crafting. Huang Qiu, you must honor the wager. It is time to fulfill the agreement, Lu Ren said, fixing his gaze on Huang Qiu with indifference. No. Huang Qiu shook his head violently, unwilling to forfeit his right hand, the very hand he used to wield his brush. Without it, how could he grasp the world? Su Sanjia frowned, his tone grave. Lu Ren, you must understand that crippling his right hand will make it exceedingly difficult for him to become a talisman master in the future. For my sake, show some mercy. Show you mercy? Do you seek to bring about calamity? Lu Ren retorted coldly. Su Sanjia's countenance darkened instantly. Had you spared Huang Qiu once, we could have been allies. As a friend of Su Sanjia, anyone wishing to harm you would think twice. However, if you persist in opposing me, you will meet a grim fate. Su Sanjia's voice was icy, filled with menace. Huang Qiu was, after all, a genius talisman master he had invited, one who would greatly benefit the Su family in the future. Should Lu Ren truly cripple Huang Qiu, it would be tantamount to crippling Huang Qiu's potential. Moreover, Lu Ren's disregard for his words ignited a fierce anger within him. A desire for vengeance. So, you cannot bear to lose? Lu Ren mocked. He knew well that Su Sanjia was no ordinary individual. Many around them trembled at his presence, and he was likely of the 9th level of the spirit stream realm. But so what? If he were the one to lose today, his fate would be no better than Huang Qiu's. He would not spare Huang Qiu any mercy. Very well, I, Su Sanjia, will remember you. Su Sanjia growled. Lu Ren, however, paid him no heed, slowly approaching Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu's expression shifted, panic evident in his voice. What do you intend to do? Crack! Lu Ren seized Huang Qiu's hand and crushed it with a powerful grip. Ah! The bones of Huang Qiu's hand shattered, blood gushing forth as his anguished cries echoed throughout the Qin residence. The onlookers gasped in shock. None had anticipated that Lu Ren would dare to disregard Su Sanjia's face and incapacitate Huang Qiu. A prodigious talent destined to become a 4th-tier talisman master. Lu Ren, you will pay for this. Su Sanjia snarled, ordering his subordinates to carry Huang Qiu away as he stormed off. Qiu Changren stepped forward. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Ren, my young friend, did you truly learn the 9 transformations ice explosion talisman after merely a night with the symbolic treasure compendium? Lu Ren nodded, not denying it. Indeed. Having confirmed his suspicions, Qiu Changren inquired eagerly, the 9 transformations ice explosion talisman you crafted is from the symbolic treasure compendium. If auctioned, it would command a significant price. Have you considered selling it to us at Wanbao Pavilion? Sell it to you? Lu Ren hesitated. Qiu Changren continued, now that the symbolic treasure compendium is available, it is only a matter of time before someone forges the 9 transformations ice explosion talisman. Selling it to me now would be most advantageous. All right, Lu Ren made a decision, nodding in agreement. Very well, Wanbao Pavilion welcomes you at any time, my young friend. Qiu Changren smiled and departed. Many guests, originally gathered to witness the Qin family's disgrace, now departed in haste, having seen Lu Ren fend off the Su family. Soon, only the Qin family and those closely allied with them remained. Everyone began to toast Lu Ren and Qingguan, fully aware that with Lu Ren's talent in talisman crafting, the Qin family was destined to rise. A 3rd-tier talisman master was not particularly remarkable, but Lu Ren's youth meant that once he became a 4th-tier master, he would be formidable. Lu Ren, I was blind and underestimated you. I never imagined you to be a genius in talisman crafting, Lu Shi lamented. Master Lu, I truly lack understanding in talisman crafting and have many questions I wish to consult you on. Lu Ren replied earnestly. Wang Ting interjected, Lu Ren, I suspect you are merely boasting, yet I cannot find any evidence. Lu Shi felt a pang of bitterness and disappointment, thinking Lu Ren was mocking him. How could one simply glance at the symbolic treasure compendium for a night and forge a talisman without understanding the craft? Young Master Lu Ren, with such talent in talisman crafting, why not pursue this path? I can invite you to become a guest talisman master for the Zhang family with a monthly salary of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Should you ascend to 4th tier, your compensation would increase 20-fold. Young Master Lu Ren, as a descendant of a waste lineage, your martial potential is limited. It would be wiser to focus on talisman crafting. The Wiley family also wishes to recruit you. I 1 and 2. The heads of various families clamored to win Lu Ren over. Yet, Lu Ren politely declined their offers. A 3rd-tier talisman master yielded little profit, and the energy expenditure in forging talismans was considerable. He would not dedicate his primary focus to it. His goal was to grow stronger. The realms of Yanluo Hall and Ghost Sword sect had set their sights on him, and if he did not grow stronger, he would eventually face death. Moreover, had it not been for the competition for a spot in the Tsangming secret record, he would not have intervened. Damn it! Wu Yonghao seethed, trembling with rage, his face a mask of regret. He had once reveled in his cleverness for pawning the symbolic treasure compendium to Lu Ren. Yet the outcome was that Lu Ren had utilized a mere day to forge the 9 transformations ice explosion talisman. If only he could turn back time a day, he would never have made that trade, and today's events would have unfolded differently. Wu Fan took Wu Yonghao away, their heads hung in shame. Unwilling to remain in such a place, he planned to return home and give Wu Yonghao a stern talking to. What kind of son was he? Chapter 0077. The soul of Tuashi ancient Emperor Lu Ren. Today you openly defied Su Sanjia. He is a genius disciple of the Royal Dao sect and possesses a 6th-grade bloodline. You may have stirred up considerable trouble, Wang Tang cautioned. His Wang family was also a prominent family in Tianwu City. Well aware of Su Sanjia's terrifying reputation, Su Sanjiao was a true prodigy, having opened 11 spiritual orifices and cultivated a low-grade mysterious technique. Opponents of his caliber would struggle to withstand even a single blow. Just a 6th-grade bloodline. Lu Run shook his head, dismissing the concern. He is not merely of 6th-grade bloodline. The Su family boasts 9 formidable yellow-tier sword techniques. Any ordinary warrior who masters even one can become a paragon among his peers. Yet he has perfected 3, Wang Ting elaborated. Jia, signifying the first and perfect state. Thus Su Sanjiao represented his mastery over 3 sword techniques. So impressive. Lu Run was astonished. Such yellow-tier sword techniques typically required 3 years for mastery, and the fact that he had perfected 3 was a staggering testament to his talent. Lu Ren felt a deep sense of inadequacy. His current cultivation of the celestial sword technique, specifically the 5th form, was merely equivalent to a low-grade yellow-tier technique. He could only hope his master would swiftly create the 6th and 7th forms. Otherwise, he feared he would not compare favorably against others in swordplay. At this moment, he acutely felt the weakness of his martial techniques. Lu Ren was the undeniable victor during last year's sparring session for new disciples, effortlessly defeating me with overwhelming power. Qin Yu's expression turned grave. This forthcoming expedition to the Tsangming secret realm will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. After departing the Qin residence, Chu Hong caught up with Qiu Changren, respectfully inquiring, "Master Qiu, what was your intent in questioning Lu Ren earlier?" Qiu Changren replied, "With my years of experience in talismans, no one can master a 3rd-tier talisman in merely one night. It appears the Qin family may soon rise." Chu Hong, puzzled, pressed on, "Master Qiu, Lu Ren is merely a 3rd-tier talisman master. Does it not seem exaggerated to suggest he could elevate the Qin family? He is not just any 3rd-tier talisman master." Qiu Changren said slowly. "What? Not?" Chu Hong was taken aback. Having seen Lu Ren forge the 9 transformations ice explosion talisman, how could he now claim Lu Ren was not a 3rd-tier talisman master? Qiu Changren closed his eyes, silent. Chu Hong chuckled, producing 2 low-grade spirit stones and handing them to Qiu Changren. Leaning in, Qiu Changren whispered, "The soul of Tuosh, the ancient emperor, likely resides within Lu Ren." What transpired today between him and Huang Qiu was not merely Lu Ren, but rather the ancient emperor himself. Tuosh, the ancient emperor. Chu Hong was left speechless. How could a 16-year-old boy, no matter how diligently trained from birth, possibly attain the status of a 3rd-tier talisman master? Qiu Changren elaborated, "What if he possesses extraordinary talent?" Chu Hong speculated, "If he were truly gifted, he might become a 3rd-tier talisman master. However, his crafting methods are remarkably seasoned and stable, not something a mere 16-year-old could achieve." Qiu Changren continued, "As far as I know, the Tuosh, the ancient emperor, had dabbled in talisman crafting during his time." Chu Hong realized, no wonder the assassins from Yinluo Hall failed. It must be due to the ancient emperor's soul residing within Lu Ren. Should even a fraction of the ancient emperor's power be released, it would significantly elevate Lu Ren's strength. With Lu Ren's whereabouts now exposed, Yinluo Hall is bound to attempt another assassination. This is dire. Chu Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he took his leave of Qiu Changren, hastily seeking out the leader of the assassins from Yinluo Hall. This next assassination attempt would undoubtedly fail again. Regardless of the strength of their warriors, they would not succeed. Should they falter once more, he would be compelled to hand over 500,000 copper coins. An hour later, he contacted the leader of the Yinluo Hall assassins, clad in black. Upon relaying Qiu Changren's speculation, the leader scoffed, "You truly believe the soul of Tuosh, the ancient emperor, resides within Lu Ren? What a farce! Even a fragment of his soul's power is beyond what Lu Ren's body could withstand. Watch and see. This assassination will surely succeed. Do you not doubt the prowess of our Yinluo Hall assassins?" In the Qin residence, after the engagement banquet disbanded, Lu Ren deliberated on selling the 9 transformations ice explosion talisman and splitting the profits with the Qin family, as they had provided the monster core. That core was of considerable value and could fetch a substantial price on the market. A 50-50 split would yield great benefits for him. After Qin Yu handed Lu Ren 20 low-grade spirit stones, she hurried off, eager to enhance her own strength in preparation for the imminent opening of the Tsangming secret realm in 7 days, intending to safeguard Lu Ren. Upon returning to the residence Qin Yu had arranged for him, Lu Ren entered his room, ready to make another attempt at advancing his cultivation level. Although he had just broken through to the 5th level of the spirit stream realm, he had been immersed in it for over 60 years. Thus his foundation was remarkably solid. With 60 low-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he was determined to break through to the 6th level of the spirit stream realm. Yuran laid out all the low-grade spirit stones and began to circulate the dragon elephant prajna technique, voraciously absorbing the immense spiritual energy released by the stones. As the energy flooded into his body, transforming into dragon elephant true chi, it filled the 5th spiritual stream within him, gradually elevating his cultivation. After consuming 50 low-grade spirit stones, Lu Ren found that the 5th spiritual stream was saturated with true chi, unable to progress further. Remaining calm, Lu Ren channeled the dragon elephant true chi through his 36 meridians while continuing to absorb the spirit stones. Time flowed on. The spiritual energy surrounding Lu Ren surged like a tempest, eventually coalescing within him until everything fell into a serene stillness. Lu Ren slowly opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. At long last, he had reached the 6th level of the spirit stream realm, having formed a 6th spiritual stream. Both the power and intensity of his true chi had substantially increased. However, expending 60 low-grade spirit stones felt excessively extravagant. It was important to note that 60 low-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 12 million copper coins. Even a sizable family like the Qin family would hesitate to casually part with such wealth. I have gathered the fire grass, but I still need black iron grass to attempt to break through to steelbone. At that point, I may very well be able to fully master the explosive spirit secret technique. Lu Ren mused to himself. Subsequently, he ventured into the courtyard to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth before entering the nameless treasure tower to practice the dragon elephant shattering sky fist. The spiritual energy in this location was far inferior to that of the outer sect's residences. Absorbing it for 3 days equated to a year of practice within the nameless treasure tower. Remarkably, Lu Ren managed to perfect the dragon elephant shattering sky fist within that year. Capable of manifesting the illusion of a dragon and elephant when released. It seemed his comprehension had improved significantly, allowing him to achieve perfection in just a year. Realizing this, Lu Ren decided to practice the second martial technique that accompanied his cultivation method, the dragon elephant shadow step. This technique combined agility and lightness. Classified as a mid-grade yellow-tier martial art. Once mastered, it would enable him to embody the figure of a dragon, and when executed, it could even store up dragon elephant true chi, elevating the dragon elephant shattering sky fist to a new level. The two martial techniques complemented each other beautifully. Once mastered, Lu Ren's combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new tier. With his 6th level of the spirit stream realm cultivation, he would have no trouble facing off against typical 8th level spirit stream warriors. Chapter 0078. Frantic despair following the memories in his mind, Lu Ren began practicing the second martial technique of the dragon elephant prajna technique, the dragon elephant shadow step. As he attempted to step into the dragon-shaped shadow step, he nearly lost his balance and fell. This technique of movement is at least 100 times more difficult than the agile cat steps. Of course, ancient martial arts do not have any thresholds for training. Regardless of the complexity, as long as one perseveres and dedicates countless hours to practice, it is possible to master even the most challenging techniques. Now, with Lu Ren's level of comprehension, there is no need for him to continue practicing inferior human-level martial arts, as it would not significantly aid in his growth. He simply needs to devote sufficient time to diligently cultivate the dragon elephant shadow step. Selling the 9-turn ice explosion talisman should yield a considerable sum in low-grade spirit stones. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Ren requested the Qin family to arrange a carriage for him, and then he departed for the Wanbao Pavilion. Just after Lu Ren left the Qin residence, a guard stealthily retreated to a corner and released a spirit pigeon. After 3 days, Lu Ren finally vacated the Qin family. What splendid news! It is time to arrange for an assassin. Today, the Yama notice must surely be dispatched. In a shadowy corner of Luoan City, the eyes of a cloaked figure glimmered with cold light. When Lu Ren arrived at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, he gestured for the coachman to wait outside, and then he stepped inside the pavilion. At that moment, Qiu Changren was attending to Wu Yonghao, and upon noticing Lu Ren, a spark ignited in his eyes. He promptly abandoned Wu Yonghao and approached Lu Ren with a beaming smile. Many onlookers were taken aback by this scene. Who is that young man? Master Qiu has actually forsaken the young master of the Wu family, who was rumored to be preparing to sell the Talisman Treasure Compendium to Master Qiu. If Master Qiu were to acquire the Talisman Treasure Compendium, our Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Who exactly is that young man? Many felt a chill run down their spines. Yet no matter how they speculated, they could not discern Lu Run's identity. At this moment, Lu Run entered the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion, where he spotted a familiar figure, Wu Yonghao. After 3 days of recuperation, Wu Yonghao's injuries had completely healed. The Wu family originally intended to present the Talisman Treasure Compendium to Huang Qiu to forge an alliance with the Su family, but with Huang Qiu rendered incapable, Wu Yonghao came to Wanbao Pavilion intending to sell the compendium to gain the support of the pavilion. However, to his dismay, Qiu Changren had discarded him to greet Lu Ran, igniting his fury. Lu Ran is merely a third-tier talisman master who has clandestinely learned a single talisman from the Talisman Treasure Compendium. How could he possibly compare to the compendium itself? Ah, Master Lu, you have finally arrived. Qiu Changren chuckled heartily, effectively discarding Wu Yonghao. Although the Talisman Treasure Compendium is precious, it pales in comparison to the ancient soul of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor that resides behind Lu Ran. As long as he can curry favor with Lu Ran, Wanbao Pavilion will surely soar. Despite being the honorary talisman master of Wanbao Pavilion, he effectively holds complete authority over it in Luoan City. Lu Ran replied, I am here to sell the 9-turn ice explosion talisman. Let us discuss the details inside. Qiu Changren smiled and led Lu Ran to the second floor of Wanbao Pavilion. Wu Yonghao, feeling indignant, approached and protested, Master Qiu, are you not considering purchasing the Talisman Treasure Compendium for me? Qiu Changren turned to face the furious Wu Yonghao and replied with a smile, of course, I wish to purchase it. But let this old man first conclude business with Master Lu. You may wait aside. Wait? Wu Yonghao scoffed coldly, Master Qiu, the Talisman Treasure Compendium is of immeasurable value. If you are truly set on entertaining Lu Ran, I shall consider selling it to another party. The choice is yours. Qiu Changren chuckled, Wu Yonghao, sell it to whomever you wish. Very well, Master Qiu, but do not regret it. Wu Yonghao snarled, casting a vicious glare at Lu Ran before storming off. Lu Ran was equally taken aback, not expecting Qiu Changren to forego the Talisman Treasure Compendium. He was merely selling a single 9-turn ice explosion talisman, while the compendium contained numerous formidable talisman crafting methods. Young friend Lu, do not pay him any mind. He is merely a wastrel, Qiu Changren said with a reassuring smile. Naturally, he desired the Talisman Treasure Compendium, but he believed that once Wu Yonghao sold it, it would ultimately end up in his possession. There was no need to sacrifice the opportunity to win over a young genius with the ancient soul of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor for a mere talisman book. As Wu Yonghao stormed out of Wanbao Pavilion, he was consumed with rage. Lu Ran, it is you again. A worthless bloodline, constantly standing over me. Is it not true that someone has hired an assassin to eliminate you? I shall add more to the bounty, ensuring you meet a fate without a burial place. Wu Yonghao harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Ran, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer. In the marketplace of Wanbao Pavilion, he had been soundly defeated by Lu Ran, and at the Qin family residence, he had been humiliated. He was determined to ensure that Lu Ran met a fate worse than death. From what he understood, as long as he could offer sufficient funds, the Yama Hall would even dispatch assassins from the Yunhe realm to eliminate Lu Ran. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted a carriage adorned with a distinctive flag bearing the gilded character for Qin.it was unmistakably a Qin family carriage. Wu Yonghao recalled that Lu Ran had arrived in a Qin family carriage while he had come on foot, further inflaming his anger, and he resolutely made his way toward the carriage. The Qin family driver, upon seeing him, hurriedly intervened, Young Master Wu, this is our son-in-law's carriage. The mention of son-in-law struck Wu Yonghao deeply, and he delivered a kick that sent the driver flying. The driver's ribcage shattered upon impact, blood pouring from his chest as he groaned in agony. If you wish to avoid death, take me back to the Wu family. If Lu Ran inquires, just say it was my doing. With that, Wu Yonghao forcefully climbed into the carriage. The driver, terrified and unwilling to offend Wu Yonghao, struggled to rise, took his place at the front, and drove the carriage through a grand entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, heading toward the Wu residence. Seated inside the carriage, Wu Yonghao's fury intensified as he plotted, Lu Ran, I will have my father contact the Yama Hall. Once you are dead, my Wu family will ally with the Su family to annihilate the Qin family. That wretched Qin Yu, I will make you kneel and lick my feet. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a smile gradually spread across Wu Yonghao's face, lightening his mood considerably. At that moment, nightfall approached, and the streets grew sparse with pedestrians. Perched atop a rooftop along the street, two cloaked figures observed the carriage emerging from the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. They exited quite swiftly. Let us follow. Once darkness falls, we will strike. These two figures were assassins from the Yama Hall, Shizhong and Shibu Zhuan. They were not ordinary killers, but rather skilled archers from the Yama Hall, possessing the strength of the 8th level of the Spirit Stream realm, adept in the art of archery. Within a distance of 10 zhong, they could accurately eliminate any martial artist of the same level. Furthermore, they were fraternal twins, possessing a unique psychological bond. Even against a 9th level Spirit Stream martial artist, it would be difficult to escape their lethal arrows. This time, the Yama Hall had dispatched them to eliminate Lu Ren. According to intelligence reports, Lu Ren possessed a cultivation level of the 4th level of the Spirit Stream realm, which they deemed beneath their notice. However, the remuneration offered by the Yama Hall was substantial enough for them to take action. In their view, it would only take a single arrow to kill Lu Ren. Missed? Who will take the shot? Shibu Zhuan inquired. At that moment, they executed their formidable lightness skill, gliding gracefully across the rooftops, clad in black, making them nearly undetectable in the pitch-black night. On the count of 3, we will shoot together and see who can strike Lu Ren's heart, Shizhong declared, his gaze resolute as he remained fixated on the carriage. Though separated by the carriage, they could sense the figure within, knowing that with just one arrow, they could end Lu Ren's life. No, if we shoot together, our arrows might collide, alerting him instead. Let us do this. You aim for the heart, and I will target the head. Let us see who can strike true, Shibu Zhuan proposed. Agreed. Shibu Zhuan grinned, noticing that the streets had grown nearly deserted. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, taking aim at the carriage. Shizhong similarly readied his bow and aimed at the carriage. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, 2 arrows flew forth, slicing through the air and piercing the figure within the carriage. The force of the 2 arrows was tremendous, causing the spirited horse to bolt, breaking free of its reins and fleeing in terror. The driver was kicked aside by the horse, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Seeing their lethal strike land, both Shibu Zhuan and Shizhong beamed with satisfaction as they swiftly approached the carriage, only to discover Wu Yonghao lying lifeless within that moment. Wu Yonghao's head had been pierced and his heart shattered, leaving him in a state of ghastly demise. Bu Zhuan, your aim was indeed more precise. The mission is accomplished, Shizhong remarked. Shibu Zhuan smiled subtly, extracting his arrow, cleaning it, and stowing it away before severing Wu Yonghao's head and placing it in a cloth bag. Shizhong likewise retrieved his arrow, discarding a Yama notice before departing. The Yama notice bore an edict for Lu Ren's assassination. Mission complete. The two made their way out of Luoan City, heading toward a nearby grove. At that moment, the leader of the assassins saw Shibu Zhuan and Shizhong return, a slight smile gracing his lips. The mission complete. This time, the Yama Hall regarded Lu Ren's assassination as a crucial task. Following the previous failed attempt, the 4 major sects had purged the Yama Hall spies, effectively declaring war on them. Thus, they had to eliminate Lu Ren, demonstrating to the 4 sects that the Yama Hall's targets were not to be trifled with. The King of Hell will have you dead by the 3rd watch. He will not leave you to see the 5th. With us on the job, what task remains unfulfilled? Shibu Zhuan smiled, casually tossing out Wu Yonghao's head. The assassin leader observed the head within the cloth bag, a grin spreading across his face. That fellow Chu Hong claimed Lu Ren harbors the soul of the Tuoshi ancient emperor. If that were true, you too would not have succeeded. A powerful soul can readily perceive murderous intent. The leader of the assassins chuckled as he opened the bag, but upon seeing the head, his smile faltered, replaced by a cold gaze. Are you too certain this is Lu Ren? What? The two exclaimed in shock, realizing they had killed the wrong person. This is Wu Yonghao. The leader's voice turned icy. You two have made a grave mistake. Shibu Zhuan's expression darkened. But how could Wu Yonghao be in the Qin family's carriage? Could Lu Ren still be inside Wanbao Pavilion? Humph. While Lu Ren remains inside. You must act swiftly, the leader commanded. Yes. The two turned and hastily returned to Luoan City. In the VIP room of Wanbao Pavilion's 2nd floor, Lu Ren swiftly completed a transaction with Zhou Changren, selling the 9-turn ice explosion talisman for 100 low-grade spirit stones. The standard price for an ordinary 3rd-tier 9-pattern talisman is approximately 90 low-grade spirit stones, while the 9-turn ice explosion talisman commanded a premium of 10 stones. Once the transaction concluded, Zhou Changren smiled, saying, Young friend Lu, should you require assistance in the future, feel free to visit Wanbao Pavilion. He did not overtly ingratiate himself with Lu Ren or proactively offer him resources. as such actions would be too conspicuous and might raise suspicions from the ancient soul of the Tuo, she ancient emperor. True friendship is not about giving, but about genuine mutual assistance. Seeing Master Chio's courteous demeanor, Lu Ran did not dwell on it further and inquired, Master Chio, does your Wanbao pavilion have black iron grass? I did not come across this material in your market a few days ago. Black iron grass? Chio Chang'an expressed mild surprise. This grass is exceedingly rare. Our Wanbao pavilion has not received any in a long time. It typically grows in the Iron Mountain region, and it is only in the Tsaming secret realm that one might find black iron grass. Indeed, Lu Ran was secretly astonished and then stated, Master Chio, I would like to rest here for a moment before returning. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go. Certainly, Chio Chang'an nodded, instructing the maid to attend to Lu Ren's needs before departing the VIP room. The maid prepared tea for Lu Ran and then left the room. With no one else present in the VIP room, Lu Ren entered the tower space to commence intensive training for the Dragon Elephant Shadow Step. This technique is categorized as a middle-grade yellow-tier martial art, and without decades of arduous cultivation, it would be challenging to master. Fortunately, selling the 9-turn ice explosion talisman had netted him 100 low-grade spirit stones, allowing him to keep 50 for himself. 50 stones equate to 50 years of time. Thus, Lu Ren began his rigorous training. Time flew by, 50 years passed. Within the space of the round sky and square earth, Lu Ren moved like a dragon, weaving back and forth with an abundance of afterimages, making his movements nearly impossible to trace. Each step was powerful, resembling the trampling of a colossal elephant, leaving deep impressions in the ground with every stride. Finally, Lu Ren halted and mused, after 50 years of training, I have attained great mastery of the Dragon Elephant Shadow Step, surpassing my expectations. With my current strength, I could likely handle formidable opponents at the 8th level of the Spirit Stream realm with ease. Emerging from the tower space, Lu Ren lingered in the VIP room for a moment before departing, having only trained for a mere second. Young friend Lu, take this card. In the future, should you purchase any resources from Wanbao Pavilion, you will enjoy a 20% discount. Chio Chang'an presented Lu Ran with a golden card as he escorted him to the exit. Lu Ran accepted the card, expressed his gratitude, and stepped outside the pavilion, only to discover the carriage was missing. Could the driver have left prematurely? Lu Ran did not dwell on it, opting instead to walk out of Wanbao Pavilion. By this time, night had fully descended, and the autumn wind rustled against Lu Ran, sending a chill through him. As he reached the street, he spotted a carriage stationed at the center, unmistakably the one he had taken to Wanbao Pavilion. Approaching, he was met with the sight of a headless corpse, instantly recognizing it as Wu Yonghao. This is bad. Lu Ren reacted instantaneously, leaping from the carriage and soaring to a height of 3 to 4 zhong. Just as he leaped, 2 arrows shot toward the carriage, shattering it in an instant. Witnessing this scene, a cold, murderous intent flickered in Lu Ren's eyes. It appears that yet again, it was assassins from the Yama Hall. Chapter 80. Terrifying movement technique. Shi Zhong and Shi Buzhuan stood atop the roof, astonished to see their arrows miss. They had not anticipated Lu Ren's reflexes would be so swift. At that moment, Lu Ren landed on the rooftop across the street, fixing his cold gaze upon Shi Zhong and Shi Buzhuan. The assassins of the Yama Hall truly are relentless. This time, you have dispatched 2 to eliminate me. At this juncture, he surmised what had transpired. Wu Yonghao had entered his carriage, and the assassins mistook him for Lu Ran, thus targeting Wu Yonghao. The archery skills of these 2 were remarkable. Had he not seen Wu Yonghao's corpse, he would have remained oblivious to the imminent danger. Had he reacted even a second slower, he would have become a corpse himself, truly deserving of being Yun Qingyao's disciple. No wonder the last attempt by the Yama Hall failed. Shi Zhong marveled. This time, you shall surely fail as well. You 2 alone cannot hope to kill me. Lu Ren scoffed derisively. Shi Buzhuan smirked condescendingly. Lu Ren, are you not aware that you are already within our range? Range? Lu Ren furrowed his brow slightly. In our range, no one has ever walked away alive. Not to mention you are merely a 4th level spirit stream martial artist. Even if you were a 9th level, you too would meet your end, Shi Zhong declared, swiftly drawing an arrow from behind and knocking it onto his bowstring, pulling back with force. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth like a meteor, piercing the dark night sky as it hurtled toward Lu Ran. The arrow's speed was astonishing, reaching Lu Ran in the blink of an eye. Yet, Lu Ran appeared completely unaware, remaining utterly still. In the next moment, the arrow struck him directly. However, there was no scene of blood splattering as one might imagine. Instead, it felt as though the air had been pierced. How could this be possible? Shi Zhong's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes filled with disbelief as he witnessed Lu Run evading his arrows with an extraordinarily peculiar gait, soaring towards their direction. What astonishing agility! This is bad. Shi Bujuan, observing the situation, hastily loosed 3 arrows in succession, targeting Lu Ren as he approached from the sky. Yet, in midair, Lu Ren deftly maneuvered, his feet seemingly dancing upon the very air, gliding like a divine dragon, effortlessly dodging the 3 arrows until he stood before the 2 of them. Shi Zhong and Shi Bujuan could scarcely fathom the sheer terror of Lu Ren's agility. They quickly separated, creating a distance of 10 zhong, and unleashed a frenzied barrage of sword energy at Lu Run. Lu Run let out a cold laugh, his body darting forward, his movements akin to a dragon's tail swaying. His steps resembling an elephant's mighty tread. 7 or 8 arrows fell upon him like raindrops. Yet all were evaded with ease. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Ren appeared before Shi Zhong, delivering a powerful palm strike. Roar! The ancient and strange sound of a dragon's roar echoed as Lu Ren's true energy surged. The ethereal dragon and elephant shadows flickering, converging into his right hand, transforming into a fierce and domineering fist imprint. He had actually ascended to the 6th level of the Lingxi realm. Shi Zhong's face wore a look of disdain, as 8 streams of Lingxi energy surged within him, erupting into a formidable force, and he retaliated with a palm strike of his own, aimed directly at Lu Ren. However, when Lu Ren's palm came crashing down, Shi Zhong's countenance changed completely. He felt an overwhelmingly oppressive force bearing down upon him. How could this be possible? Shi Zhong's face was filled with shock. Lu Ren's dragon-elephant quaking palm had reached perfection, and coupled with every step of the dragon-elephant shadow step accumulating power, the force of that palm strike had been elevated to its zenith. The terrifying palm imprint instantaneously shattered Shi Zhong's arm before crashing heavily into his body. Shi Zhong let out a wretched scream, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying from the rooftop, crashing violently onto the cobblestone street below. Boom! The cobblestone shattered, leaving behind a massive crater. Whoosh! Yet another arrow shot through the air with great speed. Aiming viciously at Lu Ren's back, Lu Ren's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he unleashed his dragon-elephant true energy, manifesting as a protective barrier that blocked the arrow. Subsequently, he drew forth the Ghost Slayer sword, infusing it with true energy, and swung it fiercely. Whoosh! A blade of energy tore through the air, targeting Shi Bujuan. Shi Bujuan narrowly avoided the sword energy, his face a mask of horror, unable to believe that Lu Ren's true energy was so formidable, capable of countering his arrow. Although the long distance had diminished the arrow's power, it was still far beyond what a mere 6th-level Lingxi realm warrior could withstand. Bujuan, hurry! Flee! This guy is far too strong. Shi Zhong shouted with all his might, collapsing to the ground, devoid of breath. Damn it! Shi Bujuan's face twisted in regret, utterly unprepared for Lu Ren's overwhelming strength, especially his terrifying agility, which surpassed anything they had ever encountered. The 2 brothers had dedicated over a decade to honing their archery skills, and even with a distance between them, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone practicing a low-grade martial technique to evade their lethal shots. Yet, Lu Ren had effortlessly traversed their arrows as if the space were uninhabited. He realized that continuing to hold their ground would lead only to death, and without hesitation, he chose to flee. Trying to escape, Lu Ren scoffed, his body weaving through the air like a swimming dragon, his speed reaching its zenith as he pursued. This guy's lightness skill is astonishingly swift. Shi Bujuan, witnessing Lu Ren drawing closer, was overwhelmed by feared AS archers. They too had practiced lightness skills, and upon failing an assassination, they would always flee. They had survived over a dozen assassination attempts, even against geniuses in the 9th level of the Lingxi realm. But now they faced a foe whose lightness skill was equally formidable. Could it be that this guy truly harbored the soul of the ancient Emperor Tu Shi within him? Realizing his escape was futile, Shi Bujuan abruptly turned, drawing his bow and knocking the last 5 arrows onto the string, releasing them all at once. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 arrows formed a star shape as they shot forth. However, Lu Ren's figure flickered, evading all 5 arrows before striking at Shi Bujuan with a single sword. The wind swept through like a tempest, A storm of sword energy converged, crashing against Shibujuan's chest. Uft, uft, uft. Countless blades of energy raked across Shibujuan's body, leaving behind deep gashes before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After confirming the deaths of the two men, Lu Ren did not linger. He swiftly returned to the carriage, plucking the storage ring from Wu Yonghao's finger, and departed hastily, making his way back to the Qin residence. Not long after Lu Ren's departure, a shadow rushed over, and upon seeing the bodies sprawled on the street and within the courtyard, disbelief spread across their face. Shibujuan and Shi Zhong had been slain. Could it be that Chu Hong's words were true? Did Lu Ren truly possess the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi within him? The leader of the assassins clenched his fists tightly, fully aware of the strength of Shibujuan and Shi Zhong, both of whom were his subordinates. To eliminate them, one must possess the strength of the Yunhe realm, along with astounding mental acuity to perceive their lethal shots. A warrior with a defective bloodline could never achieve such a feat without a doubt. This guy indeed held the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi within him. Chapter 81. A night for assassination beneath the dark moon the following day. The news of Wu Yonghao being slain by the assassins of the Yama Hall, still within the carriage of the Qin family, spread like wildfire throughout Luoan City. Moreover, a Yama notice was found on Wu Yonghao's corpse, bearing Lu Ren's assassination order. Clearly, Wu Yonghao had become a scapegoat for Lu Ren. Of course, there were also the bodies of two assassins from the Yama Hall lying in the streets of Luoan City. Chu Hong learned of the failed assassination immediately, trembling in fear within the Chu residence, his soul nearly leaving his body. If even those two assassins had failed, it was certain that Lu Ren possessed the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. As Chu Hong contemplated Lu Ren's possession of the ancient Emperor Tuashi's soul, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, questioning why he had resorted to hired murderers to provoke Lu Ren. Now, Lu Ren was undoubtedly aware of his involvement in the assassination, and retaliation was highly likely. He knew that the assassins dispatched by the Yama Hall were known as the Twin Divine Archers, both possessing the strength of the 8th level of the Lingxi realm, yet they had been killed by Lu Ren, more accurately, by the ancient Emperor Tuashi. It was worth noting that he himself was merely at the 9th level of the Lingxi realm, and the Chu family did not even possess a single expert of the Yunhe realm. Should Lu Ren truly come to seek vengeance, how could he possibly defend himself? It's over. I'm utterly finished. Chu Hong collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Hong, you now have no path of retreat. This time, the Yama Hall has lost 2 assassins under your command. Give me another 10 million copper coins, and I guarantee Lu Ren will be buried without a trace. A figure cloaked in black emerged. It was the leader of the assassins. Chu Hong shook his head repeatedly, his spirit broken. No, I won't kill him. Not kill him. The assassin leader was slightly taken aback, grabbing Chu Hong by the collar. His voice darked. You not realize that there is no turning back for you. If Lu Ren is not dead, you will be the one to die. If you abandon this now, how will you face your deceased son? Your son was the heir of the ghost sword, and now he lies dead at Lu Ren's hands. But Lu Ren possesses the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. That is a true martial emperor. You have already failed in 2 assassination attempts. Chu Hong's face was filled with terror. Now, we are like grasshoppers on the same string. If I fail again, the Yama Hall will not spare me. The assassin leader growled. I need a sum of money to purchase formation talismans. I will set up an inescapable net and ensure that Lu Ren perishes without a trace. Hearing this, Chu Hong's gaze shifted from terror to cold resolve, as thoughts of his son's tragic death dispelled his earlier fears, leaving only an insatiable desire for vengeance. Very well, if I do not succeed, I shall perish with him. Chu Hong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This time, I will personally take action, ensuring Lu Ren meets his end within the Tsangming secret realm. Await my good news. The assassin leader nodded. Excellent. Chu Hong clenched his fists tightly, disregarding any consequences. Whether this assassination succeeded or not, he would dissolve the Chu family. Success or failure rested upon this one endeavor. In a separate courtyard of the Qin residence, Lu Ren retrieved the storage ring from Wu Yonghao, beginning his exploration. Inside the storage ring, he found 20 low-grade spirit stones and a few ordinary healing elixirs. Where could the talisman treasure compendium be? Lu Ren searched through Wu Yonghao's belongings but found no sign of the compendium, leaving him somewhat disheartened. This book was incredibly valuable. If sold, it could fetch hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Just then, Qingguan approached, his expression grave. Lu Ren, have you heard the news from last night? What news? Lu Ren feigned ignorance. Wu Yonghao was mistakenly killed by assassins from the Yamahal.as. For those two assassins, they might have been eliminated by experts from the Wu family. I suspect they were targeting you, Qingguan explained. He then recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Ren, including the backgrounds of Shi Bujuan and Shi Zhong. It was only thanks to the coachman returning, who had seized Wu Yonghao's carriage, that he pieced together the narrative. That was indeed perilous, Lu Ren exclaimed, a look of fear crossing his face. The twin divine archers are exceptionally formidable, their lightness skills remarkable. Even in the presence of Yunhe realm warriors, they can easily escape. I wonder who managed to kill them, Qingguan marveled, then continued, Lu Ren, Luoan City is currently unstable. It would be wise for you to remain at the Qin residence. The Zhongming secret realm will open in 4 days. All right, Lu Ren nodded, then produced 50 low-grade spirit stones. Uncle Qin, this is the money from selling the 9 transform ice explosion talisman. Qingguan waved his hand to refuse. Lu Ren, keep these 50 low-grade spirit stones for yourself. You are still at the Lingxi realm and urgently need spirit stones. But these 50 low-grade spirit stones are far too valuable, Lu Ren protested. He desired the spirit stones, yet recognized that this was no small sum. It equated to 10 million copper coins. This was not a trivial amount. Compared to what one can find in the Zhongming secret realm, it pales in comparison. In 4 days, if you can elevate your realm by even 1 level, you'll acquire more treasures and increase your power for self-preservation. Qingguan smiled. Since Uncle Qin insists, I shall not be stubborn. Lu Ren accepted the spirit stones and returned to his own courtyard. Once he entered the Zhongming secret realm, Su Sanjiao would likely become his greatest adversary. With his current strength, he feared he would not be a match for him. I possess 70 low-grade spirit stones. I will first cultivate the dragon elephant shadow step to perfection, solidify my realm, and then strive for the 7th level of the Lingxi realm. Lu Ren re-entered the nameless treasure tower and resumed his arduous training. After dedicating 2 decades to his training, he finally perfected the dragon elephant shadow step, both in speed and technique, far surpassing any previous accomplishments. With 20 years of hard work, Lu Ren had solidified his realm. He then continued his cultivation, activating the dragon elephant prajna technique. As pure spiritual energy flowed into his body, transforming into true energy and accumulating within the 6 Lingxi streams. He continued to refine and absorb this energy. Lu Ren's cultivation gradually ascended, with the 6th Lingxi stream nearing saturation. After refining all 50 low-grade spirit stones, Lu Ren discovered that his realm had stagnated at the peak of the 6th level of the Lingxi realm, just a step away from entering the 7th level. Lu Ren was secretly astonished, realizing that his cultivation technique was exceedingly potent, its profound foundation requiring resources several times that of an ordinary warrior to break through a single realm. Su Sanjiao possessed the strength of the 9th level of the Lingxi realm and was a genius with a 6th grade bloodline. I must elevate my realm by 2 levels to stand a chance against him. With this thought in mind, Lu Ren exited the nameless treasure tower, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for further cultivation. The following evening, he finally shattered the bottleneck, splitting his 6th Lingxi stream to form the 7th, successfully advancing to the 7th level of the Lingxi realm. On this dark and stormy night, Chu Hong, your time has come. Lu Ren's voice was cold as ice, and a chilling aura enveloped him. He had long since planned to eradicate the Chu family once he possessed the strength, and now that he had ascended to the 7th level of the Lingxi realm, coupled with the perfected dragon elephant shadow step, he felt no fear of an ordinary 9th level Lingxi realm warrior. Chapter 82. The assault on the Chu family. After stealthily departing from the Qin residence, Lu Ren soon donned a black outfit and arrived atop a rooftop, where the Chu residence came into view. This estate, while not as grand as the Qin residence, was still quite substantial, comprising several buildings. It was indeed the Chu family. Before the main gate, a few guards were idly chatting. Hey, why did the family head suddenly decide to disband us? He even told us to pack our belongings and leave in a few days. Finding good employment won't be easy. Ever since the young master was killed, our Chu family hasn't known a moment's peace. Just as the guards finished speaking, they suddenly halted, their gazes directed toward the distance, where a figure in black descended from the rooftop. Approaching leisurely point, one of the guards stepped forward, cupping his hands. Could it be a lord from the Yamahal? I wish to see Chu Hong. The black-clad figure rasped, hurry and summon him. The Chu family's guards promptly ushered Lu Ren into the estate. At that moment, Chu Hong was in the family treasury, dividing the assets with several elders of the Chu family. Esteemed elders, I had hoped our Chu family would rise again, yet I never anticipated we would fall to such depths. May we all fare well from here on out. Chu Hong sighed heavily. Family head, once we weather this storm, there may be opportunities for a resurgence, one elder suggested. Indeed, fortunes change. As long as we remain alive, there will be chances. Another elder nodded in agreement. Is that so? Unfortunately, you no longer have such chances. At that moment, a calm voice echoed through the treasury. A figure clad in black appeared at the door, slowly walking in and shutting the stone door behind him. Who are you? Chu Hong's heart raced, immediately dismissing the notion that this was an assassin from the Yama Hall, for typically, they would only send a leader to make contact with him. Moreover, the other party had already stated they would no longer engage with him. The last assassination attempt had been carried out by himself. There were only two outcomes, success or death at the hands of the Yama Hall. Lu Ren pulled back his black veil, revealing a youthful face. It was indeed Lu Ren. Chu Hong's complexion paled, his eyes filled with sheer horror. He never expected Lu Ren would dare to come to his doorstep. What strength did Lu Ren possess? The outside world claimed he was merely at the 4th level of the Lingxi realm. How dared he confront the Chu family, likely relying on the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's soul as his backing? Chu Hong, I already warned you at the betrothal banquet. Why did you still choose to hire assassins from the Yama Hall to kill me? Did you truly think I was a pushover? Lu Ren spoke coldly to Lu Ren. You killed my son and shattered the backbone of the Chu family. If I do not kill you, who should I kill? Yet, I never imagined you would dare to intrude into my family's treasury. Chu Hong's face twisted with a mocking expression. Although he understood that Lu Ren was relying on the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, which granted him such audacity, he also knew that this power required Lu Ren's body to manifest and could not unleash its full potential. At most, it could exert the strength of a 9th-level Lingxi realm warrior. If it were to unleash the power of the Yunhe realm, Lu Ren's body would not be able to withstand it. What could he accomplish by intruding? To my knowledge, your family, the Chus, does not possess a single warrior of the Yunhe realm. To annihilate you would be a trivial matter. Lu Ren spoke, Lu Ren. You are merely relying on the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi within you to act so recklessly. However, I can assure you, today you shall surely die. Chu Hong's face revealed disdain. The soul of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi? Lu Ren exclaimed in astonishment. Beside Chu Hong, a grim-faced elder stepped forward and said, Head of the family, allow me to test this boy's strength. Chu Hong nodded and cautioned, Old Nyo, be careful. Elder Nyo scoffed, saying, I've already discerned that he seems to have reached the 7th level of the Lingxi realm. How formidable can a warrior at the 7th level truly be? He is merely at the 8th level of the Lingxi realm, a full tier above Lu Ren, not to mention my own 4-tier bloodline. His foundation cannot possibly compare to that of a waste bloodline. With that, Elder Nyo leaped into the air, a massive black blade appearing in his hand, striking down towards Lu Ren's head with a forceful slash. The pitch-black blade glinted coldly, exuding a chilling and formidable aura. A cruel smile adorned Elder Nyo's face, but in the next moment, that smile froze in shock. Lu Ren suddenly vanished from his position, evading the strike. Be careful. Chu Hong's expression changed dramatically as he hastily warned, Boom! Lu Ren reappeared before Elder Nyo, gathering true energy in his palm, the phantom of a dragon and elephant flickering, coalescing into his right hand, emanating a fierce and domineering aura as he struck towards Elder Nyo. Dragon elephant shaking the heavens palm, boom. This palm crashed into the unprepared Elder Nyo, sending him flying. Elder Nyo could only let out a scream before his life extinguished. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Elder Nyo, a warrior of the 8th level of the Lingxi realm, was actually killed by Lu Ren with a single strike. Moreover, they could all see that Lu Ren's true aura only displayed the 7th level of the Lingxi realm. Yet his combat prowess was astonishing. All elders, join forces to subdue him while I activate the formation in the treasury to trap and kill him. Chu Hong shouted, his brows knitted together as he swiftly departed. Whoosh, 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 8 elders from the Chu family, each wielding long swords and blades, charged towards Lu Ren. These elders all possessed cultivation at the 7th and 8th levels of the Lingxi realm, their swordplay and blade techniques reaching the lower grade of the yellow tier. All cultivated to perfection. In theory, it should be effortless to encircle and kill a warrior at the 7th level of the Lingxi realm. However, faced with the onslaught of 8, Lu Ren remained unperturbed, not even utilizing the 7-kill sword, instead relying on his bare hands and employing the dragon elephant divine shadow step to maneuver gracefully among them. Those elders, unable to touch Lu Ren even once, were left bewildered by his elusive movements. This Lu Ren's agility is simply too bizarre. Every time I attack, he effortlessly evades. Several elders' expressions grew increasingly grim. Die, die, die. Lu Ren unleashed a flurry of palm techniques, fist techniques, and finger techniques, his terrifying battle intent soaring, burning fiercely, thud, thud, thud. After unleashing a series of ordinary close combat techniques, Lu Ren came to a halt, standing resolutely in place. At this moment, no one was left standing before him. All 8 elders of the Chu family lay slain, sprawled across the vast treasury. "Chu Hong, come out!" Lu Ren bellowed. Suddenly, the entire treasury shook violently as purple lightning surged forth from the 4 corners, rapidly spreading outward, coalescing into a massive curtain of thunder, enveloping Lu Ren within like an eggshell. The purple lightning danced frantically, emanating a terrifying wave that sent chills down the spine, instilling fear. Is this a formation? Lu Ren's expression turned grave as he gazed at the lightning above, realizing the formation's immense power. Every family's treasury is protected by formations to prevent theft. Did the ancient Emperor Tuoshi not warn you against recklessly invading a family's treasury? Chu Hong slowly emerged, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the elders, yet his expression showed little change. These elders are dead, so be it. After all, our Chu family is about to disband, as long as I can kill Lu Ren. I can seize all his opportunities, even garnering the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's favor. Lu Ren did not comprehend what Chu Hong was saying. The other party kept mentioning the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. Did he truly believe that he possessed treasures of Tuoshi? Chu Hong took a few steps forward, suddenly kneeling down, repeatedly bowing his head to Lu Ren, saying, "Ancient Emperor Tuoshi, I am Chu Hong. I know you are secretly helping Lu Ren. Without you, how could this waste bloodline possess such strength? How could he cultivate so rapidly? But he has killed my son, and I must eliminate him. Please, reveal yourself quickly so that I can activate the thunder-killing net formation to erase him. I would undoubtedly offend you. Lu Ren is merely a waste bloodline. By following him, you will forever have no future. I, at least, possess a 4-tier bloodline. Although I am older, I believe I have more potential than this waste." Chu Hong shouted vehemently. He certainly did not wish to become an enemy of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. If Tuoshi was willing to reside within him, that would be splendid. However, if Tuoshi was unwilling, he would have no choice but to kill Lu Ren first. So this fellow believes that the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi resides within me? Lu Ren was taken aback. This man truly had a vivid imagination, but given his display of such formidable combat strength and astonishing talisman techniques, it was plausible that some might draw conclusions. After all, he had indeed acquired the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's legacy. Perhaps this was an opportune moment for a counterattack. He coughed a few times, his eyes losing their luster as he feigned the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's demeanor. Rasping, "Indeed, I am the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. I never expected someone to notice that I am assisting this waste." Chu Hong looked up at Lu Ren, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Junior pays respects to ancient Emperor Tuoshi. This waste bloodline, no matter how it cultivates, could never become this strong without your assistance. Dispel the formation, and I shall spare your life. Lu Ren spoke indifferently. However, Chu Hong remained on the ground, showing no intention of dispelling the formation, saying, "Ancient Emperor Tuoshi, forgive my words, but this waste does not deserve your assistance. You are a martial emperor. This boy has passed my assessment, so naturally, I must assist him. Despite being a waste bloodline, with my help, he can still rise," Lu Ren declared proudly. "I naturally believe in the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's words. Not to mention a waste bloodline, even a pile of dung or a splash of urine could become talented with your assistance. But I hope you can consider me," Chu Hong said, his gaze rising, attempting to probe the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's intentions. "I am sorry, but I cannot agree to your request," Lu Ren replied coldly. At this moment, Chu Hong stood up, his voice icy as he said, "Ancient Emperor Tuoshi, if you do not agree to my request, do not blame me for being impolite. The thunder-killing net formation is a 3rd-tier formation, capable of erasing warriors below the 7th level of the Yunhe realm. Even if you possess celestial abilities, I do not believe you can survive this formation. Even if you could survive, Lu Ren's body would surely be destroyed. As I am aware, once the soul leaves the body, it will disintegrate within a short time. Are you threatening me? Lu Ren seethed with fury. I would not dare. However, Lu Ren and I have enmity, and I must kill him, Chu Hong asserted. Lu Ren pondered for a moment before slowly saying, very well, I agree to your terms. You may dispel the formation, and I will reside within your body to assist your cultivation. Chu Hong knelt once more, bowing his head repeatedly, saying, thank you, ancient Emperor Tu Ashi. However, I request that you make a solemn oath of the heart demon, so that I may feel at ease. What did you say? Lu Ren exploded with anger. He understood the implications of the heart demon oath. The heart demon oath was exceedingly fearsome. Once made, if violated, it would create a heart demon on one's martial path, hindering progress and potentially leading to madness, ultimately rendering one a failure. Even formidable martial emperors would not dare to violate such an oath. As a martial emperor, how could one casually take the heart demon oath? Chu Hong was so intimidated by Lu Ren's words that he fell to the ground, not daring to move, saying, ancient Emperor Tu Ashi, I am also compelled by circumstances. As long as you can genuinely assist me in the future, I will undoubtedly follow your lead. If you tell me to go east, I will not dare to go west. Fine, I agree to your terms. You are still better than this waste bloodline, Lu Ren nodded, biting his finger to draw blood, then smearing it on his lips, extending his bloodied fingers and swearing, I, the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi, make the heart demon oath. Once Chu Hong dispels the formation, I shall reside within his body to assist him in his cultivation. Upon hearing Lu Ren's oath, Chu Hong trembled with excitement. This waste bloodline, with the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi's assistance, could become so extraordinary. He, with a 4-tier bloodline, would surely ascend to great heights in strength. He quickly rose, laughing, ancient Emperor Tu Ashi. Once this formation is activated, it cannot be dispelled. However, I possess a high-grade spiritual artifact that can break this formation. What is that? Lu Ren's eyes gleamed as he saw that Chu Hong held a copper orb in his palm. Its surface rusted and pitted. Yet, a powerful wave emanated from within. What kind of artifact is that? Lu Ren inquired. Chu Hong smiled, saying, ancient Emperor Tu Ashi, it's merely a high-grade spiritual artifact. Naturally, it cannot compare to your discerning eye. This is the formation-breaking copper orb. The formation-breaking copper orb can break formations? Lu Ren asked. Chu Hong nodded, grinning. This formation-breaking copper orb is a high-grade spiritual artifact. As long as I infuse my true energy into it, I can break any 3rd-tier formation. However, with my strength at the 9th level of the Lingxi realm, expending all my true energy will only allow me to unleash it once. I see. Lu Ren was slightly taken aback, then scoffed, this orb is nothing special. I have countless divine artifacts hidden away. Begin breaking the formation at once. Upon hearing countless divine artifacts, Chu Hong's face lit up with greed. As long as the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi resided within him, all those artifacts would belong to him. Master Chiu, once I kill Lu Ren, I will definitely present a plaque to the Wanbao Pavilion that reads Discerning Eye for Treasures. Chu Hong chuckled, his 9 streams of true energy surging wildly within him, flowing into the formation-breaking copper orb before he struck it fiercely against the formation before him. Boom! The formation-breaking copper orb collided with the thunder-killing net formation, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the dense lightning in the air, dissipating into vast amounts of energy. The entire treasury trembled for a long while before settling down. Chu Hong, drained of all his true energy, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as he looked up at Lu Ren, who was slowly approaching, and smiled. Ancient Emperor Tu Ashi, please reveal yourself. Chu Hong, you have both bowed to me and saved me. You are making it hard for me to kill you. Rest assured, I will select a fine grave for you. Lu Ren restored his own voice. He had never been the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi. Swearing in Tu Ashi's name held no weight, and now that he had emerged from the formation, he no longer needed to pretend. What? What did you say? Where is the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi? Chu Hong exclaimed. Stunned, I do not possess the soul of the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi. It has all been your conjecture from the beginning. Lu Ren replied with a faint smile. No, that is impossible. If you do not have the ancient Emperor Tu Ashi within you, how could you be so powerful and possess such formidable talisman techniques? Chu Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Lu Ren's performance was simply too extraordinary. Only the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi residing within him could explain it. Otherwise, how could a waste bloodline ascend from the 4th to the 7th level of the Lingxi realm in just a few days? How could he possess such extraordinary talisman techniques? Lu Ren grew weary of Chu Hong's ramblings and struck out with a palm, shattering Chu Hong's skull. Chu Hong and the elders of the Chu family were all slain by him. As for the other members of the Chu family, Lu Ron could not care less, and no one would know that he was the perpetrator. The Chu family had been eradicated, and next on his list were the Ghost Sword sect, the Hell Hall, and the Su family. He would not let go of anyone who had offended him. Even if he currently lacked the strength, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. As long as he collects enough resources, he could exact his revenge in a moment. If a moment is insufficient, he would add another. Lu Run picked up the formation-breaking copper orb, placing it into his storage ring. This orb was truly a valuable item that could dismantle formations, ensuring he could handle similar situations in the future. Afterwards, Lu Ren looted 30 low-grade spiritual stones, 2 million copper coins, and 3 volumes of low-grade yellow-tier martial skills from the bodies of the elders. Once he had gathered all the spoils, Lu Ren quietly departed the Chu residence, returning to the Qin residence. The treasury of the Chu family was fortified. No matter how great the commotion within, no one would be aware, and the servants would not dare to enter the treasury casually. Upon stealthily returning to the Qin residence and cleansing himself, Lu Ren acted as if nothing had transpired. Now, with 30 low-grade spiritual stones in hand, he intended to attempt cultivating a third martial skill, the dragon elephant treading the heavens leg. This martial skill was a leg technique, its power having reached the upper grade of the yellow tier, requiring the dragon elephant divine shadow step to begin cultivation. Once successfully cultivated, his legs would resemble the mighty hooves of a divine elephant, capable of sweeping away foes. With his current strength, he feared he could instantly slay a warrior like Chu Hong at the 9th level of the Lingxi realm. The Wu family. Since Wu Fan learned of his son's death, he nearly fainted. He had but one son, now killed by Lu Ron, and his hatred for Lu Ron had surged to an extreme. Yet, he dared not seek revenge against Lu Ron. Firstly, Wu Yonghao's death was not directly related to Lu Ron. Secondly, Lu Ron had already become the future son-in-law of the Qin family. If he were to openly attack Lu Ron, Qin Guan would undoubtedly intervene. Lu Ron, I will not rest until we are enemies. Wu Fan seethed, increasingly furious, smashing a nearby table, causing 2 maidservants to cower in fear. The steward approached, cupping his hands, saying, Please, head of the family, bear your grief. It is easy for you to say. You have not lost a son. Wu Fan fumed, glaring at the steward. If I recall correctly, you should have a son. Yes? Yes. The steward nodded slightly. Bring me the steward Fu's son and kill him. Wu Fan declared loudly. The steward's face changed instantly. He dropped to his knees, grasping Wu Fan's legs, pleading desperately, Head of the family, please, do not kill my son. Wu Fan kicked the steward away, and upon seeing the steward's pained expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Head of the family, someone requests an audience. A voice suddenly called out. Let him wait for me in the side hall. After calming himself, Wu Fan proceeded to the side hall, where he encountered a young man around 20 years old, his face marred with numerous sword scars. Who are you? Wu Fan inquired. The young man slowly replied, On behalf of the King of Hell, I am the leader of an assassin squad from the Hell Hall. This assassination attempt on Lu Ron is under my full responsibility. That cunning Lu Ron, aware of the assassination, actually lured your son onto his carriage, leading to our failure and the accidental killing of your son. What did you say? Wu Fan shot up, fixing a fierce gaze on the young man, nearly unable to restrain himself from killing him. Moreover, he could not fathom that his son had been lured onto the Qin family's carriage by Lu Ron. The assassin leader continued, Do you know why this waste bloodline, Lu Ron, is so powerful? Not only has he repeatedly evaded the assassinations from our Yama Hall, but he has also displayed an astonishing talent for talismans. Wu Fan calmed himself. Now that his son was dead, he needed to contemplate avenging him. The soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi resides within Lu Ron. The leader of the assassins spoke slowly. What? Wu Fan was slightly taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Only if the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuashi inhabited Lu Ron could he be so extraordinarily powerful. Wu Fan, your son is dead. I can't take his place to enter the Tsangming's secret realm, and I will be able to kill Lu Ron in one fell swoop at that time. All the opportunities Lu Ron possesses will be split equally between us. What do you say? The leader of the assassins finally revealed his purpose for this endeavor. However, Wu Fan remained skeptical, saying, "Since you claim that the soul of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi is within Lu Ran, how could a mere 9th-level Lingxi realm practitioner like yourself possibly kill him? I have my own methods." The leader of the assassins replied, his face brimming with confidence. This time, he expended vast amounts of wealth to acquire a powerful array of talismans. As long as he set it up in advance and lured Lu Ran into it, death for Lu Ran would be inevitable. You have failed countless times in your attempts on his life. How can you expect to kill him now? Wu Fan expressed his disbelief. Furthermore, only young warriors of the Lingxi realm can enter the Tsangming secret realm. How could it be so simple to kill Lu Ran? Because I mean Jujian, does that suffice? The leader of the assassins grinned. Chapter 0085. The unmatched pair on the Lingxi ranking. You are in Jujian? You actually joined the Yama Hall? Wu Fan was utterly astonished. In the Zhangyan Kingdom, there exists a ranking known as the Lingxi ranking, which lists the 10 most formidable practitioners of the Lingxi realm. Those who make it onto the Lingxi ranking are the top geniuses of the Zhangyan Kingdom. The 10 spots on the list are predominantly occupied by the outer disciples of the 4 great sects, yet one individual, who is not a disciple of any of these sects, manages to secure the second position. This individual is none other than In Jujian. In Jujian has battled many of the top 10 geniuses on the Lingxi ranking and has emerged victorious each time, save for a few encounters with Su Sanjia, where outcomes were mixed. Among the top 10 warriors on the Lingxi ranking, aside from Su Sanjia and In Jujian, the strength differences among the others are not significant, making Su Sanjia and In Jujian the unmatched pair on the Lingxi ranking. However, In Jujian has always worn a conical hat, never revealing his true visage. Thus few have actually seen his appearance. Very well, I shall cooperate with you. Wu Fan agreed with a sinister expression. Avenge my son is secondary. The opportunities Lu Ran possesses are of utmost importance. If I can seize those opportunities, I could ascend to the Tiangang realm. Who would need a son then? Cultivating myself would be far more satisfying. He mused that if Lu Ran had offended Su Sanjia, given Su Sanjia's temperament, he would likely not let Lu Ran off so easily. It would be troublesome if he were to kill Lu Ran first. Wu Fan suddenly offered this reminder. Rest assured, I have my own measures. In Jujian replied nonchalantly, I hope you won't attempt any tricks in my presence. Wu Fan warned coldly that Wu Fan, you are a formidable presence in the Divine Sea realm. What tricks could I possibly employ? In Jujian chuckled, then added, moreover, as long as I can enter the Tsangming secret realm, I have every confidence in killing Lu Ran and seizing all his inheritances. In the realm of heaven and earth, Lu Ren's legs resembled those of a divine elephant as he furiously stomped the ground. Then, he leapt 3 zhang into the air, twisting like a divine dragon, his true chi surging into his right leg, transforming it into a colossal divine elephant's hoof, which struck down upon a massive stone beneath him. Boom! The stone, towering a zhang high, was shattered to pieces by a single kick. Lu Ran spun around, delivering another fierce kick to a nearby boulder, reducing it to rubble. Upon landing, Lu Ran furrowed his brow and remarked, this dragon elephant treading the heavens technique is truly worthy of being a top-tier yellow-grade martial art. It is exceedingly difficult to master. After 20 years of effort, he had exhausted 20 low-grade spirit stones, but still failed to successfully cultivate the dragon elephant treading the heavens technique. This technique, being a top-tier yellow-grade ancient martial skill, is naturally not easy to master. In the following 2 days, Lu Ran focused on absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Now, he had just stepped into the 7th level of the Lingxi realm, with the 7th Lingxi barely splitting apart, not yet robust. The time spent in cultivation passed swiftly. 3 days soon flew by. Presently, only 1 day remained until the opening of the Tsangming secret realm. In the morning, as the sun lazily rose, Qin Guan sent someone to summon Lu Ran to the Qin family hall. At this moment, Qin Yu had already been waiting in the hall. After several days of arduous cultivation, her own realm had also reached the 7th level of the Lingxi realm. Qin Guan casually probed Lu Ran's aura and was astonished. Lu Ran, it seems you have also advanced to the 7th level of the Lingxi realm? How is this possible? It must be noted that her daughter was able to advance so rapidly due to consuming various rare materials and consolidating her foundation, in addition to continuously refining low-grade spirit stones, thus managing to rise from the 4th to the 7th level of the Lingxi realm in such a short time. Yet Lu Ran, relying solely on his own cultivation, how could he have reached the 7th level of the Lingxi realm? Merely an inheritance from the ancient emperor. It is nothing of significance. Lu Ren explained. I see. Qin Guan nodded, suspecting that Lu Ren possessed the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, which, with time, would allow his strength to soar. However, this inheritance would eventually be depleted. Once it was exhausted, with Lu Ren's inferior bloodline talent, advancing would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You are Lu Ren. This time, many families have sought assistance for the opening of the Tsangming's secret realm, so you must exercise caution, Qin Guan continued. Assistance? Lu Ren frowned. Several families lack young prodigies, hence they naturally seek external aid, and those they invite are likely the geniuses from the Lingxi ranking, Qin Guan elucidated. I understand. Lu Ren was taken aback. It seemed this journey into the Tsangming's secret realm would not be easy. We have no enmity with them, so there is no need for undue concern. The only one you need to be wary of is Su Sanjia, Qin Guan reminded him. Lu Ren nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. If Su Sanjia were indeed to cause trouble for him, he could always bide his time until his strength grew, then deal with him decisively. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. But if one offends me, then heaven and earth shall be their doom. With that, let us set out, Qin Guan declared, suddenly emitting a light sound, and shortly thereafter, a strong wind howled outside the hall, revealing a massive fierce bird. This was a third-tier demonic beast comparable to the Yunhe realm, a winged lion griffin, possessing the body and claws of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, measuring over 10 meters long, its wings spread wide, commanding respect. Thus, the winged lion griffin landed before the hall. You are Lu Ren, come, let us board the winged lion griffin, Qin Guan said, leaping onto its back first, followed by Lu Ren and Qin Yu. Steady yourselves, Qin Guan instructed, and the winged lion griffin unfurled its wings, soaring into the sky and heading outside the city. This winged lion griffin flew at twice the speed of a lark. As it navigated the air, the fierce winds buffeted against them, compelling them to channel their true qi to form a protective shield against the gusts. The winged lion griffin flew for half a day before finally arriving at a mountain range. Within this range lay a vast canyon, surrounded by towering cliffs that reached hundreds of meters high. With almost no escape routes, Qin Guan, Lu Ren, and Qin Yu descended into the canyon atop the winged lion griffin. Once they disembarked, the winged lion griffin soared back into the sky, leaving the canyon behind. Lu Ren scanned the surroundings, noticing numerous individuals within the canyon. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a beautiful woman. This woman had skin as smooth as cream, an exquisite figure, and was dressed in the outer disciple garb of the Li Hua sect. It was none other than Zhang Zixuan, whom he had saved from Yelioxiang. Zhang Zixuan also spotted Lu Ren, smiling as she said, Lu Ren, I told you that you couldn't escape my grasp. We meet again. It has been a while, Lu Ren replied with a helpless smile. Zhang Zixuan approached, leaning towards Qin Yu, and cheerfully asked, Junior Sister Qin Yu, if I wanted to team up with you. You wouldn't feel jealous, would you? Chapter 0086, The Little Princess Sister Zixuan, I never expected you to know Lu Ren. With your joining us, that would be wonderful, Qin Yu chuckled, surprised that Lu Ren and Zhang Zixuan were acquainted. And from Zhang Zixuan's tone, it seemed they shared some history at that moment. She felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. That's great. I was worried you might be jealous. Zhang Zixuan laughed, then turned to Lu Ren and said, Lu Ren, I actually secured a spot to enter the Tsangming secret realm after inquiring about you. While the treasures within the Tsangming secret realm may not be substantial, finding some powerful inheritances would still be quite worthwhile. Hearing Zhang Zixuan's words, Lu Ren was secretly astonished. Zhang Zixuan's identity must be significant, as she seemed unimpressed by the treasures of the Tsangming secret realm. It should be noted that the Su family fought fiercely with the Qin family over a single spot, demonstrating how much they valued the treasures of the Tsangming secret realm. You sought me out just to tell me this? Lu Ren asked, bewildered. Of course not. The debt of saving a life is greater than the heavens. You saved my life, and I have been pondering how to repay you. I heard that you have offended Su Sanjia. With me around, he wouldn't dare to take action against you, Zhang Zixuan declared with an air of pride. Ever since Lu Ren saved her, she had been frantically seeking news of him, and upon learning that he possessed an inferior bloodline, her interest in him only deepened. Qin Guan observed this exchange, his eyes lighting up. With this little princess's support, Su Sanjia would surely refrain from openly opposing Lu Ren. The other young heirs from various families were equally astounded. When had they ever seen Zhang Zixuan display such warmth towards a man? They acknowledged Lu Ren's possession of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's inheritance, recognizing his formidable strength, but many other geniuses surpassed him. Yet Zhang Zishuan had never shown such enthusiasm before. By now, over 20 figures had gathered. The canyon was filled with family heads and elders, accompanied by the younger generation's talents. Liu Ren noticed Wu Fan among them, standing beside a young man whose face bore numerous sword scars, emanating an extraordinary aura. Also at the 9th level of the Lingxi realm, Liu Ren, I never expected you to truly dare to enter the Tsangming's secret realm. At that moment, an elder arrived with a young man who descended from a flying sword, a smirk on his face. This person was none other than Su Sanjia. Su Sanjia, too, was taken aback. Liu Ren had indeed dared to enter the Tsangming's secret realm. Once inside, even if he wanted to kill Liu Ren, the Qin family could not intervene. Once inside the Tsangming's secret realm, I will surely kill you. Su Sanjia declared without reservation. Su Sanjia, Liu Ren is my savior. You cannot harm him, Zhang Zishuan interposed, her tone icy. Little princess, what are you doing? Su Sanjia's expression darkened, seemingly incredulous that the little princess knew Liu Ren and was intent on protecting him. This realization filled Su Sanjia with immense rage. This inferior bloodline Liu Ren had become Yun Qingyao's disciple, and now he had even garnered the little princess's favor. Su Sanjia, Liu Ren is my savior. You cannot harm him, understood? If you dare to injure him, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhang Zishuan fixed her gaze on Su Sanjia, speaking with an authoritative tone. Little princess, this is a private matter between Su Sanjia and me. I hope you will not interfere. Su Sanjia's face was grim. This little princess, however, was no ordinary person but the most cherished daughter of the kingdom's ruler. Although Zhang Zishuan was not the ruler's daughter, she was the daughter of the ruler's personal guard, who had once saved the ruler's life on the battlefield. Afterward, the ruler had bestowed the title of Little Princess upon her, naming her Princess Xian. Su Sanjia, I have thoroughly investigated your matter. It was you who lost the talisman competition and, unable to accept your defeat, sought to take revenge on Liu Ren. Everyone knows who is right and who is wrong, Zhang Zishuan asserted. Humph. Su Sanjia snorted coldly, glaring at Liu Ren behind Zhang Zishuan. Liu Ren, once we enter the Tsangming's secret realm, do not think you will always have the princess protecting you. As he spoke, a powerful true qi erupted from his body, overwhelming and unstoppable. This aura was astonishing, far beyond what a 9th-level Lingxi realm practitioner could match. Has he already stepped into the supreme realm? Zhang Zishuan's expression shifted. What? Su Sanjia has already entered the supreme realm? Who among us can rival him in this Tsangming's secret realm? It seems we will find it challenging to stop him unless In Jiujian intervenes. Many others looked grave, murmuring among themselves. The strong on the Lingxi ranking had not immediately advanced to the Yunhe realm, but had instead remained at the 9th level of the Lingxi realm, aiming to step into the supreme realm and split the legendary 10th Lingxi. Once one enters the supreme realm, their foundation would be significantly stronger when advancing to the Yunhe realm. Yet Su Sanjia had become the first to enter the supreme realm. Liu Ren, I warned you. Anyone who opposes me, Su Sanjia, will meet a dismal fate, even if you have the little princess backing you. Su Sanjia withdrew his aura and stepped aside, falling silent. Zhang Zishuan approached Liu Ren, reassuring him. Liu Ren, there's no need to worry. As long as I'm here, he wouldn't dare to harm you. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous commotion erupted from deep within the canyon, accompanied by the roars of demonic beasts echoing from afar. The beast tide has erupted. The stone door can be opened, a family head exclaimed. Everyone felt a surge of energy coursing through them. The Tsangming's secret realm is filled with powerful demonic beasts, but every 5 years, a beast tide occurs, unleashing these formidable creatures into the depths of the Tsangming's secret realm in approximately 7 days. These powerful beasts will emerge once more. Thus, the Tsangming's secret realm lasts for only 7 days, and the opening coincides with the outbreak of the beast tide. After waiting for a brief moment, the family heads arrived at a cliff, then suddenly channeled their true qi, moving aside a massive stone to reveal a large door. On the other side of the door, a rich surge of spiritual energy rushed forth. The beast tide has passed. You may enter now. Go. Instantly, several young individuals rushed through the door. Sister Qinyu, little princess, let us proceed, Liu Ren declared, leading the 2 women as they dashed inside. Chapter 0087. Entering the Tsangming's secret realm. As Liu Ren stepped into the Tsangming's secret realm, he found himself in a desolate basin. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth enveloped him, far denser than that of the outer disciples' Tianzi mountain. Cultivating here would surely yield remarkable results. The rich spiritual energy formed a mist that obscured his vision significantly. Zhang Zishuan immediately said, Lu Ren, you and Sister Qin Yu should leave first. I will hold off Su Sanjia. I will stay as well. Qin Yu added that Su Sanjia's target is Lu Ren. As long as I can stall Su Sanjia, Lu Ren will be safe. Liu Ren considered that Su Sanjia would likely hesitate to trouble Zhang Zishuan and nodded. Little princess, Sister Qin Yu, I will take my leave first. With that, he leaped into the air, utilizing the dragon elephant shadow step, swiftly darting in a particular direction. However, he had not ventured far when he discovered, to his astonishment, that his feet were ensnared in the muddy swamp. The intense spiritual energy of this realm rendered the ground nearly invisible to him. Boom! Lu Ren summoned his true essence and unleashed the dragon elephant shockwave towards the swamp. Utilizing the rebounding force, he propelled himself away, landing on the firm ground not far off. The vast swamp before him was left with a colossal crater from his strike. With mud splattering in all directions, as Lu Ren focused his gaze, he was surprised to find that the surface of the swamp was not ordinary soil. Instead, it gleamed with a dark metallic luster. This was black rock iron, and where such a metal exists, black iron grass is sure to follow. A surge of joy washed over Lu Ren as he leaped down and began to search eagerly. Before long, he stumbled upon a pitch-black spiritual herb nestled in a corner of the crater. This herb resembled a dogtail grass, but shimmered with a golden hue, its edges razor-sharp. Indeed, it was black iron grass. Ha ha ha, I have finally found the black iron grass. Once I gather some low-grade spirit stones, I can instantly ascend to the level of tempered steel. Lu Ren was filled with excitement, never expecting to discover the black iron grass so effortlessly. Initially, he had intended to find a place to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while entering the pagoda to cultivate, which would also allow him to reach the level of tempered steel. However, that would be incredibly time-consuming. Moreover, after 10 years of arduous training, he might not even attain the level of tempered steel. The Qi cultivation technique is easy to practice but demands a great deal of time. With only 7 days in the Tsangming secret realm, he could not afford to waste any of it on mere cultivation. Here, at any moment, he might stumble upon various rare spiritual herbs or even low-grade spirit stones. If he could discover a spirit stone mine, it would be an absolute windfall. Liu Ren traversed the outskirts and soon entered a mountain range. The spiritual energy within the mountains was not overly rich, yet it was not uncommon to spot spiritual herbs nestled at the foot of the mountains or in the crevices of the gorges. There was Zhu bloodgrass. There was Qi watergrass. Lu Ren collected every spiritual herb he encountered. These herbs included those for potion crafting, body refinement, and healing. Each herb could fetch at least one low-grade spirit stone. Within half a day's time, Lu Ren had amassed over 30 spiritual herbs. Just as he was about to continue gathering herbs, he spotted a robust young man approaching. The youth, boasting the strength of the 9th layer of the Lingxi realm and clad in the robes of the Huangdao sect, was clearly a disciple of that faction. Ha ha ha, I never imagined my luck would be so fortuitous, running into you. The burly youth approached Lu Ren, and upon seeing his face, burst into laughter. Fortunate? Lu Ren questioned. Perplexed, Liu Ren, stop pretending. Senior Brother Su has already issued a death order to us. As long as we kill you, we can follow him. Today, you shall surely die. Zhou Kong said coldly that Su Sanjia has now stepped into the supreme realm and will soon ascend to the Yunhe realm. Becoming a genius of the inner sect I in the future, becoming a core disciple is merely a matter of time. By then, following Su Sanjia, he will have whatever he desires. Liu Ren shook his head and scoffed. Su Sanjia cannot do anything to me. What makes you think you can? You are far too conceited. If it weren't for the young princess presence, Senior Brother Su could eliminate you with a single move. However, you are such a useless fool that Senior Brother Su need not lift a finger. I can easily dispatch you, Zhou Kong sneered, then hurled a punch towards Lu Ren's head. The punch was akin to a cannonball, striking with incredible speed, the true essence coalescing to create a shocking explosion upon impact. This was a mid-tier yellow-level martial technique. Iron Burst Fist, die. Zhou Kong's eyes glinted with a cruel smile. Bang. With a muffled sound, the explosive force erupted, yet Zhou Kong's fist did not connect with Lu Ren's head. Instead, Lu Ren deftly dodged at the same time. Zhou Kong felt a sharp pain in his back, as though struck by a colossal mountain, and was sent crashing to the ground, his face meeting the earth with a thud. Lu Ren strode over and placed a foot upon Zhou Kang's back. You think you can kill me? Lu Ren mocked. You. Zhou Kang lay on the ground, his face flushed and filled with horror. Unable to utter a word, he could hardly believe that Lu Ren, who was merely at the 7th layer of the Lingxi realm, could be so formidable, employing techniques that left him utterly unprepared. I will deal with you first, then seek out Su Sanjia for retribution. Lu Ren was disinterested in further conversation and raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Zhou Kang's face paled, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Lu Ren, you cannot kill me. I know of a place with a spirit mine. A spirit mine? Lu Ren was taken aback, retracting his hand as he inquired, What spirit mine? Zhou Kang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. There is a spirit mine, a low-grade spirit stone mine. By my estimation, it could yield over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Over 10,000? Lu Ren was slightly astonished, then scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? If you discovered a spirit mine, why not claim it for yourself? Seeking death, as Lu Ren spoke, he prepared to strike again. No, don't kill me. I'm not lying, Zhou Kang, terrified, pleaded. Because there are several geniuses competing there, all from the Lingxi rankings. With my strength, I wouldn't dare to compete. Where is this spirit mine? Lu Ren pressed further. Zhou Kang pointed in a direction, saying, It's located 10 miles from here in a gorge. The spiritual energy there is so dense because of that spirit mine. I see. Lu Ren nodded, then struck down, crushing Zhou Kang's skull. Lu Ren showed no mercy to those who sought his life. To leave a root uncut is to allow it to sprout anew. After killing Zhou Kang, he seized his storage ring and made no further delay, retracing his steps. With over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in the mine, even if he managed to snatch a few hundred amidst the chaos, his power would soar, rendering Su Sanjia no more than a mere fly to be swatted away. Chapter 88. The large spirit mine. Lu Ren moved swiftly, nearing the gorge indicated by Zhou Kang in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Bang, bang, bang. Approaching the gorge, Lu Ren could hear the sounds of fierce combat erupting from within. As he drew closer, he beheld the scene within the gorge. There were 6 disciples engaged in a chaotic battle, disciples from 4 major sects. Locked in a fierce struggle, a disciple from Qingyun sect, 1 from Huangdao sect, 2 from Taijian sect, and 2 from Lihua sect, all at the 9th layer of the Lingxi realm, were clashing with overwhelming strength, showcasing sword techniques and blade skills of remarkable prowess, clearly at the high tier of the yellow level. On one side of the 6, a steep cliff bore a large narrow crevice, from which a steady stream of spiritual energy gushed forth. Undoubtedly, that crevice likely concealed a spiritual vein. A spiritual vein. Lu Ren was secretly astonished. A spiritual vein could elevate a small clan to the status of a large family in the outside world. It would incite fierce competition among any faction, leading to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Low-grade spirit stones may not hold much value for warriors of the Yunhe realm, but they are sufficient to forge many at the 9th layer of the Lingxi realm. If he were to seize that spiritual vein for himself, he could almost instantaneously ascend from the 7th layer of the Lingxi realm to the 9th layer. Furthermore, he could advance his body refinement technique to its 2nd layer, and even cultivate the spirit explosion secret technique. However, it was clear that such a vein would not be easily claimed. These 6 individuals were geniuses of the Lingxi rankings, and should he intervene, he would likely be intercepted. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief skirmish, the 6 finally paused. We should cease fighting. Continuing will yield no victor. A youth in white, Lin Xiaobai, a disciple of Taijian sect and ranked 4th on the Lingxi rankings, proposed, Humph, as long as we hold you off, when senior brother Su arrives, there will be no share for you. Su Ming from Huangdao sect sneered. He was the 3rd-ranked genius on the Lingxi rankings, his strength surpassing Lin Xiaobai's. The other 2 disciples from Taijian sect also ranked 7th and 8th on the Lingxi rankings, standing behind Su Ming, confronting Lin Xiaobai and his companions. Humph, you are all geniuses of the Lingxi rankings? Yet you willingly act as Su Sanjia's lackeys, Lin Xiaobai mocked. Now that Su Sanjia has broken through to the supreme realm of the Lingxi realm, we have no need to oppose him. Su Ming smirked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before long, the 6 resumed their chaotic battle. Lu Ren, hiding at a distance, watched the fray with growing anxiety. If this continued, Su Sanjia might very well arrive. Just as he pondered, a voice filled with laughter came from behind him. Lu Ren, how about we collaborate? Lu Ren turned to see a young man with a face full of sword scars. It was Wu Fan, the aide he had summoned. "Who are you?" Lu Ren inquired. "I am Yin Jian." The youth's gaze remained fixed on the six fighting in the distance. "I will help you hold them off. You take the opportunity to rush into the spiritual vein and claim it. How about we split it 70-30? You are Yin Jian?" Lu Ren was slightly taken aback, having heard of his reputation. He was a figure comparable to Su Sanjia on the Lingxi rankings. Although Su Sanjia had stepped into the supreme realm, Yin Jian possessed the strength to easily confront the six. "Indeed," Yin Jian nodded, turning to Lu Ren. "You don't have time to deliberate. By the time Su Sanjia arrives, we may not be able to claim much spirit stone. All right, I shall cooperate with you." Lu Ren had no reservations, nor did he fear Yin Jian attempting to seize his spirit stones. Once the stones were truly in his possession, he could elevate his strength in an instant. Seeing Lu Ren agree so readily, Yin Jian was even more convinced that Lu Ren must possess the spirit of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Otherwise, any other warrior would have hesitated. For Yin Jian was far stronger than Lu Ren. Should Lu Ren manage to acquire all the spirit stones, Yin Jian could easily kill him and take them for himself. "Good." Yin Jian smiled, drawing forth a long sword from his palm and charging forward. With a flourish of his sword, waves of sword energy surged forth, slicing towards the six. The six were momentarily taken aback by the sudden onslaught of sword energy, dodging hastily as they turned their gazes to Yin Jian. "Who are you?" Su Ming demanded. "Yin Jian," he replied coolly. "Yin Jian?" The six, Lin Xiaobai, Su Ming, and the others, gaped in astonishment, never expecting that the young man before them was indeed the famous Yin Jian, rival of Su Sanjia on the Lingxi rankings. "Yin Jian, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to monopolize the spiritual vein?" Su Ming asked coldly. Yin Jian chuckled. "With my strength alone, it is impossible to claim the vein. However, if I have one more person, then it becomes feasible. Lu Ren, hurry and rush in. I will hold them off, understood." Lu Ren leaped forth, his steps carrying him a dozen paces closer to the crevice. "It's Lu Ren, seeking death." Su Ming, recognizing Lu Ren, seethed with rage. Just as he was about to charge, a wave of sword energy fell before him, forcing him back several steps. "Block him," Su Ming shouted, and the two Lingxi ranking geniuses from Taijian sect surged forward. 9 Yin sword technique. 9 Yin shocking heavens. Yin Jian unleashed a flurry of sword energy, driving back the two Lingxi ranking geniuses with ease. Seeing this, Lu Ren hastened his pace and dove into the crevice. Lu Ren entered. A dense wave of spiritual energy enveloped him. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Deep within the crevice, a vast spiritual vein lay before him, seemingly naturally formed, with spirit stones piled high, radiating a breathtaking glow. So many spirit stones. Lu Ren was overwhelmed with excitement, activating his sword to unleash brilliant sword energy, deftly cutting towards the vein. Soon, stones began to fly as he revealed a plethora of spirit stones. "First, I will extract all these spirit stones." Lu Ren wielded his sword, tirelessly cutting, swiftly gathering the spirit stones into his storage ring. "With this many spirit stones, I could even push my cultivation to the supreme realm of the Lingxi realm. I will excavate a portion first and start cultivating. By the time Su Sanjia arrives, I will be unperturbed." Lu Ren frantically began to mine. With his exceptional swordsmanship, he managed to extract a large portion of the spirit stones in the span of a single unit of time. Approximately 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Ren paused his mining, took a deep breath, and entered the nameless pagoda. Chapter 89. 2,000 years of hard training. Upon entering the nameless pagoda, Lu Ren retrieved 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This amount would sustain him in the pagoda for 2,000 years of arduous training. 2,000 years. Lu Ren could hardly fathom the extent of his growth after 1,000 years of rigorous cultivation. He would strive to break through to the 9th layer of the Lingxi realm in one go. Lu Ren seated himself and began to refine the low-grade spirit stones. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, transforming into pure true essence that flowed into his 7 spiritual streams. Time drifted by slowly. After 7 days, the 7th spiritual stream within Lu Ren trembled, rapidly expanding, and subsequently split to form the 8th stream. Half a month later, Lu Ren successfully birthed his 9th spiritual stream. Instantaneously, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, sweeping the area for several hundred meters and drawing in all the scattered spirit stones around him. Moments later, the aura receded, disappearing without a trace. Lu-ren opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. After consuming 200 low-grade spirit stones, he had finally ascended to the 9th layer of the Lingxi realm, significantly enhancing his power. Now, it was likely that those geniuses on the Lingxi rankings were no match for him. Only figures like Inju Jian and Su Sanjia could rival him. After stepping into the 9th layer of the Lingxi realm, Lu Ren commenced his arduous training in the divine elephant sky-treading leg. Previously, he had expended 20 low-grade spirit stones and trained for 20 years without mastering it. Now, with an ample supply of spirit stones, he was determined to cultivate this technique to perfection. Once perfected, this technique could effortlessly shatter mountains and rivers, its power terrifyingly immense. Divine elephant sky-treading leg. Lu Ren stomped the ground, leaping high into the air, unleashing a series of leg strikes. Crack, crack. As Lu Ren practiced repeatedly, each strike struggled to unleash its full potential. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ren soared high into the air, his legs striking through the void, and astonishingly, he managed to step through the air several times. Subsequently, his right leg coalesced an incredible amount of true essence, transforming into a massive elephant-esque hoof that struck downward. Boom! The tremendous force caused the air to erupt in a violent explosion. At long last, the divine elephant sky-treading leg had reached mastery, yet to achieve perfection, his body was still far from capable of withstanding the unleashed power. In light of this, he resolved to enhance his physical form. Lu Ren sat cross-legged, simultaneously biting into the fierce fire grass and the black iron grass, masticating them until they transformed into a medicinal liquid that flowed into his abdomen. Focusing on his stomach, the medicinal properties gradually permeated his internal organs, spreading through his 36 meridians and 18 spirit apertures, ultimately reaching his very marrow. As Lu Ren began to operate the body refinement technique, he felt the medicinal power gradually seeping into every cell of his being. This process was remarkably slow. Unlike typical body refinement, which involved suffering and hardship, Lu Ren found this experience not only painless but utterly enjoyable. The only drawback was the slow pace, requiring gradual refinement. Few could fully cultivate the 4 layers of this body refinement technique, as achieving all 4 layers typically demanded at least 200 years of dedication. The lifespan of a typical practitioner at the Divine Sea realm is merely a century. Those who have dedicated themselves to cultivation for 100 years and achieved a body of steel and iron are indeed exceedingly rare. However, Lu Ren possesses an abundance of one resource: time. Coupled with his ample patience, even if a millennium were to pass in this realm, only 10 seconds would elapse in the outside world. Time flowed imperceptibly, and eventually, Lu Ren sensed that the medicinal power of the 2 spiritual herbs had completely merged with his being. He took another bite and continued the slow process of digestion. Before long, 5 centuries had slipped away. On this day, Lu Ren sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently channeling the qi refinement and body strengthening technique. His bones and muscles glimmered with a metallic sheen, transforming his ordinary flesh into something resembling metal, far more resilient than ever before. At this moment, he was immersed in the 2nd layer of the qi refinement and body strengthening technique, the cultivation of a body of steel and iron. Lu Ren abruptly opened his eyes, and with fists flying, he struck out repeatedly without employing any true energy. The force of his punches sliced through the air, causing several boulders nearby to tremble violently. Astonishingly, his strength had surged considerably. He felt confident that he could contend with a practitioner of the 1st level of the Cloud River realm without resorting to true energy. Lu Ren immediately perceived a substantial enhancement in his physical strength, as if he were brimming with inexhaustible power. It is worth noting that physical strength does not operate like true energy, which is constrained by the limits of the human body. Thus, enhancing it is no simple task. Without the cultivation of a formidable body refinement technique, even a Cloud River realm practitioner could not hope to match his level of strength. Now that he had attained a body of steel and iron, he could fully cultivate the explosive spirit secret technique. Lu Ren began his training in the explosive spirit secret technique. He no longer merged the spiritual energy of the spiritual orifices, but instead combined the true energy from 9 spiritual streams into a swirling vortex. With his comprehension, realm, and physical body all elevated, merging the true energy from the 9 streams into a single vortex became an effortless task. Once unleashed, it could manifest a battle prowess twice that of before. After completing the training of the explosive spirit secret technique, Lu Ren intended to challenge the unparalleled pinnacle of the spiritual stream realm and split forth the 10th spiritual stream. Yet, after a painstaking 1,000 years of cultivation and the expenditure of 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he had achieved nothing, not even a hint of progress. Continuing further would be nothing but a waste of spiritual stones. Lu Ren had initially believed that by merely accumulating true energy, he could ascend to the unparalleled pinnacle. But it was evidently not that simple. Especially given his poor aptitude, stepping into the legendary unparalleled pinnacle proved to be even more challenging. Emerging from the pagoda, only 20 seconds had passed in the outside world. Without hesitation, he resumed his excavation of the spiritual stones. Ryon, retreat swiftly. Su Sanjia is coming. Came the urgent warning from Inju Jian from outside. What fortuitous timing, a thought flickered in Lu Ren's mind, and he promptly dismissed the notion of confronting Su Sanjia head-on. With his current prowess, he felt adequately confident to engage Su Sanjia in battle. However, Su Sanjia had already reached the unparalleled pinnacle and was a genius of the 6th grade bloodline, his strength not necessarily inferior to Lu Ren's. Even if Lu Ren could defeat Su Sanjia, it was uncertain whether he could slay him. With this realization, Lu Ren abandoned his thoughts and burst forth from the narrow crevice. Upon seeing Lu Ren emerge, Su Sanjia caught a glimpse into the crevice and discovered that the spiritual mine had been ravaged beyond recognition. Fury surged within him. Ryon, how dare you seize my spiritual stones? You seek death, Su Sanjia roared, launching an immediate attack with a palm strike. The enormous palm print loomed like a mountain, carrying an overwhelming force that approached Lu Ren in an instant. Unfazed, Lu Ren countered with a palm strike of his own. Boom! The two palms collided, and Lu Ren was propelled backward by the force, shooting off in a certain direction. Ha ha ha, Su Sanjia, I shall spare you this day, but when we meet again, I will assuredly slay you.